Dee, 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 dee. Oh my goodness gracious me, Mamma Mia Pizzeria. Is today the day? Is today the day? Is today the day Europe goes home? Shall we going home? Please say no. Please say no. Oh my god. Please don't tell me today's the day. EU is not swimming home today, right? Right. I feel so much better today. Yesterday I felt so fucking dead. Today I feel so much more alive. G2 only lost because you lost your arena game. Ah. So it's my fault. It's my fault for getting given fucking Ivern in arena. Wow. Chat, how are we doing? 6 is good, 9 is bad. How are we doing? Chat, my face is getting so fat. You see it? How do you lose weight in your face? Look at that. How do you lose weight there? How do you do that? I need to get rid of fucking fat in my face. It feels like I feel so puffy. I feel so puffy. Drink water and don't eat sugar. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna eat sugar and drink water. You should do a gua sha, bro. I swear. I saw videos about gua sha. Is it actually real, gua sha? Is that a thing? Or is that a fucking scam? It is? Have you seen the clip sent by Nemesi in the LR Discord? No, I haven't seen the clip. I don't know if you linked it. I don't know if you linked the clip. TikTok says it's real. Okay, so we'll believe it. We'll believe it. Oh shit! Is Hamza alive? Have I just stolen his food? Oh no, he's not alive. 2 people came in here and said, "Let the other streamers eat." Bro, who's complaining? Who's complaining now? Caedrel, I think the world would just be a better place if you didn't exist. Koi is going home today. If you didn't exist, co-stream main broadcast would be higher, and then this and that. What's our bad luck charm? I'm not gonna lie, it's probably you, chatter. It's probably you. It's probably you. I hate asking these questions, but are there any size on the merch shop sizes? There's no updates on the merch shop right now. As of now, everything will stay the same as it is. There was something I wanted to talk to you guys about. But I forgot. So you're lucky. So you're lucky. Because I was about to go on a yapping session. Since you started co-streaming, EU has done worse every year. No. No. Hang on a second. Don't phrase it like that. Okay. What was I doing before co-streaming? I was competing. So we got progressively worse every year since I stopped competing. That's the reason. It's not nothing to do with co-streaming. It's because my skill level is no longer being blessed upon the league. Hey! Good old Cathedral in the jungle. Yo, Philip, thanks for the 47 months. Do you grind your teeth in your sleep? No, I don't. I scratch my body in my sleep. Sometimes I wake up with like scratches on my neck or like scratches down my face or like scratches on my chest. I get like loads of little things on my body somewhere or like on my back. I get like little... Good thing I bite my nails. Imagine I didn't bite my nails and I actually had nails. What the hell? Demon Caedrel. Has anyone ever had the thought of like, what if I put a camera in my bedroom and I watched it while I was asleep and see what I do in my sleep. Imagine you did that. No, you fucking sick fucks. I'm not talking about filming shit like that. Where you fucking nasty ass motherfuckers. No, I'm talking about how much you move in your sleep. How much you move in your sleep. Chat, there's streamers out there that just sit there with full cam and just talk to the chat for like 10 hours straight. Shall we try that? Okay, today's stream we're just gonna sit full cam and talk. Okay, let's someone bring up something that we can talk about, because I'm running out of things to talk about here. Come on. Oh my god, dude, yes, I'm too scared of filming some... Whoa, what the fuck? Pink Ward beat Doran in solo queue last night, did he? Oh, let's go, Pink Ward. Which PS5 games should I get? Which PS5 game should you get? I would recommend Split Fiction. If you live with your partner or a friend, Split Fiction is crazy good. And then I would recommend selling it on eBay and buying a PC and downloading League. I'm kidding, bro. Just get Expedition 33, get the fucking snackies in, and get loads of drinks. Sit on the sofa and fucking pop off. What is the most overrated show you've ever watched? The most overrated show I've ever watched. What's something everyone tells you to watch, and then you end up watching and it's kind of mid? I think Arcane was good. I think Arcane was good. Anyone who says Breaking Bad is rage baiting. You know, I have one in my head, but I don't know if many people will be familiar with it, and I feel like the people who watch that series are gonna put this on their Reddit and try and fucking find my address. I feel like it's one of those series. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, this is gonna sound like I'm such a hipster. Okay, I've got two answers. Number one, okay, and I'm gonna get flamed like shit for this, but I'm ready for it. And okay, I remember watching season 1 Severance when it came out, and I was like, wow, this is epic. And then Severance hit the mainstream, and everyone was like, oh my god, this is the most mind-blowing thing I've ever watched. And then season 2 came out finally, and everyone was like, oh my god, it's so insane, season 2 Severance. Oh my god, it's so good. And I was like, okay. So I watched season 2, and the first 5 episodes, nothing's really happening. It's fucking slow as hell. It's a good series, but I feel like Severance went from... Severance got the Fortnite treatment. It was a good game until everyone said it was great, and then now they have to overcompensate for being so popular that shit just gets weirder and weirder. I feel like that's just what happens to series or games. Game is good. Game gets extremely popular because it's good. And then the devs or the releases or whatever it is of the creators of it are like, oh my god, we're so popular, we gotta go like crazy mode now, we gotta like reinvent the wheel. And then it just gets fucking mid. So I feel like Severance is on that trajectory. Okay? Second take. There's a series that I tried to watch 3 times and I never got into it. But people kept telling me it's so good. And it's called The Expanse. Bro, I never got into it. I just couldn't get into it. And everyone was like bat-chesting, like, this is the best show ever. Oh my god. This is so good. And I could just never get into it. I don't know why. I don't know if it was just the character introduction was slow and the build-up takes forever. And you need to get to like a certain season and it just busts all over you and you fucking love it. But I'm not gonna lie, if you go into The Expanse thinking, oh my god, this is the best series ever, you need to sit the fuck down, shut the fuck up, and watch probably for at least like 10 episodes straight before anything happens. And then, the final series, actually, that I've just remembered, that had the Fortnite and the Severance treatment is Stranger Things. I feel like Season 1 and Season 2 of Stranger Things was pretty solid. It's definitely like fucking... It's become more of a TikTok production, high quality... I don't know, I feel like that... I don't know, I don't know if I want to say this, man. This just feels like... Oh my god, how do I say this without saying this? Okay, I really like Stranger Things. I just feel like the longer it goes on, because it's so popular... Now, I'm not saying popular is bad. I'm not saying popular is bad. How do I phrase this? It's the same kind of treatment as Fortnite and shit like that. I don't know. Okay. Okay. how do I describe this in words that doesn't piss people off? Because maybe my take is like horrible. Stranger Things, first few series were great. But then I think it got to a point of being like one of the most popular TV shows in the world, okay? And then I feel like all the actors just got so famous and so popular and they went and did their own things that Stranger Things just felt like it dropped in everyone's priority. But because it was so popular, they just kind of made it, you know? They just kind of made it. And everyone just kind of used Stranger Things to like... Well, not used. I mean, as they should, right? Like, Stranger Things was fucking popular as hell. But everyone on the show itself got so popular, you know, that like it felt like a little bit of the spirit disappeared and it just became like a very high-level production brand name with like a story... Kind of like maybe similar to Squid Game in a way, where I feel like season 1, everyone's intentions was like, let's make the best show ever. Then you make the best show ever and it becomes the best show ever. But because it's the best show ever, everyone's eyes kind of turn somewhere else. And it's like, oh yeah, we'll make season 2. Oh yeah, we'll make season 3. I don't know how to put that into words without being mean to people. You know? I feel like some series hit that line. Is complacency the word? I don't know. From both production and like an acting point of view and like, you know, parasocial emotional connection to how the series goes with like character development. I feel like it just kind of drops off based on people getting popular. And as they should, you know? It's just the heart of it disappears. But some series don't get hit by that. Some series that doesn't happen. Like I think like Breaking Bad was just fucking great. It was fucking great. Watch Peaky Blinders, bro. I've watched every episode of Peaky Blinders. Peaky Blinders is fucking fantastic. I will say Peaky Blinders, one of the best series. But Peaky Blinders, I don't know if that's Peaky Blinders is not for everyone, I feel like. Some people just wouldn't like it. Like, I think Breaking Bad is a series that everyone could kind of like, you know. But I feel like Peaky Blinders is a little bit more niche. Like, Game of Thrones is something everyone would like, but Peaky Blinders is a bit more niche. It's kind of like the Narcos of the world or whatever. Not Narcos. I forgot the name of it. Suits. I watched Suits. I watched the first season of Suits. I never really got back into it. I thought it was good, though. It just wasn't for me, you know. It's like, also... Okay. This might sound really weird. My final take of TVs and series, okay? Final take. And you can say that, you know, say what you want. But when Love is Blind Season 1 came out, I really enjoyed it. I thought Love is Blind Season 1, even though it's reality TV, I felt like this is pretty good entertainment. But then, I feel like... Okay, now, bear with me. I feel like after Season 1 aired, and it got quite popular and people liked it, every other person that went on Love is Blind from Season 2 onwards just did it to get popular, you know? They were like, everyone in Season 1 got so popular because it was such a good series or whatever. Now I'm just going to get married because... And just kind of stick it out for more screen time. And that's when I realized, fuck reality TV. Because I was never a big reality TV watcher, you know? Like the people who watch like this and that and this and that. I feel like reality TV shows, the best ones are the ones from like Season 1 to Season 2. And then past that, people just do it for fucking exposure. Try and get famous. They do stupid shit on camera that is completely like cringe fucking levels of acting that they're doing on purpose. And yeah, that's my take on reality TV. So yeah. What's your favorite anime? I mean, I feel like I've been asked this question about favorite anime every week. I don't know. I think there's a lot of good animes. Again, anime is niche, man. Anime is niche. Like, I'm a person who grew up and I never watched a single episode of Naruto or One Piece. I've never watched it. I never grew up watching it. I grew up watching Dragon Ball. I watched Dragon Ball. I liked Dragon Ball a fucking shit ton. It was great. But I feel like Naruto and One Piece, everyone say they're fucking amazing, but there's 1,000 episodes in both of them. So I am not starting that. I am not starting that. Yeah, I think my favorite anime is probably Hunter x Hunter and Death Note. Just fucking solid answers. Solid answers, solid animes, really good. I recommend it. If you like... I feel like there's a lot of animes out there which are like... I'm a mage, and I'm gonna go on an adventure and defeat some fucking monsters. There's a lot of animes like that. But, you know, but I think Hunter x Hunter kind of stands out in its own way. You know, Hunter x Hunter is like... I feel like the reason I liked Hunter x Hunter was because I liked Dragon Ball. And I think Hunter x Hunter and Dragon Ball have a lot of things in common. In, like, characters. And, like, especially, like, color schemes and the way they portray themselves. You know, like, Killua is, like, blue and electric. And he's, like, kind of Super Saiyan-y, evolved, fucking super fast kind of guy. And Gon is, like, the fucking most OP guy ever. But he doesn't show it because he hasn't figured out how to do it yet. And, you know... It's just a classic anime storyline. And then he's like... And then you've got like the funny aspect of it where it's like rock, paper, scissors is his fucking OP technique or some shit. Anyway, sorry, we're fucking yappity saxing big time now. What about The Boys? Bro, The Boys is fucking fantastic. The Boys, I don't know though. I'm gonna keep it real. I feel like The Boys is also on that everyone's really famous, it's kind of falling off slowly arc. I don't know, the most recent season was like alright. It just felt like a massive filler season. I don't know. I'm like, oh my god, the ending's coming. Nope. Not really. But now the last season's coming out soon. So this last season better bang. And then I'll forgive them for the last one. But, yeah, I think The Boys was really unique. Bro, there's some scenes in The Boys, though, I watch it and I'm like, are they taking it too far? Like, if you've watched The Boys, you'll remember there's that one scene where that guy goes really small. You know? And they're in, like, that room. And he, like, goes inside. Bro, that, I thought they took that too far. They took that too far. That was like, oh my god, I saw that and I was like, what the fuck am I watching? Like, this is crazy. Like, the dude having relations with a fucking octopus is one thing, but that was fucked up. Have you seen Dexter? Yeah, I've seen Dexter. Dexter is a fucking good series. I recommend it. I don't know how well Dexter's aged. Because I feel like a lot of people nowadays who are like Zoomers are like, I'm going to watch a series. And then they open a series from like 2005 and they're like, the quality just looks kind of bad. I'm not going to watch it. Because the level of production now is 4K fucking series. Anything that looks slightly grainy, they're probably like, eh. No, not Dexter's Lab. No, not Dexter's Lab. Prison Break? Yeah, I like Prison Break. Wait, what do you mean a new Dexter show comes out in 7 days? Wait, where's my cam? What do you mean new Dexter shows coming out in 7 days? What? Vikings? Bro, Vikings is great. Dexter Resurrection, really? I don't know. I remember watching Vikings, but I feel like Vikings just needed to end earlier. I feel like if they ended Vikings a little bit earlier, we'd all be fine. And obviously maybe they can't because of the history of the Vikings or some shit. But I felt like it got a point where it was dragging a bit. It's like, we're gonna invade here, we're gonna invade here. Oh my god, we invaded here. Oh my god, we invaded here. Okay, this guy died, so a lot of the important shit's gone. But now there's a new guy who's going to replace him. Now we're going to invade here. I'm going to step it up a level. And like, oh my god. So like, that point was, you know. There was a series that I watched. What the fuck was it called? It began with The. And that might sound really stupid. But it was The O something. the O... And it had like one season. The O... Is it the OA? Bro, I remember watching this. And this shit, I watched the first... I think there's only one season. I watched the first season and I was like, this is the weirdest fucking series I've ever seen. I feel like they're onto something here with the plot. Like, maybe the plot is just so good that it's gonna keep... Or 2 seasons, sorry. Maybe the plot is just so good that it's gonna keep me guessing forever.
She's our daughter.
Who are these people?
But she's never seen us before. 7 years ago, when she went missing, she was blind.
Mom?
Do you remember any of the events that led up to your disappearance?
I want you to close your eyes.
The plot was so weird.
I want you to imagine everything I tell you as if you're there yourself. As if you're with me. As if you are me. I didn't disappear. I was present for all of it.
It's such a weird plot.
The biggest mistake I made was believing that if I cast a beautiful net, I'd catch only beautiful things.
Anyway, it's like a series. It's one of those series that like keeps you guessing. But it kept me guessing for so long, and then they fucking stopped producing the series.
I remember everything.
Then they fucking cancelled the show. Bro. Fucking bullshit, man. Yeah, that series is really fucking weird.
Streaming.
Yo, Mini Laughing Guy, link it. Mini Laughing Guy, link it now. Laughing Guy, link it. Westworld. I haven't seen Westworld. But apparently it's really good. What am I gonna do? What has Mini Laughing Guy made? What has he made? Today is we're gonna play a little bit of solo queue. I kinda wanna get master tier before MSI starts, so that'll be a couple days of solo queue.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass.
What about variety? Yeah, you'll get a variety of champions today. We might play TF, we might play some other shit. Oh, double! Triple! Oh my god, I feel this is what it feels like to be Night Blue. Just queue up in Diamond. Yeah, look at me, montage! It is the same shirt. Great, great. Everyone, Caedrel, click forward! Everyone, ready? Sound the alarm! Sound the alarm, Caedrel, click forward! Sound the alarm! Ooh! Ooh! Oh my god, the edits are too quick. Yeah! Damn, he's clean with it. What did I just do? What did I just do? What did I just do? Justice. Hola. One. Everyone chat. Count. Two. 3. 4. 5. 7. 8. Oh, you cut that play too early. That play was crazy. I'm sectioning through. I'm not gonna do arena today, I'm not gonna do arena. I'm gonna chill a bit. I'm gonna chill a bit and yap. I'm on a yapping session today. What is this? Bro, of course we've seen this. Worlds in a nutshell. Wait, let me message you on Discord. What is this? Bro, we've seen... Oh, wait. Oh, no. What is this? The history of the MSI airport speedrun? Is EU first?
League of Legends is a special game. Its staying power over the years is nothing short of legendary. It's launched the careers of so many entertainers, content creators, and professional players, helped along in no small part by its unmatched competitive scene. But one group never seems to get as much recognition, and that's
Chat, this is a new one. This is a new one. This is about MSI, not about Worlds.
the speedrunners.
Yeah,
That was until TSM made a legendary play in 2020 that finally put airport speedrunners on the map. But even after that, while the World Championship airport speedrun categories got plenty of attention, other categories weren't so lucky. So today we look at the often sidelined international event, and the dedicated individuals that attempt to speedrun their way out of it as fast as possible. This is the history of the Mid-Season Invitational Airport Speedrun World Record.
I fucking love these videos. Alright, let's get into it. Come on, boot it up.
The Mid-Season Invitational, commonly referred to as MSI, is the league's second most prestigious tournament, taking place in the middle of the year as a way to give teams a chance to see how they stack up internationally between splits. Many have often questioned the purpose of MSI, and while there have been many answers given over the years, one thing is for certain. It gives speedrunners yet another chance each year to spend as little time in the game as possible. MSI is a much smaller event than Worlds, with only 1 or 2 teams from each region in attendance. With fewer spots, prospective runners would have to make every opportunity count.
They gotta make it
The
quick.
inaugural MSI featured a simple 6-team single round robin that would knock out 2 teams before moving on to a single elimination bracket. So the strategy would be clear. Be one of the 2 teams that got out in the round robin
Chat, you're saying my cam is too big. What do you fucking... Okay, let's... What are you... What
stage.
What are you on
The
about?
first team to do so would be none other than legendary North American team TSM.
What are you talking about,
having
idiot?
just come off winning the IEM World Championship 2 months
Where
prior.
should I go? To go over here?
This suspiciously youngish looking
Are
team
you fucking
was
annoying?
riding high on victory, looking for some losses to balance it out. They didn't have a strong start, losing in over 31 minutes to a Fnatic that seemed to be missing a piece. Granted, TSM wouldn't have to worry too much, as being the first team to complete a run would technically mean they would get the world record by default, but if they wanted to have any chance at holding on to the record for any respectable amount of time,
TSM
they need
has
to
the
shape
record?
up fast. Thankfully, Game 2 went better, as they shifted to a quick win strategy against Turkey's Beşiktaş Esports for an in-game time of 26 minutes and 21 seconds. Quick wins can be risky, as they open up the possibility of having to play a tiebreaker game at the end of the run, which
Where's my
could easily
phone?
ruin any chance at a decent time. However, TSM were willing to take that risk. Following it
I need
up
to
with a
order
30-minute game and then a 29-minute game still wasn't great, but if they finished off strong, they could still post a decent time. Their final game would be against China's Edward Gaming.
Chat, do you like
TSM would
Wagamama?
start the game off with a lane swap, letting Silent kill himself for Wolves and then head bot, where he'd give over TSM's 4th first blood in 5 games. This death would be repeated less than 2 minutes later, all
His
while Bar
4th
just sits in
first
top
blood
lane
in
not really
5
doing
games?
anything, a masterful way to waste the run potential of the champion. In a bold play, TSM would go for the 3-peat, letting Dyrus give over his 3rd death in 3 minutes, really accelerating Def's game. Putting Deft so far ahead would pay off, as it would put him in position to easily win a 2v3 in top lane, without even that much help from Mako. Dyrus would end up shutting Deft down here, so this is only because they
This was 10 years ago.
knew it wouldn't matter much at this point. Now, these bold speedrun strats could cause some issues, mostly by making EDG take far more risk than usual, such as Deft diving between two towers. But TSM were on a roll, and weren't going to be dissuaded by some questionable ADC strats. The Bard pick would again show its worth, by allowing Dyrus to Scion ult straight through the middle of EDG without hitting a single champion and into an Azir turret. Then, Lustboy Bard ults what would have been a 3-man Scion knockup just as it's about to hit, while allowing Azir to solo zone the entire rest of TSM from helping Dyrus. TSM managed to make a speedrun so convincing that even after Coral taunted, and then stood around waiting for Santorin to kill him, TSM still knew they'd lose. And indeed, they would lose just 2 minutes later, with a game time of 25 minutes and 49 seconds, their fastest in the run. In total, the runtime would be 2 hours, 23 minutes, and 56 seconds spent in-game. Maybe not the best they could have done, but still a respectable time, and the first MSI Airport speedrun world record. But that wouldn't be the end of 2015, as later that same day, Turkey's Beşiktaş Esports would submit their own run. Their run would start off better than TSM's, with a loss to SKT in just over 26 minutes, over 5 minutes better than TSM's first game. However, their third game would be a horrendous 37-minute slog against the LMS's AHQ, over 6 minutes longer than TSM's third game, putting them behind pace for the world record.
The drafts are crazy.
But their fourth game would be a real time save, and was again versus EDG. The game started off a little rocky, with Dumbledoge trying to pull EDG close to his team so they could feed a triple kill, but all that came from it was EDG spending 4 summoners for nothing.
What about the game when they 5-man ganked
back
mid?
Into the groove and give Deft a quick double kill? It seemed clear that BJK's plan this game would be to feed Deft as much as possible and let him carry the game on Jinx. A simple yet effective plan for sure. Very, very effective. A perfect fight top along with stacking for Coral's Gnarl would practically seal the deal, and after a few more objectives, Deft would do his part in BJK's run by quadra-killing them in their base. With a time of just 22 minutes and 26 seconds, even faster than TSM's fastest game, BJK were once again looking to be on track to get the world record, provided their final game was less than 30 minutes. Facing off against a Fnatic that was still reckless, Beşiktaş would get a 25-minute and 23-second game, for a total runtime of 2 hours, 17 minutes, and 35 seconds. The new MSI Airport speedrun world record.
So Beşiktaş had the record in 2015.
With the announcement of the 2016 MSI format, speedrunners would have their hearts broken. Riot would be keeping the 6-team group stage, but move to a double round robin instead of a single one. This would mean twice the games and so double the runtimes, killing any possible runs for this year. Despite this, 2 teams would still submit runs, just to see how fast the 8-game format could be done.
Painting.
Those teams would be Turkey's Supermassive and Europe's G2 Esports. G2 had some truly great plays in their run, especially in their fastest game, which would be against NA's Counterlogic Gaming. Early on, they focused mostly on feeding Stixxay early kills with plays like Hybrid throwing himself way too far forward with Kalista ult, whiffing, and then casting his own ult about 5 seconds too late. Or with Kikis TPing bot to die 1v2, a TP that most players would have just simply cancelled, but for expert speedrunners like G2, these TPs were crucial. The game would really come together around the 21-minute mark, with an immaculate teamfight mid featuring Hybrid ulting the players Kikis was just about to stun, G2 focusing Maokai and Braum instead of, Lucian, and a perfect Kindred ult from Trick to save Huhi and maybe even Aphromu. The game would finish off with possibly the funniest TP ever used, something which again Kikis could have just cancelled but didn't, something only a speedrunner of his magnitude could manage while also being down 2 items to Maokai at 20 minutes. Actually, upon closer examination, it appears Kikis was attempting to build Hollow Radiance, which could have been a great option, if not for the fact he was about 8 years too early to build the item. The game would finish in just 23 minutes and 13 seconds.
Hang on a second, this was 10 years ago and we lost in 20 minutes to NA? What the fuck?
A great time for a single game. But with 7 other games played, the total runtime would be 5 hours, 34 minutes, and 18 seconds. Supermassive didn't do much better, with a time of 5 hours and 5 minutes. Obviously neither run would break records, and even their average game times weren't great, so runners would have to wish for a better format next year, and thankfully their wishes would be granted. Like with the World Championship, 2017 would bring with it a play-in stage for MSI. Play-ins would consist of 2 4-team groups that would play a double round robin each, the winners of which would play to get into the main stage.
Is this Brazil?
With this format, 6 teams could lose out of MSI before the main stage
looks like
even
Brazil.
began, meaning they could get to the airport and fly home sooner than the teams from previous years, even if they now had to play one more game.
Oh, Rio de
This immediately
Janeiro.
became the preferred format for the speedrun, so from this point on, we will follow the play-ins records.
That's my GeoGuessr skill
The
level
first
just
run would
showing
be for
chat.
Brazil's Red Canids, who would start their run off by trying for quick wins against Oceania's Direwolves and Japan's Rampage. This is interesting to see, as BRTT, Red's ADC, would later popularize the quick win strat for the world's any % runs.
King.
However, neither of these games went particularly well, going 35 minutes and 43 minutes respectively. It would be Game 3 versus Supermassive where their run really took off. Supermassive wouldn't be submitting a run this time around, so Red chose to lose this game. The game would begin rather slowly though, with First Blood only coming through after 9 minutes. It would then take 3 minutes before another kill was given over, with BRTT locking himself into his Q animation while Lee Sin casually waltzes through his tower. However, even with a low number of kills, Red were still able to give over multiple towers and a dragon without even putting up a real fight. BRTT would make sure there were at least some kills going over to Supermassive, even split pushing bot and managing to miss 3 traps in a row to die to Galio. Red managed a solid Baron skip, letting Supermassive take the objective while Talkers and Robo blew everything to almost kill the Echo that didn't even use ult. The game would come to a close soon after a perfect teamfight from Red that featured BRTT demonstrating what it would look like if you unplugged your mouse and keyboard during a professional match. A game time of 26 minutes and 25 seconds would be quite respectable. However, the remainder of the run wouldn't feature a single game that finished in less than 30 minutes, with 2 being over 40. As a result, Red Candidates would finish their run with a time of 3 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds, setting a pretty easy time to beat for the other runners that year. And it would be beaten pretty quickly, as that same day 2 other teams would submit runs of their own. These would be Oceania's Direwolves and Japan's Rampage, both well known in the airport speedrun community, especially Rampage, as they, with star player Evie, would get the world's airport any % record this same year. First up was Direwolves, whose run would also have a few rough patches, though interestingly, their 2 worst times were against Red Canids, while their best time would be against Supermassive. The first big play from Direwolves would be Fantix flashing under tower to a 0 ult Orianna towards Sternfire, even though the jungler was really just too far away to do anything. And Orianna had her own flash and ult still up. Later, they expertly fed blue buff to double doge, a particularly high skill play, as not many players can lose a smite fight to the rupture of a support Karma's Mantra Q, which triggers on an easily predictable timer. Soon after, King and Fantix give over 2 more fairly uncontested kills, further snowballing Supermassive's lead. Direwolves nearly made a massive mistake though, catching out 2 members of Supermassive, but a quick stack up in front of an Orianna allows for a quick and easy triple kill in return to save the run. A simple Baron skip where Sternfire flashes out of the pit, only to immediately go back in and die, would seal the fate of the game, with Supermassive taking down the Nexus at 26 minutes and 15 seconds. The rest of Direwolves' games would be decent enough, securing them a total runtime of 3 hours, 22 minutes, and 49 seconds, 22 minutes faster than Red Canids, and the new record. Rampage had a similar run to Direwolves, but unfortunately were always just a little behind, finishing their run at 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 24 seconds, 3.5 minutes too slow. The next day saw a few more runs submitted, but a 4-hour run from the CIS's Virtus Pro and an almost 4-hour run from Latin America North's Lion Gaming didn't inspire much confidence. But then came Latin America South's Isurus Gaming, with stunning level 1 invades, perfect teamfights, excellent face checks, and amazing fizz engages. Isurus would complete a 3-hour, 20-minute, and 26-second run, ending 2017 with the MSI Airport world record for themselves. 2018 would open with a run from Latin America North's Rainbow 7,
2018.
but they never really found their footing,
in the LEC
with the run
studio.
going almost 4 hours. However, Latin America South would be there to pick up the torch, as Chaos Latin gamers would try their hand at the category. Their first 2 games were each about 31 minutes long. Not awful, but not the best. However, following those up with a 27-minute and 20-second Game 3 would put them back on pace, though Game 4 going over 40 minutes would set them back a bit. As long as they didn't get 2 more 40-minute games, they still looked
Chat, are you liking this video?
good to get the record though. And Game 5 would be against the CIS's Gambit Esports, and would feature a beautiful Scuttle Leash, a interesting tower dive, and a perfect mid-game map play that allows Gambit to Baron push with Banner of Command from Tier 1 bot straight to Nexus in just 2 minutes. You couldn't ask for better execution, and with a game time of just 25 minutes and 7 seconds, KLG practically secured the record. Their final game would go for 29 minutes and 29 seconds, so their total runtime would be 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 30 seconds, securing the MSI Airport world record by a solid 15 minutes.
I remember
with
Kira
KLG's run complete, many speedrunners were now hungrily eyeing the possibility of a sub 3 hour run.
Now we're gonna get the teams you guys recognize soon.
If you the sub 3 hour, your name would certainly go down in history for the category. The first team to try their hands at the sub 3 hour run would be Southeast Asia's fairly unknown Ascension Gaming, though of course Ascension wouldn't stay unknown for long. As those who've seen my previous video would know, later that same year they would secure the world's airport any % record that is still held to this day. This, however, would be Ascension's first international speedrun, and their only one besides the record-setting any % run.
Bro, the
so
EU
how'd they
studio
do?
looks
well,
so
the
big.
third game would go fairly well, being just 27 minutes and 20 seconds long, likely helped in some part by the fact it was against Chaos Latin gamers. That's not to say Ascension were just along for the ride. The game still features their signature highly aggressive playstyle, averaging high kills and deaths per minute. G4 was particularly on fire this game, going for a truly remarkable near 0% hit rate on Cassio ult. Hey, he hit one. Oh. In spite of G4's efforts though, Ascension got a final runtime of 3 hours, 29 minutes, and 5 seconds, nowhere near the record or a sub 3 hour. The next run would be submitted the following day by Brazil's very own Kaboom Esports. KBM's run would start out about even with KLG's,
Wait,
but
Titan!
Game 3 would be where they came alive. They wasted no time in feeding Supermassive kill
And
after
Jinquedo,
kill
what the
after
fuck?
kill after kill, and their ability to throw every teamfight was truly unprecedented. By 15 minutes, they were already down 9,000 gold, 11 kills to 0, 4 towers to 0, 2 dragons
What
to
the
0, and
fuck?
had given over Rift Herald. From such a powerful position, Kaboom felt unstoppable, and got slightly too cocky, going for a 3v1 on Cassio, resulting in them failing to get a perfect game as they gave their Braum a much needed kill. In the end, KBM managed to finish off their game with 1 kill to 21, 0 dragons to 3, 0 towers to 9, 17,500 gold down, and with a final game time of just 21 minutes and 57 seconds, the fastest single game in any MSI speedrun to this point. Finishing out their run with game times of 34 minutes 47 seconds, 30 minutes 9 seconds, and 23 minutes 49 seconds.
Wait, they broke the record.
Kaboom a time of 2 hours, 53 minutes,
Wait,
and
they
6
broke the record.
seconds, the new MSI Airport world record and the first sub 3 hour run.
Damn,
2018
sub
would
3
continue
hour
with
run.
runs from Direwolves and Japan's Pentagram, though neither team would even get sub 3 hours. So the year would conclude with Brazil on top. 2019 would see some new faces attempting to get the record for themselves, starting with Turkey's Fenerbahce Esports. However, their reliance on quick win strats meant they would have to play a tiebreaker. This left them with a runtime of 3 hours, 43 minutes, and 3 seconds, though it should be said that even without the tiebreaker, they would have been about 16 minutes too slow anyways. Next up would be the OPL's Bombers, whose run started off strong, thanks in part to their ability to get hit by every Azero ever thrown no matter what.
Wait, this is
But
OCE,
unfortunately, two
FBI,
33-minute
Ryoma?
games in the back half would prevent them from the record, finishing with a 3 hour, 4 minute, and 11 second run. Then came a familiar face in Isurus, looking to reclaim their title, though with a completely revamped roster. Their run was very solid, showing some pretty clever speedrun strats, such as the 2-inch combat realm warp, not to mention ISG's intimate relationship with Owen.
The 2-inch
Who's Owen?
combat realm warp.
0-3. These strats worked well for ISG, and by game 5, their runtime was just 2 hours, 24 minutes, and 29 seconds.
They're popping
meaning
off.
as long as their final game was just less than 29 minutes, they would have the record, and this was very doable. Their final game would be against Bombers. However, their game started off a little on the slow side, with First Blood only coming through after 7 minutes, and it would go over to Isurus, not a typical speedrun strat. But soon after, ISG found their footing, giving over a 2-for-1 to even up the scoreline. ISG would keep up the momentum, with Slow choosing to ult into Jarvan's Cataclysm with the enemy team ready to surround him. Strangely, Bugak seemed obsessed with killing Mimic over and over again, though it's likely he was just attempting to stack his bounty to give over later. With Bombers 7,000 gold up, 3 dragons to 0, and Baron buff, the record was in the bag for Isurus. But then disaster struck, as Bombers proceeded to play the worst teamfight of their lives. Ryoma and Mimic would seemingly forget what Galio ult does, followed up by Bombers just ignoring the Tristana, ISG's only source of consistent damage, that was trapped in a Jarvan ult, and allowed him to just free hit their entire team. In a final move, FBI and Rogue would have an identity crisis, suddenly believing they were 2015 Double Lift and Afromu, though any dreams of a game-saving Penta were soon crushed by a few tower shots and Marangulus just kinda AFK right-clicking FBI. This was horrendous for ISG, as they now had less than a minute and a half
these
to lose
jungle
the game.
champs, Rex
But with the entire
Iales.
enemy team wiped, they realized they'd have to transition into a quick win, which they certainly were not prepared for. Isurus would do their best to transition into a quick win with another decent teamfight around Baron, which featured Rogue threading the needle to not hit a single enemy with Braum ult, despite him being in the middle of 3 of them. But it was already too late. Their game would end at 33 minutes and 20 seconds, securing them the second ever sub 3 hour run. But with a total time of 2 hours, 57 minutes, and 49 seconds, they would not
Chat, just so you know, ads are going to buffer, so you're going to get
the
ads
record.
in the next
Isurus
40
wouldn't be
minutes
the
if you're
last
not
run for
subbed. I
2019.
apologize.
The next day would see 3 final runs submitted for the year. First up would be Japan's Detonation Focus
Steel,
Me. Once again,
Ebi, Seros,
Japan's star player
Utapon.
and
I remember
speedrunner,
this
would
roster.
take a shot at the title. DFM would have some spectacular plays, especially in their 5th game, where despite having 3 invulnerabilities, they still managed to all run in and die 3v5 on Baron for
Utapon is
nothing
the
in
guy
return.
that's like
Or
rank
game
1 in
2,
every
with
game.
Steel showing his impressive Lee Sin skills by missing his Q on Scuttlecrab. But a few impressive plays like this didn't necessarily make world records.
Rank 1 in
and
every
in the end,
game.
their run would fall short at 3 hours, 1 minute, and 13 seconds. Brazil's INTZ and Southeast Asia's Mega wouldn't have any better luck, with runs of 3 hours, 9 minutes, 52 seconds, and 3 hours, 27 minutes, 2
This guy's name
seconds
is
respectively. Unfortunately, that would mean 2019 would come and pass with no new records, but surely next year would see that change.
Surely, right? There was no MSI. 2020 had no MSI, right?
So, 2020 didn't really work out for MSI speedrunners. But no worries, because 2021 would be here with new and old faces alike looking to take down Kaboom's now 3-year-old
2021.
record. However, COVID
This
was
was
still
impossible,
impacting the
no?
VCS's ability to attend, which would cause some issues. You see, with 2021, Riot reorganized MSI again, now turning play-ins into a group stage with 3 groups of 4, top 2 advancing to the old group stage. Now
2021 was the single worst MSI format known to man. You'd have to sit in a group and play triple round robin best of ones against each other or some shit. You had to play 7 best of ones against each other.
now called the Rumble for some reason. This reorganization meant there were still 6 teams that got out early, but they were spread over more groups, meaning you now had to get bottom 2 in your group instead of bottom 3, which would weaken the quick win strategy. You still only needed to play 6 games though, so the record was still very much possible, except for one problem. Without the VCS, one group would have to be a group of 3, playing 8 games, with only 1 slot to lose out of the tournament. This group of 3 would include Oceania's Pentanet GG and the CIS's Unicorns of Love, both teams which were favorites to get the record. The really unfortunate part about all this is that they also had tournament favorites RNG in their group. An incredibly lucky draw, as RNG should
We had to
easily
watch
stomp
RNG versus UOL and OCE 7 times each.
quite quickly in all their games. Pentanet would end up abandoning their airport speedrun because of this, instead opting to go forward in the tournament and even take a game off of Cloud9. Pretty unusual given Oceania's tendency to win 0 games at international events. However, it appears they made this choice late into the run, meaning that to advance, they'd have to intentionally force a tiebreaker against Unicorns of Love, further ruining UOL's speedrun. The CIS team didn't seem to mind much, given they were already basically out of the running, but UOL still put on a show. Game 7 would be their masterpiece. The game would be versus RNG, and in Champ Select they would let Xiaohu play his 100% win rate Lucian, while also allowing Wei to play Rumble, one of, if not the strongest champ on the patch. With so much power given over to RNG, Unicorns barely even had to try and feed. Instead, just quickly and simply losing fight after fight after fight all across the map. One final teamfight in base would conclude the game with a time of just 19 minutes and 31 seconds.
We had to watch this like 7 or 8 times. It was
the shortest
crazy.
single game in any MSI airport speedrun, a record which is still unbroken to this day. Unicorns would end up with a 3-hour, 57-minute, and 58-second run. Obviously this wouldn't bring them the world record, but this was still incredibly impressive, as this run would have one of the lowest average game times ever. To put it into perspective, Unicorn's run was only 30 minutes longer than the previous run submitted, that being Mega's run back in 2019, despite playing 3 more games than they did. As such, 2021 Unicorns of Love would go down in airport speedrun history as one of the greatest what-ifs of all time. But we don't have the time to wonder, we still have the rest of 2021 to look at. Turkey's Istanbul Wildcats and Brazil's Pain Gaming each had several games that nearly hit the 40-minute mark. Detonation Focus Me tried another run,
You
and had
dear
some better
jungle,
luck, thanks in part to
damn.
Blabber's signature scuttle skip, allowing DFM to go for a quick win versus C9.
Oh, crabber.
However, an almost 40-minute game of their own meant they would end with a 3-hour, 3-minute, and 38-second run, over 2 minutes slower than their 2019 run.
Crabber is a classic.
The final run of the year would be from Latin America's Infinity, who would start off fairly well, especially in their second game, which would be against Korea's Damwon Kia. It would mostly focus around their strat to feed Ghost early, but while Infinity's bot side would take an active approach
Canyon
to feeding,
Showmaker,
their
what a
jungler
top
would
side.
take a more passive approach, weakening himself in comparison to Canyon by sitting bot for years at a time, only taking a break to occasionally farm blue. Drop his smite while avoiding killing the buff, so as to not risk winning a fight accidentally. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Infinity would continue to find new and creative ways to funnel gold around the map, and once mid-game came around, Solid Snake started taking the lead, giving over kill after kill and allowing Damwon to get every objective. The game would end up being 24 minutes and 25 seconds, a very solid pace, but it would be followed up by a 33-minute and 33-second game, which would set them back a bit. Their fourth game would be another quick stomp, putting their run at 1 hour, 51 minutes, and 45 seconds with just 2 games left to play.
Wait, that's doable.
If they could get both to be sub-30s, they would secure
That
the
is
record,
doable.
finally taking it from 2018 Kaboom. Those final 2 games would be against Damwon and North America's Cloud9, so hopes were high, as it
Could
should be
lose
easy
to
to get
Damwon in
stomped
20
by
and
major
beat
region
C9 in
teams.
20.
The Damwon game would start off fairly slow, with a couple of kills being traded back and forth. Solid Snake would be the first one to really push their speedrun into action, going for an invade when he has 0 allies on his side of the map. He would continue to show off his speedrun skills by casually walking up to a Gnar about to go mega and stopping right in front of a wall. The rest of Infinity would find their footing later into the game, even managing to fall for the same rel play twice within 2 minutes. However, disaster would strike as Cody would accidentally steal Baron with Paddle Star, ruining their Baron skip and disrupting DK's tempo. Bugax would try to fix the mistake by feeding Ghost a kill, but forgot he was a 0-3 Jace versus an ADC, obviously an unlosable 1v1 for the Jace. Infinity would eventually get the run back under control, but by that point the damage was done. The game ended up taking 36 minutes and 52 seconds, meaning their final game had to be less than 24.5 minutes to get the world record.
No, they
This
lost
wouldn't
it.
be impossible, as they had achieved that with their first game against Damwon, but it would be a lot of pressure.
They lost it.
It would all come down to their final game versus Cloud9. The game would start out with a double late invade, but would quickly transition into a double kill given over to Sven, with the addition of a very impactful flash from Callista, followed up by a totally necessary TP from Perks that would ensure Infinity's speedrun was set up for success. There were some hiccups too, like White Lotus surviving his tower dive on 6 health, Blabber getting surprise ganked by a turret, and, of course, Blabber's signature scuttle skip. But Infinity had an ace for this game, and his name was Boogax. Boogax's gangplank would become an airport speedrun legend, giving over kill after kill after kill after kill after kill. The run was looking good, with C9 pushing into mid inhib with Baron and about a minute to spare to get the record. However, this would tragically be where Infinity's luck ran out. After taking inhib, C9's wave was too small to take Nexus, and any remaining minions were foolishly cleared by Cody and White Lotus. And so, as Infinity watched their dreams of getting the airport speedrun slip through their fingers, Boogax would die 2 more times. Infinity would post a time of 2 hours, 56 minutes, and
they're
4
3
seconds.
minutes off.
Just 3 minutes shy of Kaboom's record and the final
Fuck.
run of 2021. 2022 MSI would go down in infamy as one of the strangest and messiest tournaments in League of Legends history, bringing into question many of Riot's decisions in regards to competitive integrity and favoritism. Unfortunately, much of this drama would affect the speedrunning community, as several teams had their runs ruined by circumstances outside of their control. The first team to have their run taken out of their hands would be Oceania's Order, who, due to certain current events, was put into a smaller group and thus had to play more games after the LCL's cancellation, similar to Unicorns of Love situation from the year prior. They would have to play 8 games instead of the usual 6, which would of course basically guarantee their failure to get the record. In the end, their run would be 3 hours, 29 minutes, and 48 seconds.
They could have had that on 6
Obviously
games.
not close to the record, but considering they had to play 2 more games than normal, this run was incredible. In fact, even if you took away their 2 fastest games, they would have beaten the record. This was devastating for the speedrunning community, but this wouldn't be the only tragedy in 2022. Obviously, no one could reasonably blame Riot for a war breaking out, as much as many of us may want to, but they absolutely could be blamed for what would happen to 2 other runs from this year. You see, due to continued issues regarding COVID restrictions, the LPL's MSI representative for 2022, RNG, wouldn't be able to travel to Busan. So Riot decided to allow them to play remotely, and forced everyone else to play on an artificial 35 ping to level the playing field. Now, some would say that bending over backwards to allow RNG to join remotely, and even making all other teams play in suboptimal conditions just to accommodate them, was blatant favoritism. You know, it sounds like I'm structuring this sentence to now provide a counter-argument in Riot's favor, but I won't. This was bad for competitive integrity reasons, and the optics of it were just horrendous. It would get even worse too, as it was discovered that the artificial ping was actually much higher than 35 milliseconds. As such, RNG, who was playing on actual 35 ping, had an unfair advantage. So to make up for this, Riot had teams in RNG's group replay their first games with fixed ping. For Istanbul Wildcats and Red Canids, 2 teams that came back to try their hands at getting the record again, this was disastrous. While they must have been ecstatic to hear that RNG would still be attending, as this would make losing quickly much easier, learning they would have to replay their games was crushing. Especially for Wildcats, as their first game versus RNG was one of their best. That game in question would end with Saren choosing to trade Nexus for top tier 1, securing a time of 22 minutes and 19 seconds. A fantastic start to a run, but one that would ultimately prove futile, as despite the rest of the run also going incredibly, with only 1 game hitting the 30-minute mark,
video is savage.
having to play the remake game gave them a final time of 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 3 seconds. If not for the 7th game, Istanbul Wildcats would have beaten the record by over 14 minutes. Red Canids were in a similar boat, having a fantastic run without a single 30+ minute game, and a particularly awesome Game 5, featuring a drag fight where despite blowing basically everything, Red were able to give over both the objective and a pentakill to Gala, allowing RNG to end the game at 20 minutes and 27 seconds, with a Dancing Herald to boot. With 7 games, their run would be 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 24 seconds long.
They had that on
missing
5,
the record
on
by
6.
18 minutes. But without that extra game, they would have had it by 11 minutes. These 2 runs would be the focus of serious outrage and frustration within the speedrunning
Lost Ratones will be submitting a run, yes.
community, but it doesn't do us any good to dwell on them. So moving on, the next team to submit a speedrun would be Detonation Focus Me, back for their 3rd attempt at the category. DFM's run would start off well enough, though their second game would be a little on the longer side, so they'd have to make up for it in their games versus T1. Getting the most successful team in League of Legends history in your group would make any airport speedrunner celebrate, and DFM didn't take it for granted. Yaharong in particular would take advantage of their situation, getting Faker as fed as possible, averaging a death a minute for 4 minutes straight at one point. An endgame teamfight where DFM gave a double kill over to Bard would secure them a solid 23-minute and 36-second loss. Unfortunately, a pair of 36-minute games to finish off the run would net a total time of 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 3 seconds, only 1 minute faster than Wildcats' run, which had the extra game. And so the final run of the year would be from Team A's, a Latin American team that was fairly unknown due to them having just been promoted to the LLA that year, only to immediately win the season and find themselves at an international event as basically a Tier 2 team. Coming into the scene during a year of countless heartbreaks and what-ifs, they would be the next in a long line of speedrunners trying their hardest to be worse at the game than 2018 Kaboom Esports. Their first game would be against DFM, which was good for A's since DFM was going for a quick win strat for their own speedrun. The game would end at 26 minutes and 28 seconds, a solid first step, but the best was yet to come.
Oh yeah.
Their second game would be against T1, a team airport speedrunners are always happy to see. And A's wouldn't take this for granted, working quickly to get gold into the pockets of Faker's Ari, while ensuring Diana Q doesn't go anywhere near Zeus to risk getting the kill. Naturally, speedrunners of this caliber wouldn't just feed Faker. They spread the gold around as much as they could, and of course still wouldn't risk killing Zeus. However, none of this would compare to Alone's brilliant play of blindly walking through Tribrush for the purpose of 1v3ing, something only the best of the best silver players could cook up. And in a move few could see coming, 5kid would follow it up by just walking back in on half health and almost no mana with no flash. To say even I couldn't have predicted that one would be an understatement. This game was looking pretty incredible, with T1 being almost 10k gold ahead at 14 minutes, with every single member of their team ahead of every member of A's.
Guma Carrier Wukong
Senna
Senna
quickly break open A's base, and even though 5kid finally finished his first item at 17 minutes and 27 seconds, A's stellar play throughout the whole game would allow their Nexus to fall at just 20 minutes and 38 seconds, even with Carrier going for the fountain dive. This would be a truly legendary game, but A's wasn't done yet. The show would continue into their next game versus Vietnam's Saigon Buffalo. Most people thought this match wouldn't be anything special, since Saigon Buffalo was actually Vietnam's second seed, and were only there because GAM Esports were at the Southeast Asia Games. As such, playing the weaker team might very well mean A's wouldn't lose quite as fast as they'd like, but A's weren't interested much in good teams or bad teams. They focused on one thing and one thing only: losing. The game would really pick up a little before 6 minutes, when Dimitri goes for a fairly half-hearted gank that kicks off a bunch of scrappy fights down bot. Soon after, another fight would break out top, with Dimitri dying and Alone using Galio ult just late enough to not save his jungler, but soon enough that he sent himself straight to his own death. At the same time, Lonely, who has Meganar, decides to use it to sit under tower and not even farm, correctly recognizing that should he go and help his mid and jungle, they may end up winning the fight, which could put them behind pace. Instead, he waited out the Mega and then died to a 1v1 under tower. Such a line comes once in a lifetime for most, but for Team A's, plays like this seem to be second nature.
How broken is Camille?
Well, maybe first nature. And indeed, the other members wouldn't let their top laner take all the glory, as Dimitri would somehow fail to kill the low health Camille despite having Jarvan ult and then immediately feed another kill to TF and Kindred. While at the same time, 5kid was going for the rare speedrun technique of the 1v2 flash into point blank MF ult, but with the unique addition of the instant cancel from Leona Q. This play was incredible, and in my estimations is one of the greatest airport speedrun skips ever achieved, though my attempts to get people to call this move the 5kid have been largely unsuccessful.
The 5kid?
A's would continue to make banger after banger play, with Dimitri even showing Shogun the perfect place to put his Ziggs ult, and Lonely kindly standing in the AoE for no particular reason other than to take more damage. And of course, 5kid was continuing to use his flash in creative and awe-inspiring ways. Team A's were on fire this game, and the time showed it. They finished their game at 20 minutes and 34 seconds, 4 seconds faster than the previous game. 20-minute games were already rare. Getting 2 in 1 run was unheard of. If A's could keep this up, they wouldn't just get the world record, they'd smash it. The second round robin would begin with them immediately running it back against Saigon Buffalo.
They do 6 games
one of the
or
most miserable team comps I've ever seen. If Zoe Samira doesn't sound like top-tier speedrun carries, I don't know what does. A's would work quickly to get as much gold into the pocket of the enemy Tristana as possible, as that champ in particular can siege down towers incredibly quickly if fed and largely uncontested. And that strategy would seem to pay off, as Saigon Buffalo would take down the bot tower before 11 minutes, all while 5kid and Straight just kinda watched.
Wait, how many games
and then
did they
gave
play?
over a few more kills in another tower. You can really tell how effective A's bot lane was being, as 11 minutes into the game, Straight was, in fact, not even level 6 yet. The great plays would continue as Dimitri would opt into a 1v1 against the fed Aatrox, and even technically did damage to him before quickly being deleted from the game. In the end, they weren't able to keep their 20-minute game streak going, but a 22-minute and 56-second game is certainly nothing to be disappointed about.
How do you break this record?
The record looked to be as good as theirs. Game 5 would see them once again facing T1, which would begin with a surprisingly old-school airport speedrun technique from Dimitri. He left base without buying items. Once Dimitri actually got his items, the run would begin for real, though in a head-scratching turn of events, he and Lonely would end up killing both Zeus and Owner for first blood. This was a strange start to the game, as they surely wouldn't be trying for a quick win versus T1, even if they were already mathematically out and so weren't risking a tiebreaker. The game would continue in a strange and messy fashion, with Faker solo killing Alone, but then walking in to take a tower shot right before Alone TP'd back. 5kid would continue business as usual, but at the same time Zeus was pushing up too far and Dimitri was actually capitalizing on it.
Zeus, rat.
Eventually A's found their footing again, with Lonely giving a kill back over to Zeus, and Alone continuing to spread gold across T1. However, Alone would soon find himself in an unusual situation, facing down a lone Gumayushi that just took 3 tower shots, but Alone stayed calm and focused, and actually managed to lose the 1v1 versus the ADC. A spectacular play all around. One final teamfight at Baron, along with a few fountain dives, would end the game at 22 minutes and 9 seconds. This video is
savage. Another
fantastic game for A's speedrun, and just one more remained. At this point, there was no reasonable way that A's wouldn't get the record, so their final game versus Detonation Focus Me would simply decide how massively they would destroy KBM's record. However, A's ran into some trouble, as DFM started giving over random kill after random kill, and even let Dimitri and Lonely take Baron free of charge. But still being several thousand gold down meant the game shouldn't last much longer. At least as long as DFM didn't do something stupid like, say, take a worthless fight mid, focus all their damage and an Urgot ult onto a Nautilus, then stack on Galio's taunt, all while Gwen is just unloading on everything in front of her, losing 4 members of the team and then Baron. But they'd never do that. Then DFM just decided to back and let A's take their mid tier 2 and bot tier 2 for basically nothing. At this point, it looked like the only way this game was going to end would be if A's forced it themselves. And they would get that opportunity when Steel went for quite the bold engage without either of his solo laners nearby. One last teamfight would finally end the game at 36 minutes and 56 seconds.
And A's won.
An unfortunate way to end an otherwise historic run, but it didn't matter. Even with that slog, their final runtime would be 2 hours, 29 minutes,
oh my god, they broke the record so hard.
Finally beating Kaboom's record from 2018 and becoming the new MSI speedrun world
they
record
broke it
by
so
over
hard.
23 minutes. 2022 may have been a tough year for speedrunners, but it would end in glory for the LLA and Team A's. With 2023 came yet another format change for MSI.
I don't think
Instead of play-ins being a double round robin group stage, it would now be 2 best-of-3 double elimination brackets. As such, the new strategy would be to quickly lose out of 2 matches,
this was the
ideally
Mad
going
Lions
0-2
here.
in both, as winning a game
Don't
would
you
just mean
dare
you need to
tell
play
me Mad
another,
Lions have the
effectively
record.
eliminating the quick
No
win strategy
way.
from the category.
No way.
Now that you could complete the run in just 4 games, it should be much easier to get the record. With this format, there were only 2 runs this year that would be competitive, and the first would come from Vietnam's GAM Esports. GAM's first series would be against NA's Golden Guardians, and while most airport speedrunners would be happy to face a major region team during their runs, as they were the most likely to stomp them quickly, Golden Guardians weren't always the most consistent major region team, and this was their first international appearance ever, and depending on how you count it, their last. Regardless, GAM would make it work, securing a 28-minute and 22-second Game 1, a solid start to their run, but they'd need to keep it up to get the record. Game 2 would be even better, going just 26 minutes and 53 seconds, a commanding way to finish off the first series of their run, but the real challenge was yet to come. You see, GAM's second opponent would be the LLA's R7. LATAM teams were not what you'd like to see when trying to quickly lose, as up to this point, no Latin American team had ever gotten out of the first stage of MSI, and since combining into the LLA, no Latin American team had ever failed to get last place in their group. GAM would meet the challenge head on, but even they weren't able to account for the LLA's unique gameplay. And so GAM would be unable to lose Game 2, forcing them to play a third game which would cost them everything. Despite making history as the first team to ever lose a best-of-5 to the LLA, their final runtime was 2 hours and 31 minutes, 1 minute and 19 seconds longer than the world record. You could see the disappointment in their faces, knowing they failed to get the airport speedrun world record by less than 2 minutes. But 2023 was not over. There was another team ready to challenge Team A's record. Detonation Focus Me. DFM were back to submit their 4th run in the category, the most of any team, and this time they were looking to finally get the record. This would be their first attempt without star top laner Evie. However, the mid laner from the 2021 run, Arya, was back. Many saw this as a downgrade for their speedrun
solo
team,
killed Faker,
as the 2021 run was their slowest, and Arya just got back from a year in Korea, which is widely known for its poor airport speedrunning scene. Regardless though, DFM were ready to give it their all. Their first game was against the PCS's PSG Talon, and it would start off fairly slow, with nothing really happening until 9 minutes in, with a cross-map Jinx rocket into nothing, followed up by a Herald fight that would see both junglers outsmited by an Ahri, and DFM losing 3 players in exchange for a support. Definitely an explosive way to really kick off their run, though PSG nearly forgot to pick up the Herald's Eye, no doubt causing DFM to sweat until Junjia eventually decided that taking the reward for the objective he failed to smite was in fact worth it. A bold TP play and a subsequent Baron fight would close out the game.
Malphite. What's up, Malphite?
30 minutes and 27 seconds wasn't an ideal way to start the speedrun. They had a lot left ahead of them to make it up. However, Game 2 versus PSG would definitely not be where they made back their time. This game was extraordinarily messy, with baffling plays from both teams, and was overall one of the most frustrating games I've ever had to watch. By about 25 minutes, DFM were actually up 6 towers to 1, 13 kills to 2, and had a 9k gold lead, which is a lead most would consider unlosable. However, DFM would be saved by PSG's ADC Woody having a camera lock bug, resulting in a 4-minute pause. This break gave DFM time to relax and reevaluate
There's
their
no
strategy,
way.
so that when they got back in, they somehow immediately lost a Baron fight, giving over 2k gold plus Baron, likely saving their speedrun. Another Dragon, 3 kills, and a Baron given over to PSG would finally level out the gold between the teams.
No way
It was
did DFM
already
lose.
almost 35 minutes in, and it didn't look like DFM were going to lose anytime soon. Going into minute 40 of their game, DFM and PSG would begin posturing for the longest Elder fight in recorded history, walking back and forth, starting Elder, letting it reset, even having Toltu go in, get chunked, back, and TP back just to let Dragon reset again. Eventually, Toltu releases me from this torment by going in deep and starting the most 200 years teamfight ever, eventually resulting in DFM winning and taking the Elder, further increasing the length of this game, purely to torture me 2 years after the fact. Another Elder buff would be required to finally finish the game at 50 minutes and 8 seconds, a horrifically bad game for DFM speedrun, and a colossal waste of 50 minutes of my life. While I'm sure PSG would go on to do great things the rest of MSI, DFM were now seriously at risk of also losing out on the chance to get the record. Though again, the format of only having to play 4 games was certainly doing a lot of work keeping them in contention. DFM were going to have to focus up hard for their second series, which would be against Brazil's Loud. Now up to this point, Loud had an interesting MSI, and if their game mechanics were anything like their real life mechanics, this was going to be tough. Despite these concerns, DFM were ready to continue their run, and hopefully get the record.
Oh my
Toltu
god.
in particular had an incredible game 1, showcasing a true mastery of Scion ult, something he was willing to rely on often. DFM were able to give over Baron less than 2 minutes after it spawned, setting up Loud for a solid, clean end at 24 minutes and 5 seconds, ensuring that as long as game 2 didn't go 45 minutes or more, DFM were going to get the world record. The early game was a bit shaky, however DFM were confident, and a fight around mid lane was all they needed to get their run back under control. A solid Baron skip would continue to quicken their pace, especially since Toltu and Steel decided to 2v5 after the Baron already died, just giving over more gold for free. A final siege by Loud at the 25-minute mark would be the catalyst for the completion of DFM's
I don't think anyone
run,
can beat
with
Ace.
DFM going in one at a time to die, getting wiped in a 5v4 while Croc stayed back to take Dragon. The game would end at 25 minutes and 54 seconds, giving DFM a final time of 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 34 seconds.
Wow, there it
and
is.
finally getting them the MSI Airport Speedrun World Record.
It's held by DFM.
2024 would use the same format as 2023, so the 0-4 strategy was still king. Brazil's Loud, after helping DFM get their record the year before, would start a run of their own that seemed promising, perhaps trying to reclaim the record that was held by Brazil for so many years with Kaboom. Their first series was against China's top esports, and was a pretty good showing from
Top
Loud.
esports,
However,
lol.
maybe because of their inexperience, Loud ended up winning their first game versus Gam, and if that didn't end their run, game 2 and 3 going over 39 minutes and 35 minutes respectively certainly would. But Loud is more of a footnote in 2024, as the year would really be remembered for the other run submitted, and that run would come from the LLA's Estral Esports. Estral had formed quite the interesting team for the speedrun, including the mid, bot, and support from the 2021 Infinity roster that very nearly took the world record for themselves, plus a new top and jungler. The jungler in particular was interesting, as
Don't
apparently
tell
he's
me
like the light
Jose
for the blind
Diodo
or
has it.
something. Their first series would not only be against Korea's one and only T1, but defending world champion ZOFGK, best roster in league history T1. Estral couldn't have wished for a better first round opponent for their speedrun, and they
Damn,
were ready
the
to bring
MSI
their
Blue
all.
goes hard on
Estral's
T1.
choice to 5-man stack top push immediately at the start of the game was certainly unusual, and didn't seem to really pan out, though the crowd seemed to really enjoy it for some reason. This didn't set them back too much, and Estral were able to quickly feed over 3 kills for 1 before 6 minutes. And with first tower falling top to Gumayushi and Keria before 10 minutes, Estral was already in quite the comfortable position. By 18 minutes, T1 had taken 4 towers, 2 dragons, all 6 grubs, and were 4.5k gold ahead. However, T1 themselves were looking unusually sloppy this game, seen when Faker Shockwave finds no one. Yeah. A final Baron fight would see Jose Diodo fail to clear the Baron pit wall with volley ult, get stunned, and then flash over to try and steal the Baron that had already died. This would set up T1 for their final push, which actually looked like it might fail, until 3 members of Estral decided to walk onto an Orianna ball just as a 4th member TP'd onto it, allowing for Faker Shockwave to actually find them all. And with that, the game would end at 25 minutes and 41 seconds, a very solid first game of the run for Estral. For game 2, Estral went for a similar strategy, picking Draven and Ahri again, and being against Cassante, Orianna,
No
and Kalista
fearless
as
draft,
well, it
ew.
seemed like Estral were going to look to play out this game much like the previous one. Cody was actually doing incredibly well this game, fully utilizing Ahri's kit to the best a speedrunner can, especially regarding his charm. With him hitting minions, just plain missing again, and again, and again. Not to mention his ability to die anywhere, even under towers, and even finding new and exciting ways to die with TP. Zothve was also doing incredibly well, and was somewhat of the unsung hero of the group, as seen with him being level 1 with 0 CS almost 5 minutes into
How
the
did we
game,
live League?
compared to
Yeah,
Zeus's
14
level
years
4.
without Fearless
And
Draft.
almost 10 minutes into the game, he still didn't have level 6, despite the bot laners already getting there themselves. Zothve was really on fire the whole game, with him going for a very calculated play, dashing over the wall and then immediately flashing back, ensuring his gold went over to Faker, a truly amazing play that would secure his 5th death of the game. The game looked to be about over after a Baron fight where Estral used everything on Faker while still letting him live. However, Estral made a crucial mistake, pushing T1
Look at the
off
HUD
just
chat.
as they were about to take
It is
Nexus.
just
This was a
better.
pretty brutal time loss, and certainly an unforced error, but all it took was a simple Baron skip to end the game at 27 minutes and 30 seconds. It certainly could have been better, but you really can't complain. Estral would now have to face the PCS's PSG Talon. This definitely made them worry a bit, as the last time an airport speedrunner faced PSG, it went not great. Indeed, PSG were certainly having some struggles this MSI too. And this was despite them facing the behemoth that is Busio's Nautilus.
Busio
This
not
could really
hooking
make or
mindset
break
cables.
Estrel's run, so it was time for them to lock in. Zothve was still very much in his element, and less than 13 minutes into the game, he was already down 1.5 levels, 20 CS, an entire tower including plates, and was behind by 1.3k gold. Zothve wasn't the only one making plays though. Cody had a particularly good one mid-game, where he just stopped on Talia W for the full cast time despite having flash up, and dropping the least impactful Skies Descend ever just as he died. By the late game, Estral were down 4,000 gold, and with Baron up and PSG on Soul Point, they were just looking for a final play to end the game. And it looked like Ackerman may have found it, flashing in on Betty and Maple, using Nico ult followed by Estral blowing Asol and Callista ults as well, killing no one and setting up PSG to dominate the ensuing fight. Unfortunately, PSG decided to not take the free Baron after the fight, opting to reset instead after taking mid-tier 2. Estral tried again with a fight in the jungle near Baron, with Jose Diodo going in on the obvious bait, while Snacker chooses this time to really give his all into killing a cannon minion while his team dies. However, again, PSG was unable to secure Baron. Once more they tried for a fight, this time around Dragon, though Estral is careful to make sure they only go in after giving Hextech Soul over to PSG. During this fight, a lot happens, that's for sure. Once whatever that car crash of a teamfight I just watched ended, PSG finally decided to take Baron. One 12k gold lead and a Baron push later, and Estral's game would end at 33 minutes and 51 seconds. This time certainly wasn't what they were looking for, as if Estral ended up with a slog like that one DFM had against PSG the previous year, they would be looking at the ultimate stumble right at the finish line.
Are people
On the other
tweaking in the
hand,
chat?
If they had a particularly good run, Estral were within striking distance of the first sub 2 hour run, an achievement that was sure to etch their names into history. With all that weighing on them, Estral prepared for their final match of their speedrun, and everything they worked for would come down to this. Estral's plan for this game began in Champ Select, with them picking Cassante for Chile and Caedrel, finally a champ that can handle lane swaps, while Aja picks TF, a champ that really suffers in lane swaps. Only one thing.
Wait, what? How am I brought up? What did I say? What did he say about me? What? Cassante Caedrel? What the fuck? Hello?
Yes. Estral's plan for this game began in Champ Select, with them picking Cassante for Chile and Caedrel,
Chilean Caedrel?
finally a champ that can handle lane swaps, while Aja picks TF, a champ that really suffers in lane swaps. Only once in game, Estral made the genius play of not lane swapping, instead letting Zothve suffer through the range top matchup. But Estral's most stunning play would be topside by Grubs, started by Jose Diodo blindly jumping onto a support and tri-brush, using his Xin Zhao ult to push Wukong into Estral's bot lane, then Zothve TPs in once Jose is basically dead to give PSG another guy to free hit. This is then followed up by a brilliant play that had never been seen before in any airport speedrun, the Ackerman death skip. This was such a brilliant time save that the casters were stunned, especially Jat.
He's looking for two as Ackerman has to dash the wall. Destiny forward by Aperture. That's what Cross got him.
After this historic play, PSG were able to pick up another kill from Snacker and secure Grubs. There was a slight time loss around 15 minutes, though this was due to Genjia's peculiar Herald target, but Cody's TP into Talia ult combo
Wait,
made
so
up
they
for
broke
it
the
quite
record. They
well.
must, right? The
In
video's
fact,
gonna
ulting
end.
it alone worked so well for Cody, he did it again 2 minutes later to similar results. Round 3 didn't work quite as well for him initially, but Estral were quick to get in, fall over, and die, opening up the Baron for PSG along with a nearly 16,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. This would set PSG up to easily push and end the game. It was finally time to see how Estral stacked up. The Nexus would explode in Game 4 at 22 minutes and 49 seconds.
And?
When finally totaled, Estral's runtime was 1 hour,
Oh my
49
god, a
minutes,
sub
and
2 hour
51
run.
seconds spent in game. They had done it. They had gotten the record, smashed the sub 2 hour mark. They even got to the airport faster than Ascension did in their legendary Any % run, and they proved once and for all that LATAM was the king of the category.
Damn.
And it seems like it'll stay that way for some time, as with 2025 moving MSI play-ins to be best of 5s, future teams would need to average less than 20-minute games to challenge the record.
True, wait, they're gonna keep it.
Task. So it seems that for now, Estral reigns supreme.
Wait, they're gonna keep it forever. They're gonna keep it forever. It's a solved speedrun.
So that brings us to today. Estral hold the title, and with the current format of MSI, they'll likely have it for a long time. However, with the start of 2025, Riot would dissolve the LLA, merging it into the new League of the Americas. It's a sad time for fans of the airport speedrun categories, as many of the best regions are now lost to history. The LLA, TCL, LCL, OPL, LJL, so many L's, all relegated to Tier 2 leagues and guest slots. However, despite that, the community lives on, and hopefully the best is yet to come. This was the history of the Midseason Invitational Airport Speedrun World Record. Thanks for watching.
W video. Chat, drop a like on the video, check it out. Alright. That was a good video. Okay, let's get into MSI. Chat, today is the day. Today's a very important day. You might be thinking to yourself, Caedrel, why is it an important day? If you don't know why it's an important day, something's already wrong with you. But today is the most important day. It's not just a day, it is the day. It is the day. It's not a day, it's the day. The day Europe fights. The day that Europe fights for its survival. Against flying oysters in the sky. Flying oysters in the sky. Can we do it? Can we do it? If Koi lose today, will you go bald? No, I will not. No, I will not. Chat, I'm gonna put some pants on. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I got pants on. I got pants on. Yeah! Yeah! EU has not won a BO3 or BO5 versus NA since Worlds 2023. FlyQuest 3 G2, TL2-1, TL3-1. Don't forget TL didn't TL 2-0 Fnatic at EWC as well. So it's actually 6 series. G2 beats Fly at EWC. Oh my god. Wait, hold up. Wait a second. Wait a second. Is EWC where Europe just gets its revenge? Is that it? We just farm recency bias? Is that what we're gonna do? Is that what we're gonna do? Quad had no scrim time and they still barely won. Listen, if EU beats NA at EWC, I really think we should consider counting it. I really do. I strongly believe we should consider it an actual series and say, you know what? We should draw the most conclusions humanly possible from this. We need to draw the biggest conclusions from it. What if they lose? Then, I mean, if they lose, then yeah. Then they lose, you know? Don't need to look, it's not that deep. If they lose, it's not that deep. We don't need to look at it that hard. You will lose at MSI and you will lose at EBC. Yeah, well, you're gonna fucking lose your fucking ability to chat in a second, you little fucking rat. Alright, last ad run now, and then ads after draft, and you're chilling. Deal? I almost closed the stream. Oops.
Something
is coming.
It's building.
Building.
Rising.
Rising.
From within.
From within.
It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
Here.
It awakens now.
Now. Who wins today? Koi wins, buddy. Koi wins, buddy.
Welcome, everybody, to the Pacific Coliseum in Vancouver, Canada for MSI. Yeah, my desk, you can't see them yet. They're already dancing because we have an absolutely amazing matchup today between Movistar Koi and CFO. It is for elimination, though, so the pressure is on for both of these teams. They have a lot to prove, respectively,
Did she just do
to
the Madrilla?
their regions. My name is Shox, and I'm joined here by Raz and Dracos. So we're just missing
Koi,
one
you really
to
need
have
to
the
save
same
Europe.
unhinged desk as yesterday, but I think we can manage.
No, I think we can match it.
We can match. Brad, stop looking at me like you want to slap me in the face again. I
Take
see
your
it now.
headset
Now
off.
that we've unlocked
Take
that
your
door,
headset off.
I'm not taking the headset off, Brad. Brad, no.
Yesterday was a crazy day, so we are kind of going to look back in a special way. I just want to note before we get into this, this is not something we wrote. This is written in the Hupu comments, which is on a website over in China.
What's written?
And we're just talking about it. Anyways,
I love
let's
this.
check out those Hupu
I
comments
love
and see
this.
if we
An
can guess.
important caveat.
Basically, we have to guess who
Whose
this
Hupu
is
is
about.
who?
This is the
Steady,
Hupu
only
comments.
2
So,
deaths in 1 vs
Steady,
5, Worlds
only
mode
2
on.
deaths in 1 vs 5,
Fact,
Worlds mode on.
lost fewer games in 2 days,
in
and Tess
then
lost
Tess
it at first, and
as first.
Day one.
Doran.
Shout out to Tess,
Yeah, shout out
Universal
to-
International
I mean, I'm
Punching
sad they're
Bag.
not here because at least that's one
Yeah,
LBL team
yeah.
we
It's not
could
a
be.
bouncy
but-
comment, that's for sure.
Do you think it's an ex-Test member or something? Is that why?
No, it has to be from
No.
an LPL. I'm thinking it could be like Bin, because there were a few times where he got caught off quite a bit in
Yeah?
LPL.
I can't remember if production is giving us accurate silhouettes or if they're just messing with us. Because last time we did
This is
this, we
too
were
clean.
trying to play who's that Pokemon and not who that Hoopu
This
is
is too
that.
clean. Are we ready to swipe?
But you gotta guess. Is
You
that
gotta guess.
I said Bin.
You said Ben, only
Yeah.
2 deaths, Worlds mode's on.
That's-
Alk?
I'm just going to say
I'm gonna swipe
Knight.
it. I'm gonna swipe it. 3, 2,
2, 1.
1.
Ben, oh my, okay, Raz.
Bean.
That's what I'm talking about.
Nice, nice. Very, very nice.
Okay, you know what? Okay,
I don't know if you needed the
I
extra
was in
chest
celebration mode. I was in
The
celebration
audience is
mode.
also playing, but every point we get is as a
Okay.
group.
Let
Let me go home, let me go home. My house is burning down. Good laning phase, macro-wise needs improvement. This is hard to swallow. Are you able to have a good sleep tonight?
Oh my god, this
What,
is
is
some
this
negativity.
caps or
Good
what?
laning phase,
Yeah.
macro-wise. So,
Let
good
me go
lanes.
home, let me go home, my house is burning.
Bad
Oh,
team
wait, I
fight.
know, I know.
You know?
I know.
I don't
Okay.
know.
There's only one person whose house is burning down in such a catastrophic way and they still look good while doing it. I'm going to say Caps. I think this is Rasmus Winter.
It could be Caps. I think it could be
That's
Caps.
a good guess.
I'm supporting that take. 3,
I like that.
2, 1.
It's never
No!
Jojo
I mean, to be
Pune.
honest, with how good he's been playing, I can't tell sometimes. Caps, Jojo.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
yeah,
We should
fair.
Chad,
check.
you're
We don't have
cheating. You've
actual
seen
rating.
these
I'd love to
comments
know.
on
Oh,
Hoopoo.
that's true.
Probably.
Yeah, we have to find out.
You're
9.2
cheating.
or
Fun,
something.
that's half
Let's
the
move
fun.
on.
Mods ban the cheaters.
Guys, my finger's not that bad. Okay.
Getting soloed,
Getting
Sable,
solo-
mid
why am
instead
I
of
reading
diving
it off
top.
this?
Still
I can
got
just
mentality
read
problem in
that.
game
Getting
5. He's
soloed,
still young.
Sable,
He's more
TP mid
experienced.
instead of diving top. Still got a mentality problem in game 5. He's still young. He needs more experience. I understand you. If I'm
Honkyu?
facing, I would be desperate to prove myself.
Against Faker?
Ooh, is
Why
that
do I-
Honkyu? Is that Honkyu?
Getting soloed, save alt, TP mid instead of diving top.
Still got a mentality problem in game 5.
I feel like it's Honkyu.
Well,
I think
Who made it to game 5? That's easy.
Faker?
Honkyu.
Faker
And
did.
he went up against Faker.
Would they be mean about Faker?
Nah, I think it's Honkyu. I'm interested.
They might be mean about Faker.
It could be. Oh, it's a 50-50 at this point.
It's rare you can take shots at Faker.
Yay!
Raz!
Nice.
2 for 3!
He's doing so well. Oh my
I'm liking
gosh.
this. I'm liking
Honkyu.
this.
I mean, he's playing today. He was absolutely smurfing.
Yeah.
Versus
Honkyu
T1.
versus Jojo.
Talking about
First series
him
at
still
MSI.
being young and needs more experience, I thought that was a giveaway.
Yeah, I thought it was satire, like,
Yeah,
you know,
that's
sarcasm.
fair. That could be.
Perfect KDA, but you lost the game. That's 6 kills and 0 deaths. I would smash the monitor if I were you. I can't imagine how pissed
Caps.
you are after this
That's
game.
Caps.
That must be
That
Caps.
has to be Caps.
Yeah.
One of the sad boy
Yeah.
comments will be Caps.
It has to be. Super!
Oh!
Super!
Well,
Oh, that's
To
insane.
be
When the
fair,
fuck did
is that
Supa-
the game that
Huh?
they
I think
threw?
so. I think so.
Versus
Oh, that
BLG?
was the game
That
they
was a
threw
big
against BLG. You're
crushing.
right.
Because
That was-
Kalista had a lot
There
of
was
kills.
so much tension. We're like, this game's going to go long. And then, 2 seconds later, the game's over. Like, all right.
Oh.
I thought we were going to draw this out a little bit longer.
As for an apt introduction to our matchup, Supa will be wanting to win today, but it's CFO versus Movistar Koi, and our featured matchup is in the jungle, Ayoya versus Junja.
In today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, Elyoya takes on
Elyoya
Junja with
needs to
elimination
smash
on the
today.
line. After winning his first domestic title in 2 years to qualify for MSI, Elyoya and Imkoi put up a decent showing in round
Elyoya
1,
needs to
falling
carry
3-1
hard
to
today.
BLG. There were a few bright spots, but the Spanish jungler will need to step it up if Imkoi wants to stay
Are you
alive
nervous
at
about
MSI,
Imkoi?
And he's going to need to do
Oof,
it
chat,
against
I'd
the
be lying
world's
if I said I wasn't
scariest
nervous
flying
about today's
oysters.
games.
Gone are the days of the LCP representatives being an easy win after a strong performance at first stand and pushing T1 to silver scrapes in the first round. CFO have proven they're a real contender, and they've been led the whole way by Junja. Not only has he won 6 straight domestic titles,
CFO
but
looks
he's
fucking
elevated
good.
his team's time and time
CFO's
again
carries are
internationally.
deadly.
Under his leadership, CFO might just be
I
on the
feel like
cusp
Mirwin
of
has to be the
greatness.
difference maker
Will
today with
Elyoya
Alvaro.
keep his team
I think
alive
top
and kick
support
off a
need to
lower
gap.
bracket run, or will Junja take CFO to the next level?
Top support need to gap, like Alvaro needs to gap
For
Kaiwing.
the Elyoya side of things, he's of course the captain of MKOI. He's got all the pressure on it. He did have something to say after that lost best of 5 versus BLG, and this makes me, I don't want to, it's good that it's realized that they're playing more scared versus these teams, but some teams have this problem forever, right? So we're hoping that this is something that has definitely been overcome going into today's match.
It always sucks when it's your greatest strength in your regular season.
Yeah.
When you are the team that's always
Mirwin
like
can't gap,
fearless,
bro.
taking
Mirwin can
fights
gap.
when you
Let
feel
him
like
cook.
Elyoya is that player
If
that I
EU,
feel like when I
well,
watch, he's
if
like,
Koi
he's gonna play
beats
Zen down, he's gonna
CFO, will you
lure
put
Lee
some
Sin, and he's
respect
going
on the
to
name,
search
chat?
for fights, so when it doesn't happen on the biggest stage, that's when the regret seeps in. So I don't think it's going to be repeated, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I just love it. They all took,
No.
I don't know
Okay,
that they
why not?
lost, don't misconstrue me, but they all were very introspective after that, really saying, yeah, hey, we dropped the ball here, obviously, so we'll see today, but they're up versus a formidable opponent, also in the jungle.
Yeah, Junjo specifically on an absolute tear. I think the center of this team, no doubt, when we look at what they can accomplish. And as we take a look back at one of the plays that they had versus T1 in their game 2, they were already ahead. But Junja, again, the killer instinct we're going to see in this play is something that I'm tracking in this series. If he can bring the same thing to bear, it's going to be hard for Movistar Koi. However, as we get into the play, note, Rise not on vision. This is going to be a simple setup on rest. T1 looking for a quick pick, trying to find an angle to get back in the game. Everyone else on the map pretty far away, and you can also see a very fed Honkyu on the
I don't
bottom
have a
side.
Koi
So if you
jersey,
roll the
chat, I don't
clip,
have
keep
one.
an eye on rest. He's going to be able to outplay here in this gank to survive. Good, barely able to get a Q input buffer off of Q3, but really what's going to matter here is that T1 should be fine walking away here. It's a little bit awkward that you've lost out on the gank, and honestly, CFO don't need to push for more, but Junja sees an excellent opportunity. The TP is called, and again, eyes on Junja. The Q flash you're going to see here is back-breaking for T1. If they walk away from this play, they have a chance to maybe come back, to get a bit more time to get gold on their
I
carries.
don't have an
But a
Oysters
quick
jersey
entry
either,
here,
chat. That would
following
be
up with the
cinema
TP
if
from
I did.
Aurora makes this a clean and easy combo. So as you play out the clip, Clean Q flash. You connect on the rise. The Realm Warp is going to be gone. Bam. Rest is still standing, kind of laughing in their face. And then here is the man of the hour. Hong Q falling up with damage. The rest of CFO instantly collapse. And it's this level of coordination and aggression when they have a lead that can make this team so terrifying. Because how many times have we seen a team on an international stage against an expected favorite get an early game lead and then play scared? It's been the bane of so many teams' existence.
I think mid will be pretty even. I think top will be
seeing how well
mirroring favorites.
Generally executes in the play.
I think that CFO have very strong carries and a good jungler.
His plays. And when he's going
and
for
Koi
the
have
ulti,
very
like,
strong jungle support.
Of course, Aurora following up with a great ulti.
That should
Same with Doggo
shut
and his,
down the enemy carries.
I think they're really good at being able to coordinate team fights.
Yeah, and I think Hongq again is the player that we're looking at. We've seen a lot more from the other players internationally. We know what their highs look like, but Hongq against Faker, dominating in lane phase, looked really solid. When they set him up for success,
you can't tell me Kaiwing is not going to get fucking gapped this series. Like, he just is. That's a big point.
And Jojo got some really good commentary from some of the GOATs, from Faker and Knight, respectively. So that must feel good if you see that.
Especially if, like, you can see them pressuring both Faker
look at
and
little
Knight
Faker's head.
and needing a little bit of assistance. And, like, I remember in that Cassiopeia game, like, needing to have the J4 come in and interact. Like, those things make you realize, yeah, they're playing amazing.
What happens if Koi loses to CFO? Well, my pick'ems are wrong.
And for Jojo, we know that split pushing is something that MKoi specifically has wanted to work on with him. It was laning first, and now it's split pushing. So to get that praise, to get that acknowledgement from Knight, who's a fantastic player on the map, is a big boon to the confidence in this series.
And I can hear you already in Twitch chat. Oh, they're just saying that. They always do this, blah, blah, blah. No, actually, this time, it's the truth.
Yeah.
Okay? And it wasn't
also, normally they're like, he's good, he's a player, I respect him. That's
details.
it. If you give us details, I'm inclined to believe.
Better.
It's not just the normal PR gobbledygook.
It is not. And it wasn't just Knight who talked to us about Jojo. Lore caught up with a former teammate in our Verizon Game Day interview.
Talk to me.
All right, so not only you get to be
at
God,
don't flame us, don't flame us.
A lot of players that you know from Europe, but you also have a former mid laner from NA. Do you have anything that you want to tell Jojo Pyun? What did you think about his development in Europe, actually?
I mean, I did tell him that it's a good idea to go to Europe. I mean, at the beginning, I didn't really, like, he had a okay year in Cloud9, but we were not sure like how many offers he's gonna get, and the moment he got the offers from EU, I told him that he should go there instantly because that's way better to improve in EU than NA. And I think that's what happened. I think he did learn a lot, and it seems like his laning phase just improved, and it was already really strong before. And he seems like a carry player on his team. When we screamed against them, it seems like he was the difference maker. Like whenever they won, he had a good game, and when he had a bad game, his teammates was not really like carrying that much. So I think the team relies on him a lot. Before the split ended, I was telling him that there's no way he makes MSI, and he proved me wrong. So good job to him.
And it's been amazing just seeing him have great lanes, but also be
good
a
job
little more
to him.
When he was in North America, that brother was just going in for like.
Chat, what do we have to do to get inspired back in EU? Like, what do we have to do? How do we get that man to just return? Come on, bro. Please come back. What if we ask nicely, chat? What if we all ask nicely?
I didn't expect it to be John Joseph Pyun, Fortnite aficionado turned global sensation. But beggars can't be choosers. We need him. I got no shame in it anymore.
I take it. I don't care. He says, I will save you, don't worry. A Canadian, sure. Why the hell not? At this point, we'll take anything. And I also think Dracos, we've watched him grow in the LEC. He's my most improved player throughout the year so far, and you could really see this. He had to integrate.
What do you mean he's ours? He's not yours.
But it's great to see that it pans out on the international
When did the trade deal happen? That we got Jojo and you got 20 European players. That's not fair.
Also good about sacking waves. It's a great level of development.
And now in summary, of course, for MKoi,
he has a green card.
#1 seed for LEC.
Chat, I know that if you live in the US, and you leave the US, and you live in like England, you have to pay tax in the US still. That's true, right?
CFO looked absolutely amazing and almost took down the world champions.
If you have a green card, if you get a green card, is it the same thing?
They've been used to doing this. They were beating
you have to pay tax in the US when you're away?
years ago, and those players still have that spirit, right, Raz? So it's a dangerous matchup.
No.
Very used to people counting them out, and it feels like it does not impact, the fandom. In fact, the fandom's always there, and their spirits. Their spirits are always flying high. And anytime you watch them, they're incredibly smart. We just talked about Junja. Yes, their level of play within the game, but also just like whenever you see their team fighting, it's like, no, they're incredibly good. You just need to watch their
Bro,
play
if we lose and fucking driver starts emoting on us, we're so cooked.
A scary team for sure. So let's do predictions then. I haven't gotten a single one right, so today's the day.
I can't even count anymore with how I flip-flopped yesterday, and I think I was wrong on that one.
Yeah.
So
W Shock Strike, W Strikos, W.
Raz,
listen, I'm gonna believe. But Raz, you want to explain yourself?
What do you guys say for yourself?
Guys, you're once again, I think you just are, I'm your therapist. You just lost yesterday. You lost one team.
Yes.
And now you just feel like there's going to be some hope. I'm the reality check here, guys.
You would know, actually.
You have to wake up. You have to wake up. I realized that 2019, and before that, now you guys have to realize that today.
So there's a Canadian right now playing on the Rift, and you're just going to stab him in the back like that in front of all these people?
I gave them 2 games. That was the 2 games. That's JoJo.
Here's what I will say. I think this all comes down to Elyoya in the jungle. Junja is the core of that team. If Elyoya shows up today, he can be the difference maker for this lineup. But at the end of the day, it is a hard series. It is not easy. This will be close.
Yeah, and for me, please, JoJo, we will have allegiance to
All
you
right.
forever.
All right,
Help
let's
us
see
out
it.
Today.
Let's see
we'll
it.
see if Movistar Koi can beat CFO right now.
Let's see it. Oh, God. Just win the first game, at least. I feel like if we win the first game and lose the series, it at least looks like we did something. If we lose the first 2 games and then win a game, and then lose anyway, it just looks disappointing. So at least let's get some momentum early so it looks doable. This whole chat is full of NA fans praying on EU downfall, EU fans praying on EU downfall, and everyone else is just here to hate watch too. Like, that is just it.
Hello everyone, welcome back to MSI 2025 here on this beautiful Saturday morning in Vancouver. We are getting ready for MKOI up against CFO, and I think the big question of the day
W signature
is
from
which
JoJo.
aquatic animal will reign victorious? Are oysters or koi better, Azael?
Oh, oysters are probably tastier.
Yes, so they're going to get gobbled up.
Lost Ratones t-shirt, W, zoom in on it.
Koi fish. I don't know if that's allowed.
I feel like they're a protected
I
species
think
of
so
some
as
sort.
well, so I'm not
Can we
going to
tell
go there.
CFO that as well?
Well, they are the last of their kind. It's the last European team alive here, so maybe they do need that protected class to keep some Europeans around here. We'll see, though. I think it's going to be a really good match. CFO, I do think, is starting to get that respect internationally.
All right, let's see what we got.
Real threat, as they well should. They were great at first stand. They showed that they
Okay,
could take
Jax
down
ban.
both, the LPL, the
Maokai
LTA,
ban
as
against
well as
EU.
the LEC.
Okay,
They
so
won series
every
against
draft I
them
talk
all
about
there.
it,
Of
right?
course, they did
We
then
got
lose the
Rumble,
Gateway
we
in
got
that
Gwen,
best
we
of
got
5
Ari,
later
we got
on.
Talia, we got
They have been
Azir,
a
and we
real
got
threat. You know, they
fucking
almost took down
Pantheon,
T1. That
and
series
we
was
got
also very close for
Vi.
all 5
And
games.
these
So
bans, and we got
I don't
TF.
think
And
that
these
MKOI
bans
should be
just
walking into
happen.
this thinking
These
it's
are all
gonna be a breeze,
playmaking, they're
but
all
I do think it is
tradable, they're
definitely a
all
matchup that they
like
can
fucking
win and should still
TCG
be
cards.
favored.
Yeah, I think over the history of League of Legends, it has been pretty EU favored. 23
I do
to
like
9
Pantheon
if
ban
you
a
include
lot.
Vietnam in the APAC
And if
region,
Hongq plays
across
nice,
the
and if
course
Hongq
of
plays Azir, then
all
just
of League
Azir
of
ban.
Legends, all of LoL esports
And if you're
history.
playing
We're into
versus
draft
JoJo,
4-game 1 Maokai,
JoJo
and
loves
that's taken away by
Azir,
CFO
Talia,
on the blue side,
Ari,
Pantheon and Jax
and that's like his
removed by
core.
MKOI.
Yeah, it is interesting to see both Talia as well as TF up and available. Talia, champion that has been getting banned out very
JoJo
consistently,
Pyun
but I do
say
think
NA
Pantheon
saves
is starting
EU.
to get
I
more
hope
and
so.
more attention. Obviously, is one of these semi-global champions. You know, they are really powerful in the meta currently, but Pantheon has been looking pretty incredible in most of the games it has been
They
coming
banned
out
Vi.
on. So Vi is going to be banned out. Does
Okay,
mean
so
that
there's
either
3
Talia
mids.
or TF are going to be up and
There's
available.
2 tops.
Of course, they're not a
There's
guaranteed
Sin.
first pick, but I think if Talia is
So
up,
there's
it would go
mid-trade,
through for
there's-
sure. Talia is going to be
There's
banned.
Azir, Ari, Rumble,
I don't
Gwen.
wanna
They
see
take
this
Azir away
in
from
game 1. Azir is then
JoJo, so I guess
kind of the
JoJo
mid
is on a
laner that rises in
Ari
priority
duty.
when you think about it. Talia
I
often
think
used
Rumble's OP,
as a
Wukong's
counter to
OP.
the Azir, at least someone that can
I think
contain
Xin Zhao's
him
OP.
a little bit in the early lane
It'll
phase.
just be
Locked
those
in
champs
now for
picked.
CFO.
Really interested to see where JoJo wants to go. You know,
I think
JoJo,
JoJo.
for
I
me,
don't
you know,
think
he's a player
Ari's
who's
been
always
that
so
high
good at those
prio.
meta
I'd be
champions.
very
Yone is
surprised
up
if he
and
goes
available.
TF.
I would really like
Could go
Yone's
Yone,
at
yeah.
20, that
I'd
kind
be
of
very
1-2.
surprised if he goes TF.
Of course, there are many
I
different
feel like
options that
Ari
you
is
can
just
go
good
into
with
Azir. I
junglers
don't
right
think
now.
Kamel's gonna
I
get
think
locked,
Yone is
but
good
these
later
long-range
in
poke
Fearless. He's
champions
gonna do
can
it
be
now.
pretty popular into
I think
Azir as
Ari
well.
and Annie
But to
are
me,
better
Yone, Sejuani,
because you
it
can
fits
eat
the
through
bill.
the 80
It's the kind of
junglers.
style that JoJo wants to play,
And when the
is
80
so
junglers are
good
eaten
at.
like Xin Zhao and
Always
Vi
in
and
his
whatever,
time
then
in
Yone
NA,
can
I
play
really did
later with
think of him
Sedge and
as a
Maokai
melee
and
mid lane
fucking
specialist.
whatever
That,
else.
to me, was his biggest strength. Yes, he is a great laner on range champions
now-
too, but I think this is is his bread and butter. This is how he can really be a game changer. And we'll see if we do get that Sejuani as well, which I think could work well.
Why are you
with
saying
Merwin,
all the names are in caps after caps left
MSI? So
MSI?
flexible, can bring out counter picks. You're on red side, and you could go for one of those double melee setups on the top side.
Yeah, you get good scaling in the
Yone
Rumble is actually going to be big here for
I mean, Koi's draft is kind of fucking broken already. I'm not gonna lie. That is completely OP. Love to see it. Now, Driver is their tank player, so he'll probably play Ornn or Sion or Galio into Rumble. Rest is their carry player.
That's true.
And then Junjia will probably pick Wukong or Xin Zhao. And that is just the draft. Or Poppy. Flex, I guess. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I think Poppy could be a solid answer, but Xin Zhao is going to be the big
wonder
hero
if
for Junja. Has been
Hey!
very good.
They're dropping top.
It's just such a popular
Are they dropping top?
play jungler here. Has
I
a
think
lot
if they
of early
drop
game
top,
power,
they
can
should drop
scale pretty
jungle.
well with the Crescent Guard into the later stages of the game.
I'm very
Also,
surprised if they drop top.
And yeah, wouldn't be surprised at all to see just that Galio coming
There
out.
it is,
It is
Sion.
really popular as
All
an
right.
answer. Instead, it is going to be Sion
Now,
here for Driver.
give me a good jungler, Elioya. Give me a Wukong.
The Gragas, so definitely
Give me a
looking towards
Wukong.
scaling. Already we're seeing
Lost
two very
Ratones
different
jersey.
styles of composition.
Big
CFO
fucking jersey.
are going to be playing front-to-back team fight.
Or a Trundle.
Where
I
we're
like a
gonna be
Trundle.
seeing on the other side, it's going to be about dive. And I do actually like the pivot towards Trundle, so delaying that jungle pick towards 3, I do think paid some dividends. Sejuani, obviously really strong pairing, but when you do see a super tank on the other side,
brown band good.
Trundle becomes a tank himself and is really helping to shred through, which I think is super important, especially when you are playing these double melee top sides, where sometimes you're a little bit light in your composition on tank damage. So Trundle can kind of bridge that gap, and I really like what we're seeing here in the first 3. Honestly, from both sides, it's just 2 different styles.
Yeah, CFO, sorry, obviously going for a little bit more teamfight threat. They have their front line right now. The Crescent Guard for Xin Zhao as well. It gives you a huge amount of area control when you get into teamfights.
When is G2 playing?
Koi will be looking to bypass that area control.
Ooh,
by
I
just
like
getting
Jin on
onto the
4 for
backline with an
Koi, but it's not that good into
with a
Sion. But I feel like,
diving in.
I don't know
Wouldn't be
why,
surprised if they look towards something
Jin
like a
Rumble
Kai'Sa
just
as
makes
well
me
for
happy.
Super, just
It
to
does.
facilitate that dive overall. Brawn banned away by Koi, MF taken out by CFO.
Yeah, the 3 that I always think of as kind of facilitating dive is MF, Jin, and the Kai'Sa.
Isn't
Because
Doggo
Jin
like an
obviously you just
insane
open up, you
Ezreal?
create that
Thoughts on
chaos
Ezreal
when the
ban?
Rumble
Thoughts?
Equalizer comes down.
Isn't
And I
Rakan
do
ban?
think some of these kind of
Isn't
defensive
Doggo like
supports
fucking
do really make
CEO
a
of
lot of sense
Ezreal,
for you
and
to
they have
ban out
Trundle
Braum as well as
Rumble?
Rakan.
Ezreal
Champions that
scares me a
have
little bit.
That ability to protect the backline, that ability to kind of turn fights around and really are tough to
Rakan
actually fight
Braum
through
ban.
does make a lot of
I mean,
sense here. And
stopping
we'll see if
Xayah
it is
Rakan is
going
good,
to
yeah.
be something like a Kai'Sa or a Jin ban, because I think those 2 are the ones that kind of I have my eyes on right now for Supa.
I'll also say, if I'm CFO and I've done my research on Super, he plays a lot more Kai'Sa than he does Jin. He's got 1 Jin game this entire split. He is still solid on it, but
Kai'Sa
Jin
ban.
in EU is not often seen.
Jin on
as
4 is
too good.
nice, but I think they're gonna take Ezreal. You go Jin, they go like Ezreal, Leona. They're gonna just pick
It looks like at the
Alistar.
moment, though, they're going for a little bit of disengage with their support alongside some follow-up engage.
Okay, I
if
mean,
that
Ezreal
Alistar
value
wants to
just
get
went
into the
even
middle
higher.
of the fights.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that getting locked in here. You know, Alistar obviously, very popular. Alvaro, I think, was incredible on it.
Can they
when
play
we saw him the
Renata
other day.
here?
Even in a loss,
Is
which
Renata
I
good
think
into
is honestly
Alistar?
really rare when you are playing these
You have
hard
Sion?
engage style champions and your team is behind. Often you look bad because
Is
every
there a
fight is
Renata
going
lane
to be
cooking?
bad because you're so far down in gold. But he was really able to make things work. To be able to find
Senna.
angles that
Bro,
really
I
were
fucking
giving the
hate
team
this Senna champ.
opportunities to come back in some of those games.
W for EU. Okay, he did go for the
It's
Ezreal.
going to be
Ezreal is
so
1 and 7 at
lots of scaling
MSI.
here on the CFO
Was?
side. I do think we are going to get an engage support because they are lacking some hard engage here. I'm thinking Leona or something along those lines. You obviously maybe are a little bit
is it a
more
Corki
hesitant
on
to go
5
towards
actually?
Rel because that is kind of that common counter.
Corki.
But I do think something like Leona could fit the bill here still. And is going to be comfort for Kaiwing.
This is most played across the course of the split. Currently hovering over the Galio, though. Would go into that supporting role. But yeah,
Jesus, I
Leona
thought
is
they
gonna
actually
be the
were going to
lock
play
in the
Galio
end.
sub.
Keep the Galio
Chat, I'm going to run
up
ads
on
if you're not
in
avoid
the
ads. You can use a tier 1 or a Twitch
best of
Prime.
5.
Subscribe to the channel and
And
support
we'll
the
see
channel.
where
You'll get
Nkoi decides
ads.
to go with their AD
You'll get
carry
no
now.
ads for all of MSI if you sub.
Down,
You
his
have to
pack
don't
low
do back to the game
defensive
shots.
is
Back
gonna
to
be
the
a
game
lot
shots.
of
Biggest.
good wave clear. Can do a lot of damage as
Ooh,
well
the
from range because
Sevier.
of the ricochet during
I don't know if I like
Obviously a
Sevier
different
against
style
Azir.
of kind of assisting in those fights, than something like the Jin
Sevier.
that I was more
I think
anticipating.
Corki's just a bit better,
But
isn't it?
obviously, pop the ulti. You have 4 melee champions
Okay, I mean,
alongside you.
it's
They're
kind
all
of
giving
hard
that
to
move
fuck
speed.
up a
You're
game
hitting
1
people
draft
with
in
ricochet.
Fearless.
And I think the other thing I
There's
will
too
add
many
to
broken
that
champs
is that
in the
Sivir
meta.
plays mid waves way better than a champion like Jhin. I think you do have kind of that infinite wave clear. And when you're looking towards a champion like Yone, you often want to play through sides. So having an AD carry here that has incredible wave clear is going to help shore up one of those weaknesses, is going to give you more time to kind of play through those side lanes and find opportunities there. It can also be a bit of that kind of late game win condition, something that could, you know, deal with the Sion much later on.
Yeah, she does scale well later on.
Yeah, foe, LCP, let's carry Pacific.
Versus Azir, which is why I am not usually as big of a fan of that pick, because you try to come up and auto, and Azir kind of just Q autos you, and you're at half HP.
Okay, let's go Koi, I guess. Casey Fen.
Does give her some safety though in the mid lane as well. That spell
Raider!
some of the non-committal engage from things like the solar flare. So as we expect, we'll see MKoi playing through those side lanes later on in the game. Non-subscribers will see you in about 30 seconds time as we get into game
Is the game losable?
This best of 5. For CFO,
yeah, the game is very losable.
To prove they continue to be a challenger on the world stage.
I mean, think about it. The enemy team has Sion Azir. That is not hard.
Too often in the past about the Mad Lions. Often they're the first hope of Europe to be eliminated. MKoi here looking to change the history books as we make our way out onto Summoner's Rift.
I've said this before. We were talking about, you know, the European teams that were qualifying at the dive, and for me, it's been kind of fun watching MKoi because I do feel like I have
Hongq a good as here? I hope not.
I feel a little bit more of an attachment to, a little bit more like I'm kind of cheering. I have a home team away from home here. Obviously, always going to be cheering for the LCA
He's
teams,
great
but
Azir.
it's been fun to see Jojopian go over.
Right, so they're
to see
playing
his
Ezreal
growth,
Azir Sion,
coming into this
aka
split,
the easiest champs in the game.
You know, was really able to step up and play
in a
and
team
they're
fight,
have a tough challenge here.
or in a 5v5.
CFO, who did look quite
and we're playing
good at first
Seer
stand.
Yone Rumble.
Yeah, in the group stage.
It's okay. We've got a lot of damage.
Everyone did at that entire tournament. Got absolutely blasted by them, and they did have a very close series against K-Corp in the knockout stage.
They did. For CFO, again,
Oysters saved EU in first end. Can they save them again?
I think
yes, they can.
The progression from tournament to tournament is what you really want from CFO. You've got people like Driver, who is in for this game. Rest, obviously, who's on the bench for this game. Hongq as well, the next hope of the APAC region, following the footsteps of people like Maple, who for so long were known as the LCK killers. You know, you look back to Flash Wolves, you look to PSG.
Wait, when did Mirwin
for
Flash?
So long, this region has been a region that, although not coming in as favorites, would often be able to challenge on the world stage.
Absolutely. I mean, they were always kind of some of those dark horse teams that could find ways to make upsets happen. Is not quite able to connect the Zenith Blade. Kaiwing trying to get pretty aggressive there,
his flash.
Sweeping out that early ward. Trying
now,
to
for those of you who might be new to League of Legends and thinking, wow, Europe's at World at MSI.
Couple boomerang blades, so Doggo is the one kind of taking the bad end.
MKoi used to be called Mad Lions, and every time they went to an international event,
here, that sweeper early to
was the most disgusting viewing experience you could ever witness in your life. Is that curse gone?
Feeling the pain of
well,
a ranged into melee matchup in the mid lane.
Actually, they did almost beat Damwon in 2020.
We saw him play this Yone here at MSI.
Yeah,
that was pretty good.
I mean, it's just going to be about
but then it went downhill from there.
Preserve your life total to be able to farm the wave when it's in a decent spot. And you kind of have to really know in these matchups, okay, what minions do I actually have to give up? What minions can I fight for? Because if you try to fight for every minion,
maybe it is just
1647
living in my head rent
you'll
free.
actually get way less CS as a result. So you have to really decide which ones are too dangerous to go for. Of course, he is going to be playing Fleet Footwork. He's going to be playing Second Wind. He has a D shield, so he is as defensive as you can get. And has held onto this potion, but of course also as you get level 3,
show me.
It gets a lot more easy to trade back. This is considered a matchup that is pretty Yone favored as you start getting more levels, as you start getting more items, because it gets very difficult for Azir, you know, when you just go in with your E, go for the soul inbound, you just start taking these trades, and Azir's only real recourse post 6 becomes ult you away, but then you just snap back, and now all of a sudden you don't have that for the next
so we have
trade.
2 losing lanes.
Your own fate seal to follow up, even if
all good, we pat away from them.
Gap is
not my lane, not my problem.
Hongq on that Azir. Meanwhile in the top lane, but the lane is just trading. Driver will be pushed in early by this Rumble, kind of to be expected. Driver, the tank player for CFO. He and Rest kind of switch duties in the top lane, often Rest coming in for
I think let's not put the camera in mid lane. I don't think there's a point, is there?
Yeah, they have been very active.
Let's just keep the camera in
top.
top.
Actually swapping back and forth, but interestingly enough, you know, it wasn't actually Driver that did play the tank in that final game against T1.
Jhin just looking for a gank down towards this bottom side. Alvaro does have the aftershock on. When becomes lightning is going to
nice. Alvaro saved this Q.
Not too much more going on there. Jojo dashes onto Hongq, but doesn't connect.
Yeah, we'll pretend that didn't happen.
Q3, and so Hongq would
There's a lot of things you just gotta pretend when you watch Europe.
Jojo, though, going to be pretty happy about how things have gone You know, obviously the first couple levels he got pretty low in HP, but he has been
Oh,
able
yeah,
to trade back
crossing the
very
whole map,
consistently,
try and take a
going
crab
into
that
soul
is
inbound, and should be
definitely
able to
gone.
actually reset this wave. So I think Jojo going to be really happy about how this kind of first laning phase has gone thus far.
No, he wants to kill his respawn.
A couple more minions
All
will
good.
be there for Hongq to pick up, but we're dead even right now at the time that Jojo is basing. Like, you are laughing if that's how it's going.
Very happy with
Did
how
that
this
Sion just
early
start
sequence has
dancing?
gone. He jumps onto Hongq as well, just to try and stop him from being able to freeze this wave.
Nice
Stop
damage,
is back
Jojo.
quite late though, so it's about 6-7 seconds of time wasted there for Jojo.
It is, like, that's the con, but the pro is that Hongq TP'd back and is now half HP,
Yep.
right? So if you can actually get in a good trade after your opponent TP's back, but before
Get the
you
cannon,
base,
Jojo,
you
get the
then
cannon.
come back, now you're in full health, so now Hongq is going to be in an
Yes,
awkward
he
spot.
gets the cannon.
He has
He-
no potions, and I do think
Jojo
that
with
Jojo's
the
going to have
London
an
build.
opportunity to potentially
3
lane lock
daggers.
him here, where, you know, you are going to have to take a maybe really bad base.
It is going to be tricky for Hongq. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Junja and Kaiwing just coming towards that mid lane to make sure they get a push out. Especially, like, we're seeing so many swaps around the 3 to 6 minute mark from these bot lanes.
Already
You can
surrendering.
put the Rumble behind as well. Driver's doing a good job against Mirwin in that top side, but if you have a little bit of time in a 2v1 into the Rumble, Sion deals with that a lot better than the Rumble ever will.
Absolutely. I mean, both these guys getting very, very low, but Hongq has got to be careful. Junja is
We need
around.
some help
That
in
ward
mid.
will critically
Okay,
spot him
spacing.
for Jojo. You can see Hongq realizes, you know what, I'm getting so low, and there's potential dive.
Flash away from Mirwin.
Hang on a second.
Survives through the unstoppable onslaught. Driver's going to eat
My
a frame
Rumble
splitter
is
on the
getting
backside, but
doven by
someone
Sion
for an
top.
ultimate exchange in favor of CFO.
Yeah, really nicely done. Driver's actually
How?
opened up a pretty big CS
I've-
advantage
yeah.
as well, which you're not expecting to happen early on in this
1v1?
matchup.
Why?
Mirwin is just going to use the ulti on the wave, so we'll see if Driver does stay around. He has not yet based, so he's just going to stay around, collect the wave, but he is going to be
Why is
up
Rumble
2
losing
full
this lane?
waves. Pretty much here in the early levels, which is a bit concerning. I will say, though, it's not as big of a deal to be falling a little bit behind when you do at least have different damage types here from your soul laners, because, yes, you're going to have to be building MR against the Rumble, but then you can put Jojo in the side lane against him later on. You know, he does some magic damage, but obviously is massively physical, and is going to make it a lot more difficult to itemize for Driver, who's actually going for a really interesting build. He's actually just trying to slam him in the 1v1. He's going
How much
Swifties.
damage will this Sion take? Let's watch.
Teleports back here while Mirwin's going down towards the bottom side. No unstoppable onslaught, does have the flash. The trample looking for the stun
There's
here
no
from
armor,
Alvaro.
don't
As Super
forget.
begins to open up. Driver's still very
has
healthy,
zero
even though
armor.
he hasn't built any health just because he's Sion, and he will be able to walk away. Half HP though, and with
Okay,
Elioya
good
on
chunk
this
though.
side of the map,
That's a good
things could
chunk.
get tricky for
Any
Driver.
divers? Any
I think
divers?
he's going to be regretting the buy now. You know, you go Swifties to obviously be able to shrug off some of the slows.
Aha, Europe might not be good at laning, but we're good at stopping the lane, so we're not laning, and then you have to lane against different players.
Early subjugate possible from Elioya. There it goes as they look
One
for
shot.
Driver under the tower.
W
No
dive.
escape. Alvaro tanks it
Big
perfectly,
dive.
and MKoy are on the board.
Nicely done by MKoy. They really punished Driver. Over-aggressive on the teleport. He didn't have to actually TP on the
Mirwin
wave
backs
there.
up.
He could have waited. You know, obviously you have to know the lane swap is possible.
I mean,
and in
Sion
those
is
situations,
dying,
you're
but he
going
is
to get
getting the
punished
gold from the
TPing like
creeps,
that.
and the
Had he
gold
TP'd
is
straight to the
also
tower,
going to
been at full health,
CFO
that
on the
dive is gonna be,
plates.
at the very least, much more difficult to pull off.
Is that dive
But
worth it?
MKoy able to
I mean,
punish,
they had
get
to do it,
Mirwin
so
out
it's
of
not
what
like
was
they
a
had a
difficult
choice, really, was
1v1,
it?
and are able to get the first kill on the board.
CFO
Oh yeah,
doing well on
Jojo,
the
I
other
see
side
it.
of the map though, denying Mirwin any of the farm. Mirwin did back all the way away, not actually even trying to step up to the tower, knowing that he was undermanned on this side of the map. But you can see about a 20 CS lead for Driver in that top side. And even a lead for Doggo on the AD
Didn't want the
carries, at
grump,
least in
all
terms
good.
of farm, although he is about 150 gold behind because of that first blood from Super.
Yeah, absolutely true. I do think mid lane, though, going very well for MKoy. Of course, it is not a big CS advantage by any means, but the Azir
Jojo's
is
going
to
even.
struggle, and CFO are going to move
I'm
their
just
bot
concerned
lane
that-
over towards mid
Nice,
here.
no
I think they
cancel.
want to be in the area for the grubs. They're going to send Azir
Mirwin
down to
is
bot.
just concerning
He will
me a
not
lot.
teleport, but neither... Well, actually, Mirwin does. Jojo's not going to be the one to answer, so MKoy will have the potential extra man if Mirwin can look for a TP angle, and we'll see if they even want to fight this, because they are a little bit late to show up, and it's going down pretty quick.
Yeah, first grub already gone here for Junja. Alvaro and Super
That's
trying to come
real,
across.
Jonas
Driver
here.
is there to
Jonas in
defend,
base,
as are
tunnel,
Kaiwing and
just
Doggo.
give.
Elioya on the red buff right now. Super was looking
Almost
for
a
the steal with the
steal.
boomerang blade, but can't find it. CFO seem to be happy with just getting the objective, the feat of the neutral objectives there from the grubs. We'll leave one left up.
Honestly, nice bluff by the MKoy bot lane. They kind of just walked forward, and I feel like CFO was respecting a little bit too much. They don't know that Elioya is still on the red buff. They're just assuming, oh, well, if you're walking forward, the rest of your team is here.
Nice.
They didn't want to try to force any sort of fight. Junja
We
had
just
already
need
used
to
his
wait
smite, of
for
course,
Blade
so
of the Ruin
didn't want
King.
to just stay around, have that stolen away. But at the end of the day,
but
it
it's
is
like,
going to be, as you say,
let's
that
just think
objective
about it.
defeat is
CFO have
taken,
2
but
grubs to
not gonna
1.
be able to
They
get
have
the void
first
knights
Drake,
on, which
and
is
they're up in
always
gold.
really nice to be able to add
And
in.
they're playing Sion
Does mean
Azir.
CFO are only one objective away from having that objective feat complete. Obviously, yet to pick up any kills. MKoi currently sitting at 1. Kaiwin looking for Mirwin. Will land the Shield of Daybreak, but much ado about nothing as Mirwin can just walk away from that one.
But Trundle can ult the Sion in fights. Jojo can match the Sion on side lane. And Superstar is scaling.
Farm from range if it's ever in a tricky situation for him.
That's
going to be A-okay
the good
there,
news.
Absolutely. Doggo going to continue to farm, but Super going to be happy about his position as well. Does have the call. Is going to be working in towards
and rumble
that
the wave
Yuntal,
if you're
very
scared.
likely
All
has the
good,
first
all
item,
good.
And is just going to be continuing to keep him kind of locked under that tower as much as he possibly can. You know, having first move there towards the sides is going to allow MKoi to be a little bit more aggressive, but
they're not going to scale to the
clearly
airport.
feeling the pressure yet. They don't seem like they want to posture that aggressively. There is really good scaling on the other side, but
no blade on Yone yet.
Trundle all scale incredibly well also. So
Alvaro Alistar will carry. You're right. You're right. He's right.
And aren't really feeling any pressure as a result.
Right.
Yeah, I think
just let Alvaro Alistar cook. Look at, I've got a banana.
Advantage as the game goes
I will
longer,
eat the banana.
So if they scale evenly, they should be able to gate out MKoi from certain avenues of approach. For MKoi though, they do still have the damage if they can get on top of the enemy, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like they have really good ways to do that, right? You pop the Sivir ult, someone gets Trundle pillared in, all of a sudden there's the equalizer on your head. There's, you know, an Alistar flashing in. There's the Yone all coming through. So there's a lot of ways to circumvent those issues, but definitely I think it is going to be, you know, front-to-back advantage for CFO, but MKoi are going to be able to have the opportunity to circumvent that by coming from different angles, by looking for really explosive engages, and by playing through side lane with Jojo, who, you know, has that early Vamp Scepter, is going to be working in towards that Blade of the Rune
Eat the
King.
banana to
Didn't
summon
feel
the
pressured
Yone
enough
banana
to
combo.
sidestep for, you know, a Null Magic Mantle or anything like that, and so he is going to be kind of in a really good spot right now in that side lane. I just feel like no one is going to be able to answer him that effectively in the 1v1. You're always going to need some sort of coverage for that Azir if he's going to be the one there.
Yeah, really agree with
That's
you
a
there.
dead Sion.
Elioya looking for Driver up towards this top side.
Pillar.
Talk about just how powerful he can be. Great pillar. Driver
Okay, that's a no flash
away
Sion.
will burn that summoner. Honku down towards the bottom side. Not really much going to happen down there, but these two junglers are the two highlight players really for me out of these two teams. Elioya, best jungler in EU. Can't say best in the West because Inspired exists, but definitely the best jungler in EU right now. Domestically, not as dominant as I think he would like to be. And you look on the other side, Ginger, domestically the dominant force.
Yeah, why are you being annoying? Sion no flash.
How do you win in the LCP? Well, you sign Junja, and then the rest kind of handles itself, it feels like. This guy has just been insane. He just wins every single time in the LCP. Has clearly been the best player in the league, just period, point blank. There is not really much of an argument around it. It's
Rumble
not about
is
best jungler,
getting
it's
cooked.
about best player, and this guy has just been so
Oh yeah,
dominant,
Jojo.
so consistent.
Nice,
for the team.
Jojo. Nice. Good,
With
good,
Honku
good,
there,
good, good,
forced
good,
to use
good,
the
good,
ulti
good.
defensively. This is what I'm talking
No
about.
ult on
And now
Azir.
next time that Soul Unbound is up, he still has the Fate Sealed, he still has that ultimate, and
Talk
then
to me now.
Honku is going to have to just back off, or you're going to get constantly chipped
Superstar
down.
pushes
Jojo's
mid,
gonna be
dog
healing
goes
back
out of
up off that
position.
wave, and this is why this is
Dog goes
considered
out of
a matchup.
position.
And
He's
it's
going to
really
eat a
good
wall.
timing as well for MKoi to get that ultimate out with
Timing
the
is
dragon
good.
being up, with CFO having already
Maybe
picked
they
up
can
the
push
first
bot
Drake in
here.
the game, stopping them from getting the stack
Good
is
sequence so
always
far by
important. Even
EU.
if you scale evenly with your opposition,
I don't know
you
about
just don't
doing
want to
it,
give them
but sure, let's do it.
opportunities
Fuck
to
it, let's see what
force you
happens.
into a fight if you don't want to take it. And by
I
getting
don't know
the
about
second
doing
Drake,
it, but let's do
you
it.
make sure that CFO can't force you into a soul point fight
Azir
too
ult.
early. Jojo coming across the TPs come out from
Back the
Honku
Qs.
down towards that bottom side. Kaiwing with the Sun, True Shot Barrage going out as well as Ginger
Easy
looks
dragon.
for the sniper, can't get it. Honku looking for the
Easy
flank
dragon.
here as Jojo goes forward, flashes
Nice,
away
no
from
flash,
CFO.
Leona.
Ginger in with the Crescent Guard, and they
He has
dive
no
onto
road, he has no
Elioya,
road,
but
he has no
Elioya
road, don't be
deals
scared.
So much with the subjugate and survives by flashing out. MKoi on the retreat, but CFO won't find anything more.
MKOi's still going to be pretty
That's a
happy
free
about
dragon,
that at
and
the
that's
end
a
of the
volume
day.
increase.
I mean, that was Honku TPing back, dropping
That's a
the
volume
wave bot
increase.
lane, running straight to
Mirwin
the dragon.
pressuring top as
But they
well.
were too
Big
slow
W.
on the setup. MKoi had already knocked it down. There was no ability for Junja to actually get in there for a smite steal. Yes, you get the flash
You
out.
have
Yes,
no
you get the heal
damage.
out. There
Shut
are
up.
some little advantages there. But at the end of the day, MKoi got what they came for. Going to be really happy about it.
Keeping the game even through this early game as well. Super trading onto Doggo here, who, again, it's the arcane shift of the Ezreal. You can be so much more aggressive than on other AD carries. About a 500 gold lead for CFO through this early game, coming predominantly through Driver on the top side, who still has that 20
Damage
CS
is a
lead over
fake
the Rumble.
stat.
Mirwin has now finished his Liandry, so maybe that will start to swing a little bit. But
all you
Driver
need
going Force of Nature
is a
first
mouse,
makes
a
it
keyboard,
really
and a
hard
dream.
for Mirwin to get through him.
Yeah, going Force of Nature, not going to be going Caedrel Rooker, and I feel like that is much more common in these matchups, so it is interesting. He clearly has his own kind of approach here.
It's really
but now,
movement speed driven.
Yeah.
Boost of swiftness, Force of Nature.
I mean, it's very aggressive, right? You know, they are tank items, but it is aggressive. You want to be trying to chase him down, you know, be able to stay on top
Your
of him.
dream is
Look
to
for
go
those
home.
aggressive
No, it's
trades,
not.
But now he is going to be laning up against Jojo. And when Jojo gets the Blade of the Rune King and you're on full MR, not that armor is going to help you that much, but obviously it feels not that great to have spent all this gold.
He will get
I
some
can see
movement
the
speed out of
cigarette
Force of
cooking.
Nature, though, because of the
I can
auto
see
attack
it.
from Yone. Yeah, true. You know, he'll be able
Cigarette
to run
looks
away
great.
from the Yone, perhaps, on occasion. For the moment, though, pretty even between these two teams. We see Alvo pathing up towards Honku on this
Isn't
top
that the
side.
skin
Does
that
have
Deft
the
uses?
flash. Alvo looking for those
It's
gank
literally
paths. Great
super
vision
usually
control from
Deft.
CFO. Elioya
Ah,
going
yes,
down
gank
towards
the
bots
sound
as
again.
Driver no longer has a flash of his own. Does have the unstoppable onslaught and could just walk
Big
away
damage.
for now. Junja coming across. Unstoppable onslaught goes in. Elioya's going to get knocked up with the decimating smash. Subject coming out as well as Elioya has no flash, but look at him bonking down Junja. Crescent Guard comes out. Junja in the middle of his own ultimate will survive. Face seal from Jojo Pun. Junja flashes away. Jojo flashes back, but Driver gets the double.
Nicely done there by CFO. Driver walking out with a double kill as they chase in so deep.
Look at Jojo
Elioya
Pun's
has
items.
no
Look,
flash, so
everyone's
he just says,
eyeballs
"You know
on
what, I'm gonna try to
Jojo's
fight
items.
my way
What was
out. I'm gonna
Jojo doing in
stand.
bot? He
I'm
was
gonna
waiting
get
for
that lethal tempo.
Blade on
Stacked
base.
up as it looked like he had.
What did we
And
do?
was just
We
whacking
fight without
away, but
Blade.
couldn't actually
What
quite
happens?
get the kill.
We died.
Jojo was going
We
in for the
died.
initial trade with the soul and bound.
And now
That
look what he has.
expires. Elioya is still kind of in there briefly by
So
himself.
why the fuck
in
are we
1v2,
fighting then?
And as a result, does get
Yone,
knocked
don't
down.
do damage.
Very close
And now
fight,
they've
as we're
broken
gonna
the
see
stream.
it one more time as gonna jump out of that.
We could see the first 5 frames one more time. After that, it's PG-13. You're not allowed to watch it unless you have an adult
How it actually
supervising
looks
you.
for the pro players, you know, it's just in slow-mo.
Their reaction speeds are just
Yeah.
out of this world. It's like
Why
the
can't we
Flash
just wait?
trying to-
No, the
Why does
reaction's
everyone have to
actually really
tweak?
slow. It's just the game's even slower.
Okay, that
you know?
makes sense.
Yeah.
Explains why I've never got past Master.
Exactly. You're not playing on the pro mode.
Exactly.
If it was slow-mo like that, actually, I'd probably be even worse.
Yeah, so would
I don't think that would help
All
me.
my muscle memory would be out the window.
But it would take like 4 hours to play a game. That would be terrible.
Oh, yeah, true. A 2,500 gold lead for CFO as they picked up the Rift Hold as well, which gave them the objective bounties that they wanted. So they've got those boots upgraded, as you say. Yeah, the top tower being taken
Guys, we
by
have
Hongsu and
scales,
Kaiwing,
so
who
we
are
can scale.
shadowing Mirwin to make sure that he couldn't clear out the wave. MKoi now not as comfortable with this position. A couple of moments ago, 500 gold difference, that's fine. Now you're looking at 2,000 gold in the hole. First items are starting
Bro, if we
to
get
come out,
trioed
but
in this series,
the sequence in the bot
the
lane
Reddit
really
comments will be
switched
like,
things on for CFO.
disband the
It
LEC,
did
give the
feel
slots
like
to
it was just a
LCP
really
and
good punish
LTA.
there, you know, from that missing flash, and maybe a bit of an overcommitment there, you know, from Elioya. He kind of stand and fought, and Jojo obviously there to try to back him up. Is going to be able to just snap back. We'll see if he can actually chase after him, though.
Jojo's just dead!
Yeah, we'll take Inspired back. You can have Jojo deal.
Second off cooldown. Didn't quite come up, and great play from Honkyus.
You can have Jojo, we'll take Inspired back.
Pops the Unbreakable will flash away from the Zenith Blade, but still caught by it. Super's now running for the hills as Kaiwing continues to chase him. The Ignite down into the flash shield of Daybreak. Wind becomes
Oh,
lightning.
Super!
Ginger looking for it, but
Did he
Elioya's
dodge
still
since
got
RW
Kaiwing.
in the stun?
Honku coming in from the
And he's
side as
outie.
well as Elioya tries to get away. He's
Not
gonna have
bad,
to
that's
flash.
one back. That's
Alvaro
one
falls
back.
back to the base as well.
That's one
Meanwhile,
back. There's
on
my
the
EU
bot
top
side,
laner, baby.
Driver
Cook his ass.
is absolutely decimating Mirwin, even with the equalizer down. The roar of the Slayer and the Soul Furnace. Driver brings down the axe and gets the solo bolo.
Nicely played by Driver, waiting out the scrap shield there, cancels his auto, so he's not spending that damage into the shield. As soon as it expires, goes forward, knocks him down. They even have the Herald in the
Technically,
mid lane.
I'm a
CFO
British citizen,
is getting out of control
and Brexit
now
happened,
in this
so...
game one, playing with tempo
So what's
so
my
incredibly
region?
well. Look at top lane also. Honku is already ahead.
What
He's
the
gonna get
hell?
Tier 2 solo gold off of this.
What the
Nobody's
hell?
even
When
moving
does
to
the UK play?
respond from MKoi. Instead, they're going to head towards the Dragon here, but it's only the second
Just
Dragon.
disband
and
Europe at this
CFO is
point.
gonna
Just
get
disband it.
monstrously up in gold.
Just disband it.
Dazed. MKoi are on the ropes right now. They're trying to find anything they can on the map, but CFO are just landing jab after jab. Driver's going to step in here. Doesn't have the unstoppable onslaught. Jojo jumps onto Ginger.
Wait, don't disband it yet. Don't disband it yet. Wait, hold, don't disband it yet. Keep the countries.
The Doggo jumps across the wall and has to do arcane shift away. Honku looking for that flank. Solo player flashed away from Hongkyu needs to be a little bit careful. Decimating Smash hitting the Zenith blade just short. The Rhyolites from Hongkyu is going to get the slows down, but
nice.
MKOI will be able to retreat a spy.
Nice.
Yeah, Hongkyu comes in a little bit too late to really make a big impact in that fight, but he's already on 2 fully completed items, plus the tier 2 boost at 18 minutes. This guy is ridiculously strong. And again, guess what? You get away, but no one's going to be able to answer him bot. It's more
is my name
solo
Andrew?
gold here given over to Hongkyu. He is getting ridiculously
because I'm reading into game 1 too much.
All the difference so far in these early minutes of game 1. It's a 2.4k gold lead for Driver in the top lane. It is 1.6k now as well for Hongkyu in the mid lane. And it's really been the top side for CFO that is making all the difference, as bot lane's just kind of been a farm fest. I mean, Supa's doing fine, but they haven't really been involved in much.
And Hongkyu,
I would personally say Koi lost this game.
He was 6 when Faker won his first championship and was able to stand tall.
It wasn't won by CFO, it was lost by Koi.
On this week. Now he's showing us just how much impact he can have on this Azir as well, being 1.5k.
P1 and BLG fans are sitting there like,
and that's not from
can you just get 3-0'd Koi so I can watch my teams play? No, we can't, okay? Shut the fuck up. We'll get to T1 BLG in a minute. Let us try and survive here. Oh my god, I'm LCK LPL fan. We only made it to finals at Worlds and we didn't win. I'm so sad. We can't even win a series, you fuck! Shut the fuck up! We can't even get out of groups! Oh my god, my team only came second! Shut up! Your team will play soon, idiot!
Tower top side, that gives over feats, and every time it feels like MKOI has been going for a play, Hongkyu has just been getting gold in the side lane, getting further and further ahead. Then he's able to find a solo kill, a punish on a JoJo.
We can't even beat NA anymore. What's happened?
And just building these incremental
EU international results in the last 6 years.
I'm pretty concerned for, though.
Looking like my solo queue account.
Scaling champion.
What the fuck
very
is
far
this?
behind in the 1v1 early, and Driver has just been slamming home that advantage.
Driver's been having a whale of a time on this Scion, living up to his name.
They're not whales, they're oysters.
That's going so fast, no one's going to read that I pray for a CFO 3-0. Wunder lol on Twitch, verified. Okay, well, it's fucking...
on a good flank position, and Hongkyu dives in immediately with a solo player coming out. JoJo is deceased, and now Alvaro might suffer the same fate. Hongkyu looking for that flank, isn't going to go for it. Alvaro has to pop the ultimate, and CFO will get the kill and get the Autocon as well.
Yeah, just great vision control, great placement here from Kaiwing, you know, sitting over. It is this ward that really kind of made all the difference up on that top side. You know, he sees JoJo approaching, he's in that side brush, they control the vision, he goes immediately in. Honkyu's there to follow up, no chance for JoJo to get anything done. And MKOI really starting to kind of lose their positioning in this game. Nearly 5,000 gold down now. You lose the dragon, so now you don't even have that soul win condition kind of in your back pocket.
But I think this is also the reason that we're so high on CFO as a team. They don't just try to fight at every opportunity. It's 8 kills in 21 minutes, and via smart map movements and good lane assignments, they have this 5,000 gold lead. MKOI obviously gifted them a little bit with that bot lane play, but that was more Junjo reacting really well in my eyes than MKOI making too big of a mistake.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Is this whole tournament scripted to make EU look bad?
Really good team. People have, as I said, kind of stood up and took notice of that fact, and we're looking for an engage now.
Decimating Smash won't land as Super pops the ultimate to try and escape. Elyoya in from the side isn't going to be able to find too much more, so it's an unstoppable onslaught for an on-the-hunt exchange there. And MKOI are getting forced out of their jungle. Junjo looking for Jojo Pyun, who's a level behind in this mid lane matchup. And now the more of this jungle you deny, the harder it is for MKOI to get back in the game. You can see Elyoya already about 27 farm behind. Junjo has a level advantage.
Can we just
has
stop
2
MSI and move to
on
EWC?
that top side. It's going to be so tricky now for MKOI.
The series isn't over.
I mean, when you're looking at
it's game 1, buddy.
You're looking at the item completion.
Relax,
look
relax.
At it. It's 2 items, 2 items, 2 items, 2 items. Over on the other side, only Supa actually has his second item, right?
Relax,
so,
relax.
It is going to be very difficult right now. I think if you're MKOI, there's no way you should be fighting, until at least you have those second items. So I feel like they should just be giving up this next dragon. It would just be the second one for CFO, so they don't have to worry about soul too much. Try to play through side lanes, give time for JoJo to get that farm. Maybe look for picks in those side lanes, try to make cross-map plays, because objective bounties are spawned. So if CFO sent everyone down to grab this dragon, and you can take the top lane tier 1, grab that bounty for JoJo, that is a very positive play for MKOI, and
what
they
does
really have to just
Koi
say,
do to win this game?
We've got good wave clear, we have Rumble ultimate.
Well, I'm gonna keep it real. My Rumble is 160 CS at 23 minutes, 0-1-0. And enemy Scion has 5,000 health and is 2 levels up. So we're gonna have to start by unplugging Sion's keyboard.
Dogger looks for the true shot barrage, doesn't land through that spell shield
No,
from the
it can't win. Look at solo lane items.
Second of the game,
Look at them.
is
Just
the name
look
of the
at the
game
solo lane
in
item diff.
this one.
It is fucked.
And, I mean, will really help with later game fights if you have that extra damage reduction. Especially with something like a Scion, it's going to be so hard to get through him. I think Super really needs that Lord Dominic's regards at some point if they're going to be able to get their way through this tanky top laner.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, realistically, when you're this far behind this early, the way that MKOI would win this game is if it goes really, really long, right? Like, we're looking at, you're hoping then for a 35-minute game. You're hoping that it comes down to Baron, it comes down to Elders, it comes down to those later stage fights, because I don't think MKOI is going to be in a position to take fights earlier on. Honkyu already has a large rod, grabs another Amp Tome, so he's probably going to be working towards his Zonias, I think, which makes a lot of sense when you're looking over at a 4 melee team that is trying to dive. I do think Rylai's is always great tech when you are playing against this many melee champions. It makes it really difficult, and then you try to use those tools that you have to commit in, like the Yone ult, and all of a sudden he goes into the stasis. That gets kind of deflected as well, and it becomes very, very difficult then to be able to punish these long-range backliners that you have to deal with, or they will just slowly chip you down.
It's the range disadvantage we talked about from drafts, right? If CFO get ahead, how do you approach as MKOI? Where's
like,
your
what
true
actually can you do as
engage?
Koi?
Just a Yone jumping in, Equalizer into a Fate Seal.
How many towers have Koi gotten?
Backline. And even then,
for Alvaro.
0.
I mean, Alvaro has been an absolute beast this MSI. But even this might be a little bit of a road too far.
Alvaro smurfing, maybe.
Alvaro,
Alvaro.
As they try and turn it around, but with the unstoppable onslaught,
Damage.
To distract MKOI. Should be able
nice.
To get the Scion
Not
here.
nice. Not nice. 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 That's a volume increase. 8.
There you go. Pray to Alvaro comes over the wall there, is able to help turn it around.
Alvaro.
And that is massive. Not only do you get a big shutdown, it goes onto your Sivir exactly where you want it. And now they can even push forward here. Maybe
an
take
objective
the tier 1 off
bounty.
the back
What
of
the
that.
fuck?
And
That's
just
not
like
an
that,
objective
the gold
bounty.
lead
That's bugged.
becomes much more manageable.
Not bad.
We're talking about 5K. Now it is
We
under
rely on
3K
Superstar
here.
Sivir. Okay, I see it.
So
I
much
see it.
better now.
Okay,
and Supa's going
I
to have
see
a
it.
ton of gold in pocket. He may have a third item here very shortly.
It's just such fortunate timing for MKOI. Obviously, CFO step up a little bit too far on that top side, but look at how much vision there was for CFO on this side of the jungle, and none for MKOI. Baron was about to spawn. If CFO had delayed it a little bit, they could have got the Baron relatively safely. Now they're going to look for it as a bit of a sneak attack. Mirwin coming in from the side, doesn't have a ward on his warding totem, it seems.
Right.
Alvaro's going to walk forward here as well, and CFO will disengage the big purple worm.
Can Super base?
They did throw the blue trinket down, so they were able to spot it. CFO
Super,
not
can you
willing
press
to
B?
just
Can you press
stand
B?
and fight there.
Hello.
Of course, it would be incredibly risky. I like the attempt at a 2-man, though. They didn't really lose much by going for it. Maybe a little bit of tempo.
How did
maybe
we get
lose a
one
wave.
fucking
but, hey,
flower
risk versus reward, that is
to
very,
29?
very good, because Junja and Honkyu can
One
absolutely
fucking
knock
flower.
that down.
One.
Had they not been responded to, so they go for it. Doesn't work out, but still going to be playing for vision in this area. You can see that they're trying to push up through that top lane and then just maintain control over that top side jungle that you have been highlighting to really make things difficult for MKOI. They're constantly going to be having to try to play through this area, try to reclaim vision, but they're getting poked by the Azir, poked by the Ezreal every time you walk forward, which can make things really tough.
Yoya has to flash the solar flare. Didn't know where the rest
Look,
of CFO
severe
were.
items. Let him cook.
Again, the vision control. You have no wards even in the
Let him cook
superficial portions of your own jungle. You have to flash, not knowing where the rest
Let
of CFO
Sivir
could be. Lord Dominic's regards now finished for Super on this Sivir. Will still take him a while to work his way through the
I wish the
Sion, who has
cameraman could just press a
1,000
button and we
stacks
could watch
on
Sivir
that Roar of the
POV.
Slayer.
Really will, but he's the first to 3 completed
Super pro
items
view.
in the game.
Show it to me
so,
now.
You know, got a good 800 gold injection from killing off Driver, and now he becomes a real threat here. You can try to play around Supa, and unless they get Baron, you are never killing a tower in Supa's face as long as MKOI are around to actually
It's the
defend him,
classic
so you can't just get
European
one shot on a
strat.
dive.
When
He
Maokai is
going
out,
to
pick Sivir
obliterate
and
mini
farm.
waves. You need to have those Baroned up minions to be able to actually push in his face. So that is going to be difficult. The Honkyu, very close to the Zonias now, has his Seekers completed, so that is going to be a big playmaking tool. And I think we're going to see CFO just continue to show up to objectives, go to that next dragon here in 1 minute, and really look to force MKOI to come and
No
fight
random
before
wins.
they're ready.
He bought it.
CFO will be regretting giving up one of those early Drakes to MKOI, because this could have been sole point for them, or the soul for them if they had managed to get one of those earlier objectives. For now, though, it will only be sole point. MKOI can give it up if they want, although they might be feeling a little bit more confident with 3 items finished on Super. Jojo's on his way to his IE as well. Wonder how far away he is from that, just lacking the pickaxe and the combined gold. 2 items as well for Mirwin on that top side. Bloodletter's Curse and the Leandry.
Blue orb,
Very
now.
slow for the Rumble. He's been put behind quite substantially in this game, but can still do a lot of work on the backline as Honkyu and Driver.
Blew up now, they're two-manning it. Hey! Hey!
Yeah, and they haven't spotted this yet. Junja is
They have
showing up
spotted it.
mid
They
lane
got a
intentionally.
vision
Kaiwing is trying to zone them out, say, hey, we're not on it, we're not on it. But
Nice
it is gonna
first
be spotted
target.
now.
Chill,
Avro
chill,
goes in,
chill.
Kaiwing stunned.
Chill,
Ah,
Severe,
look
Severe,
for the solo
Severe.
threat tournament.
Jojo,
Double knock against
Jojo,
Seals coming
Severe,
out of the
Severe.
tree as well.
Rotating,
The
Robo,
equalizer
good.
comes down.
Yo-yo with the pillar.
Super
Look at the driver.
untouched
Gets
so
killed
far
on.
through this
Alvaro
fight.
Q flashes
Avro
straight onto
trying to
Honk Q.
backline.
Honk Q
It's a
takes down.
double for
Double
Mid
kill.
with Driver
Over to
falls
Rumble.
through shot
Big
barrage.
Echelon.
Not going to
Damage.
do too much as MKOI is still very healthy. Junja, Honkyu, and Doggo have to try and hold on to this because otherwise MKOI will be looking
What if we
at
do
that
Baron?
very greedily.
I think they definitely could be looking at it, but the safer play is obviously
What if we don't
the
do
Dragon.
Baron?
Just go down
Okay,
there, move
okay, let's do
yourself
Dragon.
the soul point now. So great play there from MKOI.
Okay, that's big.
CFO kind of
Alvaro
over-forcing around
kind
the
of
Baron.
frying
They keep
there.
going
He
back to
stopped
it. I like
any
the
damage
first
coming out of
attempt. There
CFO.
wasn't much to risk, but this time they were very aggressively forcing it. They were
Jojo
showing Junja
also
mid
kind of
and
frying.
having Kaiwing
Guys,
walking
hit the
the
dragon.
jungle
Fuck
saying,
the
hey,
crab.
no one's on the Baron.
What
The
if they go?
support is
What if they
here,
go
the
Baron
jungler's
from
there.
base?
No
Hello.
one's doing it. But they did kind of get
Good,
themselves into a
Alvaro,
position
first
where
target.
they're losing a lot of
Jojo's
HP to that
back.
Baron.
Now watch
Honky was
Alvaro.
already missing
Watch
a third of
Alvaro.
his
Watch
HP.
him.
Kaiwing was posturing
Combo
so
comes up.
aggressively, and he just goes down
Waits,
without
waits,
being able
waits,
to do
waits,
anything.
waits.
Loses the flash. Junja is
Q
very
flash Azir.
isolated. And look at this engage
Azir's
here from
out the fight.
Alvaro. Who
Beautiful.
else but him?
Good
Flashing in onto the Azir. Yes, he gets scooped away, and Honkyu lives. But it's about making sure.
Hey,
Honkyu
they're on it
has
again.
no
Round
time,
two.
and
Now.
They're just doing the Baron again.
It's just rinse and repeat here for CFO.
Now.
Maybe hoping that the ultimate's
Now.
not being up on MKOI.
They keep
will
doing
give
Baron,
them an
expecting us to
an
not think that they're
advantage
doing
in the
Baron.
fight.
Think
Alvaro
about
chunked out a little bit.
They're doing
Baron
Baron.
down to 10,000. Jojo
We
not
know now
here,
you can
coming
stop.
sitting on the
Hello.
blue buff. It's going to teleport across.
You're on
as he
Baron,
secures
we
that
get
for
it.
MKOI, but that Baron's down to 6,000
back
HP.
away.
Jojo looking for that base seal, doesn't have
Alvaro.
it. While
Pops you.
Alvaro goes in.
Doesn't pop you,
get
doesn't
the
have ult,
knock-up,
dies.
and Alvaro's down. Doggo gets the kill. Junja still sitting
Yo,
on
yeah.
that Baron. It's only at 5,000 HP though. Face Seal about to come back
What
up
if
in 9
we
seconds time. Equalizer still available.
give the
Subjugate's
Baron?
still available.
Huh?
The Hunt coming
Thoughts?
back off cooldown as well as Alioya steps up. But Doggo
Ult the
untouched
Sion.
so far. Driver's been subjugated as Jojo Pyun looks for the
Oh,
Sion.
Jojo
Baron secured.
gets an ult
Face Seal
on the
onto
Sion.
the backline. The Equalizer
Super.
doing a little bit of work on
Gets
Kaiwing.
flashed on.
Junja now dashes in.
Kites
Crescent
it.
Guard coming out. Junja
No flash Sin
will
Zhao.
survive through
Mir
it.
win.
Mir win knocked
Yeah,
up with an
stop.
estimated smash. And Doggo comes in for his second kill of the fight. It's Honkyu actually that secures it in the end. MKOI forced away the Baron for CFO.
I honestly can't believe that even worked. We just saw Junja just stay on the Baron the entire time. He basically is soloing it down in the midst of this fight here. You know, after they'd killed off Alvaro, he just is very determined to be able to knock it down. They do eventually get it. MKOI don't get over there to actually interrupt him. You can see Alvaro was missing his ultimate, and that was such a key part of this fight. As he goes forward, he's just going to go down in a hurry. A great ultimate from Kaiwing over the wall, did stun up Jojo. He's forced to flash out of there. Alvaro is trying to kind of body block and create some space for his mid laner, but it means that he dies. And then I'm just watching Junja throughout this entire fight. You know, he is staying up in the pit here throughout everything. And Alioya is going and looking for this fight over on a Doggo, but if Alioya is here, you can obviously just finish off the Baron, no problem. I feel like MKOI should have tried to force their way in, push Junja off of the Baron. Instead, they were looking to chase
Baron.
after Doggo, looking to chase after Honkyu, but they're so mobile, and when you're trying to force your way through that tight corridor, Driver is going to create such a problem for you. Kaiwing is going to create such a problem for you, and you're trying to walk through the Azir soldiers with, you know, Rylai's and all of the damage that's coming out. It just felt like it was a bit mismanaged there from MKOI, and as a result, CFO get the Baron, get the kill as well. I mean, look at the poke that Doggo was doing.
Absolutely shredded through MKOI. Alioya trying to trade with Junja. There's a solar flare down as Doggo opens up again. Alioya forced down to a third HP. The damage from Honkyu as well across the wall means that CFO can just walk right into this space. MKOI now 5,000 gold behind after only a couple of minutes ago being within 2k.
Azir
lose an
is
inhibitor
fair
on
and
this
balanced.
bottom side. MKOI
Very
will try
fair.
and defend through mid, but the tier 2 at least is gone as Driver raises it to the ground. A 6,000 gold lead and 4.5k off this Red Bull Baron.
It's natural that they lose this game against Azir. Very understandable.
Baron down. Supa, of course, still wave clearing really, really well, working in towards that third item. Ai's done now for Jojo as well. Honkyu, though, big concern. He was able to not only finish the zone, he almost has his death cap now. We are still looking at a potential for Soul for MKOI here. So yes, you're down 5.5k, but if you grab Soul, you know, that's 4,000 odd gold worth of stats. So there are still going to be opportunities. We'll see if they can actually find a good way to set up, because when the luxury items start coming through for those teams that are ahead, it gets really, really difficult. You know, my eyes are drawn to things like the GA being done, like the Zhonya's being done, that are going to make it that much more problematic for MKOI in these fights, because now all of a sudden Junja could just throw himself into the backline, just make his job keeping Supa out, and as long as Supa is not actually hitting, well, it's going to be really hard for you to out DPS what Honkyu and Doggo are going to be putting out.
Yeah, it's really about whether MKOI can get onto that backline while Super is distracted. If Jojo can get a good ultimate off into an equalizer or equalizer into ult, you have 3 items on both of those carries. They are still going to do damage to a backline. They're just not that good at working their way through
How many items
Sion.
can we get on Sivir before we actually have to fight again?
Job to do that. Drake up in 50 seconds time. No vision outside of their base for MKOI right now as Honkyu's caught a little bit.
Oh,
doesn't connect with it. Snaps back to reality in that top lane.
No
trade of ults at the end of the day there, Jojo. I think kind of predicting that Honky was going to maybe slide back to the side there. Guess is wrong, ends up kind of using the ulti for nothing because he'd already gotten the ulti out. Of course, the other option here for MKOI is you don't even have to go to this dragon because
it'll
it's
be
not
a long
soul for your
series.
opponents
Don't
either.
worry.
You can just allow it
So
to go
you
to
can
3-3.
walk your
You
fish
say,
if
you know
you
what,
need to.
great,
You
you
chill
killed
out.
Inhibitor, but we're just going to be farming
yet.
super minions and picking up that gold, trying to wait for those more important objectives. Wait to try to come out of your base around that Baron time or potentially even, you know, at Soul or Elder. And we'll see, though, they're looking for an engage. Whoa, what? Nice Baron.
Pillar bounced him back
made him
onto
bounce?
the tower. Oh,
that was very strange. I've never seen that interaction. I thought normally you just gotta slam into the pillar.
That's gotta be a
yeah,
remake, right?
That thing like a pinball.
Fast and Furious 2.
Thoughts?
That one. Was it 3?
I think they should change the format as well because of that.
It's about family. That's all that matters.
Family.
As CFO
no, G2, come back. We'll give you one more life.
6 Drakes taken so far in this game.
Making it their family if they killed it.
BT for Sivir.
Love hurts. Love hurts, you know?
Not that much, brother. I don't know what your Thanksgivings are like.
I live in Berlin, okay? Anyway, it's still it's a 4,000 gold lead for CFO. MKOI were able to pick up a few bits and pieces here and there to get themselves onto a slightly more even keel. Something we have seen is that in the early game, CFO's map movement, really solid. They played the map really well. But then through the mid game, through like 25
Koi will win this game.
minutes, they haven't had as much impact on the map. They haven't been able to push through side lanes as much. Part of that is they're just really grouping up to try and play around this Baron, but also means that MKOI don't have too many prongs of attack that they have to defend against.
No, it's absolutely true, and I do think partially it is that they're grouping up a lot, trying to kind of force on objectives.
We are EU.
Yone's a big threat in the side lane, right? And if you do not have your ultimate as Azir, you don't want to be anywhere even near him. And once you use that ultimate, you basically have to base every single time. Honky forces that out. He is not going to stay around because he knows there could be an all-in play. They don't have a good match for Jojo in the side lane, so MKOI are trying to do this kind of 1-4 play where they're trying to make sure, okay, we're not giving up too much on the other side, but we're buying time for Jojo. We're getting this pressure from him out on that map, and you can see again he is going to be the one pushing out bot lane, now moving over to try to help with this blue buff, and they're just trying to get as much gold in the pockets of Jojo as they possibly can, working towards that 4th item.
There's also, I think, 2 more waves of super minions on that bot side in terms of when the inhibitors can come back
more
up.
items.
The Rabadon's now
Look the CS on Jojo Pune. Look the CS on Superstar.
Jojo Pune can just push out
more items.
2 more waves and
don't look
really
at Myriad's
deal with
items.
any
Don't
of
look
that
at no. Just look at other areas.
Around a Baron.
Here we go, stepping up on mid wave.
MKOI
Baron's up, fight over vision. Love to see it. Alvaro flash up.
Can't quite find
ready to make a play.
Super finishes BT. So
Jojo Pune over the wall on a ward, gonna get caught. Maybe goes for the oh my god! It's the fabled banana combo. It's the fabled banana combo. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. That means he's been watching Caedrel bots. Now he takes the fight. Goes in. Super's gonna be alive.
Equalizer back down. Jojo going back in.
Oh yeah, look at
Honky back, and he just delivers them. Here you go, CFO. 4 coins on a silver platter. Jojo the last man standing, but Honky just sweeps them away.
Alvaro betrays the team there. Thought he had a pick onto Honky, but just ends up delivering him onto the head of Supa. Thank you very much. He'll take the ultimate, and he's going to take game 1 as well.
Some delicious sushi there for the Flying Oysters. Pretty dominant performance all round from the LCP's #1 seed. MKOI left rattled, left battered and bruised, as CFO have shown they're not here to
What the fuck was that Alistar headbutt?
Strong game 1 performance here from CFO. Drafted heavily for scaling, wanted to play this front to back style. We're able to get it done. For MKOI though, it's got to be a bit of a frustrating game. I think it's down to execution.
Don't be game on Andes. Shut up. Don't be game on Andes. Go next. Also, this whole talk about seafood. This is friendly fire. That's an oyster, but that's a koi as well. Don't forget. That's friendly fire.
I almost beat Faker 2 days ago. Who the hell are you? I'm just gonna stomp you right into the ground with my Azir. And overall, I think
that was suboptimal, if you ask me. That was a little bit suboptimal.
Game, right? They kind of got absolutely everything. They got their cake, and they ate it too.
And it's a reminder that Junja, even on Xin, doesn't need to just be ganking people and finding kills for CFO to be able to snowball a lead, right? They got early objectives. I think they got better lane setups. They put MKOI in a position where they try to force a dive topside, and in the meantime...
Don't let Alvaro's headbutt distract you from what Jojo also did.
It's almost more devastating.
That was disgusting. There was 2 criminal suspect double agents activated right there.
We're talking about this off screen, right? But
and it's very sus that one of them is from NA.
Sure. Unfortunately. And I'm just
That's all I'm saying.
MKOI today, and I understand the idea behind
That's
giving
very
up some
odd.
of these early objectives to your enemy, knowing that you're working towards your item spikes in your fights. But it
I'm
seems
being
like
told
every
Jojo
time
will save
EU
us.
is giving away everything and the kitchen sink to the point that they only have
Brother,
one
he
small
can't even save his ult.
in which they need to get back in that early game. Is that a wrong read?
I think that there are situations where that's true, but I think the biggest thing here is that both of your solo lanes end up weaker on side.
Yeah.
Jojo dying solo is a very big deal, and if your Yone isn't stronger, you don't get...
What is it?
Que tenemos que holdear, el inhibidor deberíamos recuperarlo pronto.
Sí.
Bueno, pronto, 2 minutos y medio.
Como decía Canecro, ahora el tema es el Nashor, ¿eh?
Wait, you're right.
It's an individual player fumble.
What the fuck?
Exactly. I mean,
speaking of,
it's one of those things where it was looking fine. Hell, even Koi stole one of those dragons. But my focus was just how they were getting dominated in every individual lane or the 2v2s. So for me, our HyperX reflex replay is...
Okay, so there is also another sleeper agent on Koi.
In this case, you can just look at driver.
Look at Rumble's flash.
I mean, he's put in to play this Scion. They try to gank him 2 versus 1. He says absolutely no.
And you might think, wait, that's weird. He must have accidentally misclicked his flash. He must have accidentally misclicked his flash. And you might be right. But let's go back and enhance the footage. I take you to the loading screen. Let's watch Rumble's flash.
And sadly, while that was terrible, it just gets worse.
Yeah, delivering Jojo into the turret, but then also just following through, flashing to get the autos off. Like Hongq gets this. 30 seconds later, you see this 1v1 happen
Watch.
too. It was just a really horrific early game.
You see a graphic, you come out the graphic, and it's gone. He's secretly flashing when the camera's not looking. My mid laner's missing ults and my support's feeding the
But I think
fights.
he can look up to Driver as well because he played this all phenomenally. And can we just talk about Hongq? I mean, his 18th birthday, the day before he was set to play T1 and Faker,
I will
he
keep-
has a breakout performance.
I will
Everybody
keep
knows
looking
his
for
name.
more evidence
And he's absolutely not
that
gonna start
NA
now,
has found a way to
specifically
rig
not
this series.
versus apparently an LEC mid lane.
And we will see in
I think
game
the
2
thing
that this is
it's not just
NA's
that
fault.
He's playing well again, it's that he's playing even better.
Yeah.
This man
I
is
go
a
toilet.
force to be
I mean,
reckoned
Jojo
with.
isn't Faker.
Well, and the other thing is like he got so much support and setup in the previous games from Junja, early kills, etc. He didn't get early kills. He just outplayed individually.
He was playing well in lane. Those solo kills that you saw on the top side was great. And then, of course, you got the food delivery system named Alistar, just being able to send him into the 4-man fight. Like, I think Hongq has been stellar this game.
And I think for Jojo, like those missed TS at the beginning, maybe it got in his head. But game 2 is not going to be the case.
Cameron
okay?
was on
He's
it for
gonna
too
get
long.
every single one of them.
I wanted to stop watching it at some point.
Dracos.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is MKOI still had angles of attack back in the game. Despite how terrible the early game was, they had opportunities to come back, and we saw at 28 minutes, they still were able to find a favorable fight. You can see the vision of this composition come together, and you can certainly see the power of the Trundle pick against a very standard double tanky front line in the Leona and the Scion. This is the dream. You start favorable, setup. Yes, there's a little bit an advantage of CFO, but overall, it's super, super close. And the big thing to see here is that Elyoya is able to run rampant, frontline's able to get in, and Hongq and Doggo don't really have the space that they need to do damage. But the problem is, this was a one-time thing, because as we jump ahead to the next fight, as we take a look at the setup, this is where we learn very quickly why they need that side lane pressure, why they need that setup. Now, this is going to start a bit unfortunate with the pick on Alvaro, but the thing I want to highlight is the range discrepancy. Scion gets to hit all the way here. Sivir can't walk up. Azir can constantly threaten from the side. Kaiwin can engage. And also, as we see Ezreal start to come in, there's no way for MKOI to hit backline. In a perfect world, Sivir gets to run through. It's a meat grinder. You have your beautiful setup. It all comes together. So as we play, what you're going to see is, yes, it starts with a pick. They try to fish for an angle. But as long as Doggo and Hongq aren't under threat, it does not matter how tanky Elyoya is on this Trundle. Supa is the one who needs to auto-attack, and he doesn't have any space to do it. And even if it's on a weakened Scion, if Hongq and Doggo are still completely free in this fight, it will not matter.
No, and CFO also, I want to say, played it out very, very well. I mean, Junja also says, I'm getting this objective no matter what. I love how steadfast he was there as CFO just plays it out. And I think this was kind of the death blow, the deathly blow, I want to say, even though there were some opportunities after.
Yeah, I mean, just even the first replay that you were showing, like that was just like Kaiwing moving up a little bit too quickly and then getting converged on. This one was just beautiful from CFO. So I want to see this again and again. They won't get the Azir, but I think their setup and objectives are quite nice.
It is terrifying when the jungler just gets to solo take the Baron and you essentially lose.
I'm gonna need everyone and everyone to lock the fuck in and shut the fuck up. Don't forget, you can't win games in a series that you're predicted to lose game in without losing games.
That loss, very personal and very, very, he took that in a very harsh way, I'm gonna say that, right? They all felt very guilty themselves, and this is not the game you want to be starting.
What I mean by that is some of you might have predicted, I think Koi's gonna win 3-1. That 1 is a loss. They have to lose to get the 1. They lost, there's the 1. Now you can shut the fuck up.
I'm open.
We're hoping that we see a longer series for EU than yesterday. That's not much to ask, is it? But CFO are in the driving seat thanks to Driver.
Some guy links me the stat and says, look at this. Top lane damage versus gold per minute, MSI and Baus. Baus gets the most gold per minute and is the 4th highest damage. Keen gets the least gold per minute and is 575. Mirwin and Broken Blade and Flandre. Bro, this doesn't make any sense. How does this make any sense? Thoran's getting the most... This is because of his Jace game.
Okay. I get it now.
Yeah, I saw the dumb tweet, chat. I saw it. Hunk, you might want to move LR to LTA South, not only so you get a chance at Worlds, but you also get out of T2 scene of a wildcard region. Bro, how are we gonna get all 5 of the boys into LTA South without breaking the import rule? What is Baus gonna do? Is he gonna have to rename to like Bausinho? Like, bro, it's not gonna work. We can't get in there. What, do you want me to just get Baus, rename him to Bausinho, and then give him the fucking R9 haircut? Crownaldo? Oh yeah, that works. Baus with an R9 haircut does sound fucking legendary. That sounds fucking legendary. No, next game will be much better. I'm sure of it. Next game will be way better. Because it has to get better than losing, right? People are complaining about EU, but the savior of EU is starting next split. The savior of Europe is arriving in summer. King Poby the First. King Poby the First will carry us back to the top.
Jojo's on vision. Jumps towards Doggo, misses everything, and the solar flare.
Do we really have to replay this fight?
Save his mid lane, who has to flash away. The damage goes down onto Doggo and Drive, and you can see what the Ricochet can do here. Jojo goes in with the Crescent Guard, looking for Honku here. Has that Emperor's Divide, Equalizer back down. Jojo going back in. Albo knocks Honku back, and he just delivers them.
Yeah, I mean,
on a silver platter.
I mean that wasn't the most optimal. That could have maybe.
Game 1. Let's
yeah.
get ready for game 2.
No, yeah.
It was.
No, yeah.
If Safe Pharmacist of the Week still existed,
could have been better.
Put it out there. But for CFO,
could have been better. I'm not defending that.
Not subbing in rest, which is something they have been doing pretty consistently for game 2 through the rest of MSI.
Mirwin, it's time to play a champ where impact is felt heavily, aka.
Absolutely. We'll see where they want to go as far as the draft is concerned, but obviously top lane was a big problem. Driver, I think, was amazing throughout this entire game. You know, even before the bot lane 2v2 kill, that I think really did turn things pretty heavily in
Jojo is
favor.
smiling.
Just the isolated 1v1.
Does that mean he is doing his job as a secret agent, or he's going to bounce back?
Significant CS advantage, you know, even though you expect Rumble in those early levels to have the edge there. So Driver definitely with a really good game number 1. But a lot of big comfort picks obviously were taken in that first game, and so it's always interesting to see how teams will adjust and evolve as we go further. And we'll see which team can kind of get the edge here in the game number 2 draft.
Do still have a lot of power picks available. Varus, obviously Talia, the Vi, Maokai, something Pantheon as well.
Those were all banned, though.
They were all
banned. If they stay all banned, we'll see.
We'll see where we go.
It's always interesting to see different teams' approaches to pick ban and Fearless, because some teams, you know, I've talked to a number of different coaches now at this point, and some people feel like it's actually better if something is a must ban, just try to trade power picks in game 1, so you don't have to spend a ban on it for every single game. And talking about kind of like your ban economy as far as that is concerned, because sometimes
why is there a Gaga cat,
bro? Really powerful, especially as you go to game 4, game 5.
There is no way he's holding up a Gaga cat.
Or isn't as good off of control mages
really?
Or whatever. If you go to a game 4, game 5,
is that your way of getting him?
There's already 8 mid laners that have been played. You throw 3, 4 more bans, you pick one away, then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, what's your 12th or 13th best champion in your role? And that can be really difficult to deal with. So I do think it's been really fun to have this tournament where it is all best of 5s. And
here we go.
Kind of
can it get worse?
A bit of an evolution of strategy.
Jack span. All right. Maokai, Pantheon, Talia. Probably their bans. Talia ban. Lovely.
You just play all of his champions in game 1 and then hope he doesn't have
hilarious, by the way.
You just take the Galio, the Grass.
No, you can't do that to Baus. Baus, shout out though. Baus minute MSI.
Not expecting to see.
We ban Pantheon. Warum?
On top again. Obviously played in game 1. Although
I also don't expect.
Yeah.
Why did we ban Pantheon?
Yeah, because he was played and he can't be played anymore.
That does make sense.
But it's a true statement.
It is. It's a very true statement.
Okay, so they get a free Vi ban. Great.
On the blue side.
Don't expect those to be picked in this game now, too.
I'm not expecting it at all.
We have a Varus first pick cooking here. Gragas ban.
There's the Baus bans right there. Lost Ratones sub in for game 2.
W Lost Ratones.
Fans who think the Lost Ratones could have done better than EU has done so far with this MSI.
I mean, Lost Ratones could rock up and go 0-3 as well. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
We saw banned out in game 1.
That's fact.
I would say I expect him to be banned, but we'll find out if that is going to be the case, or if CFO are going to be willing to leave.
Are we going to get our Maokai? EU Maokai open.
The clear number
Varus
1
open.
pick
Maokai
right now,
open.
I feel like it's almost a guaranteed first pick for MKOI with that up and available. But TF
yes,
is another
TF,
pick that obviously
the
is really
07 champ at MSI. 06, sorry. Soon to be 07.
This is interesting because like, it really is hard committing you to this
what
style.
the
It hasn't
fuck
actually been
are we
that
doing?
Effective so far
really?
At MSI, and it's not a champion that Honku has played. So I almost feel
Bro,
like you
every time I've watched
and then
CF
maybe
play the
grab
game, it
TF
looks
a little bit
useless.
later on. I feel like this way you're both giving
unless it's
counter
LR
pick
Nemesis,
over,
it looks
potentially
useless.
double counter pick because Honku could take his mid laner now, and then you could actually save 5th pick for Driver.
What happens when Honku plays Ryze or Sylas or Victor and just farms and we can't lane? What happens?
I mean, it's so powerful. I 100% agree with you. It's the S tier AD carry right now.
but it's possible that he is just going to kind of skip past it, because you're right, it is not something that has been a big priority for him whatsoever. Skarner going to be taken. You could still go like Skarner Varus and take a mid lane counter on 3 if you wanted, but we'll see if they are just going to completely ignore that.
TF Maokai doesn't work together, no.
Credit to MKOI, they would have a really good read.
Yeah,
Honky Aurora is really good.
Coming out for CF.
Rise is great champion to TF.
Push on the Rise, obviously.
Rise is really good TF, so we already have a losing mid matchup after like level 6.
Multiple people into a side lane.
Maybe even earlier.
Something like a Twisted Fate who has the destiny. It's the ability to follow.
But TF can just clear the waves, right?
Help you out.
I really do want to see, though,
the problem is you're playing TF versus a team that plays tank tops.
More tanks and stuff on the top side. We've seen that a number
so
of
here's the Skarner. They're gonna pick Ornn on 3. So we need to counter their tanks with what?
Something that is a little bit more selfish, a little bit
Lee
more
Sin,
split.
fantastic. Go on, pick Varus too. Let's do it. Let's play TF, Lee Sin, Varus into 2 tanks. Come on, do it for fun. Do it. Do it.
There's so many picks.
Pick Varus, I dare you. Come on. I'll book the tickets right after the draft ends. Just fucking pick it.
I think would feel really good, because you are a little bit lower in consistent damage, and you do want to have a lane that you're really focused on kind of putting ahead.
It's also whether he wants to pick it here or whether he wants to wait for the second rotation. Obviously, CFO could then pick their top laner and ban out a couple of good top laners into
Ambessa, nice. A champ that can kill tanks.
That's a good prediction there.
Yeah, I mean, it is something.
Okay,
that
does Driver play Renekton?
Pool, and it's like obviously Gwen
surely he doesn't, right?
Is banned out. You do want physical damage, and it's something that can kind of play heavily through that side lane. So I think it makes a lot of sense, and I do kind of like what they are drafting here. It's a lot of playmaking.
All right, there's the tank top.
Obviously, sometimes it is difficult to get into that.
Now it looks like
someone in, but well, guess what? Rapid fire gold cards.
We need to kill their bottom. Oh, fuck off! They're playing Shen, Rise into TF.
I actually really like Shen because the Spirit's Refuge, that parry zone, can actually block the gold card.
Okay, all good.
When they are coming in.
CFO's complex damage. We'll take away some of their damage.
We'll
take away a lot of their damage.
Quite heavily Shen favored.
I think Varus on their.
Well,
I feel like Xayah Rakan
for the empowered autos. I do think it really does.
Is a bit scary for both sides.
The other reason I really like it against TF
I think
is not only can you answer
Lucian OP here,
you, but you can actually answer TF plays very effectively. TF is going to try to ult down to bot to dive. Well, all of a sudden here's Shen, and now it's going to be a problem.
And then there's a Realm Warp to follow up, right? The ability for CFO
can Rise
to be
Shen play with a Lulu lane?
That really dictated how good they were in the early game in game 1 is just
I feel like they need more oomph in their draft.
So many tools to answer pressure from MKOI, but so many tools also to make their own plays in those side lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you had talked about how you thought CFO wasn't necessarily playing the map as
well.
Do
we need to ban Varus?
Shen is such a band-aid for your macro. Like, it is so much easier to actually play out because
I
you
think
can
Xayah's
basically
annoying
go and
to play.
every single wave.
Koi's comp against Xayah is annoying. It is just annoying.
To go like solo queue and go flash ignite, it probably is just going to be flash TP. And
I think Kalista is just a shit champ in general.
To be able to answer whether it is your ult
like that
or
champ
your
is just
TP,
looks
so it's
fucking
very
terrible.
Comfortable to go out towards those side lanes. Would be interested to see what sort of a build he does.
I would much prefer like a
Titanic is very
some kind of Renata ban.
One trips do prefer just going like more of a pure tank style, where
let
you're
them
just
play
going
Kalista
like
on 4
into Deadmans, and then using that bombing for your early wave clear. You can become incredibly tanky that way.
What about Brown ban? Thoughts? I'm thinking Brown ban. Rise Shen Braum into TF.
Damage profile like of a composition, and it's a little bit on the low end.
Sometimes they're gonna blind Rakan maybe.
Builds can become such a problem for them, and you just can't actually punch through and finish off Shen, especially if you're auto attack focused. Just because of that W, that parry zone is so powerful.
Spirit's Refuge just does so much work.
I guess we can blind Rakan, but what happens if they play Braum support?
4 AD carry bans in the second rotation. Kai'Sa, Varus, Lucian, and Kalista all taken away. If I'm looking at Super, you're falling a little bit down the list. Things like his Xayah, his Tristana. It does have an okay Draven as well if they want to be a bit aggressive in that lane. But for
they went Jhin.
Going to be Jhin locked in
Why did he go Jhin?
Honestly, I really like.
I feel like Zeri there in a Braum threat on 5 is insane.
Is punching through front
line. Okay, wanna go Xayah Rakan?
Do you
wanna go fucking?
Maybe go towards like Braum or something.
MF kind of sucks.
Really expect that. Alvaro, I think, is so good on the playmakers. I do want to kind of continue to see him there.
Maybe.
I'll be interested to see where
there's not
he
much
goes,
open.
If it is going to be something kind of standard.
Zig
like
sucks.
Rel,
Xayah Rakan is okay.
Which, is
a Caedrel lane is okay. I'm feeling a Jinx game as well. I don't mind a Jinx game.
Would open the door for more of these aggressive pairings. Some of the enchanter pairings.
Don't play
things like
Karma.
Nico,
maybe Caitlyn Braum. Thoughts?
Nico has that luxury of being both an engaged champ and something that can really facilitate the poke very well in lane. Obviously, all the tricks with the clone are incredibly strong for actually playing around vision. So it is really powerful, and I do think it would kind of.
What are we thinking, Alvaro?
What they are looking for. but I'm just not sure if that is exactly what they want Alvaro on.
Karma.
Yeah, the things you usually look at are Nico or Karma when you're looking at a
okay.
Caedrel, right? And it is gonna be
I mean,
the
they could play the crank on 5. Is he a good crank?
Have hard engage kind of mutes MKOI a little bit. Him being able to be
they could also just play Rel on 5, to be honest.
His flank positions are really good, so
and just fucking tank it.
Nico. I also think they don't have a huge amount of CC as a composition. You've got
Nautilus on 5 is good as well.
Kicking people
and
back.
just
You've
tank
got
it.
the public execution, and that's
No
about
crank.
it. So they need to be poking out before fights start.
Shout out everyone ads. If you know what ads, you want to try and sub channel, don't want to buy for games. Wait, they win. Bard. We sub now. You want to get ads to the rest of MSI. I appreciate all the subbers.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be very.
I'm surprised. I thought they would go for a hook champ here with Ryze Shen.
Incredibly strong. You start with your ultimate. You can look for the poke. You know, if you are pushing them in, really dominating in the 2v2, then maybe it's completely fine. But it's a lot harder to play around Vision with Karma because you don't have the luxury of just sending in a clone and then scouting on all these areas. You can get picked off, and like you said, there's not a lot of hard CC. Their engage. It's pretty low, you know, it is really some sort of a
Bard is good into like the TFM, but yeah, I guess Bard is okay, but Bard gets fucked in the lane. At least with Nautilus you have some kind of setup gank threat, but Skarner, I guess they're scared that Skarner really doesn't offer that, but yeah, I guess Skarner Nautilus is a bit too much beefiness. I think Koi got this. I think Koi got this. They have a really strong bot lane. Top should win in isolation, I presume, after the first like 5 or 6 levels. And they have TF Lee Sin to shut down Ryze. TF Lee Sin shut down Ryze, play towards bot, top plays in isolation. Just get small CS leads, stack Drake, and take a free win, right? The only thing that can go wrong is if something happens level 1, but their level 1 is kind of weak.
Gold card, Skarner presses W.
Elyoya, buy jungle item, buy jungle item.
Long range, non-committal engage if they want it for CFO. The Bard ultimate, that Tempered Fate. You have some mobility on MKOI, but
you said they would win last game. I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic. You might tune in for the Caedrel draft analysis and saying, you know, this draft is better, but I just think Europe's going to win. So I'm just going to say Koi wins this game. That's it. That's all I'm going to say. It's not that deep. Okay, it's not that deep. I'm a little bit biased when Europe plays. I don't know if you can tell.
So we will see. I mean, if they can actually do really well in this bot lane 2v2, I think that's going to open up options for them massively.
Also, I've noticed
that Alvaro creating an advantage, being able to utilize that to get an early dragon or even 2 early dragons, well, all of a sudden then you have so much time to play the map, to look for plays. There's not pressure on you to actually walk.
Let's check. Does Mirren have flash? Does Mirren have flash?
Setup is there.
Couple of unsealed spellbooks in this
We're
game,
already
so
off to a good start if Ambessa has flash up.
Jojo is running one, as is Kaiwing on this Bard. No real surprises there. Both Twisted Fate and the Bard
Big.
love to have that utility.
Ambessa flash up.
I mean, there's going to be
now
so
TF Lee Sin need to do big work this game.
To move around the map and answer these plays. You know, when you're thinking about Shen,
I'm thinking like top side start for Lee Sin, 3 camps top into mid gank from top side. I'm thinking some big pace.
Answering those plays, so it is going to be something.
I'm thinking either
really have to track.
3 top camps into mid gank into bot.
Where these people could be,
or I would be thinking bot camps into invade. But bot camps into invade is countered with Skarner not showing here.
A bad start to the day.
I see the start is bot side. You could do the canyon and do Raptors into Grump.
Some signs of life. In that game 4, Elyoya came out afterwards.
Did Elyoya open up Duolingo after the first game?
They were over-respecting BOG, they were overthinking.
Or does he speak fluent English this game?
The way that they would want to play the map, or the way they would domestically. In game 1 here against CFO,
okay, Jojo hit that bitch.
CFO absolutely controlled everything on Summoner's Rift. So for MKOI now, if there are a few nerves, if there's a little bit of anxiousness, you really need to focus up and get locked in for this game.
You absolutely do, and it's kind of easy to say, but it's hard to do. It's one of these things where it's like, yeah, you know you need to play the champion, not necessarily the player, but it can be very hard to separate the fact that it's like, I'm just playing against a Jax versus I'm playing against Bin's Jax, right? You know, these things really do weigh on you, and it's hard to not sometimes overthink, you know, especially for players. These Western players go up and you get to play against some of your idols even. You're playing against like a Gen G, and it's hard to think, well, Chobi's going to know what we're doing, or Chobi's going to answer it, or they're going to be able to stop us, and
he
sometimes
warded
that does
for it.
Lead players into
you could hug the wall on that,
but
I guess you don't know.
Even in a series like this where CFO, they've got great players, but they're not as well known as a Gen G or an AL or a T1. For MKOI, they're the last hope of Europe. That's an expectation placed on them coming into this. And when you lose game 1, you're then thinking a little bit more apprehensively overall. Is Super and Alvaro able to get the push early on in this bot lane?
Also worth noting, Doggo going for a boot start here. So Definitely a lot less popular. This used to be meta, you know,
Nice.
quite a long
Just
time
let
ago.
bot smash.
We have seen it, I think, once so far this tournament that I can recall. But obviously, when you are playing against a lane that
Give
is really
bot all
heavily
the
skill
space.
shot reliant, sometimes people do it against Varus. But obviously, Caitlyn, the Q connects there. But between Caitlyn poke, Karma poke, you really do have to dodge a lot
Jhin
of this. So
has
Doggo
used
really
3
is
pots
valuing
already.
the extra pots as well as that additional move speed here. But he's already chugged through every one of those potions regardless. And I think he's going to have to maybe give up that cannon too.
Build over Peacemaker connecting just on the edge of it. Jojo looking for the stun.
Where's my mid gang set? Where's my mid gang set? Where's my mid gang set?
Side of the trades in mid. Elio has finished his clue and now he's on the bot side. Scuttlecrab. Junjo went towards the top side, but is also taking a tower shot.
Okay.
Could have been a great trade for him, but shadow dashing underneath that turret range makes it a little bit trickier to get the damage down onto Mirwin.
It really does, and I think he's going to be able to get the crash either way, but it is one of the great ways to play against Shen is because Shen has really crap wave clear. Like, you are so bad at pushing in these waves, that is why you almost always need to rush a bombies or go Titanic or do something to facilitate that.
Bot lane going pretty good.
Before they're able to actually get there,
bot lane
be
going
able to
pretty
hold
good.
waves outside the turret. Sometimes Shen can no longer go aggressive because you can't actually taunt in the tower range,
Okay, this is my
but you
turret.
struggle to actually crash the wave, so
Never
it
mind,
can
we're
be a
chilling.
way to really play effectively against the Shen. And for Mirwin,
Double
it
Ruby
really
Crystal
is just
TF,
all
big power
about
spike for
being
Jojo.
able to just kind of survive the early pressure that Shen is going to be put on. You are going to outscale. You know, when you hit Eclipse and you get level 6, you're going to be in a really good spot.
On Q, locked up with the gold card.
Q.
Elio jumping in as well.
Yes,
Will hit the Sonic
me
Wave.
on
This is
Lee
just
Sin, big.
harass more than anything.
Now look,
Even
bot,
popped the
are we
cripple
dead?
part of
Are
the
we dead in
E.
bot?
That
If we're
Tempest
dead, the game's
cripple.
lost.
Ginger, though, a magical journey to the bot lane as Alvaro flashes away. Super trying to get away as well, but a good Ishtar's impact. The route blocked there by Super. Alvaro will fall first, and now Super needs to get the hell out of here. Does still have a flash of his own. Doggo flashes, fourth shot to the back. Super and Alvaro fall.
What is that
Super
sign? Bottom
tries to
right!
block the W there, blocks the root, but the problem is it means Alvaro's just going to go down anyway, and then Supa becomes a target here himself. Doesn't use the flash as Doggo flashes in with the 4-shot. They finish them both off.
There is no way the cameraman pips in
such a problem. Early Swifty
by EU when EU gets double killed. No, that is fucking scripted. This whole thing is
That's
scripted.
the playmaking we've come to expect here. Kaiwing and Junja so active. I think they were feeling a little bit too comfortable, thinking, you know what, it's Skarner early. He's just going to be farming. He's just going to be chilling. But no vision in the river whatsoever.
Supa tried
for
to
the
block
Mkoy
the
bot
Jhin
lane.
W.
You're going to be able to get in behind
Bro,
them.
just let him
Great
fucking
flashback
die.
from Junja brings him all the way back, stuns him into the wall. And then Supa trying to survive, but we're going back to live.
Oh, this game's cooked.
There's the Ishtar's impact as well.
Or is it? Big TP, W, no flash on Skarner, no flash on Skarner, look at Skarner. Big kill, big kill, big kill. Big kill,
on the board as
big
Mirwin
kill.
lands with the TP, but will just clear
Yep.
out the wave.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna get Dragon.
We're just going to try to delay Mirwin from getting up towards that top side. Because, yes, we did see Mkoy overload mid lane. They were able to get a kill there. Great job by them. And they're going to use this to try to start with the Dragon.
Let's milk the Shen.
The advantage for CFO is that no one is answering top lane right now. So that is Doggo that is getting this farm up on that top side, trying to catch up as far as the CS is concerned with Supa. And just, you can see, he's very slowly pushing this out. It will eventually stack and push away, but he's going to deny probably an entire wave.
Destiny in onto Honkyu. The Rune Prison comes
Big
out.
play!
Mirwin gets the kill. Ishtar's impact is going to take him back underneath the tower. Has to try and flash away. Ginger puts
No, I'm
him
gonna
in the
call
dirt,
Worf on that.
And Jojo Pyun will be
No,
able
I'm
to
gonna
walk
call
away.
Worf on
One
that.
exchange. CFO will get the feed of Worf there as they picked up their third kill.
Because
This
I'm best I
time,
can catch
do
top
feel
right,
like
it's not
I favor
frozen.
CFO a lot more because you get that 1-for-1, and again, still no one is actually
Hey,
answering
hey,
the top
hey,
side.
hey,
Kaiwing
hey,
is going to be
hey,
annoying here, try to
connect.
hold as much as
It's
he
frozen.
can. But this freeze has been maintained for quite a while. Again, eventually it will stack up and push away here, you have to think. But that is a lot of waves, a lot of experience that is being lost by Mkoy on the map. The whole time, Driver has been mid lane. You know, Honkyu gets out, or rather, he's been bot lane. Honkyu gets back out to mid lane and will pick up that wave. So it is going to start showing itself as far as the experience is concerned. You can see Doggo now already hit level 6 here. So he's up with the solo laners as far as experience is concerned because he's been getting solo XP on this top side for quite a long time. And just now, finally, feels like a couple minutes later, Mkoy is sending someone up towards that top side to answer.
Super's going to go up there. I'll be matched by Alvaro in a moment's time. Love to see that wave and see if it's still frozen by Doggo and by Kaiwing. No, it looks like it's slowly going to start pushing out towards the Mkoy side. So with the freeze broken, should be okay for Super just to stay back underneath his tower until that wave pushes in. With
The
Alvaro
E in
still
LEC
working his way
stands
through
for
the jungle.
airport.
Honkyu doing a good job against Jojo Pyun here in the mid lane, who's gone for the Catalyst. Went double Ruby Crystal to start, gets Catalyst of
You're
Aeons
not even,
now,
bro.
so
You're not, it's
isn't
not even,
going for that.
This fucking. You're fucking
immediate
stupid.
damage spike that you can sometimes
These
go for.
Yeah, definitely the most common build these days is just going to be Roa, Lich Bane, Rapid Fire, so kind of expecting that. They are looking for a potential dive here.
Curtains open. Super has the flash, and
we're alive,
we're alive. Killing of Elyoya and Alvaro, they are able to back away, but this is really well done by CFO. They froze the wave on the top side. Temper Fate connects.
Have flash, have flash.
It's onto Elyoya,
nice
who
flash.
Away from
hey,
the
hey, cancel Shen.
Will just
and maybe we can play the game here a bit.
They denied 2 full waves of minion underneath this tower.
Exactly. Like you said, they have this kind of freeze over by their side for so long. Doggo's getting a solo experience. They lost probably 2 waves or even more.
This is bot lane's fault. You can't pick Caitlyn Karma and then die in the first 5 minutes. That is absolute jail time levels of gameplay.
And things like that. They're looking for Jojo though. They're going to be TPing in as well with the Bard.
Ginger and Hongyu coming in, and the Stand United is everything invested to make sure that Jojo's done for. Jojo goes down.
The Avengers assemble. 4 members from CFO show up. It's a TP from the Bard. It's the Shen ultimate. It's the Realm Warp with 2. 4 members just materialize on your screen, knock down your mid laner, and now they're over here trying to take down these grubs. Elyoya looking to see if there's an angle to steal one away.
You have smite advantage.
Steal it. The first one, so this
you have better smite.
The second for MKOI, they can get it, and they do manage to sneak it away.
2 grubs
in the
to Koi.
Face of CFO. So that's the neutral objective bounty over to MKOI. You also have the first dragon of the game. We're really going to be playing around
game is not cooked yet.
It feels for the feats of strength.
Yeah, it is.
The game is not cooked yet.
Sure.
Mirwin
as Doggo back towards that bottom
is
side.
quite strong.
Just kind of chilling here against Mirwin, who is not out to the Eclipse yet. That I feel like is where you really start having to respect what the Abessa can do. It just feels like a completely different champion what it is once it is completed. And Driver is going to be working towards that Titanic Hydra.
Get the plant.
So is going to be having really high upfront damage, you know, as well as some really powerful wave clear. So even when you start losing out on some of these matchups, one of the real advantages of playing the Titanic, it's like, yeah, you're going to get outscaled by the Abessa, but you just show up and you one-shot the wave of the Titanic, and then you walk away. And you're saying, you know what, I'm never going to fight you, I'm just going to fight the wave. And then it allows you to kind of nullify some of that disadvantage that you do have.
Yeah, you'll slowly lose your tower, but much slower than if you didn't go for that wave clear build. Next Drake up in a minute and a half.
You're going home 0-6 my region.
It's
literally your fault!
This bottom side of the map.
It's your fault!
So they'll spot the fact that Elyoya is there.
Oh my god.
Lying in wait will take a third of Alvaro's HP.
Doggo just about
and now he's sitting in his PC laughing. I know he is, bro. He's like, he's got that fucking grin.
That is the fallout of what happened up on the top side. As well, Bard obviously getting a little bit of experience from picking up all of the meeps and everything everywhere.
Loves his chimes. There's a good Bard. Everyone always says Bard's hard to play, and I think it's only because of the minigame.
Bard is not hard to play. I'm a great example of that.
Bard
I'm crazy
Bard is fake hard to play. It's
true.
I always thought it was going to be really hard, and they started playing a lot of Bard, and you realize how much the Q cheats. And you're like,
right angles.
Exactly. But then once you start playing it, you want to keep up the line.
Is the game winnable for Koi? Of course it is.
Like, you're right, Bard
of course it is. Don't let chat distract you.
So
300 gold lead.
It's the only reason
what they're they have bro. 300 gold lead. It's nothing.
Incredibly hard.
They're like they're a Ruby Crystal ahead. Who cares?
It is one of the only ultimates that not only can it help you, it can actively hurt your team. So the timing is incredibly important. And you do have to be on point in these kind of games to be able to have any sort of
Now, granted, the Caitlyn Karma is down 600 gold. Now, that's a small problem. I won't deny it. I won't deny that Caitlyn Karma being down 600 gold is not a good thing.
Get him onto the backline, guys. It's fine.
But you never know.
Hongyu meeting Mirwin down towards this bottom side. Mirwin has about a 10 CS lead over
Karma,
Driver, even
notorious for being
Hongyu farming up well, 106
not for lanes.
At the moment.
That's just EU. We like to play things backwards a bit.
On Doggo, who's picked up those 2
Karma
kills.
for lane? No. Kate Karma for team fight. Here we go, baby.
Just caught out a little bit here. Alvaro looking for that tether. Will land. It's
boom, big damage. There it is.
So does Ginger, down to half HP. Temper Fate coming out. Super decides to flash it with Doggo coming in from the side. Hongyu flashes forward. There's the Stand United. Elyoya looking for the kick away. Can't get it in time. And with the curtains opening, the public execution is a little bit too late onto Doggo. Mirwin dashing onto that backline. Doggo flashes away. Alvaro forced down towards the bottom side. Now Mirwin's in the middle of Ginger and Kaiwing. The flash forward with the Cosmic.
Oh, Mirwin.
Isn't going to
connect. Oh, Mirwin.
So Mirwin will take one. Alvaro coming in and has the shields as well with that
nice movement.
Alvaro now needs to run.
TFO. Hola! Yeah, big stun! Get his ass!
Locked in. Honkyu's
there it is! There it is!
We'll turn the fight around.
Yeah, we saw the Shenol coming through. It actually got interrupted by a gold card from Jojo, but then he elected to never teleport. Once Jojo backed off, Shen could have actually TP'd in and tried to join the fight.
Ambessa carries this
not
game.
to do
now.
so, stays up on that top side, and again, because you have no wave clear
Ambessa carries this game. Dragon sit up, go round 2.
Wave or anything, so there's no sort of a punish there. So I am kind of surprised that Driver didn't.
Ambessa is our strong side, not the Cade Karma.
There was a lot of low health bars there, and the extra member really could have made a difference. We see at the beginning of the fight, obviously going pretty heavily in the favor of Mkoy, you know, putting a lot of damage down there on a Junja, but then a great ulti here from Kaiwing forces out the flash, and this is when Honkyu says, you know what, I'm going to punish. Supa walks back in, they go with the realm. This is where the gold card is going to interrupt here. But this is where I feel like you could potentially back off and behind that tower and look even for the TP. Alvaro is dealing with Honkyu. Junja does help to take down Elyoya, but Mirwin is the one who's making all the difference. He pushes out Doggo, so Doggo can't rejoin. They're all trying to gather up and actually knock down Mirwin, but they can't quite do it. The Impale is sidestepped by Mirwin. Honkyu looks for him, but he's going to get avoided.
Top tier 1.
Finally,
they got Dragon, but
gets a kill.
We get first by tower.
Play. CFO do grab the Dragon.
Jojo, don't die.
Nicely done there by Mkoy.
Temper Fate again. There's the Shadow Dash for the taunt. Deadly Flourish coming out as
Mission
well.
failed.
Jojo
we'll get him next time.
away.
Or is it?
Will manage to survive. It's a race for the first tower as well as Honkyu continues to push in the bot side. Supa's going to stay up top. There's one plate on that turret remaining. CFO backing away from mid. And it looks like it is going to be Mkoy claiming
They're giving all the gold to Caitlyn.
Blood.
Gimme, gimme,
feeling really good about that. Getting additional gold here onto the Caitlyn. Still good aggressive play from CFO in the mid lane. It was a nice sidestep on the Bard.
He didn't let the cannon die to the tower.
Move speed from the shield, able to backstep, avoid that. But by doing that, it was really well placed ult.
Look,
so
the gold lead. Now who has the fucking Ruby Crystal advantage, idiot?
So it was kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. And ends up having to use his flash either way there. Couldn't quite knock him down. And Mirwin is going to be able to defend on the bot side. So now we'll see, kind of entering this mid-game stage here at 14 minutes,
has an item.
Mkoy can play the map.
Caitlyn has an item.
Looked really good in that
That's
last
a volume
fight.
increase.
He's getting to quite a strong point now.
Caitlyn first
he
item
does
is
have
14.
this big advantage after picking up all those kills.
There it is.
Has the Eclipse done, working towards his second item. I want to see Elyoya, Jojo play towards Mirwin, be able to slam home advantages, create that pressure in the side lane where all of a sudden 3 members show up, you get a dive, you pressure the tower, you make the options really limited and really difficult there for CFO.
See what Driver does to waves now, though, with that Titanic
So
fish.
bot lane might be down 2 levels.
To deal with Mirwin in the pure 1v1. Rift held up in 7 seconds time. Mkoy trying to set up a little bit of vision around it as Alvaro stepped in by himself. We'll now have the support of Elyoya.
I also really like the first item here for Bard. Kaiwing going straight for the Mikhails. We talked about kind of the limited engage. It really is going to be fishing for gold cards. So now having the Mikhails, I do think is going to be a great answer. It's something that I think is sometimes a little bit overlooked. People kind of just
now I'm looking at Skarner and Shen items, and I'm looking at Caitlyn items, and I'm thinking,
especially when a team is really reliant on one form of engage.
The damage is going to be a small problem.
Mikhails a much longer cooldown than gold card is.
A little bit of an issue in the damage department
really
right now.
Be a game changer there, especially because
but
Doggo has no.
If we hit the right targets, we'll do the right amount of damage.
I think without some sort of Mikhails, it's just kind of point and click on Doggo every time, and he would be in trouble.
And the good thing for Mikhails on a gold card is you have quite a long time to see it on its way. So you
Jhin, no flash, Elyoya.
Captain Jacket,
do the Caedrel combo.
yourself with a tiny window just beforehand.
Let's see it.
Me on a little bit of time to cast.
Let's see that
Driver's going to be able to get the tower on the bottom side. Mkoy posturing around this Rift Herald. Down to 3,000 HP. Junja trying to step in range for the smite. Destiny comes out. Junja steps forward. There's the stun card, and Elyoya will secure the Rift Herald and the boots for Mkoy.
Something really interesting there. So Mirwin was playing off vision that entire time. He was basically sitting in this area right here trying to hide. And I think what he was hoping was that CFO would fully commit to the fight, and then he would jump in and surprise, I'm already here, be able to turn around.
Nice damage, nice damage.
Of this jungle as well.
Rise has
to come across. He flashes forward the Ishtar's impact. There's the Impale as well. And
that interaction is Alvaro. That heal was 4 business days too late.
He is gone. CFO engaging perfectly.
Yeah, Junja really finding his opportunity
Skarner,
there.
no flash,
and he is
not
so
too bad.
aggressive when he sees that window for a kill. Driver had been pushing down on bot side, trying to eliminate some of that advantage. Obviously, he took down the tower, pushed in some waves, had been down 1.3k. I assume the gold lead will have closed quite a bit. Yep, plus 400 since we last checked in. And Junja is the one up well over 1,000 gold. He is playing that tank that could be difficult to deal with here. And we talked about the ability for Mkoy to play out these fights by stepping forward, hit them with the gold card, poke them down. But when Junja is getting really strong, it is going to be that much more difficult to have that poke really stick. And to be able to actually deal with this front line.
It's also just such a good moment
Everyone
to do
needs
it.
to just take a breather. Everyone take a breath.
Side of the jungle away. It's basically a 6-camp swing. You're getting 3 camps and your opponent isn't getting 3 camps. Also gets the Scuttle Crab off the back of it. Weren't able to get any other Pardon?
Quick maths.
Quick maths, yeah, woo. 1 + 1 is 3, - 2 is 6. No, anyway.
Why is his Aeol's laugh so evil? Oh yeah, because Europe's losing. We gotta wipe that smirk off his face.
We need to get Freak back here. I remember the good old 2017 days, eating Taco Bell at 3 o'clock in the morning while in the LA studio.
We had him back for a playoff game.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, solid caster. A little bit bolder than I remember him, I think.
A little bit bolder?
Yeah, he's lost a little bit more hair than the last time I saw him.
Fair.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us.
Yes, it does.
I'd like you all to know the medic stared right at my bald head after I said that.
It's the reflection from the lights as well. I can't avoid it. Next Drake up in 20 seconds time would be the second of the game for either of these two teams. Driver trying to shadow dash onto Jojo Pion, who doesn't have the teleport currently on this Twisted Fate. Running the heal and the flash. Alvaro flashes immediately away from Honku, but the chase continues as Ginger finds his man in the jungle. Alvaro.
Big escape. Big escape. Massive baits from Alvaro. Now let's play it.
And now the collapse begins for MKOI. Stand United coming out as Honku steps forward onto Mirwin. Mirwin flashes away himself.
Come on, come on. We gotta cook him a bit here.
Gold card locked in. Oh, no.
Skarner's gonna ult us. Nice double flash.
Time the Impale too slow.
Go, Yoya, go. Get in there. Big kick onto the right. There's the Ambessa ult. No. Don't let him get out. Did you just flash over the wall, Super? What the hell? And now he's out. There's Yoya. Press 2 now. There he goes. Now W. Now he.
Yoya so deep though. And the rest of MKOI unable to back him up. Alvaro caught with a deadly flourish. The curtains open, looking for Super. Can't find him as he steps out of the back of the range.
Not able to actually grab that last.
How
kill.
is that
really
a 1-for-1?
Messy fight though, back and forth. Looked like it was going to be really positive for MKOI, and then CFO, they hit this great Bard ulti, and you're thinking, uh-oh, MKOI is going to get cooked here. But Kaiwing throws out the binding way too early. The Impale is not there. You know, everything missed time from CFO, and then they had to go into this fighting retreat. The start of it is Alvaro trying to retreat here, you know, getting hit by the Deadly Flourish, does have the Mikhails on himself. The Mantra comes out, trying to heal up, and then they see Mirwin here kind of on the bottom of the screen, looking to try to turn onto him. You can see Honkyu's going to flash in with the Stand United, trying to set that up, but then Mirwin gets back. And this is where the health bar is getting a little bit low. CFO realized, okay, we need to retreat. Now, this is all about timing. You have to actually watch the spell effects there. Everything too early. The Impale, the Taunt, the Cosmic Binding. Had they hit that, that is probably just 2 instantly dead members from MKOI and an absolute disaster for the EU side. But then Supa, I think, here gets kind of over-aggressive, flashing into the pit. I feel like that was a bit too far. MKOI getting really excited here, trying to get the most. As Elioya goes through, there's the Spirit's Refuge, there's the shielding from Junja, everything there to try to keep him alive.
It's okay, I forgive you.
Realizing his mistake.
Because if you slow it down as well, you get the Drake off the back of it. Yeah. Now CFO have that Mountain Dragon. A very,
Did Canyon just gaslight everyone to believing Lee Sin's OP?
Well,
like, can we not?
In it so far. 2 items have been completed on Jojo and on Honku. AD carry for Doggo as well has 2 in his pocket.
I don't even know if Jojo had spent his gold prior to that fight. Last time I saw he was just on Roa, so, you know, and I saw he was up gold. Okay, nice timing there with the Bard ultimate. Can always deny that Rift Herald charge.
Mirwin
so
solo kill now. Mirwin attack.
On his base
Ult his ass.
And obviously with that dagger going to be working in towards the rapid fire. That is where things really do change. You know, not that your damage is really ramping up that much, but it just changes the way that you have to play the game, because all of a sudden you really can just walk forward every time gold card is up and you have the rapid fire ready and you're just fishing for those gold cards. You're looking for poke. But Doggo on the other side is definitely going to be a problem. He has been playing very well and is likely working in towards LDR third here, I would think.
Yeah, he's in a really strong spot. 700 gold ahead of a Karma Caitlyn lane, which is usually so dominant in the early game, taking 5 plates down towards that bottom side. Super was moved towards top
gold
to get
is
some
just a
for himself,
social construct.
Hasn't actually been able to participate in any of the kills or assists for MKOI.
Lock in.
And it would be so interesting to
just
actually know
better.
the total gold swing and amount of experience that was missed by MKOI when Doggo was freezing that top side, because to me that was such a big turn in the game where they didn't have kind of those correct lane assignments. They tried to overload one side, really punish. They couldn't quite do it. Because you can really see it even in the experience advantage, you know, still over a full level ahead here, level 13 for Doggo. It is pretty rare that you see them at the same level as the solo laners at this point in the game.
CFO doing a really good job of just funneling into Doggo in the early game, and then since then in teamfight, it's been absolutely on the mark.
No. Looking
for Alvaro, cancels it. So he thought he was going a little bit deeper than he wanted. Next Drake up in 2 minutes, so this is all just vying for pressure, vying for vision control. around this bot side. Obviously, with Atakan up, there's always the possibility you can sneak it away. It's something we've seen CFO like to do at these two-man objectives while presenting on the rest of the map. Tempered Fate doesn't connect, as you say. Good sidestep there from Alvaro.
And Mighty Terror's dead.
Super showing up mid lane though, and Junja's behind him.
He doesn't have flash.
Or is he? Oh, is he? Or is he? Oh, there it is, Superstar!
Maybe they'll look for the fight. Destiny
oh, hell nah. Oh, hell nah. What the fuck? Nice, he's out.
In the mid lane. Junja
look, the Skarner.
To escape for now. The ace in the hole will only hit on the Kaiwing's backside.
What about Atakan? Thoughts and feelings on an Atakan after midwave?
Yeah, that's critical though by Super. Really well done by him. Able to avoid pretty much everything there. Didn't even have his Ghost available, and thankfully didn't need it. He is not playing Cleanse, so Mikhail's is going to be done for Alvaro.
Here we go.
Now.
Alright, TP ready on TF. Shen has ult. He's going to get top tier 1. We're going to TP in with Jojo Pune right now. Right now, there it is, TP in.
There's a great TP ward for Driver in that Tribush as well. MKoi are going to teleport in Jojo Pune. Atakan already down to 7,000 HP.
Get that Atakan down. Get that Atakan down. Kick his ass, kick his ass. Boom, kick, finish, now, look to rise. And then this straight. And then a trap. Never front line.
Snapchat, he'll fall. MKoi
nice.
to retreat
slowly, block.
Jojo the second and the third. Driver trying to step in, looking for that shadow dash. Mirwin waiting in the bush.
Big stun into the W.
Driver dashes away with the taunt. And MKoi will back away.
Not
Nicely
bad.
done, MKoi,
Not bad.
Getting that bit of pressure
Not
all
bad.
off of this failed dive onto Supa. They get Junja incredibly low. They push him back to base. They immediately use the HP advantage to get down to the Otacon and be able to start that up. And that is a big advantage there for MKoi.
What if Caitlyn gets barred?
Unfortunately, they have not really had the push, so they don't actually have that many flowers, so they're not amplifying that
Wait, we're
much,
down in flowers?
And you're getting for the rest of the game.
There must be a flower bug. What happened?
You do still get that proc on kill,
what happened?
Which is going to be potentially
where the flowers at?
changing.
What a flowers at?
Really helps. Yes, the CFO, they want 26 petals to only the 16 of MKoi.
How many flowers per petal? Or how many petals per flower?
It was 3.
That's got to be a chrono break
for the big
back to game 1, right?
Only 1 for the small one.
True.
So maybe when you pick the flower, some of them immediately die. So it's one of those rare commodities, you know.
TF,
cook them all,
up.
did you say?
Thoughts and feelings on this dragon.
Jojo
basing, he's going to have rapid fire cannon. Now we're spiking, Play the first target.
The British man stands up and starts paying attention.
Jojo got the disco summoners, but he's ready to lock in.
MKoi trying to cook something special up here. Have about a 300 gold lead. 2 items now on Super as well as we're jockeying for position around the mid lane tower.
Going from this to T1 versus BLG is going to be strange.
Jojo Pune is
but
just behind the team right now.
This will be a 3-1 for Koi. Big
He
stun
wants
card.
to go in.
Boom.
We'll land the gold card. You can see the extra range from the rapid fire cannon there helping out. Tempered Fate hits 2 though.
Help the Caitlyn.
Super needs to get out of here. Taunted immediately. Junjo on the chase as well, and Super has no recourse to survive. Next up is Mirwin. Rooted up. The Mikhail's too late. The Ishtal's impact into the Impale. And Yoya dashes in, but immediately is Shadow Dash taunted. CFO find 2 curtains open. Jojo takes 1. Takes 2. Alvaro able to get out to the side, but Jojo's going to fall for it. Kaiwing chasing his opposite man with the Realm Orb coming out. He's sent to the Shadow Realm. CFO with a clean ace.
That's massive for CFO. I mean, not only to get a 5-for-0 ace, they're going to get Baron, they're going to get Dragon, they're going to move to Soul Point here. That is huge. And just like that, they blow the game open. Well, maybe not the Dragon, as it looks like Dragon has hands, as Shen finds out, unfortunately. But they will still be able to take down the Baron. And it all was off of these small differences. Alvaro did not have his Mikhails at the start of that fight. It was a couple seconds on cooldown. Supa is not playing, playing Cleanse, so the fact that you get caught by the Bardol, perfectly timed taunt comes out of it this time.
What the fuck just happened?
So let's watch this one more time. It's really all about Supa. Supa is going to get hit by this Bardol. Elects not to flash it. I wonder if they knew that Mikhails was still on cooldown. Mikhails just had a couple seconds, couldn't cleanse it, so he gets CC'd up, can't flash, can't do anything from that point. Would have needed to flash the Bardol, but may have been thinking, my support has Mikhails, I'm going to be fine, I'll just flash afterwards if I have
20 million just to lose to NA and APAC?
Retreat here for
yes,
MKoi.
yeah, shut the fuck up.
And CFO are not going to let them do that. They just chase after. Doggo still has the ult for the end of the fight. There's nowhere for them to go. They're able to use all of this mobility, all of this power to chase him down, get all the kills, get the Baron, and now open up an absolutely enormous lead here. They will eventually get back to that Dragon and take that as well.
Okay, I'll admit,
being on Mountain Soul
it's not looking good.
Really problematic.
The blue side champions are reciting the entire book of Hamlet. They're that English speaking. But
Serpent's Fang on Mirwin
the series isn't over.
Get through some of the shields. that are happening on CFO. That's Stack
Right.
United, obviously one of them. Rise getting shields as well. Driver's going to be able to push through the mid lane. Goes in with the taunt. Elioya
That's got to be a kill. That's got to be a kill.
Driver
That's got to be a kill.
age.
Right there.
No damage.
Boom. That's one. Count it. Count it. One. One. Count it. One.
With the impale. They'll find one in answer.
One.
It's Alvaro falling. Magical Journey away from Ginger. Destiny going in as well as Jojo Pyun looks for them, but he goes too deep and has to flash himself.
One.
CFO are unrelenting in their pressure here. Honku flashes forward, can't quite land the spell flux, but the Realm Orb's there for the chase, and Doggo's barking.
There it is.
Jumps back in as Mirwin's looking for the engage, but he's knocked into the wall, and what can he do? In the face of 4 of CFO, this might just be game.
It's looking like it. Doggo knocks
Okay,
down
well, 1 is
another
still
one.
higher than 0.
They are going to pull back, though. They do have some low health bars. Driver got very aggressive, goes for the taunt flash in the 1v3. You know, is not able to make anything happen, but he does at least get Mikhail's out. He buys a lot of time for the rest of the team to come over, and CFO with this gold leader just so confident to continue.
I think
the fight
EU
here,
needs an emergency meeting now. Everyone needs to stop fucking slacking.
He steps forward immediately, TP. There's the Tempered Fate as well. Kaiwing teleported in with the Unsealed Spellbook to hit the Tempered Fate, and CFO are not giving MKOI a moment to breathe.
Doggo still has not yet based. He is incredibly low. Will they elect to stay around? They're trying to heal him up a little bit with these Bard health backs, but it is still a bit risky.
It's the last wave of Baron push, so I think they're just seeing if they can chip away at this inhibitor tower. As you say, a bit risky, but we also talked about how little MKOI actually have in terms of hard engage. So assuming Doggo just plays a little bit further back, he's fine. Use your front line. There's the redemption, back to full HP. The inhibitor tower goes down. Baron about to expire on them, but they can just push forward for the inhibitor because MKOI still don't have their mid laner for 20 seconds.
If KOI lose this series,
CFO
there's 5 major regions.
Right now,
LCK, LPL, LTA,
no TP, so they don't want to overstay their welcome.
LCP and
I think
LEC.
Doggo is going to have a massive
we would be
amount
the
of
worst
gold
region in the
pocket. I
world.
wouldn't be surprised to see like a full IE come through, and if you do see that, that is concerning for MKOI and their fans, and that is going to be the reality you are facing down. This guy has so much move speed, has the full IE, 7, 0, and 8 now. Have not been able to take him down. And CFO on the precipice here of moving us to match point against MKOI.
And really clean as well in both the games. First game, a couple of hiccups in the mid game where MKOI were able to get back, but CFO just really know the limits of their team compositions. We see them getting caught out a little bit in the red side jungle. They back away, but then realize they can re-engage. We see in the mid lane, they get caught out a little bit as well, but then they re-engage. Their ability after absorbing the initial burst from MKOI, or after absorbing the initial stun, Tempered Fate after Tempered Fate from Kaiwing hitting the backline, and then CFO can all just collapse onto a single target.
Absolutely, and Driver's just been so annoying in these side lanes. He's constantly pushing out the waves. They've been able to get experience advantages because they're non-stop pushing in these side waves. Even building towards, which I'm assuming is going to be a Warmogs, which if he gets there means, well, Poke is not going to do anything anymore. That is going to be really difficult for them to deal with. It's already so hard for them to actually knock through these front lines. It's really all up to Supa, and CFO knows that. Every single fight, they're just flying at Supa. They're sending everything at him. They're not allowing him to stand and fire and actually get
what
that
do you even
damage
do
out
anymore?
because they know as long as we're putting the pressure on Supa, Jojo's not going to kill your tanks, and Mirwin, it's going to take way too long to really be able to do it by himself. They are so reliant on Supa with this composition.
Super is 1.4 thousand gold behind. For MKOI, the smallest of windows is this next Dragon or Baron fight. They're spawning at about the same time. If you can sneak away one of them, perhaps there's a way back into the game, but I really don't think CFO are going to give you that luxury. They've been so adamant with their vision control. They've been precise. Look at how deep their vision line is into the MKOI jungle. It's past the red buff. It's around where the wolves are. It's so hard for MKOI to step up, especially since they don't have a true tank.
Yeah.
So who is guiding this Karma through? Well, it's Mirwin right now, but he needs at least another member, or even 3 of them, to actually put pressure into
one
the
chance,
enemy
one
side
shot,
of the map.
no flash
Absolutely.
chin.
Elioya
sniffing.
Really been able to get much value on the Sin so far this game, but there is always the opportunity to make a big play on this champion, and that is why it is so exciting.
Hey!
You can get into the back line, kick someone like Doggo in, get a kill on him right to start a fight, then you have more of an opportunity.
Elioya
that is going to be tough, and Honku now just bought a full death cap. This guy is well and truly online, hit level 18, and he is ridiculously strong.
Still flanking.
So you're going to have to find those kind of picks. You're going to have to find those kind of plays. And really, the only one who has that kind of like explosive X factor is Elioya. So it falls squarely on his shoulders.
Still flanking.
Captain of the team rebuilt it around him.
Losing Dragon Soul.
As he is behind them on that flank position. The Dragon secured by Hongyu
Still
in
flanking.
just a moment's time. Has that Realm Warp. That's why he's been left to his own devices down there.
Still
Will
flanking.
be sold for CFO. There we go. He secures it. Driver looking
We're
in.
doing
TP
Baron.
coming out from Hongyu as Jojo Pin will land the stun across the wall, but Junja's
Still
already on towards
flanking.
the back line. Driver's taken no damage
Still flanking.
as of yet. Mirin trying to dance around.
There he is
Hongyu
now.
goes
Boom.
very deep though, but there's the Stand United, there's the shield, there's
Still
the
flanking.
Zas. The Angel on his shoulder keeps him alive. Alvaro forced away, and Hongyu just jumped into the middle of MKOI, survived. Driver TPs into the base. MKOI, they had one last roll of the dice, but it's coming up Snake Eyes.
They're not going to be able to do anything there. Hongyu knows his strength, pairs up with Driver, and they are on the march to take down this game.
Elioya's going to try and defend, but he's the only one left standing for MKOI alongside Alvaro, who might die as the collapse from CFO can just come in. The inhibitor does respawn in the mid lane. There's Doggo. 10-0-8. His bite is worse than his bark. And CFO pushing. Elioya trying to defend, but what can he do against all of CFO? One game away from glory here for Apex. CFO are flying high.
CFO very nearly took down T1, and now completely unconcerned with what MKOI is bringing out here. They are looking like they are in full control, really playing well in this series. Doggo has been a standout. Junja has been creating so much action. I love the draft. I love the answers here. The early pick TF, so well answered by the mobility that CFO has gone for. The Shen, I think super undervalued pick. Really great into the Ambessa, lets you play the map. And it's been so exciting to see them make these adaptations alongside the Spellbook Bard that's everywhere, the Rise. They have been playing great. What do you think, Desk? Is it a sweep?
This is generational lows for Europe.
Sweep, but my day's a little bit better because we have a very special guest here, Cloud9's Vulcan. Welcome.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
Yeah, it's great to have
Wait,
you.
C9 minutes
under
MSI.
better circumstances from the EU camp, but I think you're really happy to see that.
Yeah, I am also. I mean, unfortunately, our last hope of NA, not last hope, I guess FlyQuest is still going strong, but
yeah.
Jojo.
I'm very let down by the fact that the four European players, are letting down my little brother Jojo.
That's what I was about to say. In fact, if you were here earlier, you were his good luck charm. Where the hell have you been?
I just got here. I don't know. I mean, now you should be good, right? I just arrived.
I mean,
Surely.
he was missing CS and stuff in lane in game 1, so I'm glad you're here.
Keep him accountable.
But nothing was his fault. I'll say that. It was a team
Oh my
error,
god,
especially-
if we are on the cusp of getting
CFO
3-0'd,
being
that is
extremely
crazy.
good. So what I want to do, since you missed the game, since you were in the car, most of it, I want you to blind react to a few things. The first thing is a draft, and I'd love to know from your professional opinion,
That is
how
criminal.
you thought the early game would play out when you see the draft, as you will in just a second. And there's one pick in particular that you're going to love.
Boom.
Bard.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that sticks out. I mean, the thing about the Caitlyn Karma with TF is they should be able theoretically to snowball. They should be able to get turrets, push their lane, be able to snowball that way. But I really like the Bard pick because even though your lane is hard, you have the W, you can... I always like to put like 2 points in it. If you're in a pretty difficult matchup, you can heal through it. The other thing also to point out is that they have Rise and Shen, who both have globals, so they're able to get some help. It's kind of hard for Caitlyn Karma to really always be pressing, always be pushing up in the lane when they're playing against globals like that. And yeah, I mean, I would just love to play Bard in a game like this against Caitlyn Karma, two targets that you can ult, Semper TF, and you're very comfortable building Mikkel's as well going into TF.
Expert read.
A pretty expert read.
Yeah.
Although I think what's going to be crushing if we can queue up that first replay.
Chat,
I would
our Lost
love for you
Ratones,
to
the
have
Sabers
been
of
right
EU.
about the
Bum.
It did come through in
Bum,
later stages of the game, but
bum.
they
Then
didn't
we can
even
go
have to
0-9
wait
together
for
instead of
the globals to be
0-6.
available before it
Bard portal
all
is almost
came
global. Look at that
crashing
range.
The
We have to
gap.
save EU. Crowny, lock in.
Unfortunately.
And this was, I think, the unmitigated disaster because the strong points you highlighted, the Caitlyn Karma, the Twisted Fate being set up, just got kind of obliterated in the first few minutes of this game.
Yeah, that's tough because that throws a wrench in your whole game plan. And so early on, I think, yeah, that's tough to watch. I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
I kind of wish I didn't, to be honest.
Same here, to be honest.
Me too. But unfortunately I did. And now, yeah, CFO is on match point, and I think you can point out there that everyone did their job correctly, and you will see this from these replays as well, and I think we agree on all
How
that.
do you
They just
how
look
do you
so,
downvote
so,
the tweet?
so focused, CFO. They never miss a beat. If you put 1 foot out of enough order.
That's
You're
the fucker
killing
with the
your
sign.
entire team, and I think that's what MKOI is struggling with the most, and it's beautiful to see from the side of the Oysters.
Yeah, exactly. The two people that we are always looking at coming into this tournament is Junja and Kaiwing, like the core of the squad, only because they set up objectives really well, and they had the ability to do that with their picks, specifically the Bard. I thought it was a great Bard game.
Captain Flowers is somewhere.
He loves this one.
Absolutely elated, screaming for this. But they were also really long range in their engages, which caught them off guard.
Is next year,
yeah, and I think you can
off-season, just going to be EU importing NA players?
CFO were always in a much better position to punish, and it wasn't just the global advantage that you mentioned earlier, Vulcan. They were just already positioning better. They
No,
added
it's
the globals
not.
on top
No,
of
it's
that.
not.
And so for
No,
the
it's
vast
not.
majority of fights,
No, it's not.
they
We're
were
going to
in
be taking them
complete
back.
Control.
We
There
need an
were glimmers
emergency
of hope.
meeting.
We
All
did see the
EU
Caitlyn still
players
do some
in
Caitlyn stuff,
foreign
still stay
regions,
arranged, but
please
then
return
your
to
favorite
Europe.
pick, the Bard, I think,
Emergency
ended up being
circumstances.
so clutch, because even when MKOI had that
Boom,
glimmer,
EU back at
Tempered
World
Fate
Finals.
After Tempered Fate, and
it wasn't
such a clutch pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen it now 2 times, you know, yesterday also against, from FlyQuest against G2, specifically Busio with an absolute masterclass. Do you think Bard is completely back and it should be an S tier pick?
It's tough because he's pretty conditional. I think kind of like how I mentioned earlier, the fact that you're playing against TF, Kate, and Karma, who are all targets that you can ult, it makes it really good. But in the same time, if you play against like an Akali, for example, Ezreal, you don't have as much value because you can't really create picks. So it's still like conditional, still depends on the draft. But yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see more Pry on it. I think it's been undervalued for quite some time, and it's also very fun to watch.
Such a fun pick, really.
I think for the emerging Bard fans of this tournament, whether it's Busio or Keria or Kaiwing,
Supa tweeted before the series started, when things get hard, I get harder.
Should we be expecting
However, the games are getting harder, and the gameplay is getting
This
worse.
is a really great Bard angle.
So I don't know what's getting hard.
The first thing I'll look at is the carries, mobile or not. And then after that, I'll think about, am I able to get through lane without, you know, being massively behind?
Yeah.
Because most of the time, that's the other condition is like, Bard doesn't offer that much in lane. You have to be able to do those kind of plays that I looked at.
Someone said when you realize CFO is closer in skill level to T1 than MKOI is in skill level to CFO.
Then I think most of the time it'll be a good pick.
Yeah, and I think we certainly saw that. The Tempered Fate, a terrifying ability, no doubt in my mind.
Yep, I'm just playing around with this tool. We have to kind of show the advantages. You see the goal difference over time there as well.
I'm not gonna lie, EU is just becoming a content region.
Oyster, we really see how they have taken everything they learned at first stand. Maybe also the disappointment of not being able to show what they could. Because mind you not, if you missed this 2 days ago, they almost beat T1. They went 5 games with them. They went toe to toe. So
it is
actually,
embarrassing.
If you think about it in that context, this could be an expected result.
It could be, and I just think that CFO has been so strong at playing around objectives. Even when they make mistakes, they played out the situation.
We made
better.
more
Like a good
TikToks
example
than
is
we
like
got
MKOI
wins.
in the red side jungle, I thought, had windows. They had an opportunity. They had a good chase down. Then Lee Sin dies. Then it gets like reset a little bit. So I want to see a little bit more out of that team. That being said, there has been a shift. MKOI selected blue side. Rest is subbing in. So it's always frustrating going up against this team. You're like, okay, now I'm prepared. Like Mirwin's doing well, and then you have to deal with the
You do,
roster
but
swap.
we do have Vulcan here, and I know you're conflicted because JoJo is on the roster, but you hate EU. So
What the fuck?
What do you want to say about this next game?
Yeah, it's very conflicting. You have a point there. I do hate EU a lot. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I just hope for a good series. I hope for a bounce back. I hope that JoJo can bring it back. Game 5 would be very hype. Yeah, I think obviously, as we've shown, you know, yesterday, I think NA is a lot better than EU. So I think the coaches, I hope that they realize that
I didn't need the direct eye contact.
Yes.
I don't think you didn't have to look me straight in the eyes as you said that.
Anyways, Twitch subscriptions are back for MSI. Subscribers enjoy benefits like enjoying MSI ad-free, custom chat emotes, badges, and more. Riot allocates a portion of the proceeds to the global revenue pool, directly supporting the leagues and teams in the LoL esports ecosystem. You can subscribe now to unlock the Not Like This Hui in-game emote. And we'll be back for Game 3. It might be
Oh
MKOI's
my
last.
god! It's not even like we're competing. We're getting fucking rolled. Like, we're getting absolutely smoked.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
It's fucking boring. Like, what happens when we get to Worlds and Koi and G2 lose to the 4th seed from LCK and LPL as well? Like, it's just gonna get embarrassing.
Play the local way. Pay your way.
Like, who would win, Koi or KT? Yeah, KT would fuck them up as much as I would hate to say it.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us.
Chat, who would win?
Yep.
G2 or
iPhone
D plus
16
Kia?
Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
This chat is... I mean, you're right. You're right, but I know you hate saying it. Because you're all DK hate watchers. So... Good news for European fans that are fans of T1 or BLG. You get to watch them play earlier. You're very positive thinking, I see. Okay. What's the good thing from this tournament? What's going to happen is we're going to lose the next game, go 0-3, go to EWC, lose 3-0, or I don't know what the fucking format is. Lose to NA again, twice. And then we're going to go to Worlds, and then we're going to lose to their 4th seed. And in the year, we're going to look back at the end of the year and go through all the tournaments we played in and say, well, we took a game off Gen G, and that's going to be our cope going into 2026. That's it. That's it. It was the same as last year. Well, at least we took a game off BLG. Really, did we? Okay. What else happened? And then we're gonna say, but in 2019, we did this. And then you're gonna ask it, but it is 2026. 2019 was 7 years ago. Hello. Think about it. LEC spot value will go down, so loss rate. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh no, no, don't lose. No, I'm kidding. Listen, El Yoya is a reverse sweep fucking demon. How much would the value have to go down for it to be worth it? I mean, maybe 10, 15 euros is what I would pay. Bum, bum. Okay.
He wants to go in. We'll land the gold card. You can see the extra range from the rapid fire cannon there, helping out. Temper Fate hits 2 though. As Super needs to get out of here, taunted immediately. Junjo on the chase as well, and Super has no recourse to survive. Next
Gen G was down 2-0 against Humble Life.
Too late. The Ishtal's impact into the Impale, and Yoya dashes in, but immediately is Shadow Dash taunted. CFO find 2 curtains open. Jojo takes 1. Takes 2. Alvaro able to get out to the side, but Jojo's going to fall forward. Kaiwing chasing his opposite man with the Realm Warp coming out. He's sent to the Shadow Realm. CFO with a clean ace. And that's as we see how CFO have dominated the last 2 games. The question in your head has to be, do MKOI have anything left in the tank? Because at the moment, in the Battle of the Aquatic, it is the oysters who are swimming happily. And I'm sorry, but MKOI are sleeping with the fishes.
You just couldn't help yourself.
I had to get it out.
You said you wish Freak was back. Well, here he is. Yeah, there you go.
Channeling.
Living on.
In a David Turley, you know?
Yeah. Well, Rest is going to be subbing in, so maybe that's going to be an opening here for MKOI. I do feel like Driver has been performing a lot better, honestly, so far this tournament. But this is something that CFO always does. They swap back and forth between these two top laners. Rest is kind of known as the carry guy, so that does give a little bit of a tip of the hand here as we enter
Jojo,
into
smile, lock in, wake up.
Omen and HyperX. MKOI must reverse sweep or they will be done here.
Why are they
at
betting
MSI.
Pantheon on blue?
CFO just need one more game to close this out and move on, where they would play the loser.
Talia open.
AL, of course. They would play AL because that happened yesterday. So obviously an incredibly difficult challenge that they would be facing, but want to take that chance.
I mean, every opportunity, CFO have stepped up to the challenge at this MSI, taking T1 to 5 games now, coming into this series as a close team, but definitely the underdogs. I think most people expected MKOI to be the slightly better of the two, and just dominating the first two games is Jace, Pantheon, and Cassante banned away by MKOI, Gwen and Vi removed by CFO.
Yeah, so Jace, the most played for Rest. Cassante, third most played for Rest. So clearly trying to throw something at what his expected champion pool is. Going to be curious to see where Rest does go. You'll remember back towards Game 5.
All right, Talia open, Jojo, this is you.
He came in, he was actually playing the Ornn. That one did not go well for him. But we had heard in the interviews that was more due to jet lag that Driver was experiencing, and he wanted to sub himself out.
Yeah, I think Driver said it's only his second time on the international stage. There's a little bit of jet lag,
so there is
around it all as well. So credit to
Ari,
CFO for making that swap
Aurora,
at that sort of moment. It's going to be Talia
Varus,
locked in for MKOI, one of JoJo's best champions this split in the LEC. CFO are looking towards the Aurora as an answer, which is something we have seen quite a few times over MSI.
Wait, was that Mojo Jojo from Shaolin Showdown?
Aurora
what the fuck?
Has been looking very strong so far. A lot of these players are showing up, really showcasing.
Not Shaolin Showdown. Fucking Powerpuff Girls.
Yorick Blind, to me, I love the champion, just so not a fan. We'll see what the answer is going to be for Mirwin, because Mirwin is one of the guys that can, he can play everything, right? Yeah. So I would be almost most scared. There it is, finally.
It's the best counter.
This to me, I play a lot of Yorick.
Match points, we're playing Irelia top.
This is the worst matchup, one of the worst matchups I've ever played, not just for Yorick, but of any champion. It is truly horrible.
My god, we're playing Irelia top at match
Aurelia
point. Oh my god, oh my god.
Passive. It is so hard, even from ahead, to actually be able to win this out. You need your jungler. You need your jungler to be able to 2v1, put you in a position where this Aurelia is just slammed into the ground, because it is so tough. And this is a matchup that I've almost stopped talking about in Pro, because no one wants to play Aurelia, because it is
Irelia
such
into
a risky pick.
Aurora Nocturne.
Has to be flying in, playing aggressive.
Are we a content region, or are we going to pop off? Because Irelia on the thumbnail goes hard.
Yeah, it really is.
But Irelia in the game, does it go hard or not?
By saying, okay, if you want to go in on the Aurelia, we're going to pick the Nocturne. Gives you side lane threat, but also as soon as Mirwin's jumping onto the backline, Paranoia's popped.
We need to ban Xayah, surely, right? We have Poppy Irelia.
To mitigate a bit of Aurelia's weaknesses by picking
surely
up the
we ban Xayah.
Because obviously Steadfast Presence,
Lucian, nice, and Xayah, thoughts?
Just wants to dash.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Guys, if they get Xayah Rakan into Irelia Poppy, we can
this
open.
This game is already almost entirely about top lane. Both of these champions are extremely impressive from ahead and absolutely
Please ban Xayah, they're banning Kalista Varus.
So we have to see drafts, I think, that have really kind of bot lanes that can just work on their own, that don't necessarily need a lot of jungle attention, that don't necessarily need a lot of help. I would really be thinking about, okay, how can I actually play this out to where, I have strong wave clear, I'm not going to be threatened in the dives, I'm going to be able to just chill on an island here so my jungler can play for top side, because I think that is where this game will be decided. Draven
I'm
would
very concerned about
Xayah. To
Xayah.
me, it's Senna, I think, is a fantastic pick that would actually allow you to play towards that side lane that is
Senna does go kind of hard, actually.
Sustaining on your own, especially when paired with a stronger laning support.
And as soon as you get the static shiv as well, it's really easy just to sit in that mid lane, push out the waves. You put something like the Nautilus alongside it as well, it gives him a little bit of extra safety. Kai'Sa's going to be the pick. Has a little bit of safety herself.
I mean, they can play Kai'Sa Nord if we go Xayah Rakan.
Avoid a bit of damage, but as you say, full
every
dive
caster
really
AD is shit, Ashe is shit, MF is shit, Corki is like okay.
their flanks when it comes to this paranoia coming down.
Maybe Xayah Rakan is
Nautilus
the best
still
for
up
us,
and
but they will
available,
play
obviously one
Nord.
of the really common pairings. Rakan is still up and available too. I think Xayah
I
Rakan
think if
makes a
CFO
ton of
took
sense
Xayah
here
on
for
4, we
MKOI.
were
It's a
sniped.
great answer to a full
What can we
dive
play
comp,
into
which
Xayah
is
to
what we're
punish the
obviously
lane? I
showing
guess
from
Corki,
CFO.
right?
Does mean that you'd be giving the Nautilus over, but honestly, who cares? The counter engage, I think, is fantastic from the MKOI side.
Xayah Rel.
They're going to be going in towards the Rel.
Rel's
so
good into
grabbing
Nord.
up the Rel for themselves here.
There you go, Rakan.
Very interesting.
Chat, I'm going to run ads. If you don't avoid ads, you can use
Rakan,
the T1 with Twitch Prime. You don't have to
as
sub
well
10
as
off. If you don't
Nautilus
do back to the game,
as
shots
options
because
for
I have to on the
CFO.
ads. You don't get the ads during the game. If you sub now, you won't get ads for the rest
really
of
wanna
MSI.
Nah, I mean, Renata also does a similar thing with the hostile takeover and the handshake. You can
Kaiser
protect her and
Renata.
carry a little bit if you think you're going to be overcome by the dive
They
that
just
comes
don't
out
have
from
any like,
MKOI.
hard engage here. I don't like the Renata, honestly. I would be very surprised. I think he's just kind of hovering around for fun. And I think he's going to lock in hard engage. I just don't really buy it when...
Mirwin
like,
Irelia, backs
sort of
against the
go back,
wall.
right? You need to be able to actually lock these people up, apply CC so that
Mirwin
the killer instinct can
Irelia.
even be used, right? Like, otherwise, what is your CC? You're waiting for a Fear Tether to proc the Plasma so that Kaisa can go into the back line? It just wouldn't make sense. So it's going to be very interesting. Two teams playing two very different styles. For MKOI, it's all about stifling the engage, absorbing it, being able to then turn around the fight in the longer run. Whereas for CFO, it's all about that first punch and, of course, playing through side lane.
Oof.
Both MKOI
He's against
and
Aurora,
CFO
Kaisa,
are gonna
not
have
like
eyes on
these
that top
champs
lane
are
rest
very good at killing
and
side
Mirwin.
laners.
The fate of their teams, I think, really will
These
be
champs
on their
eat side
shoulders
laners.
here.
Yeah, huge amount of weight on Mirwin's shoulders. Aurelia, the last time we saw her was back in 2023 from Chasey on Mad Lions, which is the team that MKOI then became, or
At
came out
MSI.
of, at MSI. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this Aurelia does. A lot of weight on Mirwin's shoulders. Non-subscribers can come back in about 30
I can tell you what will
seconds.
happen with Irelia. Are you ready? Oh my god, Irelia top. Q. Wow, this is so cool. She won a trade. Okay, Yorick based. Oh wait, what the fuck? Kaisa's running top. Oh, they swapped.
For the LCP, for the APAC region. A few times we have seen this region manage to beat out EU, but all time it's like 9-23 in favor of EU. In series, it tends to be close, but EU comes out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. But you also have to take in consideration 4 of those wins were right at first stand, right? You know, we saw that CFO was able to 2-0 KC and then had a close best of 5. It was 2-3 that they lost, but still overall score 4-3. They actually were winning a lot of games there. This team is something different, right? And we have to respect how good they have gotten.
Mirwin Irelia
really
versus
is a threat on the international
Yorick.
stage. They
All
are
right.
absolutely proving that. Mirwin, though, this is the kind of game that is make or break for you. You are known as one of these really impressive carry players who has this deep bag of champions that you can pull from. This is an absolute hard counter in the 1v1. You have the opportunity to take over this game, and I really want to see if he can actually step up with all the pressure on his shoulders and do it, because Aurelia, it's not just going to be about the 1v1, it's going to be about that later stage.
Comes in.
Nice
Down
trade,
from
level
Alvaro.
1.
There's the heal coming out as well as CFO.
Can we
will
pop
just
the Ghost?
start
Got
to
their heal.
retreat. Ghost was used by Super for the chase, so it's a summoner for a summoner. I think this
Wait, he's
is
getting his
too
base
late
off.
on
Wait,
a
that's a
recall
monster
from
base by Doggo, isn't it?
Not going to be back in the lane too early. And
Doesn't he get
Alvaro
back
and
to lane in
Super
time?
trying to make sure that he can't get back
There's
easily.
Vulcan watching from the crowd, hanging out. Yeah, it is going to be
Maybe
a
he
bit
was
of a tough
scared of
start. So
Rel.
you lose your potion, you're still not going to be full HP, but that was a risky invade. They were just kind of trying to walk in blind.
Okay, nice.
And,
Bot in a great
as a result,
spot.
they are punished, so MKOI going to be really
I
happy
need
about
camera
how things are
top lane.
starting out. And all eyes on the top lane here. Again, it's not like it's just you're just going to straight up kill him at level 1 or something, but the whole reason it's so difficult is because of this interaction where you summon the ghouls, Aurelia just Qs them all, one-shots them, heals up,
Oh,
gets
we
the
are
passive
trading
stack.
in bot.
Crash
Oh,
down
we
in
are
from Alvaro,
trading.
so they're going to force Doggo
Oh, yeah,
away
we are
once
trading.
Again. Not level 2 yet, so you don't have the Shadowing
Nice
Strike or the
bot
Blade Call.
montage.
Still good damage down to Doggo. We
Oh,
did see
yes,
the
we're
share
playing
champion
aggressive. Here we go.
between Mirwin and
EU
Rest,
is so
but
back.
Mirwin hasn't
Take his
brought
scrum.
the Aurelia so far this year, unsurprisingly.
Yoinked it.
Smite goes down. And Leoya is the one to get that Gromp and should be able to walk away from Ginger here. Looking for the slam into the wall.
Nice
Have enough
phase
damage
rush
to kill
proc.
him.
Okay,
Harasses
EU is
him
back,
out,
winning
using the
bot,
lane
winning
pressure
jungle,
well
pushing
there,
lanes.
Leoya.
Yeah,
Playing
really nice
aggro.
invade, just goes Raptors.
This is
meets
more like
his
it. This is more like
opponent
it.
over at that buff, and Junja had no smite. He'd already used it on the first camp to get that quicker level 2. Poppy, of course, just deletes the Raptors. Bot lane going horrible here for CFO, so you've got to be
That's
so
a plate in
happy
2 minutes
about how
30.
this
That's got to
actually
be a
starts
world
out. They
record
already
plate,
got a
right?
plate. Doggo had to base with 1 CS. He just had passive gold that was enough to get him another potion, so that was his buy on
He's
the
going to
first
revive
base.
the rats. Watch out.
Still level 1 here,
Here
as
come
well.
the rats.
And things just going to get that much more difficult.
You see the ghouls come out, and there they go. very quickly back to the grave. That's the power of the Blade Surge from Mirwin here on the Irelia. Good start early hit for MKOI. I think this Xayah Rel is going better than the Caitlyn Karma was in terms of 2v2 pressure, which is surprising considering how strong Kate Karma usually is.
Absolutely.
Yo, playing like a psycho.
How the level 1 went, right? And it was really about that aggression as Mirwin again just going to be able to heal up. And now with a massive stack, Conqueror stacks.
Conqueror fully stacked here onto Rest. Doesn't have another Blade Surge to work with.
Rallying a bit.
Rest forced back once again. Yorick does have a few innate tools for sustain. Last right giving you a bit of health back as Jojo taken out. Thought he could escape with the flash, but the threefold Hex just follows him.
We saw the exact same thing happening to Quad. You know, you get that damage through threefold Hex. Comes back, able to actually take him out. You're going to get supported here as well, as Honkyu's just going to TP right into this ward.
My game is lost.
Making sure that Ginger can get the Scuttle Crab. Nice TP from Honky. Doesn't really lose anything because he's just
Don't say EU mid now, you fucking rat. Don't you dare say EU mid.
Wave, so
I'll take a window seat, by the way.
Have the 2v1 advantage right there. Leads for MKOI
nice
in the top side and the bot side, but mid and jungle very much in favor of CFO. Partly because Elioya spent a lot of time trying to steal away these camps. We'll have another look at this. Jojo very low on mana, trying to catch the wave quite high up in the lane.
Yeah, Honkyu goes in, proxy electrocute, and there it is.
Oh my god.
Hits him with the 2-volt Hex, and when you flash through, you can still do the pullback, and of course that damage is going to follow, able to finish him off. And Jojo.
Top dive is big.
But MKOI looking for a dive here, Rest in trouble.
Yeah, slammed into the wall.
Beautiful dive. Beautiful dive. Beautiful dive. Now here, oh no, Kaiser's running top. Oh, for fuck's sakes, here it starts.
He is getting pretty fat already on this Aurelia.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard for Rest. Already down 600 gold here. Elioya only has taken 4 camps, but has been active, trying to stay aggressive.
Dodge, nice.
Jojo has to sidestep the grand entrance. Well done to escape Kaiwing's clutches. TP coming out from Rest. He's going back down to the bottom lane. And with the recall coming out from Super, I expect he'll match the pressure on the top side from Doggo.
Yeah, really nice movement there from Jojo. Sidesteps the W from Rakan. Sidesteps the Q as well coming through from Honkyu. That is critical when you've already gone down once. You can't afford to make those mistakes, especially if you're forced to base or even die.
Chat, what is it like to win?
It's so much more punishing that second time. So has to stay alive, and Alvaro is here, and Honkyu could be in trouble.
Shove doesn't connect.
Alvaro.
Shadowing strike, but the weirding out from Honkyu will get him to safety. Goes invisible. Doesn't have to burn the flash, which I think is really what MKOI were looking for there, just trying to even out that summoner spell disadvantage. Honkyu flashes in though, and Jojo's dead again! That's not optimal, but Honkyu is absolutely slapping. Elioya comes in, will put the hammer down and get a kill in response. But
despite Jojo's hardest and best abilities, EU is still up 600 gold.
He is going crazy already here as Mirwin down towards this bot side. With Rest, Supa going to be able to kite this out. Honkyu making such a difference in this last game, as it feels like he's going to kind of have to, because top lane is already really struggling, and it does not get easier in this matchup.
Mirwin slightly behind in terms of XP right now, but should be able to catch back up as the wave pushes in. Rest has brought in the Maiden to...
It is the NA mid MSI, any percent
not that
skip,
tanky right now,
it?
only 1,000 HP on her, so with a little bit of help from a friend, Mirwin should be able to take that down pretty sharpish. Has gone Cull as well on this Aurelia, just trying to farm up, as has Super on the Xayah.
Yep, going to be going Cull, and you can see that Rest is going to be going for the Bramble Vest early. Really, when I've played this matchup, all you do is you try to survive. Like, you just try to not be the reason your team loses the game, because you're never really going to be able to win that 1v1. So, you know, rushing towards Triforce I think becomes less important. To me, it's like,
oh yeah, look,
going Bramble Vest into Tabbies and try not to die.
Paranoia
I don't want to look.
Ginger, the flash from the Fear Tether.
Nice flash
to keep Super safe. He was actually positioning up because that plate was about to fall on the top side, so he wanted to get the gold from it. Elioya now coming down towards the bottom side. Rest does have his flash available. Puts down the cage, but I
Irelia ult.
Meanwhile, on the top side, Alvaro and Jojo Pyun are still fighting.
Nice Mirwin.
Jojo Pyun down to a 30
and Jojo Pyun out big. Okay, 3 kills. Best early game so far.
Honkyu coming up on top in the mid lane.
Nicely done. Mirwin able to get another kill there with the help of Elioya. Doesn't even have to use his ultimate as well to add insult
Do not
to injury
lose
there.
faith, because if you don't have
him
hope
down,
anymore, what's the point?
We'll be able to get a good base here, and when you get to Blade of the Rune King, any fun that you were having is already going to be a well and truly over here. Jojo just trying to survive mid lane against Honkyu. The rest of the map is doing really, really well, so Jojo just needs to kind of sit back, chill. That is the 1 point of power right now for CFO. Junja at the very least did get Ghost Flash out of his first ultimate, but the ultimate cooldown early on is so long on Nocturne, you really want to be able to cash in on that first kill.
Especially when you're doing it against a Xayah and you get her flash out, but she's about to hit level 6.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I have
Keep
more
the lanes,
tools
keep
at
the
my
lanes.
disposal to be safe. I have that Featherstorm now, so even if you come back in with the Paranoia, I can at least delay for the follow-up of the rest
No, I'm
of
not
my
allergic
team.
to
It's the
winning.
first time
Shut
in
the
this
fuck
series
up.
that we've seen MKOI with a gold lead in the
My
early game.
my
About
body's just not used to
1,200
it.
ahead right now, as CFO are going to claim the first Drake of the game.
CFO able to grab that dragon here, not super early, and the grubs are up, so we'll see if anyone's going to make a move towards those here pretty quickly. But it feels like Elioya, has been very active, got some kills, wants to just go back and keep his farm up, because even though he was up in gold, he was quite a few camps down. You can see the KDA for Doggo has yet to die across those first 2 games. This guy has been stellar, really pumping out the damage, positioning well. He is just such a talent, and
really
is so fun to actually watch him. And Emily was just telling me about an interview that he had given where he was saying this MSI is so important to him because it felt like it was the first time that he had earned it himself, actually getting there himself. Of course, he had subbed in before in the past on loan for another team, but
big trades.
This is, him
Mirror win,
earning
don't
his
die.
trip here, and really wants to perform well to show that, hey, I deserve to be here amongst the best in the world.
I think there's a lot of people as well who have only watched him in the LPL as the Paranoia goes down onto Mirwin, who has no flash and no escape from this. Rest gets the shutdown.
We are 4-man topside.
Too greedy on his own in the
We are
bot side.
4-man topside.
That was a really nice play there.
We're
from Junja.
contesting
You
vision.
have to
Nocturne
depend
is
on your
not
jungler in
showing.
this matchup.
All in bot.
Junja is a very dependable jungler, so gets
All
down
in
there,
bot.
is able to get the kill. Mirwin didn't have flash, and now MKOI trying to pressure on the other side of the map. You can see Junja, though, running up there with Kaiwing. Is there to cover.
Shadowing Strike doesn't hit. Alvaro starts to run away. Hasn't invested too much in this right now.
Spamming the emotes,
He
man.
really is. He's going to be able to walk away. Junja here for the cover as well, so in the end, Super will just
my
be able
God.
to chip away at that tower, not quite take the plate, but should clear out this next wave. I was saying about Doggo, I think there'll be a lot of people who only watched him in the LPL where he underperformed
We're getting
and
BM'd.
think, oh, this guy's not actually all that.
Yeah.
But when you watch him in the LCP, he's just so consistently one of the best AD carries in the league, and you've seen him here as well.
We're getting BM'd,
Unkilled
we're
in
getting
this
left
series, had a great series versus T1 as well. He's just such a good player that we don't get to see enough of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, mechanically, he's extremely impressive, so definitely a treat to watch here. Has been performing incredibly well against some of the best in the world. I mean, you go up against T1 bot
Never
lane,
mind.
you're
I
laning
can't say
against Carrier and Guma. And
We
you
should
perform
import
well.
Doggo.
Like,
Thoughts?
okay, you're pretty good.
LEC GMs?
I don't think it gets much harder than that, so we'll see if he can kind of continue that. Mirwin obviously did go down, but is still significantly ahead in that 1v1 on the top side, working towards that Blade of Rune King. 30 more stacks on the cult. And we'll be in towards that. And Elioya, with all this early pressure that he's put out, already is on the Sundered Sky, so is going to have quite a bit of damage here. Of course, Poppy is a tank, but so much upfront damage if you can actually get that wall slam comes out with this build, and that's why it's so popular.
See Rest just trying to avoid every matchup that he can into this Aurelia. And he's done pretty well. He's going to push out this wave, and with the Maiden, your wave push is actually relatively quick, especially if you get the Eulogy down and get those extra ghouls. So Rest can just, take this tower back away. There's a possibility of a Weaver's Wall from Jojo, but with the Rest walking all the way back to his tower, no gank attempt is made.
Yeah, no one answering that bot wave right now, so it would be a cost to it if they wanted to go for it.
Oh, Alvaro. For Kaiwing or Doggo here, steps into vision. There's a flank as well here from Elioya. Kaiwing has to flash away early. The Magnus
Okay, we're kind of in there.
Paranoia as well. Super begins to open up between worlds. Goes Hongchu. The keeper's verdict knocks back two. Doggo looking for the flank. The Paranoia is going to follow back up.
We are
Doggo's
kind
still
of.
coming in here. There's the
We
Weaver's Wall
are.
from Jojo.
There's
Alvaro
a
chasing
target
up to Doggo, but he
somewhere.
stopped both
I
summers
can't
still
find
up.
it
Uses
yet,
the plans
but there is a
immediately to get away
target.
from the seismic shot. Elioya now on the retreat with Stefan's
We're
presence.
gonna hit the.
Weirden coming out from Hongchu is going to do a lot of work as well. In the end, neither team will have anyone fall.
Was that the
No one
worst team
falls there,
fight
but
I've
it is the
seen
flash off
all
Elioya,
year long?
The flash off of both the Nocturne as well as the Recon, the cleanse off the Kai'Sa.
Well, no
so
one died,
a lot of big tools
so maybe
were
not.
spent there. It was a great ejection from Elioya. He knocks the Nocturne away, but then is able to just use the ultimate to just come right back in. Alvaro is behind Hongq, but quite low on health. I don't think that's a play that you're going to want to look for.
A
Hongq
team
is
fight
quite strong here.
where
does already have his first
blue
item
team
done.
used their
One of the
spells,
most greedy dives, if that ever
and
did materialize.
the
Everyone's
spells
on
just
RPG.
they just weren't doing their job. You know what I'm saying? Like they were just.
It's MKOI holding back off it, and I'm
What
sure
a terrible day for
Europeans
Ice.
around the world are taking a sigh of relief at the fact they didn't decide to go for that play. Plate falls in the mid lane, but no one's near it, so no one will pick up that extra bit of gold. Leads in the top jungle, bot, and support role for MKOI, but a sizable chunk of change for Hongkyu in mid. 600 gold ahead. The Malignant's already complete.
And there's the Blade of the Rune King done for Mirwin, so bad news for Rest. Matchup already very difficult. You know, did get that relief, and the shutdown gold critically went to him, so has just been playing it very defensively. You can see he's pushing out waves. He's just trying to move away from the Aurelia, really not interact whatsoever, which is absolutely the correct choice in this matchup.
On the Drake?
And the question is, you know, can Mirwin utilize this advantage to either start farming plates and towers and get an edge there, or if he has to go into the team fights with it, can he really execute on the team fights on Aurelia? Because that is really hard to do. To play out this matchup, honestly, in the 1v1, it's not that hard. It is very, very Aurelia favored, but it is really hard to pilot this champion effectively in a 5v5 and really be able to get something done. So that's where I think Mirwin is going to have that big test.
Neither of the top laners have teleports. That's going to be a 4v4 around the Dragon.
Nice spot
Super
push.
still has that Featherstorm, Magnet Storm Flash available for Alvaro if he wants to go in. The Drake resetting as CFO decide it's not in their best options right now to continue on that.
Some more plates did fall up on that top side as we saw that Rest went back to base, you know, wanted to heal back up, get a buy.
That's Rakan is the king of fake pressure. What is that?
Plates on that
He's
tower,
walking up like he's the king. How is he getting away with that?
Side, though, and Honkyu's moving over as well, so it could be a potential for a fight.
It might just be a fight afterwards. There's the Paranoia coming out. Smite goes in from Elioya. Seismic Shove shielded by Ginger. Doggo and Kaiwing a little bit separated from the team. You could see the idea. Pincer movement, quickness, killer instinct. You have a lot of ability to close on that backline, but in the end, CFO don't pull the trigger.
Yeah, and I think MKOI positioning well there. You know, if you get split up, then maybe it's going to become really problematic. But because they stayed as a 4-man squad, great. You have these 2 squads of 2, but they're just going to go on attack one side. They're going to heavily commit towards that. And then it would be really difficult.
And he's playing the side lane.
So I think intelligently
they do have Nocturne, and they do have Kai set to dive on him.
So all tied up as far as that is concerned. It's going to be a Cloud Soul, which can be really strong, I think, for a lot of these champions. You know, Aurelia obviously loving that, Nocturne obviously loving that. You know, a lot of these champions do get a lot of value out of this, even the Xayah as well as the Rakan, the Kaisa. Like, there's so many champs that just love it in this game.
Rakan is over the moon with a Cloud Soul. It's one of the best souls you can get. Obviously going to be hard for Kaiwing in this game because the Poppy exists and the Unraveled Earth from the Taliyah exists.
Wait, can we shadow the Aurelia?
Cloud Soul and press R and run at them.
And never use W or E. You have Q and your R.
Press R,
that's your 2 abilities.
Just run through them.
Yeah, we've gone for the Mikhails once again. It has Kaiwing rushing that, only going for the slightly magical footwear there on the Rakan, whereas Alvaro has decided to get the Ionian Boots of Lucidity to kick things off. First item complete as well for Super and for Jojo Pyun. It's the Archangels and the Yuntal Wind Arrows.
They can't really fight this. Nocturne's still on cooldown. Just take the free objective.
Set up around the Rift Herald.
Mirror win,
looking for that flank position. Prey Seeker's going to come out.
Nice, he's fine. He's fine.
Doggo tries to connect, but the Rift Herald is secured by MKOI. Alongside it, those upgraded boots.
Yeah, and Junja had no ultimates. You're pretty much never going to look for a fight in that position. Nocturne without ult in a team fight is just so useless. And Rest's just going to tank up this damage and knock down the tower. It is incredibly low, so we'll be able to finish that off. Nicely done by him. And that is the ult out from Jojo. Has not really been able to find much purchase in this game. You know, he did get taken down a couple times in mid lane, and as a result, hasn't been very active on the map.
That's a dive, right?
Smart movement as well.
Any divers.
CFO. Splitting these laners up. Honkyu's going to dash away. Clears out the wave first. Kaiwing here for support. Even trying to close the gap before this duet. There's the charm, and Kaiwing can just run up to the top side. Great protection.
Yeah, I didn't want to kill him either.
There from the CFO
Let's go mid.
support.
Yeah, really slick stuff from both of them, honestly. You know, Honkyu just drops the ult, clears out the wave, runs away from the dive, so they have to walk through the tower. And that buys his support time to get there. They're looking for a dive on bot side.
Paranoia onto Mirwin. The Fear Tether's going to connect as well as Rest.
Seraphs, big Seraphs.
Forward, but they can't quite kill him. Doggo comes in with a killer instinct and will take out Mirwin.
Nice stun, Mirwin.
It's a dive onto Honkyu. The tower's not going to
nice, Mirwin. Look, Superstar. Super Yushi. Super. Get 2. Oh, yes. Double kill for Super. Top dive for the Aurelia.
So Jojo dies at bot. Mirwin gets a kill at top. Super picks up 2 in the end on the bot lane.
Big pace.
It's really big. Super going to be able to grab a couple kills, and they're going to drop
Elioya driving the Herald right into that tower. Boom.
So Elioya going to be able to charge this one in. Maybe finish this off as well. It's just the support in the area, so should be able to finish it off.
You want to cook him
More
a bit?
gold going
Where's
to
the W at, bro?
Over 3,000 gold ahead. Going to be able to get a second
Knock him
charge
up
in also.
into the tower.
And
Boom.
Kylie's getting low. He's going to be careful.
Yeah, pops the heal. Does have that unsealed spellbook, but
yeah, used Spellbook Smite to actually try to kill the Herald before it actually crashed, but couldn't quite finish it off.
Okay, good game state.
About 14 HP left on it. A 3,000 gold lead now for MKOI. As we have a moment in the action, if
Super
you're
carries
watching the
this.
action unfold, keep an eye out for exclusive drops just for tuning into
I'm
MSI. All you need
thinking
to do is be
we
logged
win
in and
this
watching on
game.
lollysports.com
We go next
for a
game.
chance to score in-game
Then we
loot.
play Jinx
For
Lulu.
that, we don't mean like
Thoughts and
Kraken
feelings.
Slayer or Malignant's actual skins and items and stuff. No,
You know, just get like a bloodthirster popping up.
start in the game. It's a free bloodthirster. It's the only way
Over
I
the
think
wall,
we'll be able to beat
into the stun,
most of the players
into the
here.
stun,
Team Worlds from
into
Honku.
the,
He's going to
into
look
the,
to try and dash away, but can't get to the edge of the ring. Alvaro still
into the
chasing. Alioya looking for the key.
into the flip,
It doesn't connect.
into the
Honku jumps back
dead.
with the weirding,
3
but
kills for Super
in the
Yushi.
end, will fall to Super, who's now
Shifting from
3-0
top
with
to
a
mid to catch
1.4K
mid.
gold lead.
Super, don't die. You have
CFO,
nothing.
though, in
You have
the
nothing.
area,
You have no
thinking
spells.
about
Watch out.
Looking for an engage.
Oh, no. Chandra goes in.
Okay, get the tower. Slowly, slowly.
The tower will
nice poppy W.
Stopped by the steadfast presence, but the charm still going to connect.
Rakan got the shutdown.
With the grand entrance. Alvaro now on the front line as Doggo begins to open up.
Jojo Pyun, Jojo Pyun. Nice. You have W. Okay, 1-for-1 is good. Rakan got the shutdown.
Nicely done. Are able to knock down that
They had
tower
no
there
Kai'Sa
too,
ult.
and
Mirwin, take the
Mirwin
tower.
now
Just take
pushing
it.
through mid lane
Take
here.
the tower.
He's got a second item, and
Go crazy.
Rest is gonna
Do
have
the
to be
already, I
careful,
think.
but Kaiwing is in the area.
There's the already, I think. Do it.
Mirwin just has to survive for a couple of seconds.
Oh,
Kaiwing
into the
away, but the chase comes in from Mirwin.
Nice,
Kaiwing
nice,
will fall, TP in
nice,
from
nice.
Honku. He's
Double,
lost his support,
double,
though,
double.
alongside his top laner. CFO unable to defend
That's a
their
dragon
mid
as
tier
well.
Mirwin getting a kill back, and now he's spamming the emotes. Didn't take kindly
Okay.
to Doggo spamming them all to
In
him.
the face of
So
death,
he's letting him know
EU
with the
says,
penguin dab
not
there.
today.
Mirwin really
Maybe
showing
next
point,
game,
has the whole
but
breaker, so clearly he wants
not
to commit
this
to
game.
that side lane. I do think it is smart. You know, we know Yorick wants to live in that side lane. You're going to be able to do it as well. Now that you
Redditors,
have the hull breaker, the
all
amount
of their
damage you can actually
essays,
do these
Amazon
towers is
books,
incredibly
and
high.
analysis
Again,
from
you can
Silver
just focus
4.
down the turret,
Don't
stack
press
up the
enter.
passive on all these ghouls,
You can't
hit the
press
double
enter yet.
ulti, you know, has the
You're gonna have to
ability
wait another
buy
game to
time
see if
here,
you can
and
press
Conqueror
enter.
is just fully stacked.
And then if
Flashes
Koi
in,
win that
Kaiwing
game
does
too,
land the CC,
then
but
your
it just doesn't
results-based
matter because
analysis,
he has
it's gonna
another
have to
queue
shift. You're just gonna have to
follow.
delete where you
Late
put
on in the
CFO
game,
and put
so
Koi instead.
hard to actually escape
Okay.
from.
Hold the comments back. Don't press enter yet.
5,500 gold ahead in this game, 3 of the best of 5. The domination that CFO had in
My
the first 2
region
games,
lives.
A not too distant memory, and we've seen MKoi take a few fights in game 1 and game 2 that have swung things in CFO's favor. So it's not all done yet, but they are in prime position.
Even
to
with a
close this
sleeper
one out
double
and
eight.
take us at least to a game 4. Paranoia coming out. So we see Mirwin trying to dash forward. Flawless duet doesn't land the stun. TP coming out from Alvaro.
Oh, Alvarito.
It's going to be a 4v2, but Mirwin looking to take down 2 before they get in the quickness in time.
One, one.
Tries to retreat. He remounts. Was looking for Honku, but couldn't find him.
¿Qué pasa, hombre? ¿Qué
And
pasa
there's the
aquí?
knockup with the grand entrance. Kaiwing tanking
All
it
good,
well.
we're getting bot tier
Alvaro
2.
down to Doggo. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Alioya, Jojo, and Super are pushing in. Rest
That's a
doesn't
kill.
have the flash, but the stun doesn't
That's a
connect
kill.
against the wall. The keeper's
That's a
verdict, though,
kill.
will keep him in place.
That's
And
Super Yushi right there.
brings back the daggers to get the kill.
Good proactive play on the top side there from CFO, but it just doesn't really matter because MKoi, again, getting a play back on the bot side, getting a kill back on the top side.
Even with
taking down the
NA's
tier 2
double
as well.
agent,
And
sleeper
now their eyes
agent,
are on the
Inta.
Olicon here. I think
The boys pull it
CFO
off.
has an idea that it could be going on. They're charging straight out towards that side of the map, but I don't know that
Now,
they're going to be there in time.
MKoi,
If they are,
I
they
will
have
tell
no
you what will
ultimate, so I
happen.
don't think they can really do anything to
CFO will
stop
sub
this
in
whatsoever,
Driver.
especially with the
Driver
coming back from Mirwin.
will pick
And
Ornn or
Mirwin just
Gragas.
gives that extra
Be
safety
ready.
blanket that
If I
MKoi
see
need to make
Aatrox
sure
locked
that
in
they
again
secure
into a
the
tank that goes mid,
Next
doesn't
race
die
up
and
in 4
ults my
minutes
carries,
time, but
and the
those
Aatrox
castles
goes
going in their
even
pockets from 18
and dies
to
instantly,
34.
I think I
A
might
huge
just
amount of
quit
extra
League of Legends
active
altogether.
force now for
No
MKoi.
more Aatrox.
Yeah, going to be feeling really good about
No
their
more
position
Aatrox,
here.
please.
Alvaro looking
Well, I
like
can
he's
counter him with my
thinking about
Aatrox. No, you
engaging on
can't.
Kaiwing, but Rakan, of
Can
course,
Aatrox
very
run mid
slippery.
and stand there with
Can be
10k health?
difficult
No,
to
he
actually
can't.
lock down. Just need to continue buying time for Mirwin in that side lane, play around him. You know, as long as you have someone behind him, there's not really any 2v2 that can be won right now when it's one of them is involving Mirwin. So CFO will need to really overload his
You know what
side
I
of the
think
map
they
to have
should
any
do?
sort of chance. Like you need a 2v1, you need
Camille
a 3v2,
Galio.
you need
Oh
something
yes,
like that to
I
even
think
have a
Camille
chance.
Galio is
At this
busted in
point,
the right
honestly,
angle.
Mirwin would have a decent
And it's looking
chance,
like it could be the
even
right
in
angle.
2v3.
Definitely would, especially with the whole
Zaya
breakdown
out,
the Ruin King complete.
tank top
I will
player,
say MKoi haven't really
mid
set up
lane
vision
pool
for him on
pinched.
this bottom side at all, so it's quite hard for him to push up because as much as perhaps he could win the 2v1, you don't really always want to take those 2v1s, and
I want
especially if your team is in
Camille,
opposition on the
Wukong,
other side of the
Galio,
map. So
Ziggs.
I would
Oh
like
my
to
god.
see Alvaro stepping into that blue side jungle, getting
Leona.
a couple of ward holds down just to make sure that Mirwin
shall receive.
I mean, yeah, he's doing it. Obviously, you know, good supports think alike. And
now
also
that is a
me
bomba
and
comp
Alvaro.
right there.
Mirwin having to stand back in this wave just to make sure that there's no collapse coming out from CFO.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really the only thing he is worried about is
ping.
Junja collapsing, which makes getting vision a lot more difficult. That's why Alvaro is going so deep for that vision. You need wards in your opponent's jungle, not even just your own, but they're going to go for an age.
Beautiful ult. Beautiful stun. Here comes Super Yushi. Double knock. That's EU, baby. Don't even try it.
MKOI just assassinate too. Honkyu
into the wall. Elyoya on the Poppy. I'm convinced Poppy is the most overpowered champion in the game in the history of League of Legends. It is so fucking absurdly broken that no matter what it's drafted into, it'll find value.
It actually misses, but he uses
I think this champ on the patch is first pick.
Get the ult out, so critical tools now missing.
Oh my god.
And CFO just trying to overload one side of the map, constantly looking for
they've got
picks,
dashes, you can stop them. Oh, it's a 5v5, you can knock one out as a 4v5. Stun them into the wall. OP base damage, full tank, move speed, shield, heals from Thunder Sky.
Really nice multiple-man seismic shove.
Wins 1v1s, insane dive threat, basically a full tank Elise with a knockback and a dash interrupt. Poppy is level 3 is Elise. It is just Elise.
It's really hard.
Oh, you can flex into 4 lanes as well.
Oh, good tools that MKOI have to be able to actually absorb the engage. So as long as MKOI are playing respectful, are making sure that they're getting vision in the right spots, not walking in blind, I think they should be absolutely fine.
Why are you saying 4 question mark? Have you not seen Nemesis Poppy mid? Are you fucking crazy?
Unraveled Earth, you've got the Steadfast Presence, you've got Alvaro going in with the Mountain Storm just to distract, Featherstorm. Like, Mirwin unlikely to be with the team for the next few moments. We'll just want to continue that side lane threat. The problem is the vision that was now on that blue side has been cleared out by CFO, and you can see Junja lying in wait thinking, oh, if Mirwin oversteps, perhaps we can take that 2v1. The Black Cleaver and Triforce complete and the Bramble Vest, maybe it would be enough.
But this is great. I mean, MKOI see, okay, we lost our vision on the bot side, so what are we going to do? We're going to move into the top side and try to reclaim some vision here while we're pressuring up to this side. You don't see any Nocturne there, so guess where he is? He's going to be on the other side of the map, so that's why Mirwin is just farming his own jungle camps. He's still
as a coach, would you be planning next game drafts right now? No, I'd wait for Jojo to get off stage and say I'm subbing in.
Really playing it safe, has this
and it's a
big
Malzahar
advantage,
B1. No, I'm kidding. Of course, they're prepping drafts hardcore.
It's even more difficult to actually knock down at that point. Just kind of paying some respect over to Honkyu as maybe
absolute hardcore draft prep.
Next
I would personally be prepping drafts with the idea the driver's subbing in. I would not draft thinking rest is in the game, no matter what, 0 time into it.
CFO, Paranoia coming out from Junja, but he's on the wrong side of dodge, and he'll be taken.
There is no way they don't lose this game and put driver back in.
Secures the kill, and now with the jungler down, Baron becomes a little bit of an option. Nocturne will be spawning about 4 seconds after the Baron comes up.
Yeah, they're definitely thinking at least about getting vision on that top side, but I think for now, just take the Dragon here. It's already up and available. They have full push on that bot side, and they're just moving around the map really, really well. It feels like Kaiwing is doing a good job at re-establishing vision control as soon as MKOI do exit, but they're always kind of being reactive, right? It's MKOI now that are on the front foot. It's them that are playing much more aggressive with this gold lead as you want to see them do, and they're working in towards this soul now. A teleport coming out. This is Rakan here.
Yeah.
Just made me a little bit nervous with Alvaro in the area that he was going to immediately TP and get caught.
Very
kill his ass.
But Kaiwing wants to switch over to that flash for the next fight, so uses the teleport, gets a little bit of vision. One of the great things about Rakan is how much you can wrap for vision. You can be behind enemy lines, you have enough escape tools to get out. If you really need to, you can pop the quickness, but with the Mikhails as well, you just have so much utility in your kit. Elyoya stepping forward here. A 3-item Kai'Sa is nothing to be sniffed at. Nash's, Ginsu's, and the Kraken finished. Honkyu going in. The quickness from Kaiwing as well for the charm. Alvaro's caught out with the Keeper's verdict.
Alvaro lives.
Not guilty for now. The Paranoia.
Alvaro lives.
Flashes out. Alvaro uses the Magnet Storm and jumps his way away. And MKOI will escape with their support still alive.
I mean, the problem is Doggo wasn't actually hitting anything there. And if Doggo's not hitting, they have no damage.
Oh
Yorick had already lost ultimate. And without that maiden, you are doing very little damage. Junja ults in, then immediately flashes out. Honkyu uses his full round of spells. He hit everything, but it's just not enough to kill them on your own. Their only consistent damage is Doggo at this point. And Doggo knows, I cannot just ult into the middle of their team. I will get instantly CC'd and die. So he couldn't really follow up. He wasn't in a position to do so. And as a result, CFO spend a lot of their big tools here and don't get much of anything for it. Kaiwing, critical to note, is on that smite. Looking for some sort of an opportunity, hoping, hey, maybe MKOI start a Baron, we can steal it away. These are the kind of things that you're thinking about to try to come back in a game like this, because any sort of normal run of play, you're going to lose from here.
Starting off the Baron though, smite from Elyoya already used. We'll be back up in about 7 seconds time.
Okay.
TP coming out from Rest as he looks to join
Rakan has smite, guys.
In the mid lane. CFO trying to get it,
oh
but it's
my
secured by
god,
Elyoya.
that was
Alvaro
close.
dashes onto the back line. Kaiwing already down, and I think that will be all for the fight.
Well, that's a Baron secured and a kill, so on paper we smurfed that.
Coming out though, Yoya has other ideas.
Right.
He dashes in onto Honku. Magnustorm on Honku means that he
Oh my
can't
god,
escape
Yoya is frying this game.
Jojo still looking
El
forward.
Yoya,
lands the
El
pin, onto
Yoya,
Alvaro, but the
Yoya,
stun
Yoya,
still connects, and the Shroud of
Yoya.
Darkness won't be enough to save him from
There it
Yoya.
is, EU
MKOI
not
now
dead
looking
yet.
greedily at getting
Idiots.
a game in this series.
Not dead
I
yet.
think they're going to do just that. It doesn't look like there's much that CFO can do about it.
NA
It's just
fans,
Doggo
shut the
gonna
fuck
try
up.
to defend here with
Hate
Raz,
watchers,
but
shut the
MKOI
fuck
are
up.
pushing, and they are looking for the first
We will
win.
take it to the next game.
Double knockup. The Blades are called back. Super though will kill off Kaiwing. Vanguard's edge in from Mirwin. Doggo having to flash away.
Jojo had a very bad game, but he won. He
Jojo
needs to reward
Super
us with an
Alvaro,
even
though,
better
should
game
still be
next
able to
game.
clean this one up. Super flashing forward
Super
with
Yushi
the
fried.
flash
El
call.
Yoya
He'll
fried.
find his opposite
Good job by
man.
Mirwin. Nice counter pick.
MKOI show. They're still
That's
right
more
in
like
the
it.
EU yet.
That's more
As
like
they
it.
get a game versus CFO.
That's more like it. Get the
Nicely
pace
done
going.
there.
Get the
Jojo
pace
looking
going.
pumped up on stage
Everyone's
as they
fucking pumped.
Take off their headphones, get their
Everyone's
first win
fucking
here.
pumped.
Mirwin got to be really
Now what?
happy
Now what?
about being able to bust out the Aurelia.
I go toilet.
The
Lock in.
confidence to
I'll
do
talk
it
about
in
draft
an
when I get back.
elimination game
That's
here
fucking
at
right. Jojo, lock in.
MSI was massive.
Hold up.
And he is showing Blind Pick Yorick is illegal.
Yeah, you just can't do it. Rest coming in. We'll see if that changes. A 4-game 4. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that MKOI win.
Yes, Mirren. You know, we asked for someone to be the X Factor, and this is a part of him that we haven't been able to show the international audience, but can I just kind of emphasize how much of a gambit this was? We will give some context in terms of the matchup specifically, but the fact that you go for this unprompted, the Aurelia, which he loves, by the way, if anyone remembers Bison, but you do have to play it to perfection, and if it doesn't work, you're literally going home.
And it's very often the case, we see this more now in Fearless, that there are these niche counter picks to meta champions, but as Finn highlights beautifully here, even if you have these strong moments, Yorick overall is still just strong. The reason he's picked is because he's near broken outside of these counter pick situations, and that's why people go for Cho, something that offers more to the team overall. But Mirwin and MKOI, they bet on themselves, and they supported this beautifully.
And I do have to shout out LS as well, because he made some context saying this isn't... yeah, this is true what Finn says, but because of El Yoya being there when it mattered, because of Mirwin manipulating the waves as he should in those moments, that's actually what gets him there. But it was still, Raz, this is a risk to take, no?
I'm still caught up in this. When did you put this on?
Second the game started.
Okay.
if I'm on camera again, if we only get one game, I'm going out biased and I don't care.
If we only get one game and it's with Aurelia, sure.
But these are the games that I'm promised with Mirwin. The picks that he has, that he takes to Gambit. It doesn't matter if he's playing in Vancouver or Vegas, he's betting. And I love the fact that he makes it work. Because back in North America, by the way, back in LA, like, the only Aurelia we got was a catastrophe. And if you see this composition, you're playing against Rakan, so you can't really engage if he's going for a fight. If you see how playing on sides, you're playing versus Nocturne, so the side lane is really troubling. He recognized that. He plays so well around that.
He did, and the rest did it well. And I feel like some of the Fangs were out of the attack for Junja, for instance, right? We saw he couldn't have the same impact. And where we called out CFO's manipulation of kind of the map in a very apt way in the early game, I feel like here they lost the plot a little bit once that they started getting caught out.
Well, I think for the first time in this series, they didn't have an advantage coming out of lane phase, and Junja lacked a pick that can kind of come back gracefully. Nocturne can be super feast or famine if you're not getting kills on those first few ultis, and it really goes back to what the bot lane was able to do at level 1. Alvaro, fantastic game, stopping the back, getting that early chunk, giving them lane prio.
Yoya.
This time, not dying in the 2v2, thank God, and then Yoya
that
on the
helps.
Poppy. Finally showing up, getting those early kills, getting that thing, and it reminds us how similar these teams are. You have great facilitators in Kaiwing and Junja, great facilitators in El Yoya and Alvaro, and whoever has better tools can just run away with the early game.
I'm even seeing the growth from their BLG series, because I still remember like them losing on not being tight enough after winning an objective, after winning a team fight, not leaving at the same time. This game was completely opposite. There were times where you could see CFO standing off, looking for an opening, a mistake, just so they can hop on and get an objective. Didn't happen. The Drake fight, I think it was second or third Drake fight, or I say fight, they got the Drake. They walked out as a team. There was no openings for CFO to come back in.
And I think the big thing, you've highlighted it so well, is that once MKOI got that lead, they really did lock in. Because this is a game where, especially with an Aurelia, you get sloppy on your side lanes against this Nocturne pick. they managed to find a way back in, and you really end up having no hope because, as wonderfully highlighted by Finn, highlighted us by here, Aurelia is this feast or famine option, and so it is good drafting from the side of MKOI, good early game, and then transitioning it with the discipline they needed to have mid-late to close it out.
I mean, it's good that the Aurelia works, but the bounce back in draft was necessary after game 2. Holy moly. But we're going to see here how even when the Nocturne ult was blasted, there was such a good counter engage and such a good hold from MKOI. But I will also say that at certain points in this game, maybe already now, their wallets were just much bigger. So anytime they would take a skirmish, if Elyoya hits that stun, it's over.
Yeah, and all of this happened after the 2 solo kills that Hongq had mid lane. That was a little concerned. I was a little concerned, all right?
Okay,
I was
let's talk
worried.
about it. Let's talk about it.
Okay, I opened the book, opened the door.
My Canadian GOAT.
Yes.
Jojo, like, what is going on in these early games?
I mean, he's getting outclassed in the 1v1. There's no other way. We can't dance around it. And I think right now, if you look at the side of MKOI, if they don't have this draft advantage, if they don't have more reliable early game ways to take control, I don't think that they are favored. It really is going to come down to, as we approach Game 4, Game 5, the depth of the champion pool and the number of angles they can find to either get an edge in lanes or an edge in jungle support.
Yeah, and I will say, if they're getting stronger as a team from game to game, I could definitely see JoJo just having a better laning phase in the next one. We just need to see him kind of wake up a little bit. But just watching these team fights, I love it. Like, it just seems like Mirwin, it doesn't matter what's happened in the past games or what happened in the past series, he will still pick his champions, and he will still take what he perceives as the right fights, and he's correct. So I love the confidence.
I will say that for MKOI, right? They usually are pretty clutch, as we see here how Elyoya did in the jungle up versus Junja. They can be very clutch.
Yeah.
And I know it's hard to believe because of the first 2 games we have seen. Now, I will give that same credit to the Flying Oysters because they don't hesitate usually. It's just that they were put so far behind. So they're going to look to stabilize, I think, in this next game. Because I think on even keel, I would still favor Oysters.
So far, I think they've shown better games today. And that is the kind of the harsh reality of this brief glimmer of hope, no matter how excited I am about wearing this t-shirt, is I think that you would still favor Oysters as we go into the next game. It really is on MKOI, no longer having side selection as they lost. How are they going to adapt? We have seen of the potential representatives from the LEC as we go later into Fearless, this is a team that does continue to bring out spice. Casted angles become more real. Maybe that can be the difference. Picks that CFO aren't ready for. But it feels difficult, and it feels like we're relying on some of the intangibles, especially as CFO have selected blue side and Driver now back in.
That's the thing.
Driver played 2 incredible games. Yeah, again, the Scion, they got rid of the Rumble early, the Shen to follow. I'm sweating.
You're talking about, well, you may be sweating for a different reason, Mr.
Right, it's a double t-shirt.
That may be one reason why you're sweating. Or you see Driver coming back in, Mr. Bousy himself.
Yeah, just if you missed this earlier, Chawi did say in an interview that I don't know if this looks, it's probably inspired by Bao specifically in playing Scion, which he did in game 1.
And he talked about the idea that deaths can be good, and we saw that in game 1. If you're the Scion, you die, you get XP on the wave, and the enemy team has a Rumble. They die, they get nothing.
I'm so back. I was making a tea.
Probably nothing.
A cup of tea.
Like the boss shadow, we could fish for
a cup of tea.
A Gragas angle.
Oh, they shoved Driver back in. Pretends to be shocked. All right, I'll give you the breakdown of this series. I think CFO will choose blue, and Koi will be red. CFO will probably ban Maokai and Gwen, I would say. The Jax ban is... He missed what? I missed what? I missed what? Link the clip. Link the clip.
What a car. Living the dream, huh? Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to...
Link the clip.
Okay, I get it now. Sweet dreams are made of this. 传奇该如何铸就
That may be one reason why you're sweating. Or
in order to solo, he must bolo. Damn.
Just if you missed this earlier, Chawi did say in an interview that I don't know if this looks, it's probably inspired by Bao specifically in playing Scion, which he did in game 1.
And he talked.
Damn. Alright, I think the bans will look something like this. I think CFO's last ban could be Ahri if they don't want to first pick it themselves or something. I think Jojo Ahri is pretty important. I think key picks for the series is that Driver will want Ornn, I presume. If Gragas is banned, otherwise he'll just take Gragas because Driver is just a tank player who mains Gragas, Sion. Shen is out, right? So I think he'll probably look at Ornn or Cassante. I think Cassante ban could be interchangeable here. And with that in mind, I think, like I said, Ornn Cassante is important. Lucian Nami is pretty important. I think Wukong is super important. I think Wukong Jarvan's probably traded. Wukong Jarvan Neferi. And then, yeah, I think there's definitely a world, and I can smell this world, where, like, CFO's like, oh my god, we should first pick Ahri or Annie or some shit. And then they play, like, Ornn with it, and then Jojo's like, I'm gonna go Kassadin, and he locks in Kassadin, and then we see who wins. It's a complete flip. He loves his fucking Kassadin. And then he plays like against Vi, Ahri, Kassadin. The problem that Koi have is the bans right now are difficult. Gragas ban is good. Pantheon ban is good. Jax ban is good. Cassante ban is good. And what's it called? Vi ban is good. So there's a world here where they have to just cut the losses, right? And if I just say cut the losses here, and they give Gragas, Pantheon, Jax ban, and they just 1-2 Cassante, that kind of solves it a little bit, you know? We'll see what they do. It's gonna be a bit tricky, the draft. Who are you talking to? I'm talking to you, you fucking rat. Koi is red side? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Koi's gonna have to pull out the biggest fucking reverse sweep ever. Move. 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 Get out my way. Move. Chai, you gonna fucking get out of his way already? You're pissing me off.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and
MKoi managed to secure the objective. The Weaver's wall coming out, though. Elyoya has other ideas as he dashes in onto Honku Magnus.
One engage support is open. Brown. I think Leona's open. Is Leona open? No, it's not. Nautilus is open. Right? I think Nautilus is open. Yeah, I think Nautilus is open.
A massive comeback victory there for MKoi.
Reckless big W.
Of Europe rests solely on their shoulders.
Velia here too. Big
CFO,
W Velia.
No surprises. Driver is back in. Expect to see a more
Crowning
traditional
here too,
top
big
lane
W
tank, and then play that sort of more methodical
Jojo waving
early
a chat.
game that we
W
saw from
chat.
him in game 1 and 2. As Jojo, photogenic as always, just waving to the crowd.
All smiles.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if he can continue to have a good contribution for them. I do think that he has been.
Is Jojo all chatting CFO?
So in this series, definitely.
And do they speak any English to understand what he's writing?
Expect from him. His landing, especially against Knight, was really, really impressive. So, you know, I did kind of have high expectations for what he could get done in this series, but has yet to really be able to live up.
I feel like there's words that don't translate very well for them to understand the flame. Like if Jojo solo kills someone like Honku and writes "You're washed,"
see if they can kind of
the literal translation is "You took a shower" or some shit. So he might not really get it.
And is going to be looking really tough to knock down. I mean, he has been playing, I think,
like you're clean, so he might be like, oh, he thinks I'm good.
Entirely true there, as they're definitely beating out.
All right, here we go. Maokai ban, Gragas ban, yeah, expected. Now it's likely that Gwen's banned, and then it's likely that
removed by MKoi. Well, obviously, into game 4 of Fearless.
I think they will probably either A, 1-2 Cassante away and ban Jax,
I'm looking at things like the Vi,
or B, just drop. I think they'll ban Jax, 1-2 Cassante away, ban Pantheon last, give Vi. And I think Yo-Yo will have picks into Vi. Like in the theory, right? It's a good pick into Vi.
Targeted bans, you know, we can clearly tell that MKOI is very prepared. They are targeting some of these top laners. Last time it was Cassante, you know, as well as Jace that was getting banned out. This time the Gragas is going to be banned out. The Jax is going to be banned out. Sion was already played. So
now they have to ban Pantheon.
Already gone. Rumble was already
give Vi
played, so
and play.
Top 4 champions already gone.
And they'll play Cassante into Ornn.
Was already played. So, you know, out of the champions that he actually has played so far this split, it's just Ornn and Set remaining. So he is definitely being pushed as far as the champion pool is concerned. And it'll be interesting to see if MKOI want to throw
Ornn ban.
Yes, they do. So
oh my god, Pantheon's up.
This is the strategy I was talking about earlier. If you think
wait, they triple banned him. Wait, it's literally Baus. So they gave them Pantheon, and I think that they will take Cassante Vi 1-2, mid on 3. Drop bot lane.
Do you really want to blind pick a set? No, you probably don't.
That must be what they're doing, right? Surely.
So you're going to have to bring something else out.
Because Cassante is his last champ.
You are going to have to be in that position.
But because you have focused on the top lane in all of these bans, you leave the Pantheon open.
Red
We've
Kayn.
seen just how strong this pick can be.
Vi, Cassante, surely, right? Oh, Kalista. Oh, Kalista has looked so dog shit at this tournament.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of Kalista.
I hate Kalista.
Think that, you know, it's a bad pick.
I mean, the good news is you do have like Nautilus on 3. If they take Nautilus, you have Renata on 3. If they take fucking Renata, you have Nico on 3. If they take Nico, you have Nautilus on 3. So I guess the Kalista threat is quite high, but I feel like they will just drop bot lane and pick Cassante in their mid laner. If I see their champion pools well enough, yeah, Victor. And I presume they will just pick their pick their Cassante and just drop and just find something. And then if they pick Cassante here, these 3 bans, what have they done? Because in that logic, you're picking Nautilus, probably banning supports, and then you're finding a top. Yeah, oh my god. I mean, I guess you could also just not pick Nautilus, but then I don't really know what supports you're going to find with Kalista. If he picks Nidalee top into Cassante,
he hasn't played this spring. I'm sure he's comfortable on it.
I think they should just pick their supports. Nautilus, Nico, Renata, and Ben.
Not a pretty experience.
Whatever they want, just pick support and Ben. Like, there's no point in picking top or mid.
Questionable fashion.
You have to like use your arm a bit in oh, what the fuck? Okay. Renata ban. Okay, so then they should ban Lucian Nami and they should ban Nico because Karma's out, right? Surely that's it. But then what happens if they play a Lulu lane? Isn't that also fine?
It has not played at this split, but of course
they have Lucian Nami.
Been heavily investing into the 6-man roster.
They have
they swap back and forth constantly.
What the fuck did I just say? They have a Nico lane. But what Nico lane? What champ do they have with Nico? MF Nico, I guess? Is that laneable?
You know, how polished are you on this if this is not usually one of the ones that you are expected to play? So it is going to be interesting. Lucian
yeah, they could go Ashe Seraphine. That would be disgusting.
Or something along those lines.
I mean, Nautilus is still available if you're looking for an engaged.
I don't know what Doggo and Kaiwing's champion pool is. I just know that Kaiwing's not that good on range support, is he? Senna ban, okay. So Lulu lane up, Ashe Seraphine lane up, Nautilus is up, Nico's up. I feel like they'll find something into this Kalista, Renata. Surely they'll find something, right? I wonder if Galio is the best last ban here for CFO. I feel like Galio could be like pretty solid on 4 here. What is Mirwin playing into Cassante here? Is he gonna play Aatrox? Because if he is, I think we're cooked.
Pretty damn well as well. That is a long way to travel there to come see some CFO. So a lot
he's gonna play Smolder top.
It's been great to see, you know, not just FlyQuest and some of these more
Smolder
regional
top
teams getting support, but we have had fans from all over the world here in Vancouver coming out to support their squads, which you love to see, as Orianna is that final ban. And now,
if you're a CFO fan here, you're delighted with how things have been going. 2-1 up against MKOI. The last time CFO or anyone from the APAC region took down one of these major regions, you know, the LTA North, LCK, LPL,
Alright, I think here CFO will play the Lulu lane, or they will play the Nico lane.
One of the two.
Or they will play the Nautilus lane.
Time ago.
Surely it's one of the 3.
And now we'll see if MKOI
Zeri
are the
Lulu.
ones to suffer the fate of Zubu Frost.
Smolder.
Locked in for them into that Cassante. Smolder being hovered by CFO, but they will go instead towards
Thresh.
the Aphelios.
Aphelios is is Doggo is really good on Aphelios. He is fucking crazy on it. I don't know what Jojo picks. I feel like MKoi's comp is just so early game. Like have the snowball, have the snowball, have the fight, have the fucking.
Thresh obviously. A lot of people aren't really.
I mean, you could double down and go A-Sol. Ooh, that helps their scaling a lot. Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you can use a tier 1 or Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub to channel if you don't want to. You buy for the Game Pass because I have any ads, you don't get ads in the game. Sub now, you won't get ads for the rest of MSI.
Really becoming more flexible.
Okay.
I felt in playoffs in Split 2, you know, bringing out the Cassin and bringing out the Cassio.
Okay, how is Aphelios Thresh into Kalista Renata? Surely the Kalista Renata fucks them up. Surely Kalista Renata owns it.
Early game and aggressive picks. So it is kind of interesting, you know, sometimes people will talk about drafts like that and they'll say, well, that's your late
so
game
I presume
right? Like that's your win condition in the late
that
game. And I do think that
Koi have
true,
two winning sides.
Is going to struggle to get
they have a losing jungle matchup and mid probably gets pushed in early.
This Vi, this Kalista, this Renekton that want to fight early and often.
I don't think Koi's in a bad spot. Like, let's imagine you're CFO. How do you fight? Like Pantheon W into hook, is that it? Aphelios Gravity Gun? I feel like Koi can play.
For Jojo to scale, well, guess what? You're also letting the Aphelios scale. You're letting the Cassante, the Victor also scale, which are also really, really powerful. So,
but if their side lanes lose or fall behind, big problem.
That being said, you can still fly in when the rest of your team is diving, you know, drop the ult aggressively, try to play in that style, and we'll see if you can make that happen.
That's the thing, you do have
Lost Ratones to save EU, W sign.
Right? And that can be really powerful in team fights. And then if you get the 75 starter stacks, you get the larger one that has the massive burst of damage going out from it in that ring. For MKoi, still 2 games to go if they want to make a date with anyone's legend.
Ooh, Super is in lock-in mode.
All it takes is one. All it takes is one. A slew of JoJo fans in the audience here in his homeland. That was great.
Full lock-in now. Full lock-in Koi. EU's hope is on the line here. EU's pedigree, EU's class.
Alvaro, I don't think has been spotted here. If Driver does step a little bit too far forward.
What is that guy doing?
And he does. Alvaro didn't level up the handshake, so couldn't pull Driver back.
Guys, we're gonna get hooked level 1 here.
With 5 players here, the hook from Kaiwing is gonna
okay, A-Sol gets some stacks. Lovely, 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 lovely.
MKoi will push CFO back.
Yeah, he's able to land that hook, but JoJo just standing there, being able to get some damage back himself, and the minions now just spawning, so not going to be too much of a concern. You can see JoJo going Comet here, is going Resolve secondary. So
what?
Second win here, expecting to be getting poked by a Victor. When you are playing against control mages on the A-Sol, it can be a little bit difficult at times because when you start queuing, you are locked in place, right?
Don't you get stacks from queuing someone for like a second and you fucking proc your passive or some shit?
And drop the gravity well, you know, try to put that pressure on. And CFO are going to start this game off very aggressively on the enemy blue buff here. They will obviously have that information, and we'll see how Elyoyo wants to respond. He's warded out on Raptors, so they're going to know if he goes for a cross-map play.
Maybe it is being counted.
We'll see if it is a split map or if Elyoyo comes across and
he
just
didn't
make sure
it?
to get or try
Did he not
to get
proc it
his
on the
wolves
Cassante?
and his Gromp. Bot lane push always so vital in these sorts of situations. Junja on the Wolves as that level 2. Elyoyo comes around the corner. We'll spot Junja here. JoJo taking a little bit of damage in the mid lane. Elyoyo just, assuming he delays Junja as much as he is being delayed, it's fine. Junja obviously has to walk all the way back into his own jungle, but with Kaiwing moving up, Elyoyo has to back away.
Exactly, he's going to have to back away here, so Junja will be able to take away these camps, and now you are in this kind of weird situation where you're saying, okay, well, can I still cross-map? Like, or do I just have to kind of accept that I'm just going to get 3 camps and then try to play for a scuttle or look for a gank here?
Actually, the stack count is not even... Oh, it is. There it is, 2 stacks.
Here. Doggo and Kaiwing did get the push here early on. And
I guess he just didn't proc it on Cassante. I thought he got his full channel on Cassante.
Every time Supa is trying to hit a minion, Doggo is standing in the minions and hitting him because he has that additional range. So playing that out really, really well. And you can see Alvaro getting over there, spotting.
Are they getting Dove?
No, right? The area, but Junja will be able to finish off that camp. And now the question remains.
JoJo.
He doesn't get the minions, does he?
Singularity trying to get the stacks, won't get any of the minions as well, which will be disappointing for the MKoi mid.
So Elyoyo is going to go try to get in this cross map here. And now the question becomes, you know, does
Sneaky
Junja
rat Elyoyo,
try
nice.
to defend his top side, or does he just accept, hey, I'm going to take these 3 camps?
I mean, Elyoyo is cooked. Like that is just the reality of it.
Knows that they could be over there. Elyoyo does not have smite, neither does Junja, but it looks like the camp is going to be dead before he gets there.
Yeah, we'll be able to secure this blue.
He has a ward at least.
Decides to back away. He's not going to contest around the
Maybe he can get this top grab.
Has that teleport and
no, he can't. Junja's going to run there. He has to fight. He has to fight to the death here. Yo-Yo has to fight to the death here. He needs top grab, and then he needs to cross the bot crab. But he needs to know that Pantheon's crossing the bot crab, and now he needs to take his Grump.
About 2 camps up overall.
Yep, going to be feeling pretty good about that, but not honestly that big of a deal for Elioya.
He sees Pantheon, Grump is up.
Early camps, but at least you got Scuttle, you stole one away, and we will see, his wolves and whatnot respawning relatively soon. So we'll see how much of an advantage Junja gets and what he can really do with it.
I guess he's scared of his bot lane getting Doven.
Really nice play there from Doggo and from Kaiwing, cycling through those Aphelios guns.
Did the Pantheon get spotted by that ward?
Which obviously gives you good wave clear. And the Graviton really nice into the Callisto as well. The ability just to lock her down with that empowered Q.
Elioya is just walking straight down here. I think
maybe he's trying to surprise gank them.
Will we see Alvaro commit for a Q flash?
Flash away from Kaiwing.
That reaction is not serious, right?
The death sentence was coming out. So
how is that fair?
Locked in that animation. It's one of Thresh's main weaknesses, is the fact that his animation is quite long on that death sentence. So you can manage to catch him out while he is stuck in that animation. Elioya
oh my god, it's the walk of shame in jungle.
Here. Looks like he's just trying to help Jojo get the push out, so Jojo can go back and pick up probably a bit of a stacking item, maybe the tier early on here on the Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, we'll see where he wants to go.
Got the cannon.
The souls that I've been seeing recently haven't really been feeling that they need to go for mana items.
Okay.
So they have been going, sometimes just straight Leandries. I've been even seeing sometimes just straight Rallies and things like this. So there are a lot of different options. We'll see where
we're a little bit down in
gold,
gold,
But obviously the Raptors have respawned, so Elioya
bot lane is losing a little bit. Kalista Renata, notorious for losing lanes, so it's all good, right?
Will be ahead a couple camps and is going to be feeling quite good about that. Should have the earlier level 6s result.
I mean, speaking of being ahead, Doggo has almost twice Super CS. And this is Kalista Renata, which is known for its early pressure in the lane. Doggo and Kaiwing having a whale of a time down here.
Ignore Medic, he's wrong.
The 500 gold lead obviously
it's
facilitated
just a
by
known
the fact
scaling
that they were able
lane.
to get one of those plates early on in the bot lane. And also you have to think for Super and Alvaro, this side of the map wasn't controlled by MKoi at all.
Just like the Caitlyn Karma.
A little bit further back because of
it's more about the team fights.
They absolutely did, but I mean, CFO's bot lane played it out really, really well. Yep. Utilizing the additional sniper range in those early autos, constantly poking away at Supa, keeping him pushed in. And as a result, it's been very difficult here for Supa and Alvaro. We'll have to see, when you hit 6, sometimes you can find an all-in that just kind of turns things around as this sort of bot lane duo. But topside going pretty well for CFO also, pretty much dead even as far as the farm is concerned. Driver's already TP'd back with that Bramble Vest. Mirwin is going back to base now, but there's not going to be any sort of a swap. They're just heading right back down towards bot, so this 2v2 will continue. And Supa has the upgraded boots. Doggo still has yet to base, though. He stayed around for a really long time. I think they were trying to see, was there going to be a swap? What was going on? But he should have a really good buy now that he goes back.
It was also, they saw Elioya clearing a ward as they were doing the dragon, and then Elioya based in the pixel bush. And it's like, well, we can't really safely walk back down through here, so that he went back around, waited for Elioya to be off the map, and then was able to get back down there, push out the wave.
Bomba!
See the skies descend coming out from Jojo, just for a little bit of
we just ulted that wave. 3 minions.
Shielding is enough. Honku pops through his refillable as well.
Yeah, it's not going to do that much damage early on, so you can just use it also for Stardust. Every time you hit a champion, you do get 5 additional Stardust there, which is obviously that permanent scaling on all of your abilities, so is quite powerful. And it does help you just push out that wave. It's one of these things that you see in a lot of control
it's a good ult.
Whether it
Gets
is
base off.
Orianna using Shockwave
He's going to cancel
or Victor ult or Annie and all these things.
Annie was just chucking out for the wave control. And Elioya looking for mid here, yet to hit that level 6, about halfway there. Ginger has just ticked over to it, so we have to be aware of that Grand Starfall, see what he wants to do on the map, where he wants to be. Bot lane seems like a key point to go towards. Doggo now has the Moonlight Vigil complete.
I guess we need to fight Grubs, right? And Drake is already dead.
For him, and it's MKoi who
it's not like one of those tempo swaps where you can push out this next top wave.
They are, but it is MKoi that's also going to be dropping the wave to do it because they didn't actually answer on bot side. They didn't have TP when they make this swap happen. So Mirwin is going to miss, I think, at least most of that wave, if not the entire wave, as he goes down bot to collect it. We can see Doggo is going in for the collector first item, so he's going to be more towards that
was probably on cooldown.
style
You cannot
build
convince
here,
me he wouldn't need a Q there on purpose.
Of that burst damage. We can see a lot of different builds these days for Aphelios. Sometimes people are just going more auto attack focused, things like the Untal, more towards the scaling with Jojo.
Astral Flight out from Jojo,
flashes
first, then gets the Astral Flight, gets himself to safety. Always a risk with Ginger there. Cease and desist from Elioya available, but don't really want to jump onto the Pantheon without the rest of your team there to follow up.
Okay, no Victor ult.
Up. Jojo's ultimate still yet to come off cooldown. Arcane Storm used by Honku to clear out the wave in mid.
Okay, handshake into 2. Hostile take a bar. Double 5. Super. Nice.
Alvaro survives the last tower shot, and Mkoy are on the board.
Yeah, Hongq getting a bit disrespectful there. You saw
Base and
everyone
TP
on
top
that side rush.
now.
He said, no, it's fine.
My
I can
top
just clear
tower
this
is
out.
getting
Meanwhile,
eaten.
Though, Doggo is getting plates topside, and they're denying that CS. So honestly, not that bad for CFO, but of course Hongq going to be unhappy that he did go down there. Cost him his flash as well.
We're giving the grubs.
It's a Cassante. He should just be able to walk this one out. Still has the all out as well if necessary. Mirwin just
We're giving the grubs
back towards the wave.
Oh, Jojo. Okay, not bad.
And the crescendum combination. Just trying to force Jojo low, but doesn't really get too much damage out. Does still have the Moonlight Vigil, which when you use it with that red gun gives you a big health explosion. If you use it with the white, obviously you get a huge amount of
I
shot
personally didn't want the grubs, so I guess they didn't either. That's
in
fine.
A team fight, but pretty accelerated is Doggo. 84 CS, a couple of plates to his name as well. About 400 gold ahead of Super right now. Moonlight Vigil just short of clipping Jojo.
Yeah, and Doggo just trying to push out this wave, and we'll be getting out of there with the Lantern. So
What's
was looking
grubs
for a bit
win
of
rate?
poke,
Can't be that
couldn't
high,
quite
right?
find it. Jojo did go for the early lost chapter here, so we'll see
Okay,
where
now
he wants
Kalista
to go,
laning
but
into
it's gonna be
Victor,
Black
that
Fire
sounds
Torch. You know,
fucking
Black Fire Torch
terrible.
legendaries can be relatively popular.
Can we swap
you
back?
could go for a late tier, but I'm not kind of expecting that at this point. And we'll just be going for heavy scaling. This driver's going to take a fight.
Goes all out onto Mirwin. Slice and Dice has already been used. Mirwin does still have his flash, but so does Driver if he wants to follow up. Mirwin, he took the fight. Ruthless Predator for the stun across the wall.
Hola! Where's my Vi? There's my Vi! Hola!
Hola! But the flash chase is there. Driver trying to survive through this timing. Almost
guys?
there. Almost in range to get him out. The hook just short of hitting Mirwin. But the follow-up from Doggo
Did we just
is
flash
superb.
E auto attack him?
CFO turned the fight around.
Yeah, Doggo gets in there with the flash, able to finish him off, grabbing that kill. That is big. Mirwin, though, was sidestepping so many abilities from Driver. Honestly, it was going to look like a pretty easy solo kill to me. But Mirwin
okay,
was
what if we
just
sneak
dodging
behind
back
them?
and
I
forth,
like
back
this.
and forth, dodging so many of those Intofo strikes and was able to survive. But that survival ended up kind of baiting him in a little bit to try to turn this around.
Mod
and
check
Doggo and
him,
Kaiwing
PC.
get down there. At the very least, they do get the flash. We can watch this one more time, though. Pathmaker doesn't connect. He goes all out. And then look at Mirwin constantly sidestepping here. This Pathmaker not quite connecting.
Let's watch Cassante's health bar.
Sidestep. This one was tried to be sidestep. Couldn't quite actually do it, though, because it was fairly wide. Then the Q3 misses as well. And this is where you're thinking, all right, Mkoy have turned it around. They're going to get this kill.
Healing our
but
damage.
in comes
That's
the
fair
bot
enough.
lane.
Yeah, that
Driver
makes
going
sense.
aggressive even with that Pathmaker. And then you can see the root there from Doggo coming in with the Gravitum, flashes forward, finishes him off, grabs the kill. Gonna be really happy about it. Doggo has just been so incredible for the team, and they're looking again.
Kalista ult.
Gonna land there as Alvaro pulled back with the
Nice
hostile
ult.
takeovers. Gonna hit onto
Gets the
Doggo, but
Pantheon
only
flash.
him, and doesn't really do too much when he switched across towards that Gravitum gun. Smart move there from Doggo just to change the weapons before he was hit with that Berserk. CFO doing a really good job on the map.
They
once
have
again.
3
Remember
grubs
this
and a
in game
Philios.
one
Is
where
my tower dead?
Although Mkoy are
Mods.
making some plays, CFO always getting a lot on the rest of the map. Volt Breaker coming in from
Nope,
Elioya.
my jungler's
Alvaro
dead.
forced away. Elioya taking a
Yoya,
fight
yeah,
here,
flash.
basically on his lonesome.
Big
Jojo
ult.
can come in with a falling star. Looking for the stun. Will land it onto Ginger.
Okay,
But
we look like we're
Mkoy
useless in
are
5
able to
roles
press
at this
forward
point.
any
Hello?
further.
They're
Can
not,
someone
and their
pretend to be
recalls got
useful?
delayed again, so look
You can at least fool me.
Not recalled. He's
Everyone
back by
looks
that tier 2
useless.
tower. So guess what Doggo's doing? He is farming plates. He is denying minions. This has been a theme throughout the series. Their ability to push in these waves, to play with pressure, to deny experience and resources from Mkoy pretty consistently throughout. And as a result, it's plus 20 CS. It's plus a kill. It's all 1,000 gold almost here for Doggo. And he's going to get this first tower here quite easily, you have to think. They're up 2K at 12 minutes in.
And they've taken all of the neutral objectives as well.
My
3 grubs,
region
2
sucks.
drakes. CFO in such a strong position here. Mkoy have been left reeling, and they're trying to get things back on the map, but as you can see, like, their early game pressure hasn't given them anything, and now you're really reliant on Jojo getting to a point where he's scaled up, but he's only sitting on 99 Stardust stats right now. You need that number to be well up above 200 before you're really doing a lot of work on the ASOL.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be
Does
tough.
Europe
You're
need to
trying
pass a
think
new
about,
law
okay,
where
what is the
European
X factor
teams
here?
in the
Where
League
can
of
we
Legends
find plays? Where
esports
can we
scene
make
are
things
not
happen?
allowed to play
Because CFO
Kalista?
does outscale you. Yes, you do have the ASOL that
Because
can
bro,
absolutely
fuck
be a
Kalista,
game
man.
changer,
Just
but
put the
Victor
Jinx
is no
Lulu in the
slouch.
bag and let's get the
Aphelios,
fucking job
Cassante,
done.
These are all champions that scale incredibly well. You know, do definitely give the kind of scaling advantage in the support role to Mkoy. I do think that Renata can be really powerful, can be a game changer.
I hate this champ.
But we'll see what they can get done. Doggo has just been incredible throughout this series. You know, hadn't died in either of their wins. Of course, you know, obviously did lose that last game, but again, looking really comfortable and off to a great start.
Now we're going to start pushing through this mid lane. Already 5 plates gone on the bottom side as CFO secured the first tower of the game. Let's take the second here in mid, and we'll manage to take it 2 off top as well. Super! Moonlight Vigil.
That's good to know. That's good to know.
Down.
We're already outscaled.
Just absolutely gliding.
We're already outscaled. That's good.
Yeah, he is feeling really confident at this point.
We are already outscaled.
So at MSI 0-6 now at MSI. We'll see if we can get the first win here for Supa. He's going to need to do it. Pick up that first win for Kalista at MSI, or their team's time here is over. Jojo, you can see with that upgraded
Pick Kalista
for
bot push, lose 2 Drakes, get outscaled at 13 minutes,
and so we'll see what
fly
he's
home.
going to be able to get done.
Is that really the fucking combo we just did?
Probably going to try to save it here for that next dragon and maybe try to make a big impact there. One of the things
is that
you can
EU's
do is
equivalent
really
of the
put the
QWE combo?
The Acel and try to force them to use that ultimate.
Oh, a big play.
Assist onto Hongq, who puts down the gravity well. Will land the double stun,
nice kill.
Doesn't get out of it in time.
Nice kill. Q flash.
Just short of
perfect.
Ginger smites exchange, so they both look for the slow. TP coming in behind here as the Falling Scar was used in the mid lane. Alvaro looking for Kaiwing and Doggo. I think it was just an engage from Doggo and Kaiwing, really, that forced Jojo to pop that ultimate.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. If you can put pressure on the Acel and force them to use it when it's not a team fight, you lose so much power. That ultimate is ridiculously strong. And when you have the upgraded ultimate, that is the kind of game-changing ability that you do have. So Doggo and Kaiwing, I really want to see how they were able to actually force that out. But still, good play from Mkoi. Yes, they couldn't find the Q flash to follow it up, but they did get a kill on the top side. They knocked down Hongq. Mirwin not feeling confident to actually step out of the brush, doesn't know if anyone's behind him, so he's just going to watch the tower fall.
Also, the risk of the Grand Starfall always there from the Pantheon, can just jump in, especially when the tower's low.
Mirwin
jumps in,
changing
autos
song?
the tower, and then you're in a 2v1.
What are we doing? We're standing in a bush ready to surprise him for what?
Doggo and Kaiwing having absolute whale of a time in this game. 3k lead for them. And for Mkoi, it's looking really bleak. For the APAC region, though, for the first time since 2012, on the brink of a best of 5 win against one of these major regions. Breath of Light coming out from Jojo, Arcane Storm used by Hongq just to harass him down and clear out the way.
Also cancels the channel, so it is going to be able to interrupt that Acel Q. One of the things that is kind of nice about those interactions, but still, they get the flash off of him. They're putting pressure on Hongq. This is the way that Mkoi have said, this is how we're going to come back in the game. Force the Victor out to the side lanes, obviously not a very mobile champion, and then prey on him with that buy. That is your ability to try to pick someone off, to constantly create
Pray that Aphelios turns into 2016 Tier 1.
Time to create pressure, because clearly you do not want to be fighting around this bot lane right now. Supa is woefully far behind. Doggo is going to be closing in on his IE, it feels like. He has the expensive components already. He's 1.7k ahead. And if he can have a good fight, it could just be curtains for Mkoi. So they have got to make sure they are locking him down.
And the big question now for Mkoi is, do you fight third Drake? It would put CFO on Soul Point if they take it, obviously. I think no. I think you are too far behind, but then the looming threat always is Soul. They can just force you into every fight, every 5 minutes around that dragon.
It's so hard, right? It is a really difficult answer, but like Ocean Soul for Cassante, well, you're probably going to lose the game. But at the same time, if you show up this far behind with no empowered Acel ult, it is really, really tough.
Flank attempt here by Mkoi.
Look, the Aphelios, please.
Doggo flashes away from the cease and desist range early. Jojo joining the fray. There's the cease and desist.
Victor, no flash.
The sun follows up. Supa and Alvaro.
Oh yeah, Supa. Nice, big shutdown.
But he's taken out. Alioya falls as well. Junja's the one to get the kill. Supa.
No, please, no, please, no, please, no. Nice flash. Nice dodge. Alvaro. There's a Renekton behind. Mirwin over the wall. W, auto, E, auto, Q. Nice, nice.
Will take one. The astral flight forward as Kaiwing flashes to safety as well.
We're losing bot tier 2, we're losing mid tier 1, but I didn't want those towers anyway. Joke's on you. Now, go base and fight Drake.
That is huge. They're able to get a lot of kills there. They get both the summoners.
Go base and fight Drake now.
Get the kill. Alvaro was able to get out with almost no health. Multiple members there from Mkoi surviving. This initial engage, the flash looks funny, but he's trying to stay out of range of the Vi ultimate. But then Supa says, you know what? I can close the gap. I'll do it myself. Throws in Alvaro, goes over. The bailout is there to protect him. And Supa able to survive on the side. And then Alvaro, they're saying, all right, well, at least we can get a chase down here. At least we can get a kill here. But Supa there, quick cleanse, hops to the side to avoid the comment spear from Junja. That would have executed him absolutely. And then Alvaro, well, surely you're going to get him. No, because Mirwin arrives. Comes in with his flash, able to peel as well. That is really big. They get the kills. The bot lane both survive with a sliver of health.
And we gave Drake. All good. I didn't want that Drake anyway. Just keep scaling.
The dragon, and that looming threat
For
is still there. Doggo has the
an item that helps us not get outscaled. Dots.
You're still not in the game. You are still massively behind as MKoi. You need another couple of fights like that if you're going to get back into it. Great for Super that he picked up the shutdown goal, but it's still a massive lead for Doggo. Falling Star coming out from JoJo.
Aha.
We'll get
That
him
dragon
across
has
the wall and
wings.
out of driver's clutches. The mid lane tier 2 very low here for MKoi. They've already lost the tier 2 on the bottom side alongside Soul Point. And even though MKoi have just won that last fight, the gold lead extends to 3.4k for CFO.
Yeah, just
He's not a dragon, he's a celestial being in the shape of a dragon. He's actually the size of a universe.
I didn't ask. Denying resources, stealing away jungle camps. You know, Driver
Lock
even
in.
being able to get up towards that top lane and defend the tier 1. Use the all-out a bit early, though. You definitely wanted to save that interrupt for the Astral Flight to try to interrupt that. I think his thought process was, you know, I could immune the stun from the ulti with my all-out and then maybe get him with a Q3 to try to interrupt there. But JoJo does get away and is critically close to that 200
Operation
stats.
one-tap Aphelios is a go.
I think having that
Everybody lock in.
soon again. Yeah. And does have a second item now. So he does have the Rylai's in, has hit level 13. So JoJo definitely the hope here. And MKoi gonna need him to step up in this big moment to try to turn things around, right this ship somewhat.
It's taking on a lot of
Got the cannon, got the minion.
now. Good thing for MKoi is they have a little bit of time before that Ocean Soul.
Aphelios flash is the time. It's the send. It's the attack.
Seconds.
It's the attack. Need to attack now on Atakan.
Honku farming up on the side lanes.
It's in the name.
Game hasn't really been about him. He
Find
has had a really good
Aphelios.
series, but he's doing what
Find
he needs
Aphelios.
to do, staying relatively even with JoJo.
Click him
It's about 500 gold ahead
with your
just
mouse.
because of the passive gold that CFO have picked up across the map. Even though he is slightly behind in farm, has that Seekers as his second item, but isn't going to go straight towards the Zhonyas. He will.
Here comes the
Usually
force.
you build it after you pop the Seekers. Like, if I've used that in the fight, well, then I'll go up towards the Zhonyas, but no point upgrading it until you actually use the initial.
And I think
Here
in
comes
a
the
game
force.
like this, getting an early Seekers actually makes quite some sense because they know, hey, if we win this next fight, that could be game deciding, but MKoi don't want to
Here it
give
comes,
them
everything
the
for Koi.
opportunity here. They're starting this up. They
Everything.
do have the Kalista. They're going to try to
Find
steal this, or you can
Aphelios
TP
and
for
attack.
both TPs coming in. MKoi can just turn on the TP.
They're going to look for Driver on that TP. In comes Cassante, but immediately dashes away with the Pathmaker. Articon's going to reset. Super's going to take a little bit of damage from it as it goes back into its pit.
That's a
Nightwing
fair
clearing
and
out the
balanced
vision
champion
here
that does
as
not
well.
need to be
Driver does
removed from
have
the
that
game.
all out and the flash. Importantly, no flash at the moment for Doggo, but a McHale's for Kaiwing, a Lantern for Kaiwing. Driver stepping up again into Alvaro.
Okay, guys.
No flash
We
as well
are.
for Super
Are we
as they
overcooking at this
put
point?
The spears into the Articon once again. A Comet Spear from Junja looking for the steal. Driver going in. The skies descend.
Aphelios flash.
Really a game changer
25
in a fight
seconds.
like this, but Alvaro's already down to half HP. Look how far Doggo is back from the team. That's the safety of his tower there. Astral Flight forward from
Big
JoJo,
bomba down.
trying to get onto Honku, gets the knock-up, and Lyoya
The
down to
turn
half
is
HP, though.
absolute
Junja
dog
dashes back
shit.
in onto Super. Alvaro with a hostile takeover is going to land it, but not onto Doggo, and that's the key target.
The
Miriam with
turn
dominance
is
looking for the flank
complete
position, but
trash.
Can't find it, so MKoi
We're cooked.
have to
The
disengage.
window is
Honku's
gone.
still chasing and can't quite get the damage
The
in.
window
There's
is gone.
stopwatch.
The window's
Here
closed.
comes
The hopes are
Grand
gone.
Starfall.
Or is it? Or is it? Or is it? Or is it?
To bring JoJo
Oh my
down.
good heavens! Good Lord Jesus, please!
Vigil, and he's sending MKoi to the grave. The dash in is not enough for Mirwin as CFO come out on top.
MKoi tried to force it here. They bet their game on a battle over the Otacon with the empowered Asol ultimate, but they cannot make it work. They lose multiple members here. 3 fall down. They lose the Otacon, and CFO will even be able to reset in time. Let's watch this one more time. As Junja goes in here, he flashes out. The hostile takeover comes over, and he's not able to actually connect on Doggo. Mirwin constantly looking for an angle to flank here, but he's kind of separated from the rest of the team. Can't really find a way, and then Honku flashes forward. Alvaro is incredibly low, so Junja says, I am going for it. But the bailout comes through, buys some time until Doggo gets in range, nails the ulti, knocks down a double, and then Mirwin is isolated in a 1v3. That's an easy kill to add in as well. CFO in full control of this game. MKoi are going to have to fight again in a minute here. 40 seconds now until that soul is up and available. They have to find a way to make this
now
fight work.
Aphelios
You
has
have to think,
flash.
or it is done for them at MSI.
No skies descend for Jojo. No flashes for anyone but Super and Mirwin on MKOI. How do you get on the backline? How do you get on Doggo? He was untouched in the previous fight, still has his cleanse and his flash and his threat and a Mikhail's and a Pantheon and a Cassante in front of him. He'll take the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. They push Mirwin back. Driver just clearing out waves down towards the bottom side. And now CFO retreat towards the Dragon. It's going to be a recall coming out from Honkyu in that mid lane. He has the TP though, so he can rejoin the fray in just a second. MKOI start up the Drake, and there's the teleport from Honkyu.
Yeah, they're starting it up, and it's going to be all down to this Driver trying to threaten the flanking position here. But MKOI may just get pincered.
Driver could just all out onto Super. Does have that up, but no flash for him. Mirwin forced away towards the top side. CFA
don't let him get Ocean Soul, please.
Control over the Dragon. Elioya goes in, only onto Kai Wing. Doggo's still on touch. Mirwin look at the flank position. The falling star comes down. The hostile takeover.
Oh my god, he didn't get bailout. It's over. Europe's out. It's done. It's cooked. It's over. Got the Dragon though. Got the Dragon.
The soul, and the soul of EU is ripped right out of their very bodies. CFO cleaning up the fight and looking for the Grand Starfall to make it the ace. Comet Spear just wide. Ginger can't see over the wall. Mirwin with a slice and dice. Kaiwing with a lantern flash, and Mirwin will not be allowed
EU is the worst region in the world.
It's a clean ace, and the question is, what more can they go for? Elioya critically during the bailout stole the Dragon, so Soul did not go over. But still, 5 for 0 here. They're going to crack the base as well.
EU is now officially the worst region in the world.
Are looking incredibly strong, but that smite from Elioya, the only thing that I think keeps some hope alive. MKOI started this up very, very early. They go in here. Elioya goes forward. It's a great stun that comes across from the ulti from Jojo, but then he gets pulled over the wall by Driver. He's isolated. He's knocked down immediately by the Cassante, and it becomes a fight on two sides. Elioya, last seconds of the bailout, steals away with the smite. Had he gone down again, it would have been absolutely over. Still, it is a dire situation, but there is at least some hope still here for MKOI. And then Mirwin sidestepping as much as he possibly can, but CFO chasing him down. Flash Flay, easy enough with the lantern to grab that last kill.
I was so sure in the moment the CFO had managed to get the soul there last second from Elioya with the smite through the bailout, but still an 8,000 gold lead for CFO. Elioya has that cease and desist. Doggo still has his flash, only had to use the cleanse, and now has the Lord Dominic's regards complete as well.
I mean, Doggo is just a monster. This guy is the problem. You have to kill Doggo. That is the only way you're going to be able to win a fight. This guy is ridiculously strong, and this is the last time APAC, now LCP, actually won an EU, NA, or Chinese or Korean team in a best of 5. Taking down one of those teams in a series like this would be massive for them. And CFO looking to try to do just that, looking for this upset, and to try to prove that
they have one
not a
big
fluke.
bomber.
This team is here to play. This team is here to play with the best.
ASOL.
Yeah, caught out by
but it's going to do 0 damage.
Go wide for that Q3. Flank position from CFO again, but they've done this so well in the games where they've had a lead. Just deny vision out of this topside jungle. Make sure that around the Baron, MKOI are in total darkness. Skies Ascend available to Jojo. Has 300 stacks now on this Aurelian Soul. Ginger.
No flash Pantheon.
Jojo. There's the Skies Descend. Ginger forces Mirwin back towards the side. Honkyu with a stopwatch. Hostile takeover coming out, but doesn't hit. Onto Doggo once again, who has Severum Crescendum. Great guns to fight.
That Aphelios is absolutely
not gonna be
busted.
Able to go any further on it.
And with no ultimate, they're going to go straight to the Baron here. All it got was the zonies off of Honkyu and it hit Driver. That was really all it accomplished. And now MKOI are going to have to try to get back in, find a way to win a fight without their key ultimates.
Jojo showing on the bot wave as well. Would have to teleport up here. They're going to go for the battle. Elioya trying to go the long way around to look for a steal. There it goes. The smite secures it. Ginger will get the Baron for CFO. 3 minutes on the clock now. And 2 minutes into that, the Ocean Drake comes up once again.
Absolutely. I mean, Jojo just desperately trying to push on this bot side, seeing if he can get some gold back, but there's no way he's going to be able to actually finish off this tower. He knows it. He has to just go back to base. They have to try to go bounty hunting, try to find some way to pick up some gold to try to pull this back, but you're 9,000 gold behind. And again, the biggest problem is that it's so isolated
0
on
towers
Doggo. This
taken
guy is
again.
miles ahead of where Supa is, and they know it. it's really the key member. All you have to do as CFO is protect this guy, make sure that he can stand and fire, and you are going to win every fight.
And you have so many tools to do so as well. Driver with the all-out. Junja can jump in with the Grand Starfall to distract the back. You've got the Lantern as well, coming out from Kaiwing alongside that Mikhails, and Redemption. For MKOI yet to pick up a tower in this game. That's part of the reason they're so far behind. They just haven't really got any of that standing gold off the map. Whereas Doggo has just had it injected right into his veins. Jojo trying to farm up towards his third item, has the Fated Ashes and the Haunting Guys. So Leandri's just cresting
10k
over the
gold
horizon.
deficit,
If
level
he can get
16
that little bit
ASOL
of extra gold,
on top wave.
CFO are denying everything out of the MKOI
It's
jungle.
crazy to me that Koi banned 3 top laners and gave them Cassante. Like, I can open up his fucking match history and see that he will pick Cassante because it's the only champ he has left.
How do they get over there? How do they
And
actually
they
try to
just
defend?
like that is
Jojo
crazy.
teleports in. Driver looking for that flank position once again. The Singularity out from Jojo will hold the wave for now. Breath of Light as well to try and clear out some of these barrened up minions. Driver in the mid lane is on that inhibitor. And MKOI aren't trying to defend that! The Inferno!
Oh,
Just wipes them.
Mama, don't feel so good.
Almost takes out Alvaro, but immediately MKOI have to back away. A Moonlight Vigil from Doggo made me think of Aphelios of yesterday.
That was like 300 years.
That was just absolutely absurd from the CFO 80 carry.
Was EU's only wins on Maokai?
CFO.
Is that how we're leaving this tournament?
You have to feel from this best of 5 victory. They'll take down one Nexus tower. Alioya still looking for the flank, but he's marked. Merwin dashing in. Jojo forced away by the Arcane Storm. Doggo, he knows Alioya's there, and he's not even the one pushing in right now. Jojo goes in with the Astral Flight. Mikhail's away on Hongqiu as
Bro,
he
Doggo
flashes.
knows.
The Nexus tower down
He
to
fucking
half
knows.
HP.
Look at where he's
still
standing.
just waiting for Alioya. The Nexus tower, they can't clear the minions quickly enough, so it's going to fall. All out comes out. There's the Falling Star. Hostile
Wait,
takeover
hold.
coming across the side as well as Driver is down. Junja runs to fight his teammates, runs away from MKOI.
Really nicely done there by MKOI. They do actually hold onto the base. Alioya, though, going to get spotted. He's got to be careful. They're just going to ult in with the Pantheon for the Dragon. They're going straight for the Soul. Alioya has got to get over here and find some way to actually steal this, and Junja knows it, so he's not giving him time. Alioya realizes, I have no vision, I have no chance, I can't die here or the game will just end. So you have to give up the Soul. Doggo is playing so far back there, and the reason is he knows it doesn't matter if Vi ult me. If no one can follow up, I'm in no danger. So he was just kind of marking the Vi, not allowing him.
Who got the shutdown? Was it Kalista?
That was the MasterCard priceless moment of the game as CFO secure the Ocean Soul. They have a teleport on Driver, none on Hongqiu. There's a ward in the base and pings towards the Nexus. Doggo now, 4 items. Rapid fire cannon with Gravitum is a very sticky situation to find yourself playing against.
I mean, there's not even any Nexus towers, right? You know, you could just walk in and finish the game if they feel like it, but at the same time, I think, you know, the smarter play may just be playing it slow, playing it steady, play through the side lanes, allow those super minions to draw the pressure, go for that triple inhib. Instead, they're looking for a potential pick here. They're seeing, does MKOI get greedy for some vision in their own jungle?
Well, they get a tiny bit of it, but MKOI back away after placing a couple of very superficial wards. CFO will push them out. 5 players grouped up in this mid lane. GA finish for Junja. Yet to see a third item out of Hongqiu.
Big gold lead in mid though, think about it.
Not really about him at all.
Think about the mid gold lead.
Down and MKOI's wave clear is solid for the moment. Double super minions on the bot side though, about to push in. Junja pings on the wave and starts to crash that forward.
Yeah, CFO moments away, you have to think, from a potential match here with AL.
Towers are respawning. 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 That's a Renato. It went in to
CFO just
the...
back away and then reset. Junja going in. Falling Star coming out as they dive onto Doggo, but he cleanses and flashes. And now he's
Oh my god, we're out.
Doggo with the chase in. CFO cleaning up the fight. The Nexus in their eyes. After 13 years of hurt, the light of the LCP shines bright as they claim a best of 5 against a major region.
What an impressive performance here from CFO. It began at first stand. It continues here at MSI. This team is so damn good, showing their strength here against MKOI, taking down the
Is EU even a major region anymore?
and doing it in fairly dominant fashion, winning all 3 games with Driver in. He was playing out of his mind today, and Doggo.
Now it's T1 versus BLG, so it's going to be very jarring to watch T1 play versus BLG.
Every single win.
That series is going to be fucking insane.
Incredible performance all round from CFO. For MKOI, they will be very disappointed in themselves coming into this tournament. As the first seed from the LEC, they wanted to show that they can battle on the major stages, especially since the history with Mad Lions is there, the history of disappointment when they come
The
to
Flying
these
Oysters are the
tournaments.
fathers of European
CFO,
League of Legends.
on the other hand, just superb all round from them. What an underdog story.
And we're going to see the final bow here from MKOI. Showed us some really fun games, and definitely going to be thinking back to that BLG series, you know, what if that final game, it was very close to them being able to force a game 5. In that game 4, you know, 1 pick, the Nexus gets taken down, and you're going to have a lot of regrets, a lot of
What is that noise?
What if we
a surprise team guest. It's the Lost Ratones.
Playing CFO in this position.
I wish.
But that is the nature of these tournaments. You have to show up in those critical moments, and it's CFO that is able to do it, that gets that massive win, and is going to be able to have that pride in being able to get some revenge against LEC as well after they were taken down in a 5-game series by Caedrel at first stand, exactly.
And now they have a date with AL as well. Anyone's Legend, like, talk about a step up in terms of caliber of opposition.
They took down TES, #1 seed at first stand.
Yeah, AL aren't TES international.
Oh my good heavens, Lord Jesus Christ Almighty, have mercy on my goddamn heavenly soul, Lord, please.
A long flight back to Europe. And FlyQuest obviously going to play up against the winner of the loser, of T1 BLG later on today. I will say, BLG have never lost to T1 as an MSI. They played 3 times, and T1...
And now they're going to lose because you said that.
Well, that's fine. If I have that sort of caster curse, why am I not using it on European teams? You know?
Well, that's a good question. Maybe you should answer that. MKOI, though, this was, of course, their final stand. This is always going to be almost impossible.
Why did your shit region have to ruin my fucking pick'ems?
I do think the additional engage
I'm
actually
sorry!
on Doggo. You're probably not going to get much better than that. The Ace alt lands, the Vi alt lands, the Renekton is there, but it's just so hard, and it's not like this point in the game the other members are weak, right? You're trying to fight through this top side that's also incredibly strong, and it was just always going to be a long shot there.
Honkyu did the most damage in the game of anyone, so even if you're killing off the Aphelios, which you couldn't do anyway because you had Moonlight Vigil, Severum, Cleanse, and Flash, it would have been very difficult to work your way through the rest of CFO. Great performance all around from them. Law and Kitty have Driver and Honkyu on stage for the Ryzen post-game interview.
CFO will advance to the next round again, anyone's Legend, and I have Honkyu and Driver with me in the winner interview. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations to both of you. First question is for you, Driver. You said in an interview with LCS Profile that you really did not want to play against Mirven. How did you prep against a player that has such a unique and unpredictable champion pool?
首先，恭喜 CFO 今天能获胜拿下 MKOI 的比赛。首先想问一下 Driver 选手，那么今天对线的是 Merwin 选手，然后之前有在采访里面提醒过，说不太想要去面对他的英雄池，因为他的英雄池比较特殊。那么今天比赛前有没有做出任何比较独特的准备呢？
对我来说，他的英雄池就是虽然我不想遇到嘛，可是我觉得他就算选出来，我也能应对嘛，因为他的角色都比较极端，会比较难为团队做出贡献嘛。反观我的角色池呢，就是你想要选就能直接选，所以他们必须得背。我觉得这就是我跟他的差别吧，角色池的差别。
The biggest difference between me and Merwin today is that his champion pool is very unique. However, it only has one-dimensional gameplay. Meanwhile, for me, I feel like my champion pool is incredibly versatile and they can ban it, I can just pick something else.
Amazing to have those insights. Honkyu, I want to ask about Twisted Fate. It doesn't work at all so far at MSI. Is it a bait champion or did no one find a way to play it actually?
下个问题想问 Honkyu， 现在卡牌目前在 MSI 的比线还没有获胜过，所以你觉得这个英雄是陷阱呢，还是关于 BP 问题？
我觉得这英雄应该不是陷阱吧，我觉得应该是团队需不需要卡牌的英雄，然后我觉得这 ID 也很看选手的 ID。 真英雄。
Hello, you there?
I
You
don't
alive?
think TF
What
is
is it?
a bait pick. It really determines.
No, I
on
mean,
the
look. I know you think I'm gonna
phase,
gloat and
if
talk
the
about how
composition
Europe is
requires
definitively the
ATF,
worst region in the
and I
world,
also think
and that
ID
both teams are bottom two. I know you're expecting that. I'm actually calling here to apologize to you, personally.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna apologize to you because people know that I was one of the people that said that I didn't think that Los Ratones would be a top team in LEC if you guys were put in LEC. But after seeing how fucking dog shit your #1 and #2 seed are, no, I actually think they would be a top team in Europe. I've been converted. I just wanted to apologize and say I'm sorry, Caedrel, for doubting your team.
That's okay.
Los Ratones would be a top team in the LEC. That's all I want.
It's okay. I forgive you. That's okay. I forgive you.
All right. Okay. All right.
Is there a reason why you? Is there a reason why you write in the chat, Caedrel, your region is dog shit, and then like 2 seconds later you call me? Like,
wait, what? Wait,
bro, you
I typed that?
Yeah.
Oh, I must have mistyped. No, I meant to type Caedrel, and then to somebody else I was gonna say your region was dog shit. I wouldn't say that to you, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a mistype.
W rage bait.
It was a mistype.
Okay, well,
okay, yeah, enjoy the rest of the game, bro.
You're a fucking great person, and I enjoy fucking your company.
And you want me alive, nice.
Yeah, I want you alive in game. Okay, I'll see you later.
Nice, cool.
首先，你前几天刚跟 Faker 打出非常激烈的对决，然后今天的表现也是非常出色的。作为 MSI 今年最年轻的选手，你对自己在 LCP 还有 MSI 的状态如何？怎么评价
？LCP 的状态就是应该打得不太好吧，但是来到了 MSI， 就是对手都非常的强劲，所以得就多花1倍的努力，然后还有专注度去打这场比赛。
I actually don't think my performance in the LCP was the best. However, coming into MSI, the opponents are much more competitive, and I'm going to try twice as hard to perform for you guys.
Looking forward to what's next. Now, Driver, I cannot let you go without a celebration. We did not get any celebration for you, so would you give us one now?
Driver 选手可不可以给我们表演一下他的经典舞蹈，来鼓励一下，鼓励一下。
Get it, Driver. What the? He's emoting on us! He's emoting on us!
Thank you, Driver.
He's emoting on us!
Thank you so much for the translation. That's all for us here. We'll be right back for the second series, BLG versus T1.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight.
Is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of 9 shots. Oppo Find X8 series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
I'm not afraid of the challenge. The challenge should fear me. I'm not afraid of the battle. The battle should fear me. The only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it.
Damn! Damn! Chat, I got some gyozas. Look at that. Damn!
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark.
How do you fix the LEC? It's very easy. And they're not gonna like the answer. But the answer is open up relegation promotion.
A really exciting matchup for us as fans, and they have nightmares of what happened at the World Championship. So for you both, what would you like to say to BLG Faker first, perhaps?
PLG와 또 만나게 될 줄 몰랐는데 이렇게 또 만나게 돼서 너무 재밌을 것 같고 오늘만큼 힘든 경기는 내일은 안 나올 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, Gumayushi, would you like to add anything, or is that enough?
작년 월드의 악몽이 떠오르게 해드리겠습니다.
Make them relive that nightmare here today in the rematch of World's Finals. It's T1 versus BLG. What do you think? Do you feel like T1 should approach this one with that kind of confidence?
I mean, I love it. That's like the most confident, the most trash talk I feel like I've ever heard from a T1 member. So they are clearly feeling it, thinking that they are going to do really well here. But I wanted to talk about the history of this matchup, because while it has gone T1's way a number of times, at Worlds, they are usually the ones that are always winning. At MSI, it has always gone the way of BLG. And where are we, Emily?
We're at MSI. So T1 are looking to break that streak for themselves. And I feel like both teams, in my opinion, are not coming at kind of their expected full strength. I feel like we've definitely seen T1 and BLG both look much stronger than they did coming into this tournament. However, I would like to turn our attention, of course, to the mid lane. We kind of have to, right? Because it's going to be Faker versus Knight, and I feel like in so many of these matchups, and these two have faced each other.
Damn. I'm gonna eat real quick before the game starts.
Faker,
we're gonna ignore what happened and we're gonna lock in for some good games, yeah?
In that
Deal?
game 5 on one of his signature picks, the Galio, I can still see it in my mind being the difference maker in the most recent Worlds Finals. And whenever these two go up against each other, it's going to be explosive.
I mean, 12-12 game score, I think is just incredible to see. Obviously, Faker, his accolades are unrivaled by anyone. He is the GOAT. He is the undisputed GOAT. But Knight is going to give him a run for his money in these games. Absolutely. Knight has been, I think, really stellar. And has been one of the strong points, even when I felt like when BLG was struggling at times. To me, he was really stepping up and being a point of strength.
I mean, that's the thing. Today's series is going to be the one that settles it in this matchup. And thinking about what Faker has been able to showcase so far at MSI and what Knight has been able to do for his team, how do we feel like this one would go today?
I mean,
I'm a little bit worried for Faker's laning.
I think in terms of, like, I don't know if we want to spoil predictions.
The first two teams out of the tournament are both European
however,
teams. There's no other team that's knocked out.
I think it's going to be about this mid lane matchup and then also about top lane, because the big difference maker there, I think, was Doran. I thought he had a bit of a rough season in terms
from the main
of
stage,
the regular season, had a bit of trouble getting acclimated to the team. But now,
he's a changed man
now. Yeah, he destroyed my team. Thank you for that. Wait, oh no, it's Azael with the 2KT fans again.
Man, I honestly just love Doran as a player. He's such a nice guy. I feel like he has been good regionally for so long in the LCK, but has these moments where, you know, kind of falls on his face a bit internationally and has had this stigma, has had this reputation. But I feel like he is on the precipice of a breakthrough. And I felt like that last Worlds, I really do feel like this is going to be the time for him. He has stepped up in the clutch when T1 needed him. He was incredible in playoffs. In the really hard-fought series against CFO, this guy was 1v9. Like, he needs to get his flowers for how well he has played when T1 has needed him lately.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like I've also been on your side when it's come to, like, defending Doran, especially with some of the phenomenal domestic performances he has had.
Be careful. I defended Doran for 2 years.
Reversal, right?
I got slapped in the face.
Again, some struggles in the regular season, but during that road to MSI, absolutely stepped up, was a massive difference maker for T1 in their run to get here, and already is making waves with this team in their first series.
Now when it comes to Bin, What do we think of the player? Because this new revamped version of PR Bin that we had in interview maybe is not the one that we're expecting to see when it comes to Bin on the international stage.
So from my perspective, I think Bin has spent a lot of this year being a little bit shakier than I was expecting from him, right? He's kind of always been that top laner willing to slam these counter picks. We did see that at some points, like I particularly remember him slamming the Camille into, I believe, Flanders and Bessa and just absolutely destroying him. However, he's been really, really up and down, in particular because they have been putting him on champs like the Rumble, which I think he's performed adequately on, but I still wouldn't say is like his absolute best champion. So for BLG to step up and be able to defeat T1, I do think Bin has to have one of those classic Bin performances.
All right.
And I had production make me a very handy
How better to determine than by tracking it on the Bin-o-meter.
So we have the 4 states of Bin.
We have a Bin head that we can move from Rubbish Bin to Sin Bin, which actually features the hometown Vancouver Canucks against the Calgary Flames.
Got a couple cheers.
Yeah, 5 of them in the penalty box. And then Bin, so regular Bin, and then Giga Bin, where he's, I believe, lifting Doran above his head.
So which one did we have so far? If you look at all the series that BLG has played at MSI.
I feel like it's kind of been
between these two.
Swapping between these two. I don't think he's been bad. I also don't think we've seen that kind of classic breakout performance. So I'd kind of put him like in the middle here right now.
Yeah, right. I mean, he is at his best incredible, like unstoppable. So he definitely hasn't reached there yet, but if he can today, it'll make all the difference.
We need Giga Bin to perform against the Krog Lord today on stage. But let's check out how the fans have voted at MasterCard on X. They are calling the match for T1 with 82% of the votes. Who would have thought?
I don't think T1 has ever lost a fan vote in the history of League of Legends. This team, everywhere they go, is home field advantage.
True.
T1 fans are everywhere.
What are you thinking, though, Emily? You gave us your prediction quickly.
I also am on 3-2 T1. I do feel like they are a little bit better prepared. I feel like Doran's going to have a breakthrough series.
It is a rematch of World's Finals today here at MSI in our second series of the day. T1 versus BLG. Casters, take it away from
This will be peak League of Legends.
Thank you very much, Laura, Emily, and Isaiah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the second series of the day here at MSI 2025. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Vedius for this one, and I cannot wait to jump into this head-to-head, a remix, a rematch of the most recent World Finals between BLG and T1.
And it feels
Carrier
like
has
the
a monitor
desk is
issue.
a little T1 favored, but I have to say that when it comes to MSI, they mention the historical record. BLG just feels like a different beast at this tournament. They're currently 9-1, having only dropped a single game to Koi, and it feels like that this team, when they get a lead, are the most ruthless that we have seen at this tournament. They do not hesitate at playing around objectives. They are incredibly fast and effective at punishing the smallest of mistakes.
Faker
And we
cleaning
have
his
to
mouse?
be honest, CFO put T1 through the ringer in their best of 5.
He felt
And
a
we
speck
know
of
some
dirt.
teams, when they get a lead, they like to
Oh
slow
yeah,
the
mine's
game
pretty
down
dirty
and
too. That's probably
control
why
it.
I've been losing my lane.
BLG seems much happier to test that lead, to put their opponents in a
Me
real
and my
hot
coworker
seat
just cleaning our
and
mouse.
make them answer the call to
We have the
battle
same
like
mouse,
you're
by the
talking
way.
about. They'll challenge you at objectives.
We have the
They'll
same
force
mouse.
a
He copied
fight.
me.
They'll say, if
He
we've got
copied
a
my
gold
mouse.
lead, if we've got some sort of an advantage, we're going to push that lead.
Certainly seems like it. We'll see how things pan out as we get ready for the draft.
Which mouse
of
is that?
Game
Oh, this is
1.
the Faker mouse.
Obviously, this has become a huge international rivalry with both many appearances at the World Championship and MSI. The support matchup is one that I am especially excited for.
Okay.
Carrier versus On. I feel like
I got the signature on him.
Carrier's ceiling is just, it's unrivaled with what he's able to do on support. He seems to have a champion, Ocean. You can't really predict what he's going to bring out. Some picks definitely work better than others, I think we can safely say. But there are certain champions that he's just able to have such a huge impact on. Meanwhile, for On, I feel like that his engages
Look at the
that
chain.
we have seen
Just
this
look at the
tournament
chain.
have just been unbelievable. He knows exactly the right target to pick, and he sets up his team for so many of those fast engages that can be very difficult to react to.
And I'm really excited too, because we're getting this World Finals rematch in this year, in this season, where we've moved over to this new Fearless format. When I was watching back the World Finals yesterday evening to just make sure that it was fresh in my head that last time that we got to see these two go head-to-head, it was a little bit jarring to see Bin lock Rumble 3 games in a row, being like, wait a second, isn't that against the rules? It wasn't back then, but now we've got to go deeper into the pools. So if we get to go to that Game 5 again, if this series does go the distance, I'm really looking forward to seeing how they navigate the drafts and how they try to outplay each other before they even hit Summoner's Rift.
We go back to last year, and when these two teams did meet at this point in the tournament, it was BLG that got the better of T1, knocking them down into the lower bracket, where we saw both Gen.G and BLG matching up in the next round. I wonder if it's going to be a repeat of history, or instead we're going to see a different story from T1, because at the end of the day, T1, no matter what you think about them, no matter how many VODs you review, no matter how much analysis you do, no matter how much
peripheral
detail you go into with this team, they have something that is just...
I think it's Carrier's monitor looks a bit cooked.
Magic, I guess. Like, intangible. That is the word that I'm looking for, and that is the beauty of T1, why they are such a fan favorite, why they're so widely decorated. The ability to just find that way to turn games around has always been a joy.
Fix the Carrier monitor now.
Currently experiencing a slight game delay, so you're listening to me and Captain Yap while we get ready for the first
Captain
matchup.
Yappers.
Just a little bit more. We do have a hardware delay on the stage. As soon as we're able to get that resolved, you can see league officials talking with the players right now.
They're
so
swapping his
hopefully we
monitor.
can get that taken care of ASAP. Get ourselves into this first draft.
Oh,
Start
Carrier,
this
it's tilted.
series
You good,
off.
Ka?
Remember, if you win today, it's not like the road is going to get any easier. It's Gen.G waiting up there in that next winner's bracket match for whoever wins this one. MSI is a real battlefield, Vedius.
That's why Alvaro was sitting there and the monitor wasn't turned on. Oh, okay, good one.
They were denied it domestically. We don't know how the two compare currently. We got to see it a bunch during the regular season.
Are you done now? Are you done? Can we move on?
But we never got to see that best of 5 between those two teams. Meanwhile, for BLG, I mean, it's just a matter of revenge for them, right? Yeah. They're always the bridesmaid. They always come so close to winning so many international titles, but then they're always denied. Last year it was Gen.G at MSI, then it was T1 at the World Finals. They're a team that comes so close, yet they cannot quite close the gap. We'll see if they're able to do it, and as we get closer to draft week, you can think about some of those high priority picks. Champions like Talia, Annie in particular. I very much expect that to be a contested mid lane champion between these two players. We've seen both of them blind pick it, and I will say that there hasn't been a very comfortable response to the Annie matchup, just because she feels so safe in lane, and because of how reliable she feels in the team fights.
And alongside those high priority mid lane champions, we've been seeing so much priority on Varus in the bottom lane. The power of the champion both in the laning phase as well as the incredible burst and range that he has as the game goes on for the team fights.
Carrier's monitor
we know
working?
That both of these AD carries are very adept mechanically and can carry a game on their backs with just their individual performances. Locking in a power pick like that in the bottom lane could also be an easy win condition.
The jungle pool is also very shared based on what we've seen.
So for this matchup, the most important matchup
going up against Oner
in this game is jungle. Oner needs to
impactful he was for T1
absolutely gap
during their regular season in spring. But Beishuan really has just slotted in nicely. It's kind of amazing.
I think Poppy is a very important pick this series. Beishuan has had very high Poppy prio, and T1 are the CEOs of flexing Poppy jungle support. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Poppy first pick or first rotation game 1.
Focusing on setting up his bot lane for success, putting Alkanon in a winning bot lane position, I feel like is going to be crucial as we get ready for this first matchup.
And you're talking about how Beishuan slots into the BLG roster. Reminder
Look how Carrier rocked up today.
Be completely familiar.
Damn!
This is a
Sunglasses on.
5-man run back for both squads of those rosters that competed in the World Finals. It's only Shun being replaced by Beishuan in the jungle on the side of BLG, and on the side of T1, top laner Zeus replaced by Doran. And Doran's going to have his work cut out for him up against Bin. This guy, we know when Bin is all the way to the right of that scale that Emily had when he's playing like Giga Bin, it's a real problem.
I mean, the amazing thing about Doran is he's such a controversial player. You never really understand what level of player you're going to get from him, but so far it feels like that we're getting the best version of Doran. He was instrumental in their win against CFO. His Jace performance in particular just dominated against Rest, and I feel like his Rumble as well was really
That keyboard is fucking dirty.
So, as a player,
that's not dirty, chat.
He stood out,
we all know your
especially in
keyboard
their route to
is fucking
qualify
disgusting.
for
I know
MSI.
it is.
So
Don't
the
even
top
say
lane
it.
matchup is another one to keep our eyes on, and like it feels like no matter where you put your eyes in this matchup, there's always going to be
Bowson's Law solo
killed
killed Faker, 125 equals 300. LR greater than T1. W side. Was that a my fraud drawing that said smoke the doubters?
You never quite know which role is going to be the series defining champ or role or player, and we're going to have to wait and see which player stands up.
And I like the fact that you mentioned the journey that T1 had to get here, but we'll talk about that a little bit later, because ladies and gentlemen, we are finally getting into Champ Select, powered by Omen and Hyper.
Okay, this draft will be quite fun, I think.
Game number 1, the rematch.
Alright, Gwen ban. So Rumble's open. That's a very high prio pick. Obviously, Pantheon is a very high prio pick. Talia, these are the most. And with the Gwen ban, these three are open, right? We'll see if BLG pinch one of them.
They're banning the Gwen first.
You have to respect
Azir as well, right? Azir might be an easy ban for BLG. Yeah.
It did struggle
no real prio on it for Knight. Faker would love to play it. I mean, you can play into Rumble. Playing into Pantheon's hard. Playing into Talia is a lot harder, unless Faker wants to play like Annie into Talia. But I do think Talia ban is pretty good.
It's a champion that you really can't afford to give it.
It's one of those champions that I feel like is just such a staple
What do you got for
of
me?
pro play, and particularly for somebody.
Viban.
It's the GOAT. It's Faker.
Okay.
You don't want to be giving
this
something
Vi prio
like
to
that
me is
over
very
for
strange.
free.
I
If
feel
you're
like
not
I would
willing
match
to figure
Vi ban with
yourself,
Poppy
the
ban,
Vi
but
will be the next ban here
they just
for
want
T1.
Vi out.
Pretty
TF
much a
ban,
staple
okay.
jungler this entire
So there's
year,
Rumble, Talia,
everywhere
Pantheon.
for the
There's
playmaking,
Xin,
the
Pantheon
point-and-click
trade.
lockdown that we see from it.
There's
And now
Rumble,
the
Ornn,
TF,
Galio
so
trade.
This is one that
There's
continues
Talia,
to be
Annie trade.
very debated
what's OP
among
then?
the community, because this thing has
Okay,
been
they don't want to
highly
trade Rumble.
prioritized, but
So it's
also
Talia,
highly
Pantheon trade.
ineffective. So far
And
in
Faker will
MSI,
probably
it will
take
be the
Annie,
third
right?
ban for BLG as Rumble is banned away from Bin.
I think Knight would take Talia, yeah. So then I think Faker would take Annie in this draft. Pantheon is pretty easy for owner. He will get responded by Xin. I think Bin. Do you pick top on 3 here? What could Bin pick?
You pair it alongside something like the Xin Zhao, and you already have a very strong mid-jungle duo right out the gate.
Speaking of mid-jungle, I'm thinking
Jax,
about Pantheon, man. We're talking about powerful champions on the patch. Right
Renekton,
there, it
yeah.
is locked in for T1. Pantheon is scary to begin with. In a lot of people's eyes, he's the best jungler on the patch. If
I
your
think
jungler
Xin
goes
Zhao
out
or
piloted
Poppy.
well, but you combine semi-global
Get it
with
out
semi-global
early in the
and
series.
mid-jungle, that is a nightmare. T1
What have you got
is
for
gonna
me?
deny it, while also locking in the Orianna for Faker.
Going for a little bit more team fighting, a little bit more mid control and solid wave clear.
Faker, Orianna.
Of course, on the Orianna, you've got to be super careful. Does potentially open up for a Jarvan possibility for Beishwan.
Not a big
I
fan.
wonder if he will just lean more towards the Xin Zhao that we've been seeing a lot from him. You could also go towards
Sion's a
something
really good
like
champ.
the Wukong. Bear in mind,
Sion
though,
can get met
with
by a
the
few things.
Pantheon locked in,
You
that
can
means
pick a
there's no
tank
Trundle,
into it,
which means that champions like Sion
or you can pick
massively rise in priority.
Ambessa.
We've seen this pick just dominate in MSI. It feels like that there are very
Cassante,
few champions that can match the team
Ornn,
fight utility that he provides.
Cho'Gath, I don't
He's
know.
just a very
Yeah, they take the
safe
Poppy.
side
Get it out
laner
early in the
and
series. I think that's
all-round
smart by
very
BLG.
Even in the
Flex it and get it out. I think Poppy is so OP.
Between CFO and Imkoi, the game from Driver playing the Sion, massive impact on that champion.
Doran can drop if you want him to. He has probably got like 5 champions he can play here.
70% win rate so far, like you're
He can
talking about.
play
It's been dominating
Aatrox, he can
and
play
the
Ambessa,
Poppy
he can play
will
Gnar,
also
he can
be
play
picked up. This is,
Ornn,
of course,
Cassante,
possible flex
Cho'Gath, like
potential. You can go into the
Yorick,
jungle
yeah.
with this. You can play from the support position with this. But T1's
Yorick. I
answer
don't like
into the top lane
Yorick, Orianna
Sion
together.
is the Yorick
Those
for
two
Doran.
champs
A
together.
little bit more split push power. You can already see that T1 with the Pantheon and the Yorick rather have tools to play through the side, try and punish this Sion who's going to be looking
Yeah, I
to
don't
try
like those two champs together.
safely farm up. But BLG have already started to craft this effective front-to-back team fight style.
All right, for bot
composition.
lane,
BLG need a little
is
bit
Kalista
more
ban
DPS.
gonna
So I
happen
imagine
from
T1,
T1?
if they're going to look to try and
No,
ban,
they
maybe
banned
they get rid
Karma.
of some of that long
Okay.
range tools. They've already decided to target the Karma.
I mean, it makes sense, right? You're playing Sai on top, right? And you're playing Talia Poppy. And you're 4-5ing a bot lane. You want to 4-5 a bot lane, they can fuck them. Caitlyn, Karma lane. In this case, Kalista lane, sure. Maybe like an... I was thinking like an Ezreal Leona lane with a brown ban or something.
That's looking for the front to back.
Okay, clock runs down on BLG's next
Lucian
ban,
ban.
so they will decide to take the Lucian off the table, thinking, all right, if they've already locked in the entire top side, that leaves them open to potentially grab one of these spicy bot lane duos. Lucian's one of the ones.
So Gumyushi's a player who on 4 here,
they're going to want to deny that.
he tends to lean towards caster AD carries, like Jhin is his best. But I think Jhin in this draft is a bit shit. I wonder if Guma should just take the Caitlyn and get counter pick support. And if they go like any melee, you have Braum. If Braum is open, Caitlyn Braum.
These bans do suggest that T1 might be looking at either an Alistar or even a Braum. If they want something a little bit more defensive, I think both these champions can be very effective into the Braum. But also, I think T1 can save their support for the last pick. I expect the AD carry to come through now.
Does Guma just take a Caitlyn here?
The best possible bot lane
I don't know if I like Jhin.
Also allow Carrier the freedom to kind of round out this composition.
They take Nico with Karma ban.
Nico
Okay.
right now is the hover.
I mean, that'll get you push, yeah?
It's going to be locked in immediately, so they're just going to put that towards the bot side of the map, already giving you a very strong 2 versus 2. BLG,
there's Kalista Nautilus, or what? Kalista Renata? Yeah.
Guma, and they're going to pair
and now you just play MF Nico or Ezreal Nico or fucking
really haven't seen
Jhin Nico, yeah.
a lot of success so far.
Another Kalista game. Like I mean, really when you're playing Sai on top and Talia, you need a lane Talia can play for. So Kalista does fit that theme.
Many AD carries just struggle to play in this current meta.
Right, can be very difficult to deal with. One good thing, at least for the Kalista, there is not a true massive tank.
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you can use the tier 1 or Twitch Prime to subscribe to the channel. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. You'll be back for the game starts. If you sub now, you won't get ads for the rest of MSI. Use a big kiss. I'll see you in a sec.
Last pick of the draft, red 5 for T1.
As much as you see Kalista and you think insta lose, I look at these champs from T1 and I say, who the fuck kills Sion? I think Yorick needs to carry this game alone. Yorik's got to carry this game.
Now that we see all 10 picks.
I think both comps, honestly,
I think T1 has a bit of bot push. They have a bit of top push.
BLG want to play a slightly slower game. When you draft that Kalista Renata, my instincts are always that you want to try and play aggressively through the bot side of the map. But with the Poppy, you don't necessarily have the best tools. I think T1 have a lot more early game.
I think BLG wants to play insanely fast in bot side.
Gumyushi getting his hands on his fabled Jhin when paired up alongside the Nico gives you a very present, very effective bot lane 2 versus 2, and with a Pantheon alongside it, if they can land that poke, T1 is going to set their sights on the dive. So in the early game, I very much like what T1 have drafted for themselves. I think they have a lot of options to get this game going.
With Talia on one side and Pantheon on the other, I'm really looking to see how they use these long-range ultimates, how they cash in on the value of these semi-globals to create unfair fights and force these situations that can give themselves an edge.
The arena is packed for T1 versus BLG. The energy feels amazing.
Let's get
here in Vancouver. And I mean, we can feel it here at the cast today.
Let's get it.
Sir.
The crowd is feeling good. We're getting ready for game 1 of this best of 5. A rematch over the last few years that has gone back and forth with T1
Let's fucking get
holding
it.
the advantage as the reigning world champions. Doran gonna face check.
Yeah, Doran walks right into the brush there. Beishuan's waiting, and so is Knight. Doran's gonna take a lot more damage here than he would like to. Beishuan and Knight continue their chase. More rocks are flying out. Beishuan's going in.
The
Doran
potion
nearly killed off, but he barely survived.
The potion saves him.
We start off
but someone's there.
Oh, Knight!
Knight! Oh,
that was cheeky.
Faker's laughing, Guma's laughing. Drink your potion.
Cheeky by Knight. He thought that he could get the finish, but he does not.
That is a W start Yorick with no flash, no potion.
Perhaps that
I think top is a little lost early.
Change up his pathing, maybe set his sights on a top lane play for a potential early gank. You'll see him actually pathing towards his Raptors, likely going to start there, as Ona's going to start on his top
might
side,
be
as
a
we
little
kind of
bit
expected. Gumyushi and Gumyushi in the bot lane 2 versus 2 carrier now shows up by surprise. They're going to look to try and get the advantage in the 2 versus 2. Expect a lot of trading in this bot lane
Bot lane is Armageddon.
Oh, yes.
Top is in
And you can
isolation.
see
Mid
right
push
here,
is contested,
this is your
and bot lane is a
rematch,
fist fight.
2024 World Finals. It was a full 5-game series. BLG winning, then T1 winning, then BLG winning, then T1 winning, and finally at the finish line, T1 clutched the game 5 for the 3-2 victory to hoist the Summoners Cup. And
Okay,
you
bone
know
plating
BLG are hungry to get
Bone
revenge
plating
for that loss here at MSI.
I mean, it was that final
Owner's clearing 3
where
top
we
camps.
really
Beishuan's
got to
clearing
see the
3 bot
unkillable
camps.
Demon King himself.
Beishuan is
Faker
pathing
earning
top.
the finals MVP, having
Is
a
Doran diveable
standout
early?
performance in that series. When we come to this MSI, Faker did struggle in his first matchup against Tonkyu. He was put on the back foot in multiple games of that series, and I feel like Knight really has been a standout for the side of BLG. One of the core components of what helped BLG even qualify for this MSI.
So Owner's
And
full
already
clearing
we
to
see
bot.
Knight off to
Bot
an
push is really
early push
important.
in the matchup. Very much what we expect. See him move into the fog of war, act as that potential threat, moving around, potentially working with his jungler. Now we know that Beishuan is pathing up towards the top side.
Nice
a potential
auto E from
dangerous
On.
avenue that T1 has to respect.
Carrier
On the
no
bot side of the
heal.
map, Owner is getting closer and closer. The health bars, though, of both Elk and On, very good right now. No real risk of a dive.
Yeah. And checking back in on what we were thinking about after that
Knight's
bit of a dicey
pushing
start
mid,
there
carry
in
a
the top
little bit
lane
of
for
chunk,
Doran.
nice.
The push originally did go to Bin. Doran was
Beishuan's gonna
underneath the
look
turret,
for
but now you
Doran,
can
no
see
flash,
that
right?
wave is pushing back out right around the time that
Is
Beishuan
top wave
is finishing
bad?
those camps
Does Doran
in this
die?
top side of the jungle. About to kill his blue now. He's going to path
Oh,
up
he's
towards
warding
this
at the
top
right
lane.
time.
Now Doran's going to ward the Pixel Brush at exactly the same
Bin
time.
flash Q?
that Beishuan's
Nope.
making his
No
entry.
gank.
Doran with a nice use of the cage there.
Doran
Does
plays the
block
weak side.
Beishuan's ideal entry point, but still
Bin
a
doesn't
little bit
wanna
of
go
damage
in.
from the Poppy
He's gonna
to
ward the bush
harass
now.
Doran a little bit more.
All right, top
but
is safe.
Not really a huge threat coming out just yet.
Faker
Doran
takes a
manages
base.
to keep himself out of trouble.
Owner's looking
will
for some
say
Raptor respawns.
Scion plus Poppy, not the most effective early game gank.
They are respawning. He is
You can
right there,
definitely be
there.
Annoying.
But Knight's checking.
And I think Doran is a little annoyed, but aside from that, he's not into much danger. The wave state is
Faker
in a fairly
TP's in to help him get the
healthy spot.
Raptors.
Faker will take a bit of damage, but Owner already
Poppy's
setting
here
his
to
sights
stop
on
him from
Raptors
taking the
respawn.
Raptors.
It's the #1 mini game for junglers to play. Mark those chickens, steal them away at every
Q
respawn
smite
you
is
can
really
get, but
powerful from
Beishuan
Pantheon.
is here to contest, wants to fight Owner for this second
Oh, he
set
got
of
them without
chickens.
smite.
Owner, though,
Oh, without
has
Q,
the
sorry.
smite on the large chicken. Is on, has to sidestep the deadly flourish down in the bottom lane scrap
All
at
right.
the same time. Owner with control over the jungle of Beishuan here in this red quadrant, as Beishuan will make his way
Now
back
Pantheon
out.
can just base and
Nothing
full clear.
else right now for
I think what
Owner to
Owner
go
can do
after
right now
because
is
of
he
the
can
Krug
go to
camp
base, do
still
Krugs
not
Raptors, and
being
then just do
something that's
Drake.
within his reach, since Elk and On
I
are all
think
the way
that is
back behind
pretty
the
easy
turret, they
for
would
him.
easily be able to come help Beishuan.
Because
So
Poppy
Owner's
has to
just gonna
base
take
and
his
open
one
top,
camp
so I
steal
guess
and
Kalista
walk
will
away
base and
from
swap,
it.
maybe?
Back up top side, continuing the trading between these two. As long as Bin is able to just keep trading and farming early on, he's going to be just fine.
Is my mic
The
okay?
Scion can be so powerful into the Yorick. The Soul Furnace is powered by ghouls. They count as coal. Every single time he farms these things up, he's getting extra power on the W, extra maximum health to be that massive front line.
Going to be a train with a lot of
This
power
chat is the
behind
most
it.
annoying
That's
chat on the planet.
We'll see how impactful
That is such a
that
fact.
train will be later on into the game. I just want to come back to that Owner pathing that you were talking about. I love the fact that he started with the red, moving to his Krugs, and then Raptors with the full intent on stealing the enemy Raptors, knowing that he's going to be able to work with Faker.
I think he
get
can
that
just finish this
mid-push,
and go to
be able
Drake right
contest
now.
those Raptors, steal away what he can, and then the Raptors
Or
will
he can go to
respawn
Wolves and go to
that
Drake
little
if
bit
bot's
later,
still
so he
stacking.
can then path back towards the Krugs, path nicely back through his jungle, and now he's going to continue on with that.
Okay, it's a
full
swap,
clear.
so Drake is free for
So right
T1.
now we have a very timid, very safe early game with the swap coming through from BLG. Nothing too surprising. Something that we see often is not only can you get yourself out of a little bit more of a difficult 2 versus 2 matchup, but Scion loves, I always say this, loves being on the weak side. Obviously, players don't love being in a 1v2.
Dorat flash is coming up.
But Bin doesn't mind it when playing the Scion champ.
As now Doran could be in a
Stop
little bit
the
of
jump
danger
of the
here.
rats.
Nope, not quite. On and Elk aren't in range.
Nice
to
ward by Bin.
back
He just
up
warded the
Beishuan.
Drake
There's
to
no
check Owner when he
wall
starts it
for
now.
the wall slam from the Poppy to actually find the big value there. So Doran's still all right.
Does Carrier not have to
his
base
Maiden
and
of
like
the Mist ready
help
to be
top a
summoned,
bit?
but does not want to summon it up.
I guess they don't give a
at a time
fuck.
when these swaps are happening, when you could end up in a 1v3 situation, have the Maiden deleted very
Doran is
swiftly,
hardcore weak
especially
side
with
right
Beishuan
now.
having the smite available.
He
If
started
you lose
W,
that
he
Maiden
lost flash.
early, the
Oh, he's
cooldown
maidening.
is so
What?
long. wrong, it feels really bad. And you feel like you've lost a huge part of the power budget of your character, as now the Pantheon from T1. Owner has secured the first Drake of the game. 6 minutes and 45 seconds in. Bayshwan coming back up into the top
Doran,
side.
have you
Doran
into
forced
it?
to flash away again, but nice
Have you
handshake
gotten into it?
brings him right on back, and
Have you gotten into it? You were weak side this whole time. E-flash, no flash Talia.
Away, stays safe from that one as Carrier's Tangle Barb's going to force
Oh,
out the
Dorat.
Summer Spell
All
from
you
the
had to do
BLG
was
mid
just
laner,
not
but it does
die.
cause Carrier's flash at the same time.
Carrier and Owner, we're gonna be...
Oh, the shockwave connects.
Okay,
Nice
good
shockwave
damage.
from Faker to Chunk Knight, but not threaten lethal damage.
He's just chipping away at HP though, and he's doing damage because he's just denying a lot of farm away from
Now they
Knight. You'll
swap back,
notice
but this
the
Scion
mid-gold
is
gap
so
really
OP.
starting to increase in Faker's favor. We don't get a chance
Carrier's
to talk about
dead.
the
He has no
previous play.
flash. He's just dead. What the hell? Oh, Owner? Is that a good play? Oh, Elk just sent it over the wall. He has the bailout. Oh my god, Elk is a monster. They're all out, maybe. He has ult.
But he's got to reload the gun. Now the curtain calls open on side
Oh my.
three. The fourth can't hit base.
Okay, he got one.
But the dancing
Oh my good god.
dances on his grave. BLG
Holy fuck, no one in this game speaks English, I'm sure of that.
Is what we were
A little bit louder.
hoping
The
for,
Kalista is
and
crazy.
BLG deliver, finding kill after kill.
Elk is
All
absolutely
being
mental.
funneled into Elk is a fantastic start for BLG. T1 played for the Dragon. The swap was initiated by
Base
BLG.
from
They
Guma.
recognized that they couldn't really do much to
Elk
help Doran in
has-
this situation,
bro,
but I don't think they were quite
they were
expecting
basing here, and
this
they
after
cancelled their
gank
bases
attempt
for
in
this.
the mid lane. Carrier's trying to group up with his AD carry, but he get collapsed on by Base Run, not expecting him to invade on the top side. He falls short, but then the Pantheon ultimate had already
Elk
been
just
committed.
goes for it.
There's little that Owner can do. He has to turn and fight. Guma does his best to help him, but he ends up proccing the bailout with all those spears stacking up in Owner, allowing him to get the revive and turning it into another kill. Base Run out of options, out of ways to escape. At the very least, Gumayushi will get one back.
Oh, I think if
And
you
you
just
can see
focus
at the
Renata,
end
he'd
there,
have killed.
Gumayushi, he takes 3 shots at the escaping players from BLG, thinks
Oh,
maybe he can
Elk.
convert that fourth onto Bayshwan,
On,
but Bayshwan
walking,
had
has
the
the handshake.
distance to sidestep the curtain call.
So,
Sadly,
BLG
Dancing
got
Grenade,
all
more of a
3
targeted
grubs.
Ability. Can't quite get away from that one as Elk takes a chunk of damage back on live now as our bottom lane duos continue to scrap back and forth topside. Both junglers still hanging around this area as well. These trios of junglers and bottom laners are so aggro in the early stages.
They're
of
really
this
pressuring
game.
mid, aren't
It's
they?
a very modest gold lead for the side of BLG, but really nothing to write home about. Bin happy to just ult back down into the bottom lane, clear out the wave.
Oh god,
nice
this
chunk
Yorick
of
looks
damage
so
onto
useless
Doran
right
there
now.
as well.
Choo-choo, Bin
So
continues
useless.
to build an advantage, and it's really him that benefited so much from all that action that was happening. Doran getting killed. He was also able to get a plate in the bot lane of the bottom side of the map. And these teams are violent. They are tied for the highest kills per minute at MSI in 2025. A Clash of Titans is an apt
They
title
didn't manage to punish the
pedigree of players that we
Talia
have
flash
on
being
stage
down
right
yet.
now.
Knight's been playing
BLG
relatively
have
safe. He has no
accrued a
flash for 2
small
minutes.
advantage, but what I will
There's
say
a
that
world where a
surprises me
Pantheon
is
ult
the
lands
goal
on his head
difference between
soon.
the AD carries is actually not that big.
No.
Guma has actually been able to get himself a small gold lead, all because of the farm
Faker
that he was
spacing
able to
pretty solid.
generate while all that action was happening on the Rift, getting 1 kill for himself. But considering that is a 3-0 Kalista, Guma is kind of unfazed.
Yeah, it's a lot of times what we're seeing get picked into these Kalistas that ends up making them not as effective as you would otherwise expect them to be. The power of range, the power
Yeah,
of
the
just
Kalista's not really
bullying
my
them away
concern.
from
My
playing
concern
as
is this
aggro as they
fucking
want to.
Scion.
Nico throws out a Tangle
I think
Barb.
he's the most
Jhin
OP
hits you with a
champ in the
deadly
game right now.
flourish into the dancing grenade with a hopefully
Knight's been
force-shot
trying to
auto
farm
attack.
as best he
And
can
all of a
without
sudden,
flash.
The Kalista doesn't
He's
feel
trying
as
to just
empowered
queue as many
to
minions
run
as
the lane
possible.
like she wants to. Gumayushi with a 4-wave lead, almost 5 waves of minions ahead of his opponent. Really feeling good about the state of things
I'm
there.
wondering when
As
they're
you
going to
already
pull the
said it,
trigger
man,
here, T1.
It's just the slightest gold lead for
Mid
BLG.
flash is 60
they
seconds.
do have those first 3 grubs. T1,
Is
of course,
Owner gonna
though,
try to
did
go for
secure
it?
the first Drake, and
Doesn't
the
look
next
like
one
it.
is spawning in about 25 seconds. You can see T1 trying to get this wave pushed out down here in the bottom lane as Bayshwan takes control over that bottom side of mid
Look at
towards the
T1's
river
vision
for
bot side.
BLG.
Double pink.
Closer to the second dragon.
If they can take that
spawn
pink
of the
and
game,
Tribush, they own the map.
TP will be used
Carrier's
by
trying
Knight
to try and
return
sniff
to
a bit.
mid lane. Sundered Sky finished for both junglers as Bayshwan fishing for a
TP
mid
back
lane
from
play.
Faker.
Not gonna
Knight's
find one.
first on the
It
move
is
because
BLG
he TP'd
that
back
gain access
earlier.
to the river first. The bot wave contest is
Oh
going
yeah,
to be
this is going to be a
super
big
important,
sequence right here.
as both these AD carries want to be in a
Sums are up
position
for
to
everyone.
fight.
Owner's flash is coming up.
Yomu's completed for Guma.
Beishwan's
Should have a
hovering bot, they
slight
see him.
advantage over Elk.
Faker has an
No Blade of the
alternator.
Ruin King finished just yet, but
Owner's already in the
T1 do
bush.
not wanna give
Carrier
this
has...
up without a fight.
Oh, he's flashed
Owner
in.
jumps in, immediately goes for the stun on the
Oh, Carrier has 3 men. Poppy ult hit Faker though. Poppy ult hit Faker.
Isn't quite there. Owner's going to be chased away next. The deadly flourish doesn't
Poppy
hit.
ult hit
Owner's
Faker.
gonna take a
Oh,
ton of damage to
oh,
the
Faker shockwave. It just comes in time to save him with the bailout as well.
Finds 2, and T1
Oh.
get a double kill for their Orianna.
Just gets the shield on Owner.
Just like that, T1 flipped the fight on its head.
Just
and
gets
they
it.
get themselves
Last
3 kills. BLG,
Owner was dead.
it
Last
looked
second.
so good at the start of the fight for them. Faker wasn't involved. He had to go the long way round.
No, he didn't. He got Poppy ult. He got sent to
initiates the
Narnia.
play. Carrier's ultimate looks fantastic, but then
So
the
Poppy ult
re-engage
hits,
from
and now look at
BLG is
Faker on the
even
minimap.
better.
Look out, he's a blue
Carrier's out of
buff.
tools. He has to flash away. They're thinking, oh, Elk, he can come back to
Oh,
life. He
what a
can just get the
timing.
kill, but then the shockwave comes
What a
through
timing.
and finishes him off. Faker arrives at just the right time to secure a double kill. T1 get 3, they get their dragon, and they take firm control in this early game.
I said it was 2, but it was
Bro,
more
that guy
like
in the
2.5
bottom right
because
looked like he was
Elk
about to
bailing
cry.
out,
He
but
was like...
still got hit by the thing. The shockwave sealed the deal, but the fight navigated so well by T1. Carrier's Pop Blossom buying the time for the reinforcements to arrive. And at the very end, I also do want to compliment On, who perfectly
TP
blocked
back
the
from
deadly
Dorat. He
flourish
probably has
from
Triforce
Gumayushi,
here.
stopping that one from hitting Elk. BLG tried, but T1 played it better. Look at the damage in the last fight from Owner, beating the next closest damage by almost a full 1,000. There's a reason that this champion is considered by many to be the best jungler on the patch, as Beishwan goes in for Faker, and now it's trouble for the T1 mid lane. The handshake pulls him right on back.
Well played by On.
Knight's got enough damage,
Well played by
and
On.
a
Very well played by On.
shutdown for BLG.
Now, BLG are not the type of team to go out without a fight. Nice pick onto Faker. Even though he had his flash, they collapsed on multiple sides, and they make the kill
It's very
happen.
easy to fuck that up.
T1
Mr.
still
Q,
holds
he's
onto
out.
a gold lead for now, but Knight, with some much-needed relief after the amount of push that Faker has had in this early game after getting a double kill, they've really needed to get some gold back into Knight's pockets.
Knight on this Talia. That could be the playmaker they need, and they're trying to get him there with plays like this.
A nice flash shockwave from Faker.
I think if he
but then
just
gets
flashed and then he
handshakes back
QR'd,
into
he
the
might
team.
live.
He then decides in his last moments, maybe I can get a few more minion waves, but he's just going to shake that one off. A nice collapse comes through from
He
BLG.
literally just shook it
You
off.
Now see the goal difference between
What the
two
fuck?
mid laners
The
very even, but
robot's
the gold
like...
advantage largely sitting on Ona and Gumayushi.
Plates you can see here as we are now past that 14-minute point. A few for both sides, but not a major difference in the game being decided by them. However, the difference in plates is kind of the goal
Bro
lead
is
right
like a
now
cat.
for T1. The game is that close, only a couple hundred. This time favoring the number 2 seed of the LCK. The Rift Herald about to spawn in only a few seconds. BLG bringing everybody up here. Now Knight will have his teleport. I believe there's still a few seconds remaining.
Oh, he's dead again, he's dead again, he's dead again, he's dead again.
To use that to make his way into the fight, but Faker has been found
Oh, what?
out.
He got E'd out of the
Beishwan
queue.
tackles Faker
What?
out of the decimating smash, and Owner's made his way into the fight, but he's immediately ejected by the
Oh,
Keeper's
Faker.
verdict. Faker still under pressure. Decimating
Carrier doesn't have
smash
heal.
hits this time, but Ben and Beishwan don't have any damage. Ben tries to get away.
Hostile
but
takeover
Blossom
over the
locks
wall.
him up. A deadly flourish to follow. Hostile takeover
Gumayushi
saves
low-key
Ben's
caught.
life as Elk and On try to fire into Gumayushi.
Oh my
Elk
god,
goes
Elk really
forward.
wants On to go in
Gumayushi
there.
still shielded
Okay,
and
Elk,
getting
you're
away.
a
As Faker's
psychopath.
the target
Elk,
for
you're a
On,
fucking
but Elk
psychopath.
and On have
That was
already
completely
started.
degenerate.
Faker's already killed
That
On
was complete.
as
What the fuck is
T1
going on?
scramble for
What is
Ben,
going on?
and BLG way overplay their hand.
They are
T1 do
crazy.
not lose a single
How did T1 come out there alive with
BLG
everyone?
collapse onto Faker.
What?
But the Avengers descend in an instant. T1 are there to protect
What on
their
earth?
mid laner. They turn the play massively in their favor.
But if Poppy
getting 3
doesn't
kills
E
as
Orianna
well.
here,
He
Orianna
pulled
dies.
The flowers. The synergy knocking him out of Bin's Q means that extra bit of damage doesn't connect on the Faker. A good shockwave buys
Now
time
Bin's
for
trying
Ona
to chase
arrive.
Faker around.
But then when Ona gets knocked out, Bin
Now
thinks that there's
Faker
a way for
lives.
him to turn the play still in
Carrier's
his
gonna
favor.
ult here, and
He's
Guma's gonna
then
get caught on the
forced
bottom
back.
right.
He has to flash away. On and
Faker's
Elk
gonna have to run
make
away
their
from Carrier,
presence
who's hitting
known,
him, and now Guma's
isolating
1v2.
Gumayushi.
But Elk here, this flash. What the fuck? Oh, they're on Faker again. Yeah, stopwatch. Another double shockwave. Another kill for... Bro, BLG are just throwing themselves at them. They are just sending it on cooldown.
Faker gets it done again.
It feels like Faker's
That's the third time Faker stops them.
8-4 is the kill score. BLG have set their sights onto Faker, but he only finds himself with a single death so far in this game. Dragon spawning, 30 seconds, Bin unleashes.
Bin unleashes, he finds a target, but it's only a Nico clone. The power of this ability as now another catch for T1. Spells the end of Beishuan in this river. The death timer's 30, the Drake timer's 15. This is gonna be sole point for the side of T1.
Dorat.
17 minutes into the game. Meanwhile, Vedius, we haven't seen Doran in a while. That's because he's doing a little bit of construction work in the side lanes. Flashing forward after Knight to try to get this kill in the solo. The
Dorat movement. Dorat movement. Oh, if he got the Q. Oh, if he got the Q, he kills him.
An inch to get close enough to swing the shovel, but Knight denies it. While Doran drops to the BLG mid laner in the top side, the Herald is going to be summoned in mid lane. The Drake is going to be taken. It's sole point 18 minutes in for T1.
Very close.
My goodness, T1 is running away with game one. 3 dragons to their name. And while Knight does at the very least get a kill back,
he is eating tower
really
shots like fucking candy bars.
Only a small amount in the drop of the advantage that T1 has. Doran recognizes if he just tries to run away, he's going to get chased down by Knight.
But I do think a few of these fights go slightly BLG favored. The game looks a lot different, right? As much as T1 is stomping them now, BLG's got like really good instincts in like, they will send it on you with no fear, no matter what. And T1 needs to be really careful with that.
With the lead that T1 have,
you blink and they're on top of you.
Full control of
That's quite a scary team to play against. Like, look at this. They're always on edge, ready to jump on you. T1's dealing with it very well, but it's quite difficult to like keep that up.
Objectives: 4,000 gold lead, 3 Drake lead for the side of T1. All BLG really has here are those 3 Void Grubs.
Ooh,
but Vedius, when you're this far down, you can't get to the turret. On, forced to be saved by Elk, as Doran's going to take a ton of damage in the counterattack. Nice kill for BLG. And they're about to make it too. Carrier in danger, but now Beishuan stunned up by the Pantheon, forced to flash to survive.
Oh my god, Faker flashed forwards. He flashed his combo, but Pantheon spear. Oh, they flash onto the Renata, onto the Kalista. Sorry. Wait, that turn from Owner and Faker was crazy quick. Oh, Carrier's out of nowhere. Oh, he likes to root onto the puppy as well. What the fuck? What the fuck?
T1 runs the rift.
BLG get a kill onto
Bro, these team fights are mental. Are you kidding?
4 members fall and T1 are
Holy
steamrolling over BLG. It starts with On getting caught in the mid lane, but Elk has the ultimate to bring him to safety.
Runs away from the hostile takeover.
Orin is quick to fall. Now BLG
Carrier's in trouble. Play the first target.
But they go too deep.
Faker flashes the combo here. Forward. But look at Owner. You think he's going for Poppy. Boom. Sends it.
I have Owner at my back. The shockwave connects onto Elk. The deadly
look at Carrier here. He comes in like a fucking hammer.
Arrives just too late to turn the fight in their favor. And I don't know how Carrier found this angle, but he gets the route onto 2. They convert it into 4 kills, and T1 are steamrolling.
Oh my god, they're in aura vibes moment. They're just gonna fry.
5,500 gold lead now. Vedius, it's only
they got the aura, they got the vibes.
And T1 will claim the Infernal Soul unless BLG can somehow stop them. But everything has gone T1's way for what feels like the past 10 straight minutes.
5.6k is the gold lead. BLG trying to find some footing in this game, but the Soul 2 minutes away. Push on the bot side, push on the top side for T1. They're keeping mid control as well. BLG is being suffocated out of their jungle. Beishuan's found an angle in.
This is another one of this play we've seen so often. Faker is the target.
Double shockwave looking for Faker.
He drops a shockwave, and now BLG's got to be on the defensive. Beishwan channels Keeper's verdict, ends up not needing that one.
I mean, Faker is my co-worker, yeah. We're both pretty good at the game.
T1 recognizing that BLG now has a very injured front line. They're going to go after the Otacon, immediately ready to start this one up as BLG
he's a little Krug.
Can't afford to give an
What's he doing, a little Krug?
They're already this far down. Faker trying to use the ball to zone on out.
Oh, Guma.
Oh,
he full shot at Faker. Sion ult. Oh, this is a bit of a throw from T1. Doran's dead again. That's probably a good sign. Owner just got fucking sent to Narnia. Who's going to smite it?
Now Bin trying to steal away the Otacon, but it's not going to matter.
Who's going to finish the objective?
Been traded, but everybody else is still
I knew it was him. I knew it.
T1 get the objective
I
as
fucking
they
knew
look
it.
potentially for more of a fight. Keria thinking about a tangle barb here, but he can't get the range in time. Bin still here on the front line, gets caught by the tangle barb. Keria knocked into the unraveled earth, but he stays alive for now. Owner steps forward with a shield.
Oh, Owner, you're such a great. Faker from the back. He's back. Steals the objective. TP's behind. Rocks up. Quadra kills your team.
As Keria kills Knight over the wall, and only Bin is left standing.
What is it with T1?
She fires another shot.
Wait, they just come out of nowhere.
Kill for Faker to seal the deal.
It just comes out of nowhere.
No survivors. The Otacon was not enough. They saw blood.
What a blessing. What a great day for eyes.
Took out the rest of the
What a
BLG
beautiful day to have
roster.
eyes. Doran sitting there like happy, happy, happy. Bro, he's just dying every fight.
BLG pick a fight on the top side.
Keria clutching, Owner sending it. Guma perfect positioning. Faker clutching it. Doran.
Great enough space, but now he's out of the fight. While they do get that pick onto Doran, Gumayushi responds with so much damage onto Beishwan. The fourth shot connects. It ends up being a 4 versus 4. But BLG just
I guess he
don't have the
TP's here.
HP
How the
to play
fuck
with.
is there a ward there?
What
Oh, he does
surprised me is
TP there.
T1 said we can still fight
How the
this.
fuck did they get a
Look
ward
at the
there?
TP on your minimap. Faker comes in from the angle. He comes through the fog of war to come in from behind BLG, unsuspecting. And Faker makes the magic happen once again. A triple kill for the Orianna. Knight gets killed over the wall. And T1 with a statement game here to start off the series.
Do the smile. Do the smile.
Orianna is a miracle worker in this game. He has found
I wanted to
so
see the Faker
many
smirk,
plays,
bro. The
so
little Faker
many
smirk.
counter plays, and T1 now with an Infernal
Soul
Soul with 20 flowers of a lead thanks to the Otacon harvesting everything for them. They are so strong. BLG will need a full-on miracle to not drop this game 1 in our best of 5 World Finals rematch. Beishwan out on the map trying to see if he can get any sort of useful information, but it's so tough, Vedius.
What?
Look at all of the vision placed down by T1. They've got wards all over the jungle. Damage dealt in the last team fight, nearly 8,000 on the Orianna. It's almost as much as the... I actually think it is as much as the entire enemy team put together. Doran flashing away from the unraveled earth, manages to not get caught out there.
Doran is 0-4-1, by the way.
Continues.
Is he 0-4-1 or 0-4-7? I couldn't tell.
They get their moment to make something happen. Fake Faker and real Faker stepping up to just completely scare BLG all the way back.
Is he 0-4-1?
We've got 20
There's no way out of all these
Baron
montages he has
spawns.
won.
T1 just fishing to see if they can find anything, but not wanting to overcommit because they know you get Baron,
God,
you walk
Doran!
in, and you're choosing.
It's
you
okay.
win
Doran
the
will
first
pay.
game.
Doran will pay back next game.
So much of this game has been about Faker, but the quiet carry, Gumayushi, with a 3-0
the quiet carry,
score
Doran.
on Faker, they're the target.
Faker caught, handshake from On. This could be huge. But
Not
Faker,
again.
nice shot
Not
from
again.
Turn it
Not
around.
again.
Will take
Not
away,
again.
do anything.
Not
Tries
again.
to get away
He's
from
still
it.
alive.
Flashes back over the wall. Owner ready to hunt
Every
him
single
down.
time
The
he
spear
lives.
doesn't hit the target. And now
And they
On
miss again.
Right back out of the Callisto.
And another
Trying to
one.
Stay alive. Faker with a nice use of the stasis, keeping himself alive and healthy as the curtain call opens. BLG gonna take a couple of shots from this one, has been body blocks for Knight. T1
How does he never
won't
die?
get any kills, but it's a big
how
win
does he
in terms
always
of
turn
health
it?
bars, and they head back up towards, wait a second, Beishwan's going on a magical trip. Okay, he will at least be able to escape for now, but the enemy jungler's at 10% HP, and he has to recall. T1 sees the green light to go for the Baron.
Exactly that, Flowers. It's too difficult for BLG to contest this objective. They're still going to try, though. The TP comes through from Knight.
Should be gone. Should be gone.
It's a full send from BLG.
Oh, Keria.
As Keria goes in, he finds the pop blossom for the
I mean,
BLG
great engage.
mid laner, and
Faker
Knight
is dead
only
now.
dead as the fight starts. Ben's
Wait,
his
where
way
was the
in back,
Talia?
but
He's
Faker
not dead.
will not be threatened by a Sion
He's just hitting him.
alone. Owner continues pressing forward, and Gumayushi puts
Oh, Doran gets a kill! Yes, Doran gets a kill!
T1 with a Bayer and plus 3 kills will force their way into the base. Elk continues fighting and kiting and trying to get away. The deadly flourish doesn't connect, but it gives them enough space to get the kill right after.
Boom, 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 boom.
And only Ben is standing. T1 slam this first game.
Wow.
Guma Yushi involved
BLG
in 20
just got
of the team's
absolutely
22
owned.
kills, has the Nexus in
What?
his eyes, and is looking to close things out.
The Nexus turrets are nothing but a formality. Ben's health bar, the same thing as T1. It was close for about 10 minutes. And
Oh my
then
God.
It was not ever again in this first one. T1
Oh my
takes
God.
game 1.
Oh my good God. Faker, do a smile.
A dominant showcase from T1.
Sipping his water.
As they dismantle BLG.
Awesome showing from the LCK number 2.
Literally
seed.
Faker
Let's
after
head
that
on over to
game.
the analyst desk to break it down.
The atmosphere is absolutely phenomenal here in Vancouver, and guys, Faker called it. He said, we're gonna make you guys relive that World's Finals nightmare. No lies.
All right, that's
were
one
told
game. Job's
during
not done
that
though.
interview.
They got 2 more still to do. They gotta do it twice again.
It's great.
That
You
is-
guys are amazing.
You guys are amazing. Keep that going for the rest of the series. We love you all, but man, T1 statement game 1 here, right off the bat, an amazing composition that allows you to team fight. It was beautifully done here.
Yeah, and so it looked really good for BLG initially, right? We had that top lane play where we're like, okay, they're in a really good spot. They get feats of warfare. They're all set. And then we have Faker coming in on, again, a classic champ for him. He's been playing this since
Damn.
he came into the LCK in the Orianna, being a massive
Owner's
difference
just got such
maker
an aura
already in
walk.
game
Look at him.
one.
His
I mean,
cape
honestly,
is literally
I was
flying.
worried
You see
for
that?
T1 when I saw this top lane matchup, especially.
Yep.
I think it's pretty tough for York to get an advantage there. Ben, he's going to become a brick wall, just getting so much passive HP from the
Is the
soul burst
crowd
from
just
those York
way
tools.
louder, or
So
is
I
the
thought it
crowd
was gonna be a
mic
bit of a
just way
slower
better?
game, but T1
It's probably
had
both.
Other plans. They're able to find so many advantages around the map. Utilizing Faker, the bot lane owner, they were crushing. So even though Doran wasn't really much of
Because
a part
oh
of this
my God, I
game,
can hear the crowd now. This is the
didn't
first
matter. He
time
was there
all
too. He
tournaments
was
I
in
can hear the
screen shot
crowd.
at the end.
I know, for a matchup that we set up about the top laners, it was a little bit less about them and a little bit more about how T1 were able to play out the composition. This is the play I was talking about, where it looks like it's going to be rough until Faker comes in with that clutch shockwave, really allows Guma to pop off, and then this was actually set up by Beishuan knocking, I believe, Doran out of Bin's knockup, which was a
When you
little
land in
bit
Canada, will you
unfortunate,
see
but
European
this was really
teams
the game
leaving?
breaker. This
Yes,
is
I
where
will.
T1 took complete control, and
Yes, I
BLG
will.
kind of lost their mind.
I will land,
Yeah,
they will
it
leave.
seems like one of those things where it's like a bit of a sunk cost fallacy, where one play goes bad, so the next person's trying to make up for that play, and then that play goes bad, so the next person's trying to make up for that. They're all piling in. They were trying to catch Faker in that top lane after he'd used his flash mid lane when
Yeah.
they got that kill. So they see him top, you're like, okay, maybe they have Faker, and then Beishuan comes in, knocks him out of Bin's Q, he survives, everyone piles in. We see, Elk flying in there trying
There
to
he is, the
get some
demon.
kills, but everyone from T1 survives. They all kited out, and you've got to say their coordination in these fights is insane. The first replay that we showed down on the bot side, when Owner re-engages, you're thinking, okay, that bailout's going to be enough for them to get a kill, to be able to turn around the fight, but he goes in, Faker arrives, Shockwave comes through, even Guma saving his 4-shot with the Jin ult to hit the
That was
Kalista as he is running over there. Like, everything was so on point, and then after that, it's just like, T1
Faker
silent
is
on him.
29 years old, and
on
he's
them, but I'm just thinking, when you look
fisting
at both
people at
compositions,
internationals.
You have on the side of T1 and Calm that allows you to play really long fights and to fight back to whatever BLG was throwing at them. Was there any way with BLG's composition to come back in those fights? Because I feel like they had the tools to do it. It just came down to how they were playing together.
I mean, they got to the point where I think the gold lead was so massive, T1 were actually just able to go to objectives, set up however they want, and then kind of force BLG to have to respond, right? And we saw when BLG were able to respond, they weren't necessarily all on the same page. As we're about to see, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, T1 says, the Anacon's actually ours, guys. They actually started up, and then when BLG tried to
Did
contest,
Mods unpin the message?
again,
Was?
they don't really have a choice but to contest here, but T1 just roll over them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know, this is desperation hours for BLG, right?
Yeah.
They're going to try to make something happen, but T1 is just playing these fights out so well. Faker is
Mods.
being focused, but he's always cutting back out. Guma, you know, finishing off base one, and then the route truly begins. All of BLG are running. Faker goes back to base, and this becomes this really cool extended sequence where the T1 members that are still healthy are using their health to be able to keep them interested, to be able to keep them around, not allow them to just
Beishwan,
get back
yeah,
to
I mean,
base.
Beishwan's
It buys
best
time for
champ is
Faker to go on
Poppy
this deep TP angle,
at the tournament
and then
so far.
flanking them on the Orianna behind
And it didn't
the
go that
tier
well.
2 tower, hits the shockwave, being able to pick up a triple kill on a flank like this on Orianna is not something you expect to see.
Yeah, and Carrier kills Knight on the backside of that as
He's the
well.
GOAT.
Just an absolute rout by T1, and I think, Laura, that's where you do see, even when BLG
Doran
did
sitting
look
there like,
okay,
wait,
maybe
I died
we
4
have a
times and
window
did
back
nothing and we
in.
won?
T1 just make it so
Wait,
difficult for them, especially
it's
with the way
time
that
to
they can
go
play with
crazy.
What do we expect to see here in the second game if
Oh.
we want BLG to come back? Because we've said it, usually MSI, when it comes to this matchup, it belongs to BLG. That really didn't look like it here.
No, I mean, honestly, I'm not going to lie, after that game 1 where Doran wasn't even involved and T1 stopped him, I'm pretty worried for BLG. Like, when T1 is playing this well, when they are really clicking and all playing on the same page, coordinating incredibly well in team fights, it could be a sweep, I'm not going to lie.
Excuse you, he got 1 kill at the end of that. It was actually, again, another thing that this allowed, because I agree with you on this Sion Yorick matchup. I actually think he essentially counterpicks himself by locking in the Yorick, but when he was able to get that nice alone time with the side lane turrets as well, that was a huge difference maker for T1.
Damage on kills is always interesting to me to see.
Look at Faker.
This is how much damage actually was contributed. So 9.5k for Faker out of his total
Damage
damage.
on kills.
You know, damage that resulted in an actual kill. So look at how much as well from Owner. You know, Owner, basically all of the damage he was doing was resulting in kills. You know, he was incredibly effective. The gray damage is essentially the damage that is just dealt in poke and whatnot, you know, like hitting each other in lane, but not actually getting kills. So I always find this stat really interesting to look at. And you can see how effective Owner was with everything he was doing, because pretty much anywhere he went this game was resulting in T1 success, T1 kills, T1 objectives. I mean, they were slamming them across the map, and they still found time to get a soul here in like 20-odd minutes.
BLG is going to stay on blue side for the second game, so I feel like they're comfortable with their preparation on this side.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, I do still think that blue side is kind of the favorable side in draft, especially in Fearless. However, one thing I would like to see from them, again, this game in particular wasn't about the top laners, but I would love to see Bin on a classic counter pick where he can really try to smash the matchup, because I think that is something we have been missing a little bit lately from this BLG team fighting.
We said it, Gigabin. Gigabin calls to the action here, but it is T1 who strikes first here in the first game of this best of 5. We'll see if BLG can come back in game 2.
Yeah, chat, I was filming something. I just finished doing it now, you fucking rat. I just fucking had to film this thing for the YouTube thing. Did it turn out good, or do I look like a fucking degenerate ass? Oh my god, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Shut up. I'm giving away 2 tickets. Fuck! I can't do it. I can't do this pre-recorded shit. It's so hard. How the fuck do you do this pre-recorded shit? How do people do it? People just snap into a mood and then they just do it. I can't do it.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to
I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Wait, hold up.
We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah.
Okay, I think I did it better now. I got every word up.
City on blaze when I'm in the mix. Everybody trying to stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top.
Okay, I did it. Now bro, I get like, I never want to do that again. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm on go while you trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it.
We gonna run it. EU when they get to internationals. Well, let me grab something from the kitchen. Give me 30 seconds.
To the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow.
Chat, you done with this fucking L vape meme? Is my Discord just fucking broken or what? Okay.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around.
Vedius, when you're this far down, you can't get to the turret. On, forced to be saved by Elk, as Doran's gonna take a ton of damage in a counterattack. Nice kill for BLG, and they're about to make it too. Carrier in danger, but now Beishuan, stunned up by the Pantheon, forced to flash to survive. Forward, but he can't get the distance.
Bro, give me more games like that.
Looking for more. Owner wants to make his
more.
way in with another shockwave, finding its way onto Elk. On drops next. Goma Yoshi's got his number, and T1
Spicy.
Another plot blossom, another double kill of a faker. Beishuan dives to a point-blank spear, and T1 runs the rift. T1 smashed the first game here in our World Finals rematch, best of 5. It was close until it wasn't, and then it was really not close.
I was worried for T1 after Elk started off with 3 kills on the Kalista.
Oh yeah, true, he had 3 kills on
T1
Kalista.
matched that in kind and just resorted to violence. I am hoping that BLG bounce back because we were talking about it, Flowers, at the World Finals last year. The first 3 games, stomp, stomp, stomp. You know what I mean? And so I'm hoping that this was just a precursor, that BLG will be able to fight back and we'll get the 5-game series that we deserve when these two teams fight against one another. We know the caliber of these BLG players. I imagine they will brush that aside and bounce back here in game 2.
Exactly. You go back to the World Final. It was
Okay,
a back
Azirban.
and forth every time up
Nice.
until T1 had to win 2 in a row in games 4 and 5 to win the series. So let's see
Azirban,
if
nice.
BLG can keep
So
that
Pantheon's
pattern
out,
going
Poppy's
here
out,
and find their way to a
Yorick is
T1
out,
weak
Kalista's
spot
out,
in game 2 as T1 were
Varus
looking
is out.
good in that first one. BLG
So
over here
Vi
for Lucy.
prio
You're
is
gonna
pretty
continue
high right now,
to
I would
ban
say.
away that Azir.
Vi,
You're also gonna ban out the
Rumble,
TF over on T1 side.
pretty high
But
prio.
continue paying respect to the Gwen
I think
from
owner
Bin, and
Xin
they're
Zhao is
also
pretty good.
going
He
to
could
make
match that
sure
into
BLG doesn't get to get their hands on a
into,
blue side first pick Varus.
Vi.
Priority is here for these teams with both the Pantheon and the Poppy already taken out. Vi immediately raises in value. Poppy
Galio
such a good
Ben.
answer into the champion. BLG taking away Faker's
Is that
Galio.
Faker
You can
Galio
lose
or is
on
that
it
Rumble
when playing
first pick?
against CFO, but I mean, it's
If
Faker.
you ban Rumble,
always
they get
gotta
Vi, you
respect
get
the
what?
man's Galio. The question is,
If you
will
ban
this
Vi,
Vi
they
be
get
banned
Rumble, you
away
get
by
what?
the side of T1? Because you just expect
If you ban
it to
Vi,
be
they
that
get Rumble,
first
you
pick.
get
The
Sinzao.
Galio was
and Top.
also the champion in Game 5 of the World
Or you get
Finals
Rise,
that
actually.
Faker had the miracle survival
If you ban Vi,
in that
they ban Rumble.
topside team fight that
Okay.
really just was
They ban Vi.
the final unkillable moment.
So there's
as the
Rumble,
Vi is banned out, and
Sinzao,
BLG, first pick, what's it gonna be?
Annie.
There
Yeah.
it is.
And Wukong and Ari.
Okay, so T1, will they choose to remove the Wukong away from Beishuan? Or
So they can take Rumble for Doran here, which is
will
pretty
they
solid.
allow it? Or will they allow him to
But
have it and have some sort of
Rumble for
response?
Doran walks into
So far
Wukong
from
Ornn,
Owner, we've been
and
seeing
I don't
a
know
lot
if I
of
like
just
it.
high-impact junglers.
As long
We've
as
seen
Faker doesn't play
Zed,
Victor, we're
Wukong,
fine.
we saw a Zed game from him,
Because he
the
might be
Jarvan
like,
and the
I'll go
Sejuani
Victor here.
So far at this tournament, both acting as a front line, but also
Skarner.
acting as a carry player. It looks like
Oh,
that he's
for
leaning
fuck's
more
sake.
towards the front line with the Victor locked in for Faker.
He's
The
done
champion
this
hasn't
all
had the
year.
most success here at MSI.
All year. First pick or
However,
first rotate
in his
Victor.
hands, it is a big comfort pick, and it does seem like with their priority around getting Faker something comfortable in the mid lane matchup, they just want to make sure that they
Oh
get him
my
a control
God.
mage that he can have control in the lane and also scale
All right,
nicely
put the
into
Sinzao in the bag, owner.
Yeah, you could
Or the
see
Skarner in the bag.
win-loss for MSI.
Here
1 of
comes
5 on
Wukong
his
Rumble.
champion. The only
Wukong
thing I'm
Rumble is
concerned
coming
about
for your
is
head.
When you look at the last game, Faker had so many
It'll be
clutch
Wukong,
moments
Rumble,
where he would
Ornn on
utilize
3.
the shockwave to start off a play that the
It's
rest
gonna
of
happen.
T1 could then follow up on. Victor cannot start plays. His only CC is a delayed
And now I think T1's
gravity
losing.
well. It's not like you place it down and then dare the guy to stand on it for 2 seconds.
I think they should have taken
so
the
that
Rumble.
You can start the fight. However, Owner will be on that Zinjao like
They
you're
should have taken the
talking
Rumble.
about, but BLG happy to complete the Annie Wukong combo. And what's that? The champion that Bin played for the first 3 games in a row in that World Final, the Rumble for Bin. BLG's cooking.
This is quite the wombo combo that BLG have crafted for themselves. Cheeky hovers coming through from T1, but it will be
Put the Ornn in the bag, buddy.
Doran's Ornn, so that's going to be the primary
All right.
engage. Things like Brawl,
If I'm
rise in priority,
BLG, I'm not giving them Zyra Khan,
gonna be high
and I'm
on
not
the
giving them
list for
Lucian.
T1. Maybe they even want to
If
grab it
I'm
for themselves. I'll have to wait and see.
T1,
But the bot lane's
I'm
available
not
for
giving
both
them
sides. We know how
Kaisa.
the AD carry pool is for both
Okay,
of
Lulu
these
Ben.
players.
Okay, Lulu.
My
I think
instincts say that
Kaisa
BLG
next man is good.
immediately looking at something like
And then I feel like for some reason
just
Guma will
double
just
down
play
on the teamfight style that you're already
Senna
heading
on
in the
4.
direction of. That means that Rel
And they'll play MF.
Leona also offer massive
Alistar.
value in this composition, either as a
And they'll
follow-up
play like
or as an
Note or
engage
whatever.
themselves alongside the Wukong.
And I think this second game, there's going
That's
to be a
very
lot
T1
more
thing to do.
pressure on Doran. You and I were joking a
Zyra
little bit
Khan
between
out.
the games about how
So
Doran
now
just got to kind of
it's
enjoy
Lucian,
the
MF, Senna,
passenger top
Kaisa,
laner
like I said,
lifestyle in game
and then
number
T1
one,
ban
just
Kaisa,
pushing the rest
and
of the
BLG
team,
will ban
making all
Lucian,
the big plays.
and they will
But
pick
this
Senna
time
or
around,
MF on 4.
without Faker having the playmaking ability like
And I
he
think
had on
BLG will take the
Orianna,
other and take
Doran
Alistar,
being
and
on
I
this
think
big
Nautilus or
go
Braum on
button
5.
with the Ornn, there's the pressure on him to find the right angles, find the right times to start these team fights off. Lulu Kaisa banned out by T1 in the second half. The Rakan
Carry a
removed
Bard.
by BLG.
Bard is pretty good for T1.
Kaisa is the concern.
Bard is pretty good.
T1 recognizing the potential backline access.
Sorry, I'm really
dive
hungry. I'm sorry if I stopped streaming.
available, so they'll remove that. But MF rising in priority here for Elk. They could also just pair it alongside the Ezreal if they want something a little bit safer.
All right, it's MF Senna.
The Lucian once again going to be denied.
I don't
from
like it for
Yushi.
T1.
They do not want to have to deal with that. So what will the
I
first
don't
pick
like it for
be here? Caitlyn hover. And it's
Ooh,
going to be locked in.
Guma
Okay,
Caitlyn.
going for very much a front
Just
to back
blind
style
picks
of
Caitlyn
composition
into Annie
with
Wukong
Victor
Rumble.
and Caitlyn paired alongside the Ornn. You can see how the game plan is going to work
Yeah,
out.
Ezreal's pretty good.
Karma is going to be a prevalent pick.
Ooh, what do you blind pick on support here? Leona gets slammed by Caitlyn Brown. Rel walks into Caitlyn Brown. Nautilus walks into Caitlyn Brown. Nico's out. Ezreal Karma walks into Caitlyn what?
The range in the sense that you can play
Oh, they did Rel. Oh, it's a Brown game carry. I just pick it and take the free win.
Not a champion that's designed for
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you
peeling,
know about
it
ads,
is
you
a
can tier 1 or
champion
Twitch Prime. You don't have to
designed
sub to
for
the channel
engaging.
if you don't want to. You'll be back before game starts because
independently without relying on
if you sub now, you'll get no ads for the rest of MSI. I appreciate all the subbers.
These team fights from
Okay, Okay, so I'll explain the draft for you if you want. You first pick Annie, you want Dive. Dive is Wukong, which is good into Xin Zhao. He early rotates Victor, which is immobile, and obviously they'll take Rumble. The counters to Rumble are Ornn and Galio. One was banned, so he picks Ornn on 3. Then, as T1, this comp is very good at giving resets. Any Wukong Rumble, it's a one-shot. So they ban Lulu, because she works with Jinx. And also, Kai'Sa will lose lane, but Kai'Sa with any Wukong is crazy dive. And when I'm playing dive, what do I want to avoid? Well, Xayah can't really play without Rakan, so just ban Rakan, because his carry is good at it. And Lucian Nami also has a dash. If they play Ezreal on 4, it's not that strong, because you have so much dive, and they won't have enough damage, I think, if they have Ezreal. Also, if they go Ezreal, I feel like you can just go MF for free, and you just push him in, or you can even go Corki. So I thought they would go Senna, because they could play Naut on 5, but they went Caitlyn. And when they go Caitlyn, you need an 80 carry that's a caster 80 carry. You can't play an 80 carry like Zeri, or fucking, I don't know, Twitch. You can't play an auto attack champ. You have to play a caster 80. You have to play like Jhin, Ezreal, Ziggs. You can kind of play Jinx, but Lulu's out. So like Jinx Karma could work into Caitlyn a little bit. But because they blinded an engage support, and why do they need an engage support? Because they're playing Wukong Any. What is Wukong Any gonna do when they go in and Karma standing there being like, yeah, nice, keep going? So you pick a dive champ in support, you have to. And so Braum's open.
Continues to deliver.
And he eats whatever melee supports you blind pick.
Always an exciting matchup so far in the early game.
Yo, Blaze, thanks for the 20 gifted sub.
Relatively safe. We're expecting that early ward to come through from both sides to
Predict
try and
who wins?
the jungler is starting and what
I mean, if Faker was playing any other champ than Victor, I would say
Keystone there for the
T1
on the
wins.
side of BLG. Meanwhile, Keria running that summoner spellbook on the Braum. And when we heard from
but
T1
I actually hate
about
Victor.
the possibility of playing BLG in this rematch, how they were feeling about it, what they thought about it. Faker said he didn't expect BLG to be as tough as the Oysters
I think this champ needs too much time.
Gumayushi said that BLG is going to relive the nightmare of last year's World Finals and coming so close only to falter there at the finish line. Their Game 1 performance lived up to their words.
I will say that Gumayushi throwing out some trash talk, kind of par for the course. Faker throwing out trash talk? That man is one of the most humble esports players that I know.
Now.
So to hear that from him was a surprise, but I absolutely love it. T1 backing up their words, as you rightly said. After
T1 have a lot of champs that answer
I
BLG.
imagine we're gonna start the game
Ornn
off
answers
a little
Rumble.
bit slower.
Okay.
Braum
So that's what we
answers
saw in
Rel.
Game 1, just a bit of trading back and forth.
And then you have
We
2
expect
scaling
T1
carries and a
to be
Zinzao.
the team
It's
to
pretty
initiate
solid.
that early swap, get the Ornn onto the weak side
BLG
of
have
the
a
map
comp
to
that
play
they
into
love
the 2
playing,
versus
probably.
1. For the time being, Gumayushi gonna leverage his range to try and get that early push, chip away at the HP bars where he can, and potentially look for an early back and then a swap towards the top side.
Now, one important difference between Game 2 and Game 1, Doran did not find himself in a nasty 1v2 situation before the minion spawn. He was not forced to use that flash early, so there's no extra incentive for Beishuan to path up towards that top side, try to make a play towards Doran this time around. You can see both of the junglers actually doing their clears, going opposite directions. Beishuan will be moving towards that bottom lane as Owner paths towards the top side. Tri-lane camera just showing the state of everything, a little bit of trading back and forth on the one who's taken the most damage of anyone anywhere, as Gumayushi, just like you already said, the power of the Caitlyn early on. Every chance you get, utilize that 650 range, find those little pot shots to build yourself that lane advantage.
Both junglers were spotted on vision as well, so everyone on the Rift is very much aware.
Wait,
of what
Gumayushi
the
lost
game
Flash.
plan is for both these
When did he lose
junglers.
Flash?
T1
Oh, Rel
gonna
Q
drop
flashed
some
him?
vision
Okay.
on the ward in anticipation.
Sorry,
of
I was
potential
just,
early gank, and On is looking to try and clear it out. Won't actually spot
Yapping
that
to my
ward.
editor.
This means that there's a possibility of an early jungle gank. That's very much what On is signaling. We'll dismount for the time being, keeping my eyes on Beishuan.
Oh, nice block by Carrier.
In from Elk, a little low on mana. The trade not really turning into much.
Yep. That's the nature of Braum, though. He jumps in the way, you throw up the door, the fireplace, I suppose, on this skin, and immediately negates all of the quick trade wanted to be accomplished there
He's
from
gonna be
the
on the ward.
Ezreal, as Beishuan has made his way down to this bottom side river. Standing on top of a ward, though, T1's
Bot lane
going
playing
to
the
be
weak side here
aware
for T1.
of the presence of BLG's jungler, so they'll
Carrier's
continue
faking
to
it.
just play
Sometimes
this one
you,
defensively. It doesn't really
sometimes
have to
when you
alter
know
their
where the
behavior
enemy
too
jungler is,
much.
i.e.
A
you
lot
see
of
enemy
times if you're
jungle
playing
here,
super aggressive and then you
you
back
will
off, it
walk
lets
up
the enemy
based on
know,
where
hey,
he
that
is,
area
right? To make it
warded,
look like
but
you
they
don't
have been
know.
playing relatively
To
safely,
keep them
as
guessing.
Beishuan now
Like
going
T1
to
know
try
that
to wrap
Wukong's
around
behind them. I think
again,
they're stepping
but
up a
he's
bit
still
too
walking
far
over
maybe.
top of that ward.
But they're
T1
making it look
now, though,
interesting
might
for
be caught a little
Wukong.
bit
You see how
off guard
Wukong's
as
cancelled his
Beishuan
base
does
twice
decide to
now?
try to wrap the long way
They're
through the
keeping him
tri-brush.
interested. They know he's
Decides
there.
to go for a
They just
recall
keep
now.
teasing him by
Keria
walking up.
going to step up into that brush, saying,
Cancelled
okay,
his
we know
base
that
now
this
as well.
guy was nearby.
Permanently
Gumayusi
delay him.
using
So
the
now
cleanse
Owner's
there,
behind.
as immediately,
And
as
Wukong
soon
hasn't
as there's
base and
distance
Owner
between
has.
Keria and Guma, El can on try to
So
step
Owner can get
forward,
to his
play a
camp
little bit more
faster,
aggressive.
and basically you got your jungler free time.
Here to Shadow, making sure that his bot lane
Is it worth
well
delaying him for
protected.
cleanse? Probably.
Yeah, losing that cleanse, not ideal for Guma. Not the end of the world, though. Will take a bit of damage from El, because he
Doesn't really
connects
matter
the
if he has
Q.
cleanse or not.
But now both junglers need to return to their respective sides of the map. The ping will come down. Ooh. The ping will come down from Beishuan onto Owner.
He just needs to not get Hex Flash Q ignited, otherwise if he does that, he's dead.
Jungle. As Doran and Bin continue to trade on the top side.
Keria keeps trying to tag on to stop his Hex Flash.
It's a close affair here in the bot side of the map. Elk doing a good job considering how much pressure Gumayusi is continuing to try to put down. Nice
Oh,
jump.
he put the trap there?
Nice follow-up there, too. Whenever you
What
can
the
get the
fuck?
stun from the Braum, you set the Yordle snap trap right underneath their feet. It'll arm by the time the first stun is done. You'll get the second stun. You'll prime the headshot, and it makes for a very mean
Is it swap time for
combination
T1?
there, as Guma and Keria will crash the wave into the turret. Knight's down to 100 HP here against Faker's Victor, but Faker is almost completely
leveled up.
out of mana, now hitting level 6. Does have enough for maybe one more spell, as Knight will take the opportunity, start
ult
his
the wave
first
here?
recall,
No,
make
right?
his
We have
way
double
back
TP.
to lane. Does have TP for all 4 of our solo laners as per usual, but remember Elk on the Ezreal. This is one of the 80 carries you very commonly see teleport taken as that second summoner.
Faker
So
really
an
wants to press
extra
E on this
TP
wave.
as the game moves
Okay, he got
forward.
most
We'll
of it.
see how well BLG can leverage that for their own macro game advantages. Checking in back on the top side, you can see Doran slightly behind in farm, but honestly as the Ornn against the Rumble, you're fine with that. And just like you were predicting earlier, T1 wants to get him down into that bot side of the map here nice and early, but BLG responds by sending Bin down there at the exact same time.
TP, TP, TP.
Everywhere, everywhere, everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. BLG able to match the lane assignments from T1, and they're going to keep things standard for now. As mentioned, Elkanon doing a good job.
Every TP in the game was used, apart from Keria's, who is now spellbooked to TP. Is he going to use his spellbook TP to TP to Doran
He himself has also been farming
and
very
secure
well,
Drake?
so
I mean, he could push out top here with Guma
here, 6 minutes in.
and TP to the Drake to secure it.
Contention is the Scuttle Crab is what they're setting their sights on for now.
The problem is the TP takes a while to get there.
Drops the combo there on Faker,
Oh,
but
Doran.
now Doran launching out the Ornn Horn. Beishuan could be in a little bit of danger, but Bin's here ready to back him up. The equalizer's already been used. Doran very low, about to die. It's first blood.
Doran
over
is
Knight
inting.
And BLG.
An ambitious commitment from Doran. They thought that they got
I'm
the
not
chain
sure
combo
why he's
onto
doing that.
Beishuan, but Faker wasn't in a position to follow. And with a composition like this, you
There
really
is
don't
no
want to try
follow-up.
and rush these type of fights. I mean, look, Faker's sitting on a catalyst. You really don't have that much damage this
Faker's
early on
playing
into the
Victor.
game.
He just
So
wants
a bit
to
of
chill.
an overforce there from Doran. Is that BLG find themselves with first blood once more.
Tibbers constantly so annoying with the Molten Shell on it as he continues to harass Faker with that. Knight going for the early Ionian Boots of Lucidity also makes it so much easier for him to rotate down into those multi-man skirmishes in that bottom side of the river. As we do have a pause, we'll let you guys know as soon as we figure out exactly what's going on with that one, as BLG is off to a nice start here in the second game.
They certainly are. BLG with a nice punish on the bot side of the map. The thing is, we're in a situation where both bot laners are on the top side, so I expect Grubs to be the next main point of contention rather than the Dragon. Unless one side
Is it going to say toilet issue and Keria's running off stage?
From T1, as we talked about. I
No,
think
it's
they
not
want
Keria.
to play a much slower early game. When you're running Victor Caitlyn, there's no need to overforce anything. We've definitely seen Caitlyn games kind of just come out the gate swinging, especially when we saw that it was from BLG, the Caitlyn Elise game, where at level 2 they were diving towers, they were roaming around the map, they were snowballing the game incredibly quickly. But this time around, I think that because they want to play more of that front-to-back style, they want to leverage their range, they don't want to try and overforce things, especially against an Annie, that double Trinity Force spike they've got to be cautious of. If they take a bunch of bad fights early, it just accelerates those spikes on the side of BLG, which means that they can then force you into more Dragon fights and they can then continue to compound that lead. So T1 have to showcase that respect, and I think just trading in the cross map is a
Who
wiser
paused?
choice.
I'm still confused.
It's a
It must have been
cascading
BLG, right?
problem. The first mistake only makes
I don't
the
see a
second
ref talking
mistake
to
that
anyone.
much easier to manifest, I guess I would say, as this type of situation can be very nerve-wracking when you have a pause in an intense game. Luckily, at least it's at the early stage of the game versus somewhere in the later stages when things can all just come down to that one big team fight. Going back to, again, we're probably going to end up referencing the last time these teams went head-to-head quite often, considering it was such a high-stakes match. It was such a close match going to the full 5 games in the 2024 World Finals. This was not fearless. It was not the one champion per series limit that we're knowing right now in the 2025 reality. So Ben played this Rumble in all 3 of the first games
we're back in
that
game,
series.
Are we back in game?
All
No.
3 of the Turbo Stomp games, Ben was
Oh, the
Rumble.
jacket's
and
off.
in 2 out of 3 of those, BLG were the
Oh,
winners.
the jacket's off.
Very iconic champion for Ben. He is very good on this, and obviously from the very beginning here, he was able to get into that bottom lane river fight. He has the equalizer, he has the presence, and we'll see how well he can continue building his leads. You can see a massive farm advantage for Ben. Even though he didn't get the kill, he's up 500 gold. He's got the biggest individual gold lead here in the game.
It's interesting because for many Bin followers, this Rumble is definitely a conventional pick. Some will criticize that he isn't like the strongest on Rumble, but then he's had so many good Rumble performances, and I would say that throughout his career, he's definitely had highs and lows on the champion, that's for sure. So far in this game, he has built a very
there was no reason for the pause, but we're back.
Doran. Does help that Doran did make that mistake in the river as well, as BLG have built themselves up about a 500 gold lead. Elk going to throw the ulti down onto Faker, chip away at his HP bar.
Faker has some
And
pots.
this is an important play when you're setting your sights on the grubs. You move that bottom lane into mid, you guarantee that mid wave control, and then it makes it
Faker
very easy
E-evolve.
to gain access into the river and contest those grubs.
Grubs are
As we
free for
mentioned,
BLG,
T1
Drake for
doing kind of
T1.
what we expected them to do. Not looking to actually fight the grubs, but instead cross map. Play more towards the Drakes. And I think it's completely fine to get yourself that Drake, because when we talk about that kind of powerful mid-game spike on the side of BLG, if you're conceding dragons and grubs and all of these neutral objectives, the problem you find yourself in is that you're forced
Owner
into a
eats their
fight
bot
when
camps,
you do
yummy,
not
yummy.
want to take it. So getting that dragon alleviates some of that pressure, but the sieging power now, thanks to these grubs secured by BLG, will be
No,
something
I
that
don't
T1 has
fade.
to deal with as the game continues.
BLG, so
Chat's
that
just
very
trolling.
modest gold lead. 2 grubs claimed already. That 3rd one now picked up by Beishuan. So the extra pushing power they have now could build itself into a lot of extra gold if they can knock down a bunch of these plates. And that's going to start up here in the top
Doran.
lane. Doran's the target as it's a
Doran.
4-man dive onto the T1 top laner. And Doran dies before the second
he
part of
almost
the
got one.
Horn can come through. Beishuan's low, but close
Almost
isn't
got
good
one.
enough for the T1 top, and
BLG have
are up
grubs.
to a 2-0 lead.
BLG had to commit a lot of resources to make that
I'm
kill
surprised they
happen,
didn't
though.
let Elk take
Guma
over
and
top base
Carrier
on any.
will happily get these
I guess they
plates
can
where
hit it
they can.
3-man,
The
right?
mid wave was also pushed in, and that's where Bin went to respond. Wise choice by Bin, recognizing that if he'd stayed on the bot side of the map, the risk of a dive was very real. So this cross map is going to happen. BLG will extend that modest gold lead ever so slightly, but Gumayushi still with a gold advantage over Elk.
But the problem, Vedius, is you're playing
First
turret
tower
race
to
against a
BLG.
team that has all 3 of the grubs. Yes, Guma and Carrier were there first, but they're doing slower progress.
BLG in a great
BLG's
spot.
got more men on the objective, and they're spawning these grubs, doing this true damage over time. At the same time, T1 scrambling to try to defend, buy time for maybe Gumayushi to win this race. The wave is finally cleared out up here in the top side.
They
the
held.
last little bit of the HP
They
hangs
held.
on for the
Was?
T1 top lane turret.
The tower
Gumayushi
didn't die.
needs to shove another wave down bottom. There's also only a little bit of HP left on that. Both these turrets
Both towers lived.
just at death's door, but neither one fully claimed.
Those extra resistances being gained by the turrets means that the damage was not enough from either side. BLG forced to retreat. They have to
Faker,
send
Rod
Knights
of
to go
Ages,
and catch
Victor,
that
we are
bot wave.
scaling.
Bid now finds himself in mid. I imagine they're going to move him off to a side soon. You can see on the minimap both AD carries setting their sights in the mid lane. With no neutrals to play for it, very much becomes about farming
Holy.
once again.
Faker just runs
Continuing
away
to
and gets the
ramp up
minion.
towards those
Absolute
first
aura.
major items, potentially fishing for another pick. So far, it's only been Doran that has lost his life in this game too. Gumayushi will now make his way towards mid. Keep my eyes on the minimap as often as I can, tracking what Knight is up to. You'll notice he moves back into the fog of war. He's actually moving towards mid lane himself. I was expecting the Ezreal to head towards there, but they've actually put out up towards the top side of the map. They've kept on hovering around the mid lane. for a potential play, or even just to cover Knight in the 2 versus 1.
This bot tier 1 would be insane for Faker.
Side lane with that upgraded E.
Upgraded E, and he's got the Rod of Ages already fully completed and stacking. The only additional item past his start he got was the refillable potion, but now he has to flash away.
Nice flashes.
Ready to follow. Ben's got the follow-up.
Got the tower.
Dead yet. Oner and Faker wanted to commit for the objective.
Nice play by BLG, really nice. They used the tower as bait. Keria engaged from. No flash Knight.
Trying to make a play on the Knight, but he's already back to safety.
The wombo combo is beautifully done by BLG on the bot side of the map. They connect the Rumble ultimate onto Faker. The follow-up from Beishwan meant that there was so much CC on top of them that the minion wave gets cleared out incredibly fast. T1 is saying, look, finish the tower, maybe we can turn this around. It's a really good ulti from Oner.
I mean, they're tanking the
damage
tower
is just
and a full
too
Wukong
high.
Rumble
That
combo.
minion survives for absolutely ages, but it doesn't do enough to keep the mid-jungle alive from T1. One handed over to Bin, another handed over to Beishwan. They claim the feat of warfare. The good news for T1 is, well, they do get the first tower. 3 kills, 4 kills, I should say, for BLG.
Yeah, the BLG gold lead now. We're not just talking about it as a number that shows a slight lead. This is real meaningful gold at this point. Nearly 2,000 for the side of BLG, as we do have an even state at least on the neutral objectives. T1 with that first Drake.
Drake
BLG
in 1
with all
minute.
3 grubs.
Does
The
T1
next
fight
Drake
Drake? That's a
spawning in under
Triforce
60
Ezreal.
seconds, as both supports are already starting
And
to
they have
play
no
the
flash
vision
on
game.
Victor.
Faker
I
does
feel
not
like BLG
walk
should
too
take
close
this Drake
to on here. It
on
is much
spawn.
easier for the BLG support to engage than for the T1 support to do the same, especially considering Keria still has 25% of the cooldown remaining on the Glacial Fissure. Knight on the Annie now has his first fully completed item as well with the Malignance. Remember, still has those Ionian Boots
Knight,
of
no
Lucidity
flash,
as
though.
well for the extra move speed.
I mean,
the extra
Faker is
ability
scaling
to
big
rotate
time.
around to these plays and back up the rest of that BLG war machine that we've been talking about since draft. The power of the AoE, the power of the combo
Did he see him?
of
Yeah, he
all
did
of
see
these
him.
ultimates overlapping. That type of a threat can be so dangerous moving
Yeah,
towards
didn't
this
cancel, he had
next
a
Drake
shield
as
on
it
Chet.
spawns, especially since we just saw Bin hit level 11.
Look at the map control that T1 have. They made sure to push in this bot wave. They've got great vision control around the entrances towards the bot side river, but Bin has already moved down. He's now going to help
Okay.
his team get that mid wave
Why do I
control
feel like
against
T1's
Gumayusi.
posturing to fight the
They're gonna
Drake
gain
when they have a
access
Rod
to
of
the
Ages
river
Victor
first.
with no
Faker's
flash?
pushing out another wave as quickly as he can, and he should be able to do just that, thanks to that
Ew.
upgraded E that he has access to.
Of course they're going to
BLG
fight it,
still
right?
find themselves first into the river.
Guma has his
Keria
item.
isolated with the
Is this a
mid-jungle
good fight?
duo. BLG not going to waste any time. They know they're stronger. They're going to force this
Dragon is
objective.
one
Yeah,
shot.
T1's hanging around the area, but I think they're just going to get a front row seat to the Dragon dying. BLG pick
They
up
get
their
they get Rumble
second
TP.
neutral objective this
Oh my
game.
god, we're
As a
TPing
TP,
here.
though, about
What?
to arrive from T1 deep into enemy territory there with the red buff. Doran's made his way in. Beishwan just blocks
the
the winner's
fuck
bite
is
there
happening?
with the clone. Doran's just going to make his way back down to the bottom lane as Oner and Keria steal away the enemy red buff.
It's
so
the Baus
T1
combo,
not gonna
TP in and
find
base.
anybody straggling
And run
maybe
back top,
making
that's a Baus
greedy clear
combo.
through the jungle off the back into the Dragon take. They are set up to get this wave pushed out down here in the bottom lane, but not a whole lot else to gain from it. The
Okay,
Caedrel
Doran stays bot,
now
Faker goes
fully
top.
completed for Doran. This is usually when the Orange starts to feel comfortable in the matchup against the Rumble. You just allow the shield to tank all of the damage as you clear the waves, but Faker now continuing to try to just keep scaling here on the Victor.
He was
up
looking
in the
for
top
Annie, no
side as
flash.
Bin gets ready to push this wave out. He's got Beishwan hanging around at the same time. If Faker steps too far forward, it could be trouble.
Going to get
Taking
ulted
aim.
on by Gumayusi. Going to lose a bit of his HP. Knight has the TP available and is on the bot side of the map as BLG continuing with their pressure. Start off this neutral
They're
objective.
losing
Keria's
Herald.
in the
All
area,
objectives
but
going in
I really
favor of
don't think
BLG.
T1 can look to contest this. They're a little too slow.
All
and
of
this
them.
Objective is dying way too fast.
Yep, not only is that going to be Rift Herald for the side of BLG, but the third neutral objective secures the third and final feat, guaranteeing that BLG has the extra power.
Just so you guys
on
know,
those boots
after
as
today,
well.
tomorrow
So
is
nice
a break day for
extra
MSI
power
games, and then it's
for
back on the 7th.
LPL number 2 seed, as that gold lead has shrank a little bit compared to the peak that was once around 2,000 gold, closer now to about 1K.
So tomorrow there's no
Doran, though,
games.
I mean, the Kanik Rooker, you can see the little bit of purple
And then
on the
it's
very
back
end of the health
after a
bar.
one-day break.
The Annie combo doesn't fully remove the shield, so as long as he's only dealing with Bin or Knight, Doran feels pretty good. It's when Beishwan or Elk starts hitting him that the Ornn's going to start feeling a little bit more pressure, as it looks like everybody's just going to go back to the farm game for now.
Whatever
we don't
time
have
zone
another
you're in.
objective to fight over for another 3 minutes until the next Drake spawns. Otacon just about 60 seconds after that.
Well, with this Herald, BLG have a lot of options. I love seeing the Herald being utilized to open up this mid tower, especially with Guma acting as gatekeeper to help protect this tower. He's doing a really good job of continuing to clear through waves. Victor's wave clear is not going to make it any easier. He's cautiously stepping up on the top side of the map, wary of the fact that he could get collapsed on. Waiting for a little bit more information. On will be spotted. Doran has to respect it. This should give Faker a little bit more confidence in the top lane 1v1.
Okay, Carrier gives him a Christmas present over the wall here. BLG
T1 just
knows
needs
that
to
T1's
chill.
not going to get caught out on this one. But the thing that I'm immediately drawn to when I look at
I
the
wonder if
scoreboard,
BLG
very low leads in a couple different directions
I
here.
wonder
Right?
if BLG
200
can
over to
accelerate the
Owner,
game
200
somewhere.
over to Knight.
It's a bit
Not
hard
even
though.
that amount back and
Carrier's
forth between
covering
Gumayusi
Doran,
and On compared to their
and
counterparts.
Faker's just
almost the
chilling
entire gold lead
in
phase
Narnia.
is the top
He's freezing
lane
top in
difference
fucking
between Bin and Doran. So if I'm looking at
Afrika
T1,
freaks.
I'm looking at, can they find a fight where Bin's not very effective? And if I'm looking at BLG,
I think he needs to start
I'm
pushing
saying
now,
we've
though.
got to get value out of our equalizers if we want
There's
to
a Herald
make sure
dropped.
we're continuing to win these
Moves
fights.
down.
The Rift Herald is summoned up mid lane, but the tier 1 turret is still almost fully healthy. Herald's going to chunk about half of it. Now
Owner
about to
goes
die.
in.
Owner
Oops.
goes in, immediately drops the Crescent Guard as he engages to make sure that
Faker back top.
BLG can't immediately burst him down. It buys T1 enough time to clear the Herald out of the way and prevent BLG from strong arming the tier 1 turret. Now Carry and Gumayusi got to be a little bit careful.
do you
Bin's
mean
hanging
F?
out over the
There's
wall.
no F.
Might be able to drop an equalizer if somebody on T1 gets low. Carrier doing a nice job sidestepping away from that Mystic shot. 75 seconds until the next Drake spawns, and you can see BLG taking control of the bottom side river.
A lot of time was spent hovering around this mid lane. Faker, though, still very hesitant to push out that top wave. He's been left isolated a lot of this game, and you can see that resulting in the XP advantage. Now Doran caught out.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, though. Doran is only strong against magical
Can
damage.
Carrier save him? No.
Beishuan does a lot
Doran caught
of
again,
damage
50
with
seconds
that
before
stick
Drake.
and knife. Plenty of extra firepower to back it up there and secure the kill. 5-0 now for BLG as they get the pick
I mean, he has
on Doran.
TP for Drake and he has
Tier
ult.
1
Wukong
turret
no
still
flash,
the
no ult.
target
Could
for
be
BLG.
fine in the long
Owner
run.
Gumayusi still defending.
But yeah, he needs to stop getting caught because they're losing
Third
towers for
death
this.
of the game. He got caught out just rotating towards the bot side of the map. It means that BLG continue to mount their advantages. A clean scoreline of 5-0. The TP.
Here comes
Ooh,
the
a
full
double
send
TP,
TP.
actually.
There's no tower
Trying to
behind
collapse
Knight.
onto Knight or Beishuan. I don't think they're really going to get much off the back of this. Owner, though, heavily committing
There's
onto
no
Knight.
tower behind Knight.
Yeah, T1 really want to get some kind of a
He might
punish
just be
here.
dead here.
Knight still trying to get away when becomes lightning slows him down. Carrier misses the winner's bite.
So
Exhaust
Knight
used to
dies,
guarantee that Knight
shut
can't
down
try
to
get anything
Faker,
back, slows him down
and
enough,
second
shut
dragon
down
for
over to
T1
Faker.
should be pretty
18
easy.
minutes and 51 seconds into the game, T1 gets their first kill.
State is
I
a
think if
little bit
Beishuan
awkward,
fights
but
this.
they find the pick that they were looking for.
Ooh, they
Without
might go on
Knight, it becomes a lot harder for BLG to
Guma.
contest.
Can On just
BLG
send it?
instead
No, he
of
can't,
setting their
right?
sights
I guess
on
they
the
get the tower.
mid-tier 1. They want to be able to trade this neutral. They're going to pick it up.
Carrier with
Carrier
the
is
Glacial Fissure trying to stop
angry.
the exit of BLG there, but BLG can get away safely. They don't have to spend any summoner spells doing that. Owner still working
All
on
of the
taking
gold
his
lead is
dragon
basically
down.
on
The
B.
important thing here, I think, for T1,
He's a
they
level
got
up.
the pick
He's
onto Knight at a
1.8k
time
up.
where they
He's
can then
Rumble.
Stop further stacking towards a soul from BLG.
But just look
without
at
having to do a
Faker.
big team fight. Ben doesn't seem to
He's
care about
2
Caedrel
levels up on
Rookern
Victor.
anymore right now either. He's already got
2
a big
levels up.
mask and a little mask, and that Caedrel Rookern is
Well,
not
on
doing
Knight,
enough
but
to
I meant
defend
on
Doran
Victor.
from
He's 2 levels up.
I mean, Doran also only just ticked over to level 12. There is that 2-level difference between the two top laners.
Might play a little role.
But I love the play from T1 earlier where they find that pick on tonight, and as you rightly said, just alleviating
Faker
the
is
dragon
scaling.
pressure. We talked
Victor
about that
doesn't do
spike
damage.
in
He does
Elk
if
and
you get
Beishuan hit
to
it
a
few
certain
minutes
point.
ago, but it's such a terrifying thing to play against. Double Trinity Force, it's a pretty expensive item, but having it completed, it just gives you so much power. It gives you so much of what champions that run it want. And so with no neutrals on the map to play for, you kind of set your sights on these outer towers, but of course, no outer towers to play for. Now, BLG is the type of team that when they know they're stronger, will say, I don't care what it is, I'll use
T1 are
everything
waiting
to
for
force a
IE.
fight against you. And so that means
I
that
think
Articon's
Faker needs another
priority will
item, and he's
definitely
probably
rise
really
up
broken.
as BLG,
Ult evolve, level
based on what we've seen
16,
so far
3
in
items,
MSI,
Victor's
like to
online.
try and push the advantage.
You know what's stronger than a Trinity Force power spike, Vedius? A Trinity Force power spike with a fully evolved Muramana power spike, which is
quite
what
nice.
Elk just ticked over to as he fully stacked the item. This Ezreal is a monster now, as you can see the damage from the True Shot Barrage into Gumayushi. Hits him for about a third
I feel like
of his health
BLG
just
would
with that
call an
spell,
Atakan rush
and the
here.
Mystic shots are going to hurt. Remember, again, finally we're seeing some armor on Doran here with a chain vest, but it's still not going to give him a ton of resistance against the power of this Ezreal.
You can see all this vision control being invested by T1, expecting the Atakan to be prioritized soon, but Gumayushi hasn't had a chance to go back to base. Is still at about 75% HP, getting a little bit of life back. But On now in a dangerous spot.
On a little bit chunked.
Safety. Knight going to try and push in that bot wave. Elk pushing in the mid wave once more. Faker working with Carrier to hold good vision control around this Atakan, making it harder for BLG to start this objective off.
Holy shit, Faker's level 15.
Void Staff fully completed for Knight now too, and he has his flash up. This is a massive playmaking tool for the side of BLG. Their summoners are all ready, their combat summoners, excuse me, are all ready to go. Two of the teleports aren't. The only exception is Beishwan's flash is not quite ready. If they want to wait on that and then try to force the Atakan, they would have everything possible at their disposal to use against T1. T1's combat summoners, though, also all prepared right now, except for the flash on Doran. That one's going to come up right about the same time Beishwan's does, as T1 will see if they can continue trying to defend this objective. Both
Faker's
of the
just
potential
power
skill
farming.
shots there towards on missed
Level
their mark,
16 on the
as
way.
BLG support feels
When he gets
confident
level
stepping
16
up,
and he
trying to
gets
clear away
another
some of
item,
the
I
vision.
think he
Atakan,
will
though,
carry.
does hurt, so On doesn't want to hang around here
But
too
he's
long.
still won't be
Leaves
there
that
for a
last
while.
hit on the ward for Knight. And it's 2 minutes until our next Drake spawns. 2,500 gold lead for BLG, still having the bonus stat advantage as well from the boots. But one thing that's important to note,
I wonder what the series would look like if T1 had Zeus top.
the flower advantage for T1 is actually really huge. They're at plus 15 flowers, despite the fact that Atakan hasn't been claimed by either side. This gives them a lot of extra adaptive force and makes that 2,500 gold lead feel at least 1,000 less.
We love Doran. I'm not saying we don't love Doran. Doran's great.
holding
But
on
Doran
to
is
the control of this
174 in the
game
last
very
2
well.
games.
I like how T1 have been combating back with good vision coverage. Carrier working with Faker.
I'm waiting for Doran to
push
pop
out
off.
these waves and then drop what vision they can. Of course, we've been talking a lot about the level advantage that Bin has been able to build, but look at Faker, level 15 to the level 13 of Knight. That 10 fully stacks from the Rod of Ages coming in clutch for him. Big. We'll see the resets coming through as the second item is now completed for Bin. Dragon in about 55 seconds time. So BLG, rather than utilizing the
Faker's
Atakan to force
halfway
the
there.
issue, will likely look to contest this Dragon. Now T1 have a choice. They could forego contesting this Dragon at all, but if they do get it, they would put themselves on soul point and have a lot of agency in this game.
Carrier gets monster chunked. That Ezreal is absolutely
already
Mandarin.
almost dead. Uses
Jesus.
the Unbreakable to guarantee
I
the
guess
True
Carrier
Shot
might be able to
Barrage.
swap
Doesn't
the
have a
TP
chance
and
of
Spellbook.
executing him there, but with Carrier barely able to stay
No, he
standing,
can't, he
that
stays.
is BLG's go signal to start up the
It's
Otacon.
gone, isn't it? Isn't it
T1
just
looking
gone?
to approach, but BLG is ready for him. The Otacon down to 1/3 HP. Keep your eyes on Doran. That could be the big engagement. Knight is waiting
at
over
Knight.
along in the tri-barrage. Doran tries to fire back into him. Pressure on the Bin.
Smite fight. Owner got it. Oh my god, On flashed and got stunned. Oh my god, On flashed and got stunned in the gravity field. Owner 1v2's them. Carrier's there to help him.
Chase, Bin and Knight trying to escape, and
Owner.
T1
Don't get too cocky, Owner. Oh, he died.
Again.
Owner died. I will say Doran carried that fight. I don't know if he did it on purpose, but he Ornn ulted the Annie without vision on her.
Why wouldn't they feel confident?
I think he was aiming for Bin.
Why wouldn't they feel
I know
good
you
to
might
try
think
and
Owner
force
carried
the
that,
fight?
but he interrupted Annie. I don't know how. I think he just aimed at Bin and then he just hit Annie by accident. You know, I talked about fucking stumbling over.
BLG though, they're responding.
Yeah, BLG
Nice Carrier
thinking
shield.
about this. The Unbreakable gonna stop another True Shot Barrage. Elk jumps in. Carrier still low. Bin wants to burn them all
Bin
up.
flashed
A
away.
little bit more
Faker's
damage
blocking.
Isn't there though as Bin gets
Elk.
stunned. T1 continuing
Elk.
their retreat. BLG trying to find
T1's out.
anybody as the
Watch
ace
the
in the
replay.
hole forces BLG to regroup.
I think
to protect
Owner
Knight
carried
so
the
far.
first half
And
until he inted.
T1 exfiltrates
Victor
the
played
Opto
very well as well
after
with his gravity
pulling
field,
off the
but I'm convinced if Doran doesn't ult the Annie there, Annie's gonna blast them.
Winning team fight, the Atakan, the Dragon, putting themselves on soul point as well. The way in which they've just changed the momentum of
Where's
this
the replay?
game And this gold
Mods.
lead is now very deceptive because when you contrast the itemization,
volume
things are pretty much dead even across the board. The only real itemization difference sitting on the top lane.
The reason for that, Vedius, it's a plus 1.8, 1.9 thousand lead for
Oh my God,
BLG. Owner jumps in. Oh,
no flash on Own.
Down to 1/3 HP now as the equalizer fires
Faker
back
ulted,
from
Rumble
to
ulted.
guarantee that T1 doesn't want to chase further. Owner at 40% HP. BLG continuing to step away to the side here as T1 pressure forward, looking for the tier 1 turret. Doran being the front line, creating the space for Gumayusi to take the objective. The gold lead for BLG shrinks to 1,500. However, it's 30 flower petals to 3. That is a 2.1 thousand gold lead for T1 in intangible gold. 2,000 minus 1,500 is plus 500 effective gold for T1.
That was too much maths, I didn't get it.
It's just on the right people as well. Guma and Faker have been farming exceptionally well. Faker's got a 2.5 level advantage over Knight. Knight is fishing for a
Owner
pick,
covering
but Owner's there
Faker.
to cover.
Is he gonna die here?
Owner trying to protect.
He's been known not to die in this part of the map.
Have to give his life for this. Wants to dash back over to Beishuan for safety. Owner will die, and Faker's the next target.
Faker, he has flash. Flashes, he's alive. He's alive, how is he alive? Farming damage. Doran with the big TP behind. There's Doran! There's Doran! Faker's emoting him. He's BMing him. Oh! Do not try and kill him. How many times have they tried?
Of what happens when you do are massive. 3 members
How many
of
times have
BLG
people
fall
tried?
after Doran? I mean,
Is Faker in his demon arc? He talked smack the other day, and now he's BMing. Is he about to go fucking dark Faker?
BLG.
What the fuck?
It's Owner that gets one shot from the start. This is the damage potential that we've been talking about from the very start of the game, seeing it in action. BLG with 4 members on the top side think they get this collapse, but Doran
Nice
arrives,
flank by
and
Doran.
look at this ulti. BLG's getting collapsed on the Braum ulti from Carrier as well. The knock
Really nice TP from Doran.
Faker with the assist on the back line. T1 respond with force and find themselves 3 kills.
What a massive,
Faker must have... Oh, he has got 3 items.
Doran
Faker now
showing
is
up
absolutely
when
busted. He's
T1
also
needs
3
him.
levels up on Knight.
We think about the entire change in the roster. We think about how controversial it was with T1 swapping out Zeus for Doran. And right there, he's getting himself a couple of points.
He was delaying his death timer, bro. I don't think it mattered. Did it 2-3 seconds? It wasn't like Baron was spawning.
The gold lead now on the screen, very close between the two. But again, remember, a massive amount of additional stats for T1 through the flower petals.
I mean, every second
trying
counts,
to make
I
sure
guess.
that he's got additional information on the backside of the pit here.
Could be for a
As T1
respawn
are
timer.
close
Don't
enough.
think it was
They don't
that
even have to walk
crucial,
into the river.
but
BLG know they need to get out.
BLG
Rel's behind. On could save the game here.
Force T1 to
But
an
how
awkward
does he do it?
situation, but T1
He's looking on the
maintain
wrong
their
target,
composure
I
on the
think.
flank.
This flank doesn't do anything. It's the wrong target.
Counter-engaged. On has to try
Oh
to get
god,
away.
he lost everything.
Flashing out after using the crash.
Oi, there's Knight. That's the target they need. That's a tanky Victor. They went again! They died again! They went again! They died again!
Just barely survives the ace in the hole. Owner continues the chase as On's about to die here too. Elk and Bin completely on the run. BLG utterly routed in their attempt
Like
at
what?
a fight. Bin will be able to teleport to safety alongside
Like how many
Elk.
times has
Yes,
this
they
happened in
won't
this
die,
series?
But Vedius, there's 2 dead BLG players. There's 2 in retreat. And now the Baron's on the menu for T1.
Every attempt
I will
that is
say
made
Elk
by
is
BLG
absolutely hard
is
stuck.
shut
Someone
down.
get him out of here.
The idea is
Someone
so
help him.
good. Faker isolated in the mid lane. You think that you have the one-shot potential,
Oi, oi,
but
oi.
it's not quite enough. The Ezreal ultimate from Elk is a nice
Alright, Soul is
try,
spawning.
but the Baron will be
Got his Faker
secured
level
by
18.
T1
He is.
as they're
Take a
looking to
screenshot.
go to
He's
match
4 levels
point
up on
here in
Knight.
game 2.
What the
Before
hell?
that, they're looking to go to Soul. They just got the Baron. They went back. They reset. They purchased their items. 3,000 gold.
What the
lead, up
hell?
to 5,000 when you consider the
I will
pedal
say,
bonus.
Faker's
And
played a
now
lot of
they're
victory this
moving
year.
down
It's
towards
not
the
looked
river.
this good.
BLG have made their way up here, so they'll at least have an opportunity
Normally, he
to try
like
to fight
scales
for
and then
this,
he just
but
kind
they
of
don't
loses.
have a jungler.
Or he
There's
wins.
still 10 seconds before
He's like
Beishuan is back
50% win rate on
alive,
it.
And T1 have already started the objective. Owner and Gumayusi putting a little bit of DPS in there, but they're DPSing very slowly. BLG
My
trying
immersion.
to walk up, seeing what they might be able to find. They're marking Doran there with a ping.
4 trap
but
line.
It's a line of cupcakes from Gumayushi, and it's so difficult to fight through
Esult.
for BLG.
Almost on a ward. He can't do anything there.
The target. On
Dorat
wants to find
TPing
some
in.
sort of an angle, but all he gets
Faker is frontlining because he has stopwatch. And he's dead. Faker, that was disgusting. Faker, that was reportable. What the fuck did you just do? Did he just feel bad for them? Was he like, here you go, take the kill? Like, he literally walked into melee range of 5 of them.
Elk on the run, carrier ready to chase.
He walked into melee range of all 5 of them.
T1 finally, Faker drops. But
maybe Faker said, you know what, I'll die here. Doran, take the mantle. Show them your worth.
BLG
I don't know what the fuck carry just did either.
Upon their game plan. The wombo combo looks
T1 are happy gaming.
good, but at this point it feels like the T1 is just too far ahead.
This is what it takes to kill me, says Faker.
Well. In the
walks into 5 people.
They're able to make magic happen once more. 2 additional towers secured, and BLG find themselves firmly on the back foot.
Look at Victor's.
We'll
look how far he walks up. Look.
Onto Faker.
He thinks it's a trap.
With the Rumble ultimate, with the Wukong. Faker doesn't get a chance to escape, but the response is swift from Guma. He takes out Beishuan. In the 4 versus 4, it looks like it could go either way as Doran gets lower and lower, but then the ulti from Doran with fantastic patience. He works with Guma to pick them apart, and BLG falls short in the fights once more.
And when Faker died, the Chaos Storm was still raging on top of the Dragon, making it difficult for BLG to try to approach and do anything. Beishuan was the one traded, so there's no chance to smite it away. But even if anyone else wants to try to step up to challenge, the Chaos Storm is still there. T1 now with the soul, with the 4,500 gold lead, with the push here in the top lane. Doran with the
no flash, I guess, take the free kill.
Called straight back into the grave yet again. Gumayushi unstoppable. T1
they lived through all that damage.
But they stepped too far. They end up losing 1, but they are not done.
Pentakill for Guma.
Double for Guma. Make it a triple. Caedrel's on the hunt. She's locked and loaded. T1 on the victory march. Inhibitor down in the top lane as it's a 4-man push. Only carry a
Knight flash Tiba.
Knight steps in. He goes for the engage, but he
Dead.
doesn't find anything.
Quadra kill for Guma.
They were behind.
Low-key unofficial penta. Unofficial penta. Boom. No collector proc.
They'll take the Nexus.
Faker.
Faker steps in. Elk stays alive. The Nexus will
Oh, he killed him in 1 auto. It's an unofficial penta.
2-0.
Guma got all 5. Unofficial penta. Guma got all 5.
Intangibles that you cannot.
Bro, he loves sipping on that drink. Damn.
Regardless of their form, when
You
it
do
comes
not
to
kill Faker.
competition, they are a force
You do not kill
to be
Faker.
reckoned with. BLG had such a good start to this game, but T1 found the will, they found a way, and they go to match point.
BLG looked better, but it still wasn't enough. Lore, analysts, tell us about it.
The crowd goes wild again as T1 takes us to match point here in this series. And guys, the casters were just saying it. Early advantage for BLG
Oh
here,
my
but
god,
it was not
bro, it feels
enough
like
for them.
World Finals all over again, like the hype and the aura of the teams.
Like BLG were on a timer, essentially, right? Especially when those Ornn items start coming in, and because
It's just a different level of
T1
gaming.
got the first Drake, and I
It is
actually
just a
think
different
that's
level.
really, really huge. Like, until
Owner's
this
walking like he
match,
fucking
BLG
owns the
has
building.
Really, really focused.
Bro, these
on
3 are the
always getting
absolute
those first
aura
Drakes,
farmers of T1.
really
Look at them.
focused on Drake stacking in particular.
It's fucking crazy.
And I feel like, especially in this game, that actually really, really helped out T1. It was a huge part of why they were able to stall this game. And honestly, Isaac, I thought this was going to be way closer. I know you and I both said T1 3-2. It's now looking like a T1 3-0.
I mean, that's
I want to
what I said after the
rewatch
first
one of the
game,
fights.
though. Just the way that T1 came out and we're playing, I feel like when T1 looks like this, no one can beat them. It's just something about it when they are working together on the same page like this. You talked about it, and I know you're going to have a telestrator to break it down.
All right.
But it's just one of these things where when you're playing these scaling comps and you get the early dragons, that buys you the time to scale. And T1 felt like they were not being pressured good enough by BLG.
Emily, show us what they had.
So I do want to point out, right, we're tied in Drakes up here. Next Drake spawns in 48 seconds, and we have T1 kind of getting pushed back here. You note that Doran is dead, right? He actually died about
what is this
right
fight?
here
5-0 fight?
in the top side jungle. So
Sorry, I just want to see this again. Because Doran saves the game here. He's gonna ult Bin. Look at Knight. Look at where Knight is standing. Knight is ready with flash ult to one-shot someone. Doran's like, oh, Bin's going to the tri-bush. I'll ult the tri-bush. Bonk. Hits the Annie as well. Oh, shit. Annie's in this bush. Now Annie's kind of fucked. How does she flank now? And now it's like Doran's got 2 of them on him. And it's a 4v3 at the bottom. So T1, or like a 4v4 at the bottom, whatever it is. So T1 can win this bot side fight a lot easier. And then, I don't know if Faker did this on purpose. Obviously he didn't, but it happened. Look at On. Now. Look at On. Flash. Stunned. He was about to press Flash WR on 4 of them to turn the fight. I'll show you it in real time. He just gets stunned mid-engage. Like, so Doran accidentally finds Annie. I don't think there's like a point where they see her properly to know that they see her there, and then she sits on a pink for the next 30 seconds. So Doran just fucking finds her a Kinder fucking egg, whatever it is. I think you can see BLG's pincer, right? They have like this pincer ready if they find the right target. But Doran's so close, Knight's like, what the fuck? This Ornald's about to hit me. What the fuck? Bonk.
And when Owner gets the Otacon on the smite, it is heartbreak for BLG.
So if Doran did that on purpose, W Doran.
Too tough to knock down. I mean, we saw it even in some of those final engages where Knight gets in on Faker and they land the full combo. At that point, he's a fully stacked Roa. He has the shield from his Q. He has the bloodletters. He has so much HP that they couldn't even burst him down, let alone when Carry and the rest of the team were there to peel and create so much space for their carries.
And even earlier than this, you saw T1 just be able to recognize when they could fight and when they had to seed objectives or seed pressure on the map. And I think that's one of the hallmarks that has remained on this team in terms of their map play is the ability to recognize, okay, we don't need to fight this rumble that's significantly ahead, right? We don't need to fight now. We can give up certain things.
Faker.
And another thing we have to point out, this signature pick for Gumayushi on the Caitlyn.
Knight looks so sad.
Incredible on the Caitlyn, and it's kind of reminding me of the El Yoyo quote that we had when they played against BLG, where he was talking about how it's really hard to kind of play almost like nameplates off against these teams. I feel like BLG is having that effect against T1, where they are kind of lacking some of that killer instinct when they had advantages. I think that was one of the things that really
If the Shy did that play, you would say he did it on purpose.
When they created a goal
yeah,
lead,
of course.
They were first to every single objective. They were taxing your resources. They're saying,
of
no,
course.
you get no time to scale. You will fight us right now or you'll fall too far behind. And in this game, it was not the same BLG in that way. They felt a little bit more hesitant to fight. They felt like they were more responsive to what T1 was doing, even though they were the ones ahead. And I feel like that is a little bit of the Faker effect. That is a little bit of the T1 effect, where it's hard to turn those nameplates off and try to pretend that you're just playing just another guy.
And I want to come back to what Bin told me when we
Bro,
had
I
this
really
first
think
interview
that
at
the analogy of
tournament,
Doran being like Captain Jack Sparrow, where he just fucking falls around accidentally like getting rid of people, is crazy accurate.
In the previous series that they had, because it really looks like it is the first big challenge that BLG is having here. I'm just wondering, what do they need to throw? What do they need to do to come back and actually bring us a series? Because so far, I haven't seen such a one-sided series since G2 yesterday. So let's forget
no. I mean, I big
I've got a
agree
jar
with
of
Vin still,
dirt.
right? I said it during that interview. Their biggest challenge is themselves. Like, we saw them really fall apart after one mistake in the top lane in game one.
Oh, that is literally Doran.
Kind of fail to be able to engage. Part of that is just T1's incredible map play.
F.
But part
Where's
of that
the A?
also
Is the
being
A there?
unable to recognize these windows, like you
LR,
said,
marry
Isaac,
me.
to
WLR
really
sign.
make their advantages matter early.
Exactly. I just say nameplates off, play exactly to your win conditions. If you're an early
Been
game
sipping
comp,
the Red
full
Bull,
send it.
trying to get the pace up
fear.
in this
You
bitch.
have to go right at T1 because T1 are playing exactly the way that they need to play.
T1, they have the world champion title. They have the advantage in game. They have the crowd support here in Vancouver. So we're going to take a short break here and we'll be back in a couple of minutes to see if BLG can bounce back or if T1 can close it out.
Bum, 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 bum. Check the Reddit. What is on the Reddit? Someone needs to find like the Captain Jack Sparrow perfect clip of Doran. Are you gonna do a meet and greet in Vancouver? Yes, I think I'm gonna do a couple of them. I like to say hello to all the fans.
All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us.
All the rats.
Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
Bum bum bum. What would be your European team of super players? I mean, from this tournament, I mean, from LEC players, I would say what I would send to an international is probably Kana, Caps, Upset, Mickey, and Elyoya. I think this EU roster could do pretty well. Elyoya or maybe Yike. I think that would be my EU roster. I would take Fnatic bot lane, G2 mid, and KC topside. Or Elyoya from Koi. I would take that, I think. Maybe, can we do 7-man roster? Can I take Kalis too? Maybe Alvaro as well. I feel like a mixture of these players. I think top and mid is hard locked. Super fucking hard locked. I think bot lane and jungle can be dependent. I would just see which bot lane plays better, I guess. I don't know which one would do better in international. I think both bot lanes are pretty fucking solid. What about Inspired and Whippo? Well, they fucking betrayed us. They betrayed us, bruh. Would LR ever go to LTA? I don't think LTA is the place for Lost Ratones, you know? I don't think it's the place. I think being in the LTA would be great, though. Being in the LCS would be awesome. I would love that. I just think like something that I really want to maintain myself. Like as much as Lost Ratones is growing a shit ton, I feel like at the moment at least, I really want to maintain the streaming schedule. I really want to keep up the Caedrel streams and the co-streams and the LCK co-streams and the LPL co-streams and the LEC co-streams and like those are like the key core of my content that I really want to keep no matter what. So if I was to move to NA, I feel like the time zone of streaming LCK and LEC is horrendous. But yeah, I don't know. My wish is to just co-stream League till the end, you know, till the end of League's time. Just co-stream, enjoy all the games, follow all the stories, support all the teams. Does that mean that I have to... If LR grows to a point where I have to do something big time, then I think what I would do is probably have to step out of the coaching role. But if I can balance it like I have now, then that's good. Like right now, it's doable. If we go to the LEC one day, I think it'll be doable. But I have a few ideas that will make it even more doable, where we can keep up the stream schedule, and coaching is still a thing, and it's all competitively viable. There's a few ideas I have. Maybe at the end of the year, those ideas need to activate. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But I feel like streaming, I don't want to just disappear from streaming and just become an owner or just become a coach. Like that would be one thing that I feel like would be taking away from the beauty of everything. So streams will always stay. Co-streams will always stay, no matter what.
Been outscaled. So BLG, regardless of the pressure that they seem to be putting onto T1, it feels like that this team is just not caving under it whatsoever.
All right, let's get into it. Is BLG blue side?
Obviously, losing here doesn't mean elimination.
BLG is blue side. Azir ban, TF ban is solid. Are they going to ban Varus as well? T1 ban MF. Okay, a lot of things have changed here.
Getting the chance for a rematch. You don't want it to end with a 3-0. You want to bounce back. The first
Gwen
two games
MF.
have gone the way of T1. BLG electing
Sion
to stay on the
Ornn
blue
Rumble.
side here for game number 3.
Nocturne ban.
To ban out the Azir and the Twisted Fate.
What the fuck? Are they cooking like a Nefiri? Nocturne's good into Nefiri.
T1 still wants nothing to do
Oh, they're cooking a Jace. Yorick's out. Sion. I wonder if they're cooking a Jace first pick. And they're removing Nocturne. Or they're cooking Nefiri.
Vi is now open, Flowers. It's something that was banned away by
Yeah,
T1
I don't know
on
if
the
they're going to
red
do
side.
Vi though.
With Poppy gone,
Maybe they do
rises a
Vi,
lot in
yeah.
value. And with that
But doesn't Vi
hesitation, BLG
from
is hovering
BLG
the
walk
pick.
into Xayah Rakan from T1? Can't they just do like Xayah Rakan and then pick anything here? I guess Xayah Rakan could walk into like a Karma lane, right?
It could very much return to being a priority.
Maybe you just pick a jungler like Nefiri.
T1.
Could take away the Ahri.
We've been seeing them prioritize
Could take
Faker's
Nefiri.
champion a lot.
I think
First
Ryze
it
is
was
pretty OP.
Orianna,
Oh yeah, Varus
second
open. What am I
it
saying?
was the Victor, but
Ryze
this
is pretty
time
OP.
It will be Guma Yushi's Varus. World famous champion for him specifically.
I like Varus, but do I like
And he's gonna
Varus
be
into
able to
Vi?
lock that one in, and
Can
they have
BLG
picked
play
the
like
lid up
Vi,
with how they
Jax,
wanna
Ahri,
match
and
up
fuck
into
the
the
Varus?
And we remember last game, the Varus was
Skarner.
banned out by T1. They didn't want to allow BLG to have that power pick on B1, but I feel like this time they're saying, oh, the Vi
Yone is
so we
definitely
probably really
stronger
want
with
the
Aurora
Vi.
out.
They leave
I
the
do
Varus
think
open.
Ryze or
They
Ahri
end
would
up getting
fit
it for
better.
themselves. The Skarner next to it for Owner to have that front line, have that big
They could pick
powerful
Jin's
recall
out.
there to lead the way. And
What
how
AD
does
do you pick into
BLG
Varus?
want
MF
to
spent,
respond
Jin's
to it?
out.
What is going to be the answer
Oh, is
to
it
the power
Corky's
pick in the
trash?
bot lane here, or do you
And
even
Bessa,
wanna bother with the
sure.
bot
I
lane
mean,
right now? Instead,
Doran will
they'll
pick
lock in
Renekton on
Bessa
3.
for Ben.
They might need to grab the Kai'Sa now.
Yeah, there's Knight Ahri.
Oof,
Oof, do you drop Faker or Doran? Do you take Renekton or do you take Sylas?
That one up. Huge pairing with the Vi. This is one of those just go-to duos in League. Xayah Rakan's in the lore. Vi and Ahri are in pro play. This is the duo that gets so much done.
But it's also Knight Ahri. It's a
You
champion
could also
that he's
take
had
something
so
like
much
Tahm
success
Kench,
on
because they have
throughout
Vi
his
and
career.
Bessa
It's a
into
champion
Varus and
that
Ben supports.
you only have to go back a
But I don't know
year
if I like
to think
that. There's
about
so
that
many
this used
champs
to
in
be
here. Doran
her
Renekton is
ban
best.
against him specifically
Doran Renekton's best.
because of
Alright,
how
if I'm
good he
banning
was
versus
on the
Elk, what am I
champion.
banning with
Still
Varus?
a monster when he gets his hands on the pick.
Yeah, Zaya Rakan. I mean, I think it's just Zaya Rakan and Lucian, right? There's Faker Sylas ban. I think I would ban Sylas Galio, maybe. Is Galio enough damage? I feel like that would be a crazy pick for Faker. Do you ban Lucian? Do you ban Kai'Sa because it's really good lane phase, really good out of lane? Hard lane phase. Senna I don't care about. You have counter pick support. What could he blind that's good? Nautilus blind is pretty solid right now. Alistar blind is pretty solid as well. They banned the Nautilus, so Alistar blind walks into what? I mean, they could pick Alistar on 4 here and take the strong champ. And then what do you pick into Alistar? You could pick a Karma lane. Or you could pick a... I mean, you could give them Alistar and play Tum. But I don't know if that's good. What is Faker gonna play? Faker. Oh, they banned the Tam Kench. I think that's a snipe with the Vi Ambessa. Oof. Galio, Akali.
Potential champions in the Tam Kench. You can see where BLG's head is at.
Yeah, Galio, Akali, Ryze
protection for the Varus,
are probably where Faker's leaning.
On the side of BLG.
Alistar is really OP right now as well. I feel like BLG, yeah, okay, Alistar they take it on 4. BLG could have taken Kai'Sa Alistar on 4-5. Now they'd have to play Kai'Sa Gragas or... I mean, they can play a Karma lane, but what can you play in the Karma lane? Ashe Karma, MF?
Kind of limited in terms of good matchups into the Varus.
Zaya, what? Zaya into Varus? What?
Taken away. It does lean you towards
Sivir into Alistar?
Potentially coming through for On if they still want that engage, which I do think they need as
potential. Okay, both are pretty fucking bad. What, Zaya Leona, is that it?
The defensive option,
Zaya Gragas.
The biggest weaknesses of this champion is range. It can be difficult for her to try to get in range of these longer possible.
What does Faker have cooking here? What about a Faker LeBlanc? Nah, it doesn't really fit.
For that Zaya, and it looks like our last pick here will be the support Gragas for On.
Good matchup into the Alistar can create a
it is an Akali's hard though. Vi Gragas, Akali gets...
For your dive
I think it's a Galio game maybe.
Oh, your Renekton is flying at me. What if I throw a barrel behind him, send him over the other way, and then I can quickly set my sights on that Varus? Like the idea, we'll see how things pan out.
Ryze, okay, solid champ.
The last pick is going to come through.
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you can use a tier 1 or Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub to the channel if you don't want to. You'll be back for the game subs because I have to run the ads to get the ads during the game. If you sub now, you won't get ads for the rest of MSI.
Really got the better of him, and he wasn't performing in the way that we expect him to. Game 5, he was able to bounce back, but so far in this series, he has been a monster. His Game 1 Orianna dominance. In Game 2, it felt like that his Victor was unkillable, dishing out massive damage in the fights. Now on Game 3, he's going to be looking to try and attack these side lanes a little bit more, looking to push him through mid, move towards his side laners,
I think
set them up for success, or maybe even provide some split pushing options for his team later.
T1,
so let's look
do they have 3 winning lanes?
Of BLG. BLG are the ones whose backs are against the wall. They must win now.
Top wins, Renekton into Ambessa, pretty sure. Varus beats Zaya pretty hard. Maybe level 1 the Gragas can push the Alistar. Ryze maybe needs like a level or 2 to push.
From Ryze early, get On roaming out onto the map and trying to
I
put
think
pressure
T1's
on Faker.
pretty happy with this draft.
When this Ryze is put behind, then you unlock this Ahri on the map to start making plays throughout the rest of the map.
All right, let's do it. Loading into the Rift for the 3rd time today. T1 up 2-0 in this series.
What is this tweet? Bro thinks he's him. I mean, we're both just cleaning our mouses. Nothing wrong with that.
It's gonna be a big one. Can BLG bounce back and show that they've got what it takes?
We're just cleaning our mouses,
T1
bro.
Run this series over 3-0. BLG has a larger grouping top side than in previous games in this series. On just gonna use his body slam over the wall there. The mobility on the Gragas can get you deeper into enemy lines than you otherwise might expect someone to be. T1 gonna go for a counter evade, but they are on top of an early ward from BLG.
Immediate response from T1 to get that very deep vision onto BLG's bot side jungle.
Stop XGGing.
Faker, he's going to spot them out.
Uh-oh, Faker.
Walks
He's
right
dead.
into the brush. Knight.
Don't flash the wall, Faker. Don't flash the wall.
That on Faker as Carrier goes for the headbutt to
Faker.
knock Elk away. But now On continuing to put the pressure on. Faker's under pressure from the Ignite. He's healing up.
No flash Ari.
First blood goes over to BLG's mid laner.
Knight has to commit his flash, realizing that
Knight's first
Ignite
blood is
is
big.
the one that's likely to finish that one off.
Does Faker have the
But he
TP?
ends up getting that first blood. Great start for BLG, getting that punish, and how the trade
Good
in the bot
barrier
lane.
usage.
Guma, he expends the barrier. And BLG
Yeah,
already
he does
off
have
to
the
the
TP.
races here in game 3.
Oh, he
Yeah,
Faker
this is a
TP'd.
very nice start for BLG. The non-flash summoner spell down for both On and Carrier
Oi, oi, oi.
here in the bottom lane. Guma also using that barrier, like you pointed out, so it's plus
A bit of
one
a
summoner
greedy
spell
pathing back to
in the
mid.
bot lane 2v2. The
But it's
advantage
kinda
for
hard
BLG
to go all the way
on top
around.
of the additional damage that they got onto Guma
Nice that
Yushi,
Knight
and
didn't
Faker
skill a spell,
dying
took the
there
charm.
before the minions
Alright, here's the
even
pushing
spawn.
bot.
He's already had to use his teleport to get back to lane and make sure that he doesn't miss EXP. So that typical handshake of mid laners trying to scale towards level 5, level 6, make their first recall to buy a component item, and
They
then
should have
return
push in
will
top,
not
and I
be
think
there.
they should have push in
The
mid
good
as well.
news for Faker is that Knight started with the charm, which means that in terms of the very early mid-wave push, it's going to be
So it's a
entirely in
triple lane
Faker's
push for T1.
control. You can see that getting that push, they also have that early ward that they invested onto the Raptors to spot out where Beishuan was starting in the early game. The trade's going to come through. Bit of a trade back from On, going to proc the aftershock. So even though the barrier was expended, Gumayushi leveraging the strength of the Varus to bully out Elk and On in the early laning phase. Knight finds himself underneath his tower in the early game, kind of as we expected by starting with that E. So Faker's been able to build a little bit of a CS advantage in the 1v1.
Another big difference in this game that was also present in the last game. On continuing to play with combat keystones, the aftershock that he played on the Rel in game 2. He is also playing on the Gragas here in game 3. Meanwhile, Carrier
maintaining
once again,
bot push.
taking the Summoner's Spellbook. You already
Elk's trying
mentioned
to
in
take a
draft,
base.
the Alistair typically doesn't have as much lane
And he's
presence
clicking
as
top.
many other supports do. So instead, he's saying, all right, we're just going to rely on Varus, keep the range, keep
Elk
the push,
is
and
clicking
he's
top.
going to use
I
the
am outta
Spellbook
here.
to scale through the game. have
Zaya
more of
playing
those
into
options
Varus is
to try to
very
catch
hard.
BLG off guard.
It's a very fast swap towards the top side of the map coming through from Elk. A lot of farm and experience is going to be lost. The wave state also isn't ideal. It's not like he's catching a wave that was pushed underneath the tower.
Why is Elk
so
right-clicking
he's about half
top?
a level now behind Gumayushi. He lost a wave and a half in terms of farm. Faker maintaining control
No
over
flash
the
on
mid-wave
Knight.
zone, hovering around. No flash, remember, on Knight.
Doran, ruthless predator.
They know that Zaya is in that bush,
Maybe
right?
if Doran just gets really crazy, but right now he's happy to just ward the brush.
Carrier's ganking
Elk
him.
steps up, finds a couple of feathers there, but Doran's still just fine as Gumayushi and Carrier have now made their way up here for the response swap. Carrier using the minion to gain a little bit of extra distance with a headbutt. Wants the pulverize.
I mean, any
Doesn't
poke
find
damage
a
is
whole
good,
lot
right?
else,
Because
but
Elk just
loses
came on a
bunch
base.
of health to the piercing
Oh
arrow
my
of
god, is
Gumayushi,
Elk
even
gonna
though they don't
base
get
and
the
run
full
bot now?
lockdown.
There's
And
no
now,
way
yeah,
Elk's
Elk
basing
going
and
for a
running bot.
recall. This Zaya feels
Is he just gonna
pretty
base and
far
run bot?
behind.
This is
No.
very bad.
Okay, he's
for
going back
Elk.
top. The wave's
Like,
frozen
he's
though,
been
isn't it? And
denied
it's not
so
really
much
that
farm.
frozen.
The wave was pushing towards T1's tower. The good news that this wave should slow push back towards that top tower, but they don't find a successful swap
that
in the sense
frozen.
of getting out of this 2 versus 2. On now in a lot of danger.
Uh-oh. Carrier's gonna stand in the
Oh
way
my
of it.
god!
Immediately flash, pulverize, headbutt.
He just fucking
to knock
smoked
the big
him.
Man back. Now with owner showing up, there's no way
What?
out for On.
And now Elk is gonna get Dovin.
puts an arrow straight
If they
through.
fast push this wave, they can zone Elk away from the tower.
The flash in
Oh
front
my
to
good
give
heavens.
On no window of escape. Oh,
They need
this
to
is
cover top.
disaster for Elk. Owner's hovering around. The threat of a dive is real. He recognizes that he's in serious danger. Beishuan has
He's
to
not
get
going
over
to lose
here
that much.
quickly.
Beishuan should be here.
Desperately
But
needs
Faker's
this
coming as
farm.
well.
Beishuan
And Faker
coming
has
out
ult.
from the side. It is a one-level
And Knight's on the
advantage to
tower.
Vi, but that's not
Cleanse.
gonna matter. Elk gets slammed into the wall. Could have a 3v3 here. Faker thinking about
Beishuan.
rotating over. There is a realm warp
TP.
available for the rise. TP coming
Owner.
in now for BLG. They want
Carrier
to
has
try
no
to
flash.
make a
Carrier
punish
might be
here
dead.
against
Let's see if
T1.
Elk...
Gumayushi and
If
Carrier
Knight
using
commits
the
with ult.
heal from the Alistair for the extra
Faker's
move
here to
speed
escort
make
them.
their disengage.
Oof.
Faker also
Oof.
walking up, not needing to use the realm warp.
Knight
just yet.
uses
Beishuan
ult. Oh
continuing
my
to
god, they're
chase,
gonna get nothing.
But there's no ulti, no cease and desist for the Vi as Knight
Faker,
has
he
the
should be able to
spear
tank
rush.
this, but he
Faker's
hasn't
gonna be
based
caught
yet.
out. Nice play from BLG.
Aye, Faker.
And Faker Faker's taken down.
I think Faker should have just taken that
from mid
escort
to
and
assist
based.
with T1's escape, but he finds himself isolated in the river, and BLG doesn't waste any time punishing that. A much-needed kill to alleviate some of this pressure that was coming down onto the top side. Elk, though, still finds himself in a very difficult position, a full level behind Gumayusi, and he's down about 2 waves.
It's Faker rage baiting.
And look at how big the wave is, Vettis. It's bouncing straight
Faker
towards
rage baiting
Gumayusi and Keria. Elk Zaya is going to have some work to do to catch back up, but Knight on
Keria has
his famous
Hex Flash
Ahri,
and
off
TP.
to a 1-0-1 start, off to a gold lead against Faker. In both of these past couple of games, BLG has tried to find the plays, tried to find the kills onto the T1 mid laner, and they've just come up short time and time again. If Knight can get fed, if Knight can be the one behind the wheel, they just might find what they're looking for.
I mean, they're in a great position because Beishwan about to take over at level 6.
Elk can finally breathe.
Has no flash. Knight, when he gets his ultimate back up, that is where I want to see these plays being made. Either threatening a play onto Faker, or at the very least getting that mid push and threatening a dive on the side lane. BLG need to find a way to help
Last time Faker played Rise for CFO, he was like 1-9, wasn't he? He was only 1-8.
Because, I mean, he's in a very awkward spot right now.
Yes.
The circumstances in the early laning phase put him in an awkward position. Doran, though, meanwhile, on the top lane is kind of doing what they do, as they have done throughout this series, just kind of farming back and forth. Doran
1-7 old man.
Kind of as we would expect in this matchup. Renekton having the advantage in the 1 versus 1.
But Faker's Rise is like...
The Lost Chapter already completed is
it's a classic.
kind of an Ahri's dream. Getting that first item as quickly as you can really just helps with your wave clear. Really nice mana. On and Elk find themselves in a 2 versus 1 here. Guma has to respect this.
Does carry a TP?
Trying to
Yeah.
get the distance and does successfully get away before On can
red.
find the range that he would need to try to make any sort of a move here.
Hola.
And now the teleport from Keria. There's the use of that Summoner Spellbook like I mentioned earlier, just having the versatility of all the different
All right,
options.
grubs fight. Here we go.
2-1 for BLG. Dead even game considering the extra disadvantages for Elk based on those minion waves like we were talking about earlier.
Beishwan level 6,
no
Owner level
early
6.
objectives just yet. Owner now going to start
But
up the Void
Faker is
Grubs. The first
basing.
dragon wasn't taken before these,
Positioning's a bit
and
sketchy for T1.
gonna
They need
go
to get
ahead
1 and back
get
away
ready
for a
to
bit.
go. Now Faker looks like he's taking a recall
Never
now,
mind,
but he
they're
has
full
his
sending it.
teleport
Here we
ready
go.
to join
TP in the
up here in
pit.
the fight. First grub.
I thought that BLG would look to go on them, but I guess they don't know where Rise is, right? And Elk is under tower level 5 Zaya.
They don't want this.
So it is free.
To have fought it, but their AD carry is in no position to fight. Gumayusi being level 6 has that ulti available. That alone could be a difference maker, but without the additional damage of their AD carry, in a 3 versus 3, they would consider taking it. But as you recognized, Faker TP's back into the grub pit.
Doran's been kind of quiet this game. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? He hasn't died yet, which is suspect, and he's up in CS.
Their top side back towards bot and start playing towards the dragon if they want. Knight takes a chunk of damage from Faker, zoning him from the wave. But here we go.
Beishwan goes in. There's your cease and desist. Knight needs a little more damage.
Hola.
Faker's Realm Warp gets him away to Owner. And Faker survives. Now in the bottom lane, Doran with the Dominus.
They don't have the burst to kill him.
Onto Ben. Public
Is it a
execution
Doran dive?
still ready.
Is it a
The
Doran
Ambessa
dive?
defending himself underneath the turret.
Doran,
charging up
no,
that Fury bar,
Doran,
though, finds the empowered call to
no.
make for a little bit of extra damage. But
Okay.
remember, once Ambessa unlocks her ultimate, she has the passive vamp on everything. It's much harder to wear
I mean,
him
the
down
lanes
over
are
time.
just winning for T1. Obviously, Faker's died twice, but he's still pushing in the Ahri.
For Faker to find himself in. This is the play that we
The
were
lanes
talking
are just
about
winning.
from the draft. This is what
Come
I
on.
wanted to see BLG doing to get a foothold.
I thought
in this
Gregas
game.
was about to level
They
up
make
to
the
6
play
there.
happen, but they don't actually have enough damage to get the kill down onto Faker. The dragon now going to be secured by T1 as well. The objectives are going the
20
way
CS
of
lead
T1.
bot, 10 CS lead top.
And it feels like
Faker fake just fucking
slowly but surely
up in
BLG
CS but
is
dying.
losing more and more control over this game 3.
Still very, very close in terms of the gold overall. And one thing that I'm looking at throughout this game, Vedius, is the fact that that level 1 kill onto Faker, yes, it didn't end up making a whole big difference in terms of snowballing a massive gold lead, but the big thing it does is desync mid lane teleports, and they're still desynced. We talked about how Faker could join up in the grub fight earlier because he had the TP. Well, he's still got about half a cooldown left on that summoner spell. Knight, his teleport is ready to go, and what I want to see is if BLG can use that TP advantage to find the opportunity to make a big move somewhere.
Going to be difficult, but definitely an option for them. Faker working with Carrier and Ona once again to control the vision, something we've been seeing them do very well throughout this series. Beishwan on the top side, so again, T1 just playing with numbers advantage very well.
Koi lost today?
For BLG
No, I know.
to contest them or
I get
approach.
it.
Carrier
Shut
playing
up.
with nothing but confidence. He's going to drop another ward.
We will get our revenge.
some extra pressure
Because I
down
know the person who wrote that is an NA fan. We will get revenge.
Lane will return to that. Ooh, ulti.
Yeah,
We're coming
there's
for
your
you,
public
sucker.
execution from Bin, but honestly, it doesn't turn
Enjoy
into
it while it
a whole lot,
lasts,
at least at the
pussy.
start. Bin gets some good extra damage on the back.
Now,
into
is
the
Dorat
trade
going to get
there.
Doven? He has the ult.
Okay, he was. Oh yeah.
If he doesn't get chain CC'd, he's
hovering
fine.
around the top side of the map.
Okay, he's
Doran
fine.
does have, however, the Dominus ready to go again. Owner's about to show up too. And as soon as Doran's posturing aggressively like that, just clearing out the wave, BLG knows
I get it.
something's
We
gotta be
shit talk
going
you,
on
now you're
here.
shit talking
the
us.
wave gets cleared out.
You can shit talk
Beishwan
us,
and Ben
but just
back
know we're
away,
coming for you.
And T1 maintains the safety of their top laner.
A wise disengage for the BLG top jungle duo. That Dominus would have done some serious damage. And the 2v1, there's a good chance they can make that play work. But 2v2 would have ended in disaster. For now, the gold largely remains evil. Levels being secured as we get closer.
Listen,
to
we got
second
10
dragon
years of it.
off
You
the
can have a
game.
couple.
Both teams prioritizing getting what farm they can.
There's something poetic about Knight playing the Faker Ahri
same
skin
thing as well.
into Faker himself.
The Hall of Legends skin
Okay,
itself.
Faker sidelaying versus Knight,
it's a
chilling.
The man that never wears a skin.
Again, Faker's playing his Roa champ with Doran. You're
But that's where we're at here. Is on
Okay,
just tries
good.
to get a quick snappy trade there onto Carrier, but it doesn't amount into a whole lot. Headbutt Pulv trying to turn things around, but now Doran and Carrier.
Is
in
Doran
little
a
bit
victim
trouble.
of
Sees
Carrier
assist
being a
there
rat?
onto the Gator, knocked right back with the explosive cast. Doran tries to find the Ruthless Predator, but there's nothing there.
Doran
Field of
is a
Warfare
victim of Carrier being a rat,
by
yes.
Knight and BLG.
Well, they
You wanted to
got
see them
Ahri
use the
TP.
Knight TP aggressively,
And that
they do.
means
I
Fake-
will say it's a bit. Oh, ulti.
Okay, Elk's fine.
Yeah, he is.
Faker will get a couple plates. They have
I think
3
it was
grubs, right?
overkill. I will be honest. Like, don't get me wrong.
Oh, no?
Funneling resources into Knight, great idea. But you've just left Faker isolated in the bot lane. He's just chipping away at those tower plates. He got
I mean,
two
I guess
off
we
the
can
back
make
of that.
Rai
He's
scale
continuing
by
to get
pulling
another
Ahri
wave.
away from
Din
him.
had no TP to go and respond of his own, which meant that, yeah, the actual gold swing doesn't
Guma
shift
low-key
that
frying.
much. The only real good news is that Knight gets a couple stacks on his Dark Seal.
BLG need to
He's
start
working
stacking
towards
Drakes,
turning
man.
the
They're
ring
against
into
Rise.
a book, and
Rise
that
on
might
side
be
lane
the
this game will be a
difference maker that
fucking
they need.
demon.
Knight does
They
complete
need to
his
stack Drakes
malignance
ASAP.
here early on. This item can be very powerful with champions that get the chance to proc it multiple times with the ulti, like Ahri does. Gives you a ton of extra cooldown too to make sure those spirit rushes are always available, and that could be the big playmaking tool that BLG needs to get their first win in this series, to take us to a game 4, and to keep the fight going against T1.
It's quite a late World of
75
Ages, but it's not a bad thing
until
for it to
both
be
the
late.
Dragon and the Herald spawn. They're desynced by
Why is
literally
Carrier
1
gravitating
second,
towards
which
Dora
I
in
think
this game?
that is always creates an interesting map
Giving him some
state
shadow
as
vision?
teams have to decide, do you want to handshake this? Do you want to try to dissuade them while also half-heartedly going for the other objective yourself? It's always an interesting dance.
Certainly is. And we think about TPs once again, it's T1's turn with the TP advantage. Because Knight committed that to be on the top side of the map, he is in a position to contest the
Got the
Herald.
flower.
But I think it makes it much harder for BLG to contest the Dragon. Ona and
Faker
Beishwan
defends
both
that
hovering on
pink
the top
ward,
side of
holy.
the map. Wave gets pushed in underneath the tower that Faker has to go and get. BLG, though, looking for a quick reset. We'll see what their sights become. Okay, all right,
Carrier defends that
He's like,
pink ward.
this is my ward on, and
He's
you are forbidden
protecting
from
it.
touching it.
It's even, insult to injury is knocking him over the terrain, so if you want to get back to the wards, you've got to walk the long, the
Doran
walk of
all-inning,
shame
stun,
back to the
beam.
ward.
Not
As
taking
Doran
that much
versus
damage.
Bin. Once again, the fight breaks out.
Is
Both
there
of
a
these
dive here
guys
with
are
Varus Alistar?
seemingly way too happy to
Or is there
commit
just
their
a tower?
ultis to these fights,
And Faker
but
shifts
this
to mid.
one
Nice
ends
shift
up
by T1,
being
really nice shift.
Good. They've got the opportunity
It's
to
on a
take
Drake
the tier
spawn as
1
well,
turret.
it's perfect.
That's going to be the feat of turret for T1, and that's going to be one step closer. All they need is one neutral objective now. They'll have the extra boots too, and that neutral objective spawned right beside him here in the bot side river. Second Drake of the game is live. They already got the first one. If they get this, they'll be on a nice road to stacking towards the soul. They also got the 3 Void Grubs. It's every neutral in the game.
And Faker Rise
going
to catch the
way of
wave.
T1.
Yummy, yummy. They lost
Knight
2
stuck on the
creeps
top
for this
side
whole
of
play.
the map, which means that they are not in a position
And the
to
cannon.
contest this objective. A Herald will still do BLG nicely. They can drop it into the mid lane to help them secure that tower, especially with Gumayushi acting as the gatekeeper once again. We often see him in this position. Ulti gets thrown out, won't connect onto Beishwan. But ultimately, T1 feel like that even though they are behind
Herald over
in
to
gold,
BLG as well.
they're in a good position. 2 dragons to their name, the feats of warfare. They've secured the first tower of the game as well on the bot side of the map. But by the way, that was a clean movement. Guma getting that push in mid. He's had it all game long against Elk. And then that fight over that ward, escorting Guma from the mid lane to the bot lane. They caught that wave in bot, and then they secured the objective as well. Oh, top
Faker
side.
did again.
Once again, they're looking to put the work in on Faker.
Got most of the wave.
BLG. Knight is eating so good in this one. 3-0-1 on the RE.
Knight is getting a lot of kills.
3-0 for Faker's
Can they
rise.
translate it into a dragon
1,500
fight? They need to
gold
translate
lead
this into a
for
dragon fight, BLG.
And while T1 was making their play in the bottom side, you already touched on it. Beishwan secured the Rift Herald, so that means BLG have the opportunity to extend the gold lead even further. Now Knight could have a bit of a problem.
Knight
He's already
has
used
flash.
the Spirit
Oh,
Rush,
great,
and now
great
he's
rage
gotta try to
usage there
escape
by
from
Doran.
and Owner, but his flash was already
And
spent,
Owner takes it from
and
Doran.
Owner's ready to
What a
chase.
fucking
That's
rat,
a kill
hey!
going over to T1 as Carry and Guma Yushi are up against the remainder of BLG. Bin trying to distract Doran and
Double
Owner,
combo,
as
double
now
knock up,
Carry
TP
is
behind
ready
by
to jump right back
Faker.
into the fight. It's Faker trying to join up with the TP. He's arrived.
Root on the Alistar, on the Gragas.
Flies out to buy
Q flash from
but it
Carrier.
won't buy enough. Elk with a nice root there.
Oh, Faker. Oh, the flash ult from Owner. And into the stun. Oh, that's it, GG. Right, that's got to be it. That breaks the back of BLG. That breaks BLG
T1
right there.
flipped the game on its head once more.
Oh my god, MSI is literally just LCK finals. Everyone wondered where was T1 versus Gen G. Well, here it is. It's in the MSI fucking upper bracket.
BLG, though, desperate for something else. Think that they've caught out Carrier. Maybe they can even get a play onto Guma. He's safely over the wall. Carrier acting as a bodyguard.
MSI is just LCK Spring Finals! And EU being frauds! This is the man. What the fuck?
T1 are poised to collect these kills, and as desperately as Elk tries to escape, Faker and Owner make the magic happen. Kill after kill after kill. They take out.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Oh yeah!
I couldn't have said it better myself. 5 kills to 4. T1 now lead with the gold.
Beautiful sequence there from T1. BLG trying to make their play.
I feel like T1, when they have
Not getting
momentum,
caught at the very start. That was your 3
it's just unbeatable.
Dying to kick off the fight. Now Doran
When they have momentum, they're so deadly.
The dominance to clear out the wave. BLG was trying
It just
to
feels like
overload to go for a
everything
dive
falls
here.
into place.
T1 brings up reinforcements. Doran clears the wave out in time that BLG can't act before those reinforcements arrive, and that means BLG back away. They're going to get a consolation prize of a red buff, but what's that, Vedius? Down there in the bot lane, we got a long-range problem as Faker's applying pressure onto the tier 2. He will demand a response from Knight there with the teleport to go answer that, but that's once again the most fed player on BLG being drawn away from the battlefield. Owner continues chasing forward. Gubayushi's going to pick up a Scuttle Crab. T1 maintains control over the topside river.
Well, I guess it's just a Drake fight. BLG should just send the Drake fight.
Action. We've been seeing it throughout the series, and they're looking for more.
Carrier just barriered.
Carrier might be the target here for the BLG engage. Finds a nice 3-man pulverize.
That Varus ult hit. What?
Will, but they'll break him anyway. They just want to give the money over to Elk, bring him back into
nice,
the game.
oh, nice cast by On. Oi, 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 they're kind of back here, maybe. Does Bin die? No, he doesn't, right? Flash out. Big shutdown to Knight. Knight is getting a lot of gold.
Plays we need to be seeing from BLG. Pick after pick. Getting more
Faker is here, but they don't really have tools to fight this. BLG need to base quick and run to Drake now.
BLG showing us that there's still very much.
So Carrier's recall is just really cocky.
I thought that they'd be in a bit of danger, but when
he
you
probably
look at
didn't think he was
map
on a ward. But what
T1
happened to
is
Guma? I think Knight's going to ult on him, right?
throws out the ultimate to try and help his support, but there's little he can do. Knight has already collapsed. Guma doing his best to sidestep, but he doesn't have any
cast by
summoners.
On.
Then
Charm
On
missed.
with a fantastic ulti sets up for the shutdown on tonight, and then Owner's forced to retreat. T1 lose a few members. They lose that mid tier.
Drake's
1.
up in 10.
And BLG
T1 don't have
sums
sums on Varus. But BLG don't have Vi Ahri ult up yet. I wonder if T1 just rushes it because they know their ults are down. BLG is very ult reliant, right? And Bessa Vi Ahri. T1 aren't that ult reliant. They also have ults.
T1 do not want to allow it to just sit in the pit, and Beishuan is ready to try to challenge.
Doran went to mid-wave. I think he should be holding the flank of Beam. Knight on the side. Ult is up for Knight. Beishuan needs to steal this. They have Feathers stacking to steal it. Feathers are stacking for the steal. Keria had smite. Of course he did. Keria smites it. Keria smites it. Doran sending it. Maybe a bit too deep, Doran. Skarner ult gets Beam. But I don't know if this is a good fight for T1. This is a bad fight. Knight gets resets on this. Faker ults out. Oh, Keria flashed into it. Wait, Faker. Faker didn't go. Guma sniped on. Keria's gonna die anyway. No, he's not. He headbutts him away. Faker stepped out of his own ult. What the fuck is going on? How did... What the hell? Guma snipes.
Team fight win for BLG. Elk reacts beautifully to the
Doran goes too deep. I think if T1 got the Drake and peeled off, it was winning. But Doran sends it.
Keep your eyes on the left flank.
Where was Ferris ult?
Eyes up the AD carry. He has vision on him, but they're aware of that collapse.
Oh, it was on Gragas.
As Knight attacks one flank and the engage comes through under On, all of BLG turn their attention on
Doran way too deep.
Knight comes back to the back line. They
didn't even get his
him
E2.
Up, they take him down and there's more action.
Guma, can he steal it? No way.
BLG looking to force down the Otacon, trying to fight their way back into the game.
Faker is TPing on top of 4 people.
But the fight afterwards is ready to rage. Faker with a Ruined Prison on to Bin, but Doran might drop. They peel off
Bin
Bin
dead.
and save the Croc.
T1 got the Drake, so they're on sole point, but BLG just got a lot of resources.
T1 get back a kill, but that's a massive swing.
Maybe they can get top tier 2.
They've got plus a 1,000 real gold lead, but then look at the Flowers. 29 to 6, plus 23 Flowers is about
Faker.
a 2,000 gold lead in that stat.
Knight in, Keria in, Owner in, on down, Beishuan on the side, he has ult. Faker, super low, Keria tanking.
Knight trying to continue providing covering fire and keeping themselves alive. T1 get another kill and have to back away.
T1 can't keep getting away with this. They just keep getting pick after pick.
It's crazy that BLG are getting all these massive shutdowns and like monster fights. But they're only 300 gold up.
Forcing the fights, objective after objective. They do not concede these without a fight. And they're turning things in their favor. You're right, Flowers. T1 finds themselves at sole point, but that Otacon will alleviate a lot of pressure. It will give them much
T1 have
stats
2 minutes 40 seconds on their game win.
Much better position as we get closer and closer to that soul fight. Knight at the precipice of completing that death cap will give him so much damage. And we said at the beginning of this game,
Faker finds Beishuan. What?
Beishuan very low.
What is Beishuan doing?
Caught up by the Ruined Prison there, wants to vault break his way away, but the Realm Orb's ready to
Too
catch
deep,
him
Faker.
out.
Yes, Seraphs though.
Immediately there to back up his jungler.
Just tanks all of it.
Beishuan at 8 HP. Walks away.
He
Faker's Roa is going to proc now as well. There it is, boom, level 15.
Ambitiously chases after his target, but he will not secure the kill. And Beishuan gets away. Bin looking to secure that top.
Doran's items are massive for a team fight. I feel like when you get Sterax on a bruiser, your next team fight is so strong.
Before Doran can show up, try to stop him. Let's take another look at how close this was.
Beishuan getting run down by Faker, the Sundered Sky, giving Beishuan a bit of extra HP. Knight, though, sitting there in the fog of war, connects the charm, the ultimate acting as an escape tool, and then he flashes away to safety. Ooh,
2 health.
Flux coming dangerously close to securing that kill.
Two. Producers
and
have
as
told
we
me
say in the
2.
business, not even close.
Not even close. 2 HP, too many. That's what the deal is for Beishuan.
Knight is 2,400 gold up on Faker.
He gets away from it, and now
no Rabadons yet though.
In this
he
game.
doesn't get
Knight
Rabadons before the Drake.
2,000 versus Faker. He just purchased his Rabadon death cap. This Ahri could decimate a fight if he gets the chance to play.
Wait, he just bought it now? I just looked, it wasn't there.
Gets that level 16
Did he
as
just
well.
buy it?
That
I saw double
ultimate
needless.
is going to be
Hey, why is
such
question
a
mark
low
pinging? Shut up.
cooldown. He's been fishing for flanks in every
I saw
single
Ahri was here,
fight. The target selection
and he had
will
double
be
needless.
extremely
Oh yeah, he has
important.
Rabadons. Is there a
Elk
delay
has
or some
also
shit?
slowly found his way back into the game. Of course, he's still very far behind Gumayushi, but the experience, dead even. He's still at 2 completed items. And this is getting into a scary situation for T1. Can they find the fights that they have continued to find throughout this series? Or will BLG bring us to a game 4? You can feel the fierceness in BLG's play. Knight is in a position to carry. And he's the player that we will continue to keep our eyes on. 30 seconds until the dragon spawns.
Ooh, I think Knight is brewing a pentakill in this fight, though. He is so fucking strong. And Doran is paper for Knight.
Over on the other side, though, Guma with the Muramana, with the Edge of Night,
crab helps.
with the Ghost Blade. 3
Not level
powerful
16
items
on
for the
Ari.
lethality
Does
bears,
T1
10
just give this
seconds
Drake? Is that it?
Until the Mountain Soul
Or are
for
they that
T1
degenerate?
spawns, but
What
it's
if they rise ult the Baron?
with the combat stat
Their champs aren't that
advantage,
good at it.
with the slight gold lead, with control over the bot side river, as T1 grouped up.
They're rise ult the
They're
Baron.
going for a Realm Warp. They want to just go after the Baron. They're going to try to start this up and
They're
maybe
faking
burst
it, I
it
think.
down.
Are they faking it?
demand a response from BLG instead. They don't want to walk into BLG. They're going to make BLG walk into
They don't
them.
have the damage for
Baron's
it.
already down to half HP, but BLG has arrived. What is the call from T1? They're going to disengage it, it looks like, but they're still staying aggroed on the
Doran needs to
Baron.
base TP.
It's down to 4K, 3K on a Knight trying to step up.
Oh my god, they got it. What the fuck?
Bins into the back line.
Oh my god, and he's all... No, Bin's just dead. Wait, this is T1 team!
T1's already found the first kill. Beishuan's here with the front line, but a massive
On.
knockup from Carrier.
Doran's alive.
Is down. T1.
Carrier combo, carrier combo. There it is. The triple kill for Faker.
Is the only one left. But
And they're going to get soul as well.
BLG try their best to respond to the
Bro,
Baron.
T1 is like...
They cannot find the angle, and the
the
crowd
fuck?
simply erupts as T1
What
for
the
the
fuck?
third
I thought
time
Rise
in
ulting
a
the Baron
row
good, yeah,
will
but
find
no
the
damage,
monstrous
doesn't
fight,
matter.
will find the Baron and are looking
Just
to
dance,
close this
tank, and
series
finish.
out.
A brilliant gambit from T1.
I think
They know
BLG
that
did play a
BLG
little
owns the
too
bottom
scared
side
there.
river. They know it's
Where the
dangerous
fuck
to
was
check,
Beishuan?
so they just don't.
Did they finish
make
Baron with
BLG answer
Varus
them
Q
instead.
and Smite?
They
Is
win
that
the
why it
fight.
died from
They earned the
1.8k?
Baron. They secure the
I saw
soul.
1.8k and it died
Crazy
instantly.
about this is T1's Baron wasn't even that fast.
And they didn't have double smite.
They have a lethality Varus. And
Replay now.
It gives so much time for BLG to actually respond, but they just cannot.
How do they
find
burst
an
it? I saw
angle. We look back
1.8k
at
and the
this
Baron
Mastercard
died.
priceless moment,
Where's
and
Vi?
We see in this window a lot of
Look where
damage
Vi
is done
is.
to Doran. Bin goes
Yeah, they
in
Varus
onto the
Q it.
backline, but there's no follow-up because PLG's focus is
Oh
divided.
my god, the
Three
Varus Q
members set
smite
the
does
sights on the Baron, while Bin
1,800
goes in
damage?
alone
What?
onto the backside. They don't play the fight slow. Then watch Carrier. He gets the two-man knockup onto Knight specifically.
That's
So
crazy.
much damage is dealt to him.
What
And
the
T1
fuck?
just turned this into pick after pick after
It's actually
pick.
like just
Elk
enough,
has
just
nothing
perfect.
left. Even with the flash, there's nowhere for him to go.
Oh, he's so locked in. You know when the mouth starts moving, bro,
And
he's locked in.
T1 decimate the fight.
Really, really well done there. Owners Impale also locking up Beishuan so that the Vi can't jump in with the Mbessa. There's no two-pronged threat. And T1 now with the Baron pushing up. That last sequence also earned Owner
Man,
his
I wish you guys
1000th
could have seen
assist
some of
at
T1's regular season.
international
They
tournaments
lost
for
to...
his career as T1 now going to get
Hold up.
collapsed on. Potentially Bin with the PP wants the angle.
Whoa, he's insta one-shot.
Beishuan's down, and T1's bringing in the backup. A nice blade collar from Elk, but is it enough? Doran pops the dominus, and Elk's feathers fly. Carrier and Gumayushi putting more damage into Knight as Carrier might just die. The
Guma.
blank piercing arrow finds a little, but Gumayushi
Oh,
has to
Elk.
pass away. Elk with another kill.
Knight is frying.
Beautifully done.
Doesn't go for more though. He's scared of running from W.
Dominating with the
He is
kill
scared
on
of running
Bin.
from W.
It's a 2-for-2 trade.
T1 overstep on the bot side, and they give an angle for Knight to find the outplay. Working with Elk, they do massive damage, and they pick apart the bot lane. The Baron losing some value, of course, still a massive Red
What
Bull
if I
Baron
told you
power
this
play.
T1 roster 4 weeks
Knight
ago was
holds the
losing
line
to
for
Nongshim
now.
and Hammerlife 2-0 getting stomped?
Big stop there.
4 weeks later, they 3-0 Hammerlife, get to MSI, and they're fisting BLG. Bro, how do they do it?
Is on two fronts.
How do they always do it? This shit is so scripted, it's crazy. They had so many problems in the regular season.
The engage comes through from Beishuan, he gets shut down. Bin gets isolated as
Like, they are just like, the regular season turns into a horror somehow. Everything looks like it's gonna collapse. Boom, they hit their strongest point.
And Carrier is low as well. Knight
Every
sees
tournament.
that as his opportunity to pick up a single pick. Then he converts it with the charm, and then the flash forward from Elk means that they secure another kill. A shutdown comes through.
They're just the biggest rage baiters ever, aren't they? They're just regular season rage baiters.
Down and out just
Oh my
yet.
god,
They
we're
find
gonna
themselves
lose.
behind,
No, we're not gonna
fighting
make
up
it.
against a Mountain Soul, but
Ascends to Super
they
Saiyan
can still
4
find a way
Ultra
to fight back
Instinct.
here in game 3.
4 fully completed major items for Knight. Elk completing his Lord Dominic's regards at the same time to make sure he can punch through the front line of T1. 3 minutes until the Elder spawns, 2 minutes until the Baron is back alive. T1 invading the enemy jungle. They want the red buff, but Beishuan secures it with a nice smite there. Will not let Owner get the better of that minor objective as T1 continues setting up vision, control wards in enemy territory, looking to choke BLG out of the rift.
We get FlyQuest versus BLG. I think that series is going to be amazing. I really hope it will be. Like, the weakest Asian team in the tournament from LCK LPL is BLG. The strongest Western team by miles is FlyQuest. How big's the gap? Let's see it.
One side, jump to the other again, unless you delay. We'll see if T1 wants that delay, since they showed their ability to navigate it earlier, or if they just want to rush the first.
Because if Fly get trioed by BLG, we're playing different games. That's what I'm saying. The West and the East are playing different fucking games.
Selection. You can't have been diving onto the backline while the rest of BLG are focusing down the Baron. Their best team fight was when they turned their attention onto Doran as he tried to threaten Elk. If they can just lock down a single member, they have a lot of single target damage. The feathers can make it very difficult for T1 to chase them. It all comes down to patience. Right now it's T1 with the Mountain Soul, keeping the mid push up. The Baron spawning in 35 seconds.
That's every tournament, that's not true. FlyQuest almost beat Gen G last year.
You're seeing it on your screen right now.
G2 beat Top Esports.
Can make it very
there was like
difficult
signs,
for BLG
but right now there's zero signs. We took a game.
Now has his Death's Dance, Shojin, and
you see what I mean? Last year, there was like good stuff. Now there's nothing.
Allow T1 to start DPSing another Baron, no matter how slow it might go. We know that they're not afraid of the objective. BLG, I completely agree with you, Vedius. They need to find the angles. They need to be coordinated.
This
they
poke
need
from
to
Navarus
all
is so
be
annoying.
playing like a machine if they want to win this next fight against the Mountain Soul. T1, keep your eyes on Faker in the Realm Warp. Nice piercing arrow from Gumayushi. On's already lost 60% HP. Doran with a potential pincer angle. BLG scattered now, split into two halves. Knight
it's a Baron rush again. Just like that magic trick.
It worked the first time. How about the second? On barely.
But they're not going to finish. They're going to turn, right? Surely.
Knight looking to try to approach. Piercing arrow flies out. T1 still thinking about the turn.
Oh, Doran's appeared behind him. Oh, look! It's Doran!
Somebody's going to be locked up. Carrion's got the follow. It's over.
It's a monster engage.
T1.
It's a monster engage. They pull them in and Doran comes from behind.
With the angle at the
crazy good team fighting again.
Phenomenal, simply phenomenal from T1. Fantastic coordination.
They are insane.
Leveraging the fog of war. Bin, he's trying
they
to
are so insane.
Back, but his nexus is exposed.
Okay, Owner died, but they're so crazy good. Like what the fuck,
TP
man?
Coming in as Carry is ready to join back up with the rest of the team. BLG wanted to conquer their demons, but T1 are their nightmare. 3-0. The LCK squad works their magic again.
T1 are their nightmare.
BLG showed so many moments of brilliance, but T1 simply one-upped them. They played the fights better, and that final fight truly was exquisite. T1 and LCK fans will get the matchup that they wanted. They'll go up to face Gen G in the upper bracket.
With that win, Faker is now the first player ever to earn 200 wins at League of Legends Esports International events. The greatest of all time for a reason.
The man is just too damn good.
200 wins.
Congratulations to Faker. Congratulations to T1. Question marks surrounded this team coming into the tournament. And after a shaky performance against CFO, it was not clear who would be the favorites in this matchup. But T1 established their authority. Faker makes his way to 200 wins.
Damn.
And they set their sights on a rematch against their rivals of Gen G.
Chat, I'm giving away 2 tickets to the MSI Grand Final. If you want to win them, click the link in the pinned comment.
We go back to what we heard from the carries of T1 after their 5-game brutal series against CFO. We heard Faker say that he looks forward to the match, but he thinks it would be easier than CFO was.
W Faker.
The numbers would align with what he said. Gumayushi
He just left.
talking even a little bit more trash, saying we're going to make them relive that
He just
final.
left.
They did. They made him relive 3/5 of it at least because BLG could not find their footing in this series. The bracket in front of you now, Gen.G versus T1, July 9th. But before that, the lower brackets got more action coming for us. CFO
Bro,
with
this
the defeat of
series
Imcoy
is going to be
today
crazy.
have
This
earned a
series is going to be
battle
crazy.
against anyone's legend
Gen.G
there in the
T1
lower
is going to be
bracket,
crazy.
and the other lower
T1
bracket
versus the
matchup
winner or
will
Gen.G
be
versus the winner is going to be crazy.
going against
This
FlyQuest.
every
A lot
matchup
of
is going to be
exciting
crazy.
matches coming our way
All of them are going to
as
be
we
great.
see our damage delta champions here at the very end. Gumayushi topping the tables. Lethality Varus, piloted by a world-class AD carry, is going to
Who's
get
on the
that
interview? Is it
done.
Doran?
And now we're joining Shox and Jason with Doran for the Verizon.
Talk to me, Doran.
3-0 for T1 over BLG. Doran, your teammates had already said that they thought that this victory would be comfortable. How did the reality line up?
3대0 승리 가져오셨습니다. 지난번 무대 인터뷰에서 사실 T1 선수분들이 이번 BLG전은 조금 더 수월할 것이다라고 했는데요. 실제로 경기해 보시니까 어땠나요?
BLG랑 이제 연습 경기에서도 해봤는데 되게 잘하는 팀이라 좀 이제 평소에 비해서 더 연습을 대비를 더 많이 한 것 같고 오늘 3대0 나올 줄은 좀 예상 못했던 것 같습니다.
Well, we actually screamed BLG and they were really strong. So we wanted to make sure that we are extra prepared for the matchup. So I was not actually expecting a 3-0 here.
Okay, well, it was a wonderful performance. Now, I know that you had a goal to have a great international performance in your very first international tournament with T1. They did bully you a little, so I'd love to know how you felt about your games overall.
이제 T1에 합류하신 뒤로 첫 국제대회 무대를 밟으신 만큼 좋은 모습을 많이 보여주고 싶다고 하셨습니다. 그런데 이번 시리즈에서는 상대방이 좀 도란 선수를 많이 집중 공략했던 것 같아요. 게임적으로 좀 어땠나요?
일단 제일 기억에 남는 건 1세트 때 이제 1레벨에 사고가 있어서 좀 구도대로 나오지 않았는데 그래도 저희 팀이 너무 슈퍼 플레이로 게임을 뒤집어 놔서
Super play.
1세트가 너무 오늘 승리에 영향이 많이
This must feel great for Doran.
I want to
Beating
talk about
BLG.
the first game because there was a little accident early on. So the
They lost
top lane
3-2
didn't
to
really
BLG
go
in 22.
based on the champion matchup, but my teammates, they just came in
On
clutch
Gen.G.
and made super play, outplay. So they managed to turn the game around, and winning that game number one was so influential
23,
when
sorry?
it comes
Oh,
to winning
23.
the entire series.
Yes, your teammates were there for you, which is how it should be. Now, we often say that for T1, there is magic when they come to an international tournament. I'd love to know, now that you're a part of the team, how does it feel to play with them at this international tournament? And do you feel the same magic?
또 T1의 국제전 하면 정말 다르다. 뭔가 신비롭게 언제나 더 잘하고 정말 무시무시한 파워가 나온다라는 평가가 많은데 이제 T1의 멤버로서 실제로 국제대회 무대를 밟고 계시잖아요. 정말 이런 T1의
Man,
매직이
watching
있다고
T1 is so
생각하시나요?
like crazy. I don't know. The
기본적으로
fuck is this?
선수들이 좀 이제 새로운 환경에서 적응을 잘 하려고 노력을 많이 하는 것 같아서 뭐 그런 부분도 영향이 있는 것 같고 다들 의지도 강하기 때문에 오늘 3대0 승리할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
I can say for sure that all of the players are very working hard in order to adapt to the new environment. I think that's one of the keys to T1's magic internationally. And also, they're just all working really hard and they're always willing to get the win. So I think that made us get the 3-0 today.
I see it. You work very hard as well, Doran, and you are an exceptional top laner. But we have a little gift for you to improve maybe just one small part of your training.
도란 선수가 또 언제나 노력도 정말 많이 하시고 연습도 많이 하시고 실력도 뛰어나시지만 연습에 더 도움이 되라고 저희가 선물을 하나 준비했습니다.
A pet Krug.
돌 거북. 펫 돌 거북입니다. 어떠신가요?
또 이렇게 선물을 준비해 주셔서 너무 감사하고요. 돌거북 위험합니다. 조심하세요.
Thank you so much for this lovely gift. Everyone, Krogs are dangerous. Be careful.
Krugs are dangerous. He's right. W Doran.
Not just Krugs, but we will leave it at that, Gift. But I, of course, need to ask you, you get the matchup versus Gen G up next. It's not one that we saw in a best of 5 in the LCK, and we've been wanting to see it. So what can you tell us about that match?
이제 다음 상대는 젠지입니다. 많은 분들이 기대하고 있는데요. 이제 LCK 로드 투 MSI에서는 포맷상 이제 만나지 못했잖아요. 이번 매치업 어느 부분이 가장 기대될 수 있을까요?
일단 어제 젠지 경기를 봤는데 기인 선수가 너무 좋은 모습을 많이 보여줘서 이제 탑라이너들 간의 라인전 그게 많이 기대되고 잘 준비해 보겠습니다.
I watched Genji play yesterday and Keen was on fire, so I think the top laning phase will be something to watch for.
Yes, the whole match will. Congratulations once again, Doran.
Thank you so much.
감사합니다 for the interview. One more time for Doran and T1.
Thank you so much, Rox and Jisan, of course, and congratulations to the Krog Lord. As the crowd cheers for him, of course. He's beating the international meme allegations one game at a time. Honestly, he got a bit of a hard time today, but still, Krugs are dangerous.
Big W,
He's
Doran.
successful. Doran is happy. I love the gift from Shots here.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to be feeling really good regardless of whatever else is happening. It's the first time that T1 has ever beat BLG in a series at MSI. So they got that done. They swept them. And now we get to look forward to what is going to be the LCK finals everyone wanted.
That we wanted.
We finally get the LCK finals.
Man. I love that. Guma said we're gonna make them relive that finals, and we said again they made it quicker and painless.
Yeah,
that's nice of him.
Aw.
Yeah, I was gonna say this was.
That guy on stage, by the way, that guy with the headset on that was telling him to wave, that guy, he works at every event for Riot. He's like the kindest person ever. He's so caring to the players and like, yeah, big W. Alright, chat. There's no games tomorrow. There's no MSI tomorrow, okay? I think his name is Seb. There's no MSI games tomorrow. So if you're thinking about watching tomorrow, there's nothing. I'll give you the schedule. So currently, we are just finished on Sunday. The next series for me is Tuesday the 8th at 1 a.m. Whatever time zone you're on. I don't know what time zone you guys are on, so figure it out. For EU, that's Tuesday at 2 a.m. But today is Sunday, technically. So there's a day off. And then it's one series per day now. There's no early starts. Every day is one series per day. 1 a.m., 1 a.m., 1 a.m., 1 a.m., 1 a.m., 1 a.m. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 best of 5s left. All starting at the same time, which for EU is 2 a.m. CEST. There's no more early starts at 9 p.m., I think is what it was starting at before. For NA fans, I think on West Coast, it starts at 5 p.m., I believe. And SEA gang, I have no idea. Probably very early in the morning. So I'll see you guys then. I'll be traveling tomorrow, so I won't be streaming. So I'll see you guys soon. Next time you see me stream, I will be inside the MSI venue with the stage behind me. And hopefully the crowd is loud and we can get some good pace going. Some good memes. Maybe we can get some of the players on the stream as well. I'm hoping we can maybe ask to see if my co-worker Faker wants to pop in and say hello. Or people from T1. Or maybe some of the FlyQuest boys. Maybe have a little interview or something. We'll see what we can get done. Alright, chat. I'll be back soon. Hopefully I'll see you guys there if you're there at the MSI venue. MSI has been amazing so far. There's only amazing series yet to come. We get the LCK finals, and then we get the BLG FlyQuest, and then we get the best team from China against CFO, who are absolutely mental, almost beating T1. And then we get the winners facing off against each other, and then the winner of that facing the loser of that, and then we got the finals. Alright. Shout out to all the lurkers, bidders, gifted, shout out, stars, donors, resubbers. If you're new here, drop a follow. Big kiss. I appreciate you guys for coming out. It's always a fucking pleasure co-streaming, covering these games, and your guys' company always makes it so much better. Good memes, good vibes, good banter. The only thing that's not good is EU. Alright. See you later, chat. Take care. I'll be live 2 hours before MSI starts on the Tuesday or Monday, whatever it is. 2 hours before. I can only go live 2 hours before. Alright. Bye.